And now a fatty, Fan After Dark. And so when you had gotten your start, and for anybody that's ever been to one, or, I mean, obviously we know what the Fan Phenom, the contest is. It takes something for you to get into this chair. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But you started out at the Fort Worth, at Jake's in Fort Worth.
Yep, back in August.
Okay.
Yep.
And then that was followed up by the one in Frisco. And we must have crossed at some point there, although you and I didn't speak. I know I was there for about a good half hour. That's just, right in my neighborhood from where Jake's Burgers is there. And you got to work with CA. And then, of course, on Sunday, a little bit as well. So how's it feel so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of surreal, just getting adjusted to everything and meeting new people. And, I mean, that's what it is starting a job anywhere, right? You're the rook. You're learning the ropes. You're getting mentored by people that have done it before, such as yourself and CA. And so getting advice for everybody, I don't take it lightly. And I'm super blessed to be in this chair right now. And be blessed to talk sports every single day with the fans, the Tolos, and then, of course, you. So I'm super excited and grateful for the opportunity.
Speaking of which, for those of you that are still up or getting up early, I saw somebody as I was pulling in here today out walking their dog, and I was like, are you kidding me? Really? Okay.
Or how about the
No days
Tolos
off.
that didn't even...
Right.
How about the Tolos that haven't even gone to sleep? Maybe they're still up.
Still up. Still going. Hey. Glad to have you with us. 877-881-1053 on the Frankel Injury Fan Text, Injury Attorneys Fan Text. So, and you are from where here?
I'm from Fort Worth. So
you're from Fort Worth?
Born and raised, Fort Worth native, yep.
Okay. College athlete, former track and cross-country runner. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yep.
Where?
So I started at OU.
Okay.
I got recruited there.
Boy,
yep,
you and
Boomer
CA.
Sooner.
Yeah.
So I started there. I spent my first year there, my freshman year. Ended up transferring, unfortunately, because my coach got fired. And so it ended up being a smooth transition into Texas A&M because the coach that recruited me to OU, the one that got fired, he was actually a runner for A&M. So when I told him that I was entering the portal and A&M was on my radar, he was all for it. And he kind of helped me, told me about the coach there, told me about the historics of A&M. And so it was a smooth transition. Spent my last 5 years in college, ended up being in college for 6 years. And, man, time went by.
Who amongst us didn't spend a little bit more time there than we anticipated? Some of us were in there close to a decade. Most of those, or us, are lawyers and doctors, but not yours truly. Well, dude, so fun to have you here. This is going to be a fun 3 hours as we take you up to 10 o'clock here today. So, all right. Your thoughts last night. I going into this game, and yesterday I stepped in for Eric Chiafalo, who went, family, the Miami area and Miami fandom, got a chance to go to the ball game. Had great seats last night, by the way. And we talked to him, and he was so pumped going in there. This was one of those to where 24-14, I thought coming in, after watching Ohio State in the Big Ten title game, I didn't know what I really thought for sure. And the reason why I say that is because Indiana, who, if you don't have respect for Indiana at this point, I don't know what you're watching, because you absolutely should. They were paying rent in the Ohio State offensive backfield all night long. And you're like, and to me, and I don't know if you felt the same way, and watching it, I'm like, okay, is this because, look, I hate the, if you need to be motivated for this or that, you're playing in the Big Ten title game. I hate that, because there are levels of motivation. And sometimes, you're motivated to win a Big Ten title. You're motivated to play and win a championship and et cetera, et cetera. But you just beat Michigan. This game really doesn't mean that much to you. How much was it that it meant more to Indiana than it did Ohio State? And would that really translate to the issues that Ohio State has up front in their offensive line? Or, no, it was just that scenario. And, boy, in the first quarter, you saw Miami's defense, and it was tenacious all night.
Yeah, it was a take no prisoner mindset going into it and not having no fear, right? They went in there and they knew that Ohio State had all the pressure, right? The chips are going to be on their shoulders because they're the defending national champions. They're coming in. They just lost the Big Ten championship, as you were regarding. And so Miami felt like they were a big underdog going into this game. Regardless of what the spread was, what Vegas said, what anybody said, they felt like they were a big underdog coming into this game. And so the fact that they went in there and, like I said, the take no prisoners mindset, put it on Ohio State. It was like a classic boxing match, right? The underdog comes in, he takes the first swing. Ryan Day and that team, they got punched in the mouth early on. And so how were they going to respond? And we saw them come out in that second half, look like the Ohio State that we were
absolutely
that we thought. And so the fact that Miami was able to battle through that, adjust, and still win the game, it was impressive.
I mean, so Miami gets the ball first, 3 and out. You're like, okay. Ohio State's defense, in my opinion, is the best defense in the country. They were terrific. But then Ohio State takes the field, and I thought as we were talking about it yesterday, I'm like, we're going to know pretty early about what this game is going to look like. You know, whether or not that was just an anomaly with what happened in Indianapolis with Indiana and Ohio State, or whether that, this offensive line and that offensive front for Ohio State was going to have some issue, because Miami on both sides of the ball on their lines is incredibly physical, incredibly fast. They played the style that they wanted to, that they've been playing really for the most part all year. Last night, -7 yards in 3 plays on that first series. It was the first series for Ohio State offensively where I thought, this is going to be a long night for them. This is going to be a real long night. They have had trouble running the football all year long. And then on that second series for Miami offensively, they move the ball. They get down the field, they fumble, and then if you think about it, how the first half went, when they go into the break, 14-0 Miami, this really should have been 17-21-0 Miami. I mean, this was something that I thought, damn, right away, Miami is not to be trifled with. And as you look forward to next week, and we'll get into the rest of the college football, you know, the games that are going to happen today. We'll do that here in a few minutes. We'll talk about the rest of the playoffs coming up next hour. Miami is every bit the team that they looked like the first month of the season. And I know that they tripped up with SMU. They looked like garbage against Louisville. But the last month of the season, Carson Beck, who last night, his numbers were not great, I thought was honestly sensational. That this is a team that can beat anybody and everybody that's in this tournament.
Yeah, and he made the big plays when it mattered the most. And like you said, the physicality, winning in the trenches on the defensive line and the offensive line, they were just pounding the rock every single chance that they get. And, I mean, the biggest point in that game is where it's 17-14, and throughout all the adversity, Ohio State is still in the game. They need to go drive down and possibly not only tie the game, but take the lead at that point. And they force them to punt. Miami forces them to punt. They get the ball back, and they don't care. They run it straight down their throat, winning in the trenches, like you said.
10 plays, 70 yards.
Yeah, that is winning football right there.
Absolutely,
and
it is. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, then they ran it in for the touchdown, and that was all she wrote. At that point, it was too late for Ryan Day and that Ohio State team.
And to your point, coming out of the half, you're like, okay, you know, Ohio State, they get the football, 11 plays, 82 yards. They have struggled running the football really all this, for the most part, all this season. That is not the strength of this team. And you're like, okay, it's a one-score game. And now I'm there. We're at a party over at a friend's house, and my brother-in-law, who is, neck to foot Ohio State gear, lives and dies by this team. Well, he didn't feel good all night. A little bit of a respite at that point, like, okay, all right, you're back in the game. But the resolve that Carson Beck showed, that the team showed, I thought was excellent. Look, if you're an Ohio State fan, you're pissed off on a couple of things. One of which, I get it. The Keontae Scott interception return, you got a player offsides. Yeah. Doesn't take away from what a phenomenal play that was by Keontae Scott. That is tape right there, knowing exactly the formation and how he was lined up And what Julian Sayin did when he took his drop, that he knew right away that was going to be a screen and took it to the house. The third down at the end of the game. Again, Alec Walker. Yep, he's lined up off sides. Still, you got to stop him. They didn't stop him. I will say this, and this is absolutely no excuse at all. And Ryan Day took the blame afterwards, saying, look, I did not have them prepared enough to win this game. I think the layoff absolutely plays a role in this. The fact that Miami played a game last week and Ohio State, hasn't played a game in damn near a month, this has to stop. We saw this last year. The teams that had the bye, who got smoked at every game, the layoff is way too much. It just is.
Yeah, and I mean, the sample size is only 5 games, but still, the last 2 years since they've been doing this new college football playoff format with the 12 teams, the teams that have had the bye are 0-5. And so that has to play a little bit a factor. I mean, it has to be.
I mean, right, all right, so, remember the days way back when you had, 2 byes in each conference in the NFL?
Yep.
It was always, rust versus rest. We talked about it, and we have seen teams in the NFL be affected by it. I think, and we talked a little bit about it last night, friends of us together, if you're more of a finesse team, it affects you more. That's just my opinion. Like, if you're a physical style of football, I think that, the rest or the rust, I think, doesn't apply usually as much. Not to say that Ohio State certainly is not soft. Not that they're, but you could tell it was just off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a 14-point deficit in that game, and that was their first 14-point deficit since 2022 against Michigan. So it's not very common for a Ryan Day-led team to be in that position. So I think, like you said, that bye has to say something. And it's not just the bye, but like you said, almost a month of not playing football. I mean, there definitely has to be a rust factor playing into that fact.
No doubt about it. And I'll say this, too. Julian Sayin is special. That kid is about as accurate of a thrower of the football that you are ever going to see. This computer's going to go off all day long. I got to figure out how to turn this damn sound off. I think that he is. You had Carson back on one side, who had been there before. You're like, okay, this guy, he showed the experience that, you were hoping for if you were a Miami fan. On the other side, I think that you definitely saw a kid in Julian Sayin his first college football playoff game that is going to be like next year, and we'll see how long he ends up staying in college. Ohio State's going to be a top 3 preseason poll team next year. They're losing a lot on defense, but you're coming back with Jeremiah Smith. They'll get some studs at running back, to come in here probably better than what they had this year. But, I mean, I am so impressed by how good this kid is that they're not – Ohio State's going nowhere.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the fact that they, the running back room, you lose guys like Travion Henderson, you lose guys like Quinshon Judkins in the backfield, right? You have to adjust there. And you bring in a new quarterback, learning a system, but it makes your life a lot easier when you have guys like Jeremiah Smith who, I mean, Will, I don't think it's crazy to say, even though they got significantly outplayed last night and the Miami was the better team, I think it's no slouch to say that Jeremiah Smith is probably the best player on the field still.
Yeah. I'm going to co-sign on that. I think Jeremiah Smith is still the best player in college football. I mean,
he's spectacular.
He is. That guy, the size, the speed, incredible. But, man, I am so looking forward to Miami playing next week or whenever the hell they play. This, I don't know. I still don't know what day it is. Is it going to be? Do we know?
I think it is. I think it's about the 8th or 9th. I think it is about a week away.
Yeah, they're going to be in Arizona playing the winner of Georgia and Ole Miss.
Yeah, the Fiesta Bowl. Yep. All right, yeah. It gets all screwed up to me on the days of the week. And consider I'm like, okay, wait, that was New Year's Eve, so that's Thursday. But yeah, back to Saturdays. We'll look
championship on a Monday.
God, which should be the Rose Bowl. And speaking of the Rose Bowl, That will take place today. Did you see the weather out in California? Let's take a look at the college football playoff matchups today as we're just getting started. Will Chambers, Eric Casarez in today for Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here with my good friends over at Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. It's Gilchrist Automotive. They're always hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. Adam Vinci is the GM right between I-20 and Highway 80. The year-end sales event, it's going on. Massive, massive savings. How about this? 0% for 60 months and no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Ford Escape, the Ford Explorer, the Transit Van, the Super Duty, the F-150. You can get 0% for 72 months or 60 months and the no payments for 90 days on a Mach-E and a Ford Lightning. Adam's got the largest selection of Super Duties that you're going to find. F450s, 350s, 250s, full-size Broncos, Raptor F150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. Maybe you want to lease it. You get a 48-month lease on a Mach-E for $480 a month. The Bronco Sport and the Ranger, 48-month lease for $399 a month. And the F-150, the Explorer, and the full-size Bronco, 48-month lease, $499 a month. PlatinumFord.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Tolos know where the place for breaking sports news is.
From NFL Network, Jane Slater.
I get a text message, and it's from Trayvon. He just writes, "Thank you, period. They just released me, period." And I was like, oh, my God.
Even when you're on holiday vacation, just know we keep grinding. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Playoffs, brought to you by Hyundai. Week 18 of football is upon us as teams across the league face off for the final playoff spots in home field advantage. Denver and New England are certainly favorites, but in a conference with so many heavyweights, who will survive? On the other side, Seattle and Los Angeles have shined all season, but will the reigning champs have something to say
Ball playoff today as we head into the Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts, and we'll talk about the big matchup with Oregon and Texas Tech that gets us going here today at 11 a.m. locally. But man, how about Arch Manning yesterday and that game with Texas and Michigan?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say too much when you have a quarterback that leads the team in passing and rushing. I mean, he had some crazy RPO plays. He broke off a 60-yard rushing touchdown. He had another one where he had one safety to beat, went to the left, beat him, got another touchdown. So he was on it yesterday. And in a game where it felt like early on it was going to be a defensive battle.
It totally did. And I don't like bowl games. I think they're, at this point, they're ridiculous outside of just the two programs that are in it and those fan bases. And look, I'll be the first one to be like, look, if Kentucky's in a bowl game, I'm watching, okay? I get it. Outside of that, and I think I speak for most people, are like, who cares? Who's even playing in these games? I was interested in Michigan and Texas because they were playing their guys. You had Bryce Underwood on one side, you had Arch Manning on the other, and I know you got guys that are in the portal and all that stuff. I thought Arch Manning, coming into this season, the two top teams in the country were Ohio State and Texas, to me, and Penn State, I should say. I had Penn State number one. That was what it was. The reason why I had Penn State number one is because, well, we know what they have coming back. We knew what both of those teams, Texas and Ohio State, had coming back, except for the quarterback, really, and what we were going to see. Julian Sand, we saw very little of. We saw some of Arch Manning, but it's not like we saw greatness from Arch Manning. So I was like, I'm going to wait and see how good these teams are going to be until I see their quarterbacks. And Arch Manning obviously had his struggles all year. So he didn't live up to anywhere near the hype, right? That is obvious. But if you're a Texas fan going into next year, I feel really good about what I saw yesterday. I thought Arch was terrific and really, really tough.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. I mean, he has the size of an elite quarterback that you want. And so he's only going to continue to get better. I think a lot of it had to do with the pressure of being a Manning. You know, that could get to you. So, and then just being with Texas.
Yeah, did you notice, by the way, they I saw this on SportsCenter where he they gave like a what's it called? Caption basically of what he was saying on the bench. He's like, I'm going to stop giving a bleep. He said, he was saying that to teammates, and I'm like, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it's all about right there. Right. Like, I just got to stop, like, I don't care. And he was getting hit all over the place. I mean, look, it takes time. Sometimes it just takes time. We are so fast with these quarterbacks now. And part of it is because of the fact that these guys are growing up playing 7-on-7. Quarterbacks have never been more ready or ready more quickly than we've ever seen before. Back in the day in the NFL, if you had like Carson Palmer, who sat a year behind John Kitna, Aaron Rodgers sitting behind, Brett Favre, if you had that it looked like setting them up much better to be a better quarterback. But now, because of the way that they run offenses in college, like, they're ready to come in and be effective, but sometimes it doesn't need to be or need to look like it immediately.
Yeah, and I feel like overall in general, football has a quarterback development problem. Like, people just give up on these quarterbacks way too soon, and I think you just got to be patient with some of these guys. I mean, there's a reason that Arch was so talented coming in because, and they knew it. You could see the physical tools that he has, and so yeah, I mean, there's definitely speculation, of course, because the games that he did play really bad in this year, it was concerning, but he also played really good against some of the lower tier teams that keep in mind. But I thought how he looked at the end of the season, the Texas A&M game, and then now how he looked at that Michigan game, it's only up from here for him.
Yeah, just building some confidence, going up. Look, Michigan's got, some serious talent on that side too. All right, today, New Year's Day, 3 games. By the way, anybody else feel like it was a total buzzkill last night right after like Ohio State and Miami ended? For me, I'm like, all right. We all kind of looked at each other like, it's 10 o'clock.
What do we do now?
What do we do now? Like, we're all hanging out, talking, having a good time. And we did, we had a nice time. But I was just like, man, really wish we had another game to go to. But we get 3 today. and it starts at 11 o'clock on ESPN with Oregon and Texas Tech in the Capital One Orange Bowl. What are your initial thoughts on the games today, or just in particular what we're starting with today with the Red Raiders?
Yeah, I mean, the Red Raiders, I think they're being overlooked in this matchup. I think a lot, and I don't think a lot of people are giving them credit, but I would say I'm a little worried, Will, just because we were talking about the 0-5, the teams being on the bye. Like, how much is that affecting them? How much is it going to affect Tech? And Oregon got a little bit warm-up game against JMU, which JMU sneakingly actually played pretty good at the end of that game. I was surprised that they ended up covering.
Yeah,
granted they shouldn't have been there.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of am watching that game. It was just, we are bigger than you. We're faster than you. What are you going to do? And Oregon's just running away from them. And then towards the end of the game, I'm like, all right, well, how much is Oregon just this game has been in the bag for an hour and a half?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, but that's what it felt like to me.
And you can't bet against Dan Lanning in a night game at home. You can't do that. So, I mean, we knew that they were gonna be outmatched. We knew that they were probably gonna win, and yeah, probably they were looking more towards this matchup today because they knew they were gonna probably have to go and play Texas Tech. So I'm super excited about this game because when you have two teams that play really good defense, and Texas Tech especially,
yeah,
their defense has been phenomenal this year. Right, when you have those teams, Texas Tech has only given up about 11.8 points per game. Looking at Oregon, they're giving up less than 15 points per game. So, are they going to cancel each other out today? Are we going to see a shootout? Or are we going to see a lower scoring game?
Yeah. I mean, I think both teams do play good. The strength on strength is obviously Oregon's offense versus the Texas Tech defense. I agree with you that I wonder how much more that is going to play into the teams that we see here today. Does it affect Texas Tech? Does it affect Indiana? Does it affect Georgia on, the layoff with the other three teams, coming off of actually playing in competitive football, within the last month? Oregon to me, all season long, in the first, after I think the third game of the year, that was when I declared, okay, I think Oregon is my national champion. And then because I thought, all right, well, we're going to see, because when you've watched Oregon play over the last several years, they've had really good quarterback play. I mean, they've had Bo Nix, they've had, Dylan Gabriel, they've had, a bunch of good guys at quarterback. Dante Moore is better than all of them. Dante Moore is the best quarterback they've had since Marcus Mariota, and Dante Moore to me is better than Marcus Mariota. So I thought, this team is just going to get better and better and better. And they're a really good team, but I never really saw them get to the point where I expected them to get to. I can't, what I just said about the James Madison game, we're bigger than we're faster, but I can't take anything much away. I personally don't, just because it's James Madison, and all respect to him. What are we doing here? That's not that's like a midseason game, non-conference of, somebody that's good, but almost like an FCS team to me. No offense. I don't know if I can expect them to just turn it on and be the team that I expected them to be all year when we haven't seen it all year, and especially against a defense like Texas Tech.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this game goes today because, is the outcome of the game going to affect Dante Moore's decision to stay another year?
Yeah.
Is he going to end up declaring? Is he going to stay another year? I have no idea. I mean, with NIL, there's no telling what these college guys could do. I mean, they can make so much money in college. So, if they get blown out today, God forbid for their sake, they get blown out today by a Texas Tech defense. They're all over them. Dante Moore doesn't play good. How much does that influence his decision to stay another year?
Yeah, that's a really good point because I think the same thing too when it comes to Alabama and Indiana. Ty Simpson.
Yep.
How Ty Simpson plays in this game or in these playoffs, I think for both quarterbacks, is going to determine. It's undetermined. I mean, that's obvious right now because they haven't said anything, but I think it legitimately is. I think for both of those quarterbacks that they will not come out, they will not go to the NFL unless they put some really good stuff here moving forward in the CFP. Because otherwise, is it a low year for quarterback coming into the NFL draft? Absolutely. But they could benefit so much more by staying another year or becoming, that much better because they've shown some really good. Dante Moore hasn't shown really bad. Ty Simpson has shown some bad, particularly in the last, month or so. But I totally agree with you there on that. Back to Tech. I think the Tech, is it going to be like what we saw with Indiana and SMU last year, where they made it into the playoff? They're kind of, they're not a blue blood. They're not a team that's used to being in this position. How much does it affect them? Does it at all? I don't know. That's a question to me. I don't know. I think that the team that Joey McGuire put together and how much money that they spent on it, like they went out, I was talking, my brother-in-law, huge Ohio State guy, another guy there, huge Texas Tech guy. And those are the things that he was worried about. And I said, I don't know, man. That administration went out and paid for studs. Absolute studs. And sometimes when studs come in, they expect to win. And Texas Tech is a team this year, to me, that is expected to be exactly where they are.
Yeah, and everybody felt that, a lot of people, especially Tech fans, felt that Jacob Rodriguez should have been a Heisman finalist for how good that he was on that side of the ball and leading that defense. So one of the best in the country for sure. And I think both teams are as good as advertised, but it's fair to say that Oregon has a better resume coming into this game. And so Tech playing in the Big 12, they beat up on BYU twice, which, BYU, no slouch there. But
no,
it's fair to say that Oregon has a better resume going into this game. And so that's why I think Tech is coming into this one thinking, hey, man, we're being slept on in this matchup.
No opponents had at least a 40% success rate this year offensively. The national average in all FBS games was 42.7.
Wow.
That's just like on offensive series this year. They are exceptional. Oregon's a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to do, this is just not good radio and just saying I have no idea what to think here. I really don't. There's a part of me that just as a football fan wants to see Oregon reach their potential because I think they can be so explosive and so much fun to watch. So I'd like to see that. I'd also like to see Texas Tech beat that team too, right? I mean, there's no better story in college football, save you the game we're going to talk about next, than what Joey McGuire has done with this group. And you mentioned Jacob Rodriguez, David Bailey, 13.5 sacks on the year. I think I hope and believe this is going to be a really, really good game. What I don't want to see, and I think this is possible, is what Oregon did to JMU early because Texas Tech has had the layoff. And then all of a sudden, Baron Morton, and you're relying on him to totally bring you back. And, if he's healthy and he's good, Tech is good. When he's not healthy, then it's real shaky.
Is it more concerning if Tech comes out and looks sloppy offensively, but their defense is standing tall, or is it the other way around?
No. That doesn't concern me. It's a great point, a great question, I think. Because I think getting in rhythm offensively, you can get that going. We saw it last night with Ohio State, right?
Yeah.
As long as your defense can keep you in the game and Oregon doesn't, start running away from you like they did with James Madison, then yeah. So, great question. I think that the concern, there would not be as much of a concern there. But if it's like Oregon goes up 14-0 on their first two possessions, then I start getting worried. 3 o'clock on ESPN, you've got the Rose Bowl with Alabama and Indiana. The All-State Sugar Bowl tonight with Ole Miss and Georgia. When we look at all three of these games, do you see three good games? Do you see a possible blowout? What's your take on, or what do you think these games can where they're going to go.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about that Georgia-Ole Miss game, especially with all the news with, now that Lane Kiffin's out of the building there with Ole Miss, the storylines there, Kirby Smart being in this position multiple times. I don't think it's crazy to say that Kirk Cignetti has definitely been the best coach in college football this year. What he's done with a bunch of 3-star guys and turned them into a powerhouse this year for Indiana. But Kirby Smart has proved himself in this spot. So going into
I don't know what planet I'm on.
Yeah.
With Indiana. I don't know what planet I'm on.
I mean, just watch the Mendoza interview.
This is insane. The Indiana story is one of the craziest stories in the history of sports. You can have Villanova back when they beat Georgetown. And Villanova wasn't a slouch of a program, right? I mean, they were, Raleigh Massimino, it was a decent program. But, I mean, that year they were just okay. And when they beat Georgetown, Patrick Ewing and that crew, you can have, and we see in college basketball a lot, the George Masons, the ones that the VCUs, they make a run. But none of those teams were a top-level team like throughout the regular season, and then do that 2 years in a row. When coming from, and this is legitimate, like literal, the worst team in the history of college football. And they are, I was beating the drum for them last year. I'm like, I know everybody wants to joke around like, oh yeah, it's a good story, but when they face somebody good, they're going to get pounded. Yeah. And then I watched them play Ohio State, and this is last year, and I go, okay, maybe the stage was a little bit too big at the moment, but they fought in that game. They really did. I mean, that was a solid battle, I thought, and I was like, just Ohio State just overpowered them. Been there, done that. That's who they are. They get in the playoff, they lose. To come back this year and to be even stronger, to look like legitimately the best team or the top 2 team in the country, this is insane. This is Indiana. And also, by the way, any of you fans out there, for any other program that may be kind of like mine, like Kentucky, I am never, ever letting the excuse be that, like, well, what do you expect? You're whomever. Yeah, BS. Because Indiana, look at what they're doing. And if Indiana could do it, anybody can do it. So I'm done with that whole bit of it. But this is absolutely remarkable. And Eric, I'll say of any of the 3 games today, this one to me could be the blowout. I think Oregon, Texas Tech, I don't have a great read on.
Yeah.
We just talked about it. I could go both ways. I could see Oregon jumping out to a big lead, Texas Tech not being able to come back because Texas Tech has been off. Oregon is explosive, all that. I could also see that's one of the best defense. I can see it being close.
Right.
Spoiler alert, I think Ole Miss is going to beat Georgia. We'll get to that here in a minute. Indiana could blow out Alabama in the Rose Bowl. IU is a 7-point favorite over Alabama. What world are we in?
Yeah. No, I'm all in on Indiana. I mean, spoiler alert, that's my national championship pick from the get-go, and it's really after that Big Ten championship game, seeing how they went into that atmosphere and won that game, and then and not only that, but just if you haven't listened to Fernando Mendoza's post-game interview,
it's great.
It's inspiring. It's freaking awesome. After I watched that interview, I was like, yep, that's the guy. That's a franchise NFL quarterback.
It kind of reminded me a little bit of, it sounded different, but it had a like Andrew Luck type of, Andrew Luck is, kind of dorky, kind of gosh darn, that kind of thing. And it didn't sound the same, but in that same vein, that's what Mendoza was like to me. And I go, man, they're a bunch of guys with a big-ass chip on their shoulder.
Yep.
Just like their coach. They completely embody they personify what their coach is, who's done an unbelievable job. On the other end of it, I think everybody needs to pump the brakes on Kellen DeBoer and the fact that he's not right for Alabama or vice versa. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill. With now, there's a team that was led by Saban, right? They were like known as the dynasties of college football, and they were around forever. So, yeah, I would pump the brakes for sure. I mean, a lot of people felt like, oh, they can't be in, a 3-loss team can't be in the college football playoffs. But look, they proved themselves. They beat OU. I thought OU was going to win that game. Straight up, I was wrong.
Yeah, at home, too. And the way that Alabama looked against Georgia, here's the thing. What we have to understand in this day and age now, we're never again having, quote-unquote, Alabama or Georgia. We're never having it again. Those days are gone. The days of the absolute dominant team for like a 3 or 4 year period, I mean, we just saw the closest thing we're ever going to have to it, which is Ohio State, and they just lost last night. I mean, that roster is the most stacked roster that you had in college football.
Yep.
And they just lost. Alabama and Georgia more recently had 5 stars backed up by 5 stars who were backed up by 5 stars. With the transfer portal and NIL, we're not having that anymore. So whatever your expectations are, if you are in Georgia or you're in Tuscaloosa, you can't have them. Just can't have them anymore. It's not the way college football is going to be. Alabama this year, their biggest issue is protecting Ty Simpson. That's it. If you protect him, he is really, really good. He throws a great football. But when he doesn't get protected, he doesn't look very good. And that's pretty much every quarterback on planet Earth.
Yeah, we saw that in the OU game the first time, too.
Yeah.
He played bad. And then that was a big reason why Brent Venables' defense had great success against him. So how is Indiana going to come into this game early on and put the pressure on him, which we know they're going to put it on him early?
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, they're going to be tenacious. Again, I wonder, so like we were just talking about how, the layoff affects you, as a team. The more physical type of team you are, I think the less it affects you. So I don't believe that it would as much with Indiana, but Indiana is not the best. Well, Alabama doesn't run the football very well. That favors Indiana. Indiana doesn't really, they're more about Mendoza, and throwing the football. It's really, all about him on offense. It is raining like hell out in California. We saw it last night if you were watching the, Ohio State Miami game where they were showing the weather out at the Rose Bowl raining. It's supposed to be raining like all day today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of floods in Cali. Yeah.
Yeah. Who
Southern
knew?
Cal.
California. Southern California is getting some rain. Good for them. How that affects how the game is played tonight, because both teams, I think, want to throw the football. I like Indiana's defense better, but I think that I feel like that if they are getting pressure on Ty Simpson, this is when Alabama has looked like their worst, and that's why I think like this is the game today that could be the blowout.
Yeah, no, it could be. And shoot, they're pretty big favorites in this game, if I'm not mistaken.
7-point favorite.
Yeah, I mean, how likelihood of you're going to see Indiana be 7-point favorites over a team like Bama? That's crazy. Like what year? Like
in your life?
It's 2026 now. What year are we in?
I don't know how. I mean, this is like the drunkest NFL year that we've ever seen.
Oh my goodness!
And now I got Indiana, the number 1 team in the country, coming into the college football playoff, and a 7-point favorite in the Rose Bowl against Alabama. Absolutely crazy. Ole Miss and Georgia. Did you see the story here where it's possible the All-State Sugar Bowl being played, in New Orleans, that Lane Kiffin and the governor, whatever his name is, of Louisiana may be attending the game tonight?
Oh, my goodness.
That's just what we need.
I'm here for it.
So you think Ole Miss is going to get him?
Yeah.
And how much is that predicated on the fact that they were up 14 in the game that they played earlier in the season?
I mean, that's my top 2 reasons why I believe this is because of that. I watched that entire game, and that was back and forth. And, Ole Miss had a 14-point lead on Georgia. And if you watch Georgia play all year, not really all that impressive. honestly, right? I mean, they started out the year, with Marshall and Austin Peay. They go to Tennessee, 3-point win. Tennessee, not that great a year. Then they lose at home to Alabama. They kind of sneak by Auburn. Then you had the Ole Miss game, and that was back and forth. They sneak by Florida. They get a 3-touchdown win against Mississippi State. They play well against Texas. This is when they really started getting their footing. And then I was expecting, and so for me, I guess maybe you could call it my own bias. I mean, watch Georgia Tech upset Georgia and Atlanta. I was waiting for it. It didn't happen, but they beat them 16-9. Right. And the most impressive thing that they have done all year was in the SEC title game against Alabama. And I don't know how much of that was Georgia versus whether it be in Alabama. But it's because of that game where all of a sudden, all I hear ever since is, oh, man, everybody, watch out for Georgia. Watch out for, and I feel like most people say this because it's Georgia.
Yeah.
And what we have seen from them in the last, leading up to what I believe now is a completely different era of college football with a transfer portal and NIL. This Georgia is not the Georgia from 3 years ago. It's not. We're not having that anymore. And everybody, I think, is falling back on that belief that, well, Georgia's still really good. Yeah. They're not that much better. They're right there with anybody else. That's where I think, and then you add in the fact that Ole Miss, going through all that they have gone through, are probably galvanized by the fact that nobody thinks that they can beat them because their coach is now in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, and then there was clear dominance with previous Georgia teams. When we had the Bamas and the Georgias of the world facing off against each other, it was clear that those were the two best teams in college football. And you knew that. And so now it's fair to say we probably won't ever see that again. This year, I mean, Indiana's been probably the most consistent, but there were arguments for Ohio State being the defending champs. Outside of that, there were really no clear-cut best teams. Everybody felt like anybody could beat anybody else, or they had at least one or two bad losses that you could chalk that up to. So this game is interesting, and this one's going to be my favorite one that I'm going to be tuning into because of the storylines with Lane Kiffin, and now you brought up the governor, situation. That's going to be interesting. And then also, Will, when these two teams played 10 weeks ago, combined 78 points.
Yeah.
I think Georgia's defense has got significantly better over the course of the season.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And Kirby Smart is a guy that I don't like to bet against. So I'm not saying that Ole Miss can't win this game, but I don't think it's going to be as high scoring as that first matchup. I expect both defenses to make the adjustments needed, and I think we're going to get a good game, but not as high scoring as that first matchup.
I think Ole Miss's defense has gotten better too.
Yeah.
Not to the extent that Georgia's had. I really like Trinidad Chambliss. I think he's a really good quarterback. I know that it's kind of awkward, and you wonder, all right, the fact that you've got, his name just escaped me, Weiss, Charlie Weiss's kid, is the offensive play caller. That he's still there, but he is, he's the LSU's OC, actually, but he's still coaching this game. I mean, I think it's more important because, Lane Kiffin was not the play caller for Ole Miss this year. He's not. I mean, it was Weiss. Having that continuity, I think, really helps as well. But it's these types of situations that I go, if I'm on Ole Miss, if I'm Trinidad Chambliss or, any one of these kids on this team, I am sick and tired of hearing about my old coach.
Yep.
And also hearing that, well, nobody's really giving them a shot because, their coach is gone. Like, dude, that's BS. We're here because of how we played. That's why I really feel like this is going to be an upset here today. I mean, more than anything else, that's how I feel about it. They're really good. They're multi-dimensional offensively. They run the football with throwing the football. They can run it with Chambliss as well. Yeah, Georgia's defense is good, but it ain't the Georgia defense that we have seen in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he has an opportunity, Trinidad, of course, to light up the scoreboard. We got to see it a little bit, I mean, actually a lot against Tulane. And they had already bulldozed them earlier in the season. So the fact that they kind of got a little bit of a tune-up going into this game, I think that's going to be super interesting. And they know that they put Georgia on the ropes before. A 14-point lead, that doesn't go unnoticed. I know it's a completely different game, completely different neutral site territory, but they absolutely have the firepower to keep up with this Georgia team. I think it's going to take a big game, though, for him.
Yeah. Lacey, the running back for Ole Miss, Kawan Lacey, he had a bad game against Georgia, and ever since then, he's been awesome. But Georgia's offense, has not been great. They have averaged about 4 yards a play, 35% success rate, and 3 games of 20-plus yards against Georgia Tech and Alabama. And like I said, everybody's looking back at how they just, ran away from Alabama in the SEC title game, and they're like, look out for Georgia, look out for Georgia. And I'm like, I'm watching that game, I'm like, I don't know what I really saw there. I need to see, this total explosiveness from Georgia.
And it felt like also a letdown for Bama, too.
Totally.
Yeah. They just didn't show up.
Yeah. Which, and again, I can understand, criticism on that level with Kellen DeBoer, but it's just, it's different now. And he's a different type of coach than Nick Saban was. But yeah, that was a bigger takeaway that I had, as opposed to how good Georgia looked, where I was just like, man, Alabama did not look very good to me.
Yeah, well, we got a text on 940 says Georgia will hammer them with the ground game. It will be close. Georgia ends up winning by 10.
Okay. I don't see it that way. I really don't. But again, I may be just shouting into the wind, because I think I'm the only person on planet Earth that thinks Ole Miss is going to win this game. I don't know if anybody else thinks that.
I don't totally disagree with you, but I think the worst thing for an opposing team of Georgia is the fact that they don't think they're the best. Remember when we thought Kirby Smart had to convince his team that they had a chip on their shoulder, that they needed to do something scary? Now they know that. They know that they're not the best. They know that they can struggle, and I think that makes Georgia terrifying.
It could. Yeah. It could. And again, another part of it, too, Georgia's got I just gave you the offensive numbers. And Georgia hasn't played a game in a while. And you just had, Ole Miss. And I thought, okay, is there anything, not that I expected Tulane to give them a game, but the fact that you do have familiarity, is it closer than the regular season game? Not like, oh my God, look out. Tulane could upset them. I'm not saying I thought that in any way. But I thought, could it be closer, just the fact that, you played them earlier, you kind of know what you did wrong, are you going to attack them? No, not even close.
I'll put it this way, Will. I think it would be crazier if you had told me going into this weekend that Miami was going to beat Ohio State in the fashion that they did, then Ole Miss's chances of winning this game.
Okay.
So
see,
I don't think it's a bad take.
I'm pulling Eric. I'm pulling over. He's coming over to my side here, guys. You hearing that? Hey, who said
because
I'm
how
not?
often
Who said I'm not a salesman?
How often is it that you beat the same team twice in the same season? It doesn't happen very often.
Except if you're Ole Miss, who smoked Tulane. But again, Tulane.
Yeah, but everybody knew that was going to happen.
Hey, whatever. All right. Coming up. Let's get into the Cowboys here on Home of America's team. Yesterday, some news on Trayvon Diggs. The tweet that I saw this morning that made me laugh my ass off about Trayvon Diggs. What that for you as we open up the 8 o'clock hour here. Will Chambers and Eric Casarez here. And Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found. Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest
It's the news coming yesterday. Oh, wait, real quick shout out to Eric Chiafalo, who's actually up. How about that? Because I just texted him. We're trying all these different logins here. I can't really do it. And I'm thinking, this dude just had one of the most fun nights of his life. Gotta be going. And one of my favorite stories ever, and you guys, have probably heard it before, about how Eric dipped out on game 5 of the ALDS when we all walked down to the clincher against Baltimore. And all of a sudden, I turned back around, and Eric's not behind us anymore. And he was like texting. He's like, I can't believe you guys were sitting down there watching it when the Rangers clinched it. And earlier in the night, I had just asked, we were talking about, he asked me, what about, your favorite sports memories of, being in a venue for, a clinching game and all that, and I went back to, we were talking about that, and he literally dipped because he was worried about us getting caught. When we went and sat down, like 4 rows behind home plate. So, and I was, I covered the Cotton Bowl last year. Incredible experience. And he went and he got to see the Cat 5 Hurricane as Miami defeats Ohio State. But he's trying to help me log in here. And it's not working. This is what happens when you take some time off. All of a sudden, I don't even know. My credentials here, nothing for crap. I have no idea. My computer saves every password I have on there, and I can log in. I can't log into anything. But the news yesterday, coming from the NFL, Eric, that former Cowboys cornerback Trayvon Diggs was claimed off waivers by the Green Bay Packers. A 2-time Pro Bowler, and I saw this tweet earlier. I don't know if I could still get to it because, of course, right when I went to it, it was it refreshed. But somebody was like, if the Bears torch the Green Bay Packers in the playoffs and the Cowboys end up getting the 19th pick, that'll be the best thing that Trayvon Diggs has done for the Cowboys this year. Or no, you said the only thing that Trayvon Diggs has done positively for the Cowboys this year.
Right. Man, what a... when that news broke, I was shocked that it ended up being that early. We knew it was going to come. And, with everything with the cap hit and everything, I'm glad that, it was time for them to make that decision. And so I think they made the right decision. And, there was speculation about, the reason that they ended up releasing him was because that he wanted to stay in Washington for the holidays and Brian Schottenheimer didn't grant him that access. And look, that was just one thing over another. That was just a multitude of things that happened of why Trayvon Diggs got released. So they ripped the Band-Aid off. You get to save the money. You have some decisions to make. But this is the start of what you had to do going into the 2026 offseason. And I think they handled it well, and it was time. I think it was overdue. So to me, going into 2026, Trayvon Diggs going to be with the Green Bay Packers, has the same agent as Micah Parsons. Going to be interesting to see how it works out for them because the Packers defense hasn't been consistent, especially since with all the injuries piling up now. Micah Parsons is now out. Their corners haven't been playing all that well. So they think Trayvon Diggs can come and put a spark for that defense, that secondary, Jeff Hafley's defense. They're going to need it because over the last few weeks, they've been spiraling.
I was reading this from ESPN.com's Aaron Schatz yesterday. They were going through NFL playoff fatal flaws, the weaknesses that could send 16 teams home early, including 2 this weekend. And he talked about the Green Bay Packers and concerning weakness, and this is before the Trayvon Diggs news, defending the pass on later downs. The Packers' pass defense on first down is 3rd in the league in DVOA, which is just like a power rank.
Right, of course.
Different analytic that just shows, okay, how good are you really?
Yep.
Boy, that was about the lamest, way to come up with how to explain that, but still, you get it. On 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down, the Packers rank 26th in DVOA and allow 5.9 net yards per drop back. So, yeah, that has been an issue for them. Now, whether or not Diggs is going to come in and help that in any way, I have no idea. because Brian Broaddus and I talked about this yesterday, and look, it's been a point of discussion for this entire season. You haven't been able to rely on him. To me, this all for the Cowboys was, we have somebody here that has absolutely no accountability. What are we going to do? And they just picked up his whole contract, right? I mean, they're, obviously since they claimed him off waivers, that they're going to take, the rest of that contract. And maybe that is different because he didn't want to be accountable here because of how he feels about this situation or that situation and just how things have become what they have been in the last 2 years. Maybe that's it. Or just maybe this guy is somebody that you absolutely, in any situation, when it comes to playing professional football, is somebody you can't rely on.
There's only two things that I regret not seeing Trayvon Diggs with this defense ever since he's been on this team. Now, I will defend this man to my grave and say that he was an elite cornerback in 2022. He locked down some of the best receivers in the league. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin. He shut them down. You look at the numbers, when he went up against those guys, covering them, man coverage, everything, he was shutting them down. That was the last time we saw Trayvon Diggs be an elite lockdown corner. And this was a year after they were calling him an interception merchant because the year before he would give up big plays, but he would jump the routes.
Yeah.
And that's when they had Al Harris.
Yeah.
So the two things that I regret with Trayvon Diggs since he's been on this team is we never got to really see him and DaRon Bland shine together. It was always Trayvon would be on, DaRon Bland would be hurt. DaRon Bland would be hurt, Trayvon would be on. So that was my regret number one. Regret number two.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot on reaction, from that. And I agree. You sign both these guys, and they both have been all pros, and they were never on the field together. You just can't get them on the
field together, yeah. Yeah. And regret number two was the fact that, and we saw this in Pittsburgh, I would have liked to seen Trayvon get a little bit more reps at safety. Because I think that's starting to, as you get older, you start getting burnt a little bit more. Move him to safety. He's a ball-hawking guy. We saw the Steelers do that with Jalen Ramsey, and I feel like that's kind of revitalized his career at the later stages. So that's only regret number two for Trayvon Diggs.
What do you want to see this team do in the offseason?
I am pro re-sign George Pickens.
Okay.
And it's... Look, I understand the concerns. I mean, there's got to be concerns with the character that he has, and we saw this with Dez Bryant, right? Like he was noisy. He kind of had that diva mindset, and it's a hit or miss type of thing. You either love it or you hate it. I love it because I think the Cowboys have lacked culture for so long in terms of winning the big games when it matters, and we see that in spots when they have to go on the road and play a big game, or when it's a playoff atmosphere and they have to be prepared, they have to lock in. Something always goes wrong. They always feel unprepared. So you have to have guys that can come in and be like, hey, that's not okay, right? Like, hey, let's get fired up.
Eric, all right, that is actually the exact point I made on CeeDee Lamb when he was beside himself during the first quarter of the Packers game.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I know how everybody can look at that like that's a problem, and I'm like, no, that is a dude that is passion. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. No, that's passion. And look, it goes to coaching, it goes to scheming, it goes to preparation. There's a lot of things, but you point that to culture. And so when I saw George Pickens, and I don't know if you watch the Sound of Sidelines every week for the Cowboys, they post it on their YouTube channel. I recommend watching it because you kind of get to see more of a player's perspective of how they feel when the game goes on.
That's the great part of Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You get to hear and see. Yeah,
exactly. And I love seeing that. So I watch them every single week, and I saw the one with George Pickens against Washington earlier in the season. I think it was week 6 or 7 or something like that. And we ended up blowing them out, and George Pickens was bullying Marshawn Lattimore in that game, toying with him. And he was up in his face, talking to smack, saying, I'm that dude, I'm going to be here the whole game. And when I saw that video, I came to the conclusion that this guy has to be on our team next year. You can't lose that type of energy because there's something different with him. In terms of just making the big play when it matters, firing up the team. CeeDee Lamb, feeding off of his energy. You bracket him, then you got to worry about CeeDee Lamb. You bracket CeeDee Lamb, you got to worry about Pickens. So, look, I understand the concerns, but the way he's revitalized this offense, the way that him and CeeDee Lamb's chemistry has helped this team, I just don't think you can let that guy go. And I understand there's money, but we have the money now to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, all the points you make, I completely agree with. And this is what I said to Brian yesterday, because Brian agrees, bring him back. The problem that I have with it is only that if you do it, I know how the Cowboys are going to handle it.
Wait till the last minute?
Well, that's one. But they're going to pay the money, and then they're going to go bargain shopping for the other stuff that you need.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that is going to get it done, because you need help badly at linebacker. You need help at safety. You need help at cornerback. You need more help on the offensive line. Not that you got to go out and, get a free agent starter there, but you need an edge rusher. You need stuff. Now, I think that they're closer, in my estimation, than they were in the last 2 years. I've been saying for a while, I think they're 4 guys away from being 4 guys away. I don't think that's the case anymore. But you need to go out there and get guys. And Broadus made the point yesterday. Don't do the bargain shopping. Go out and get some guys. Now, we could talk about Max Crosby and all that, and I think that would be sensational, terrific, get that. It doesn't necessarily have to be Max Crosby, but some more guys like that. Go after getting, it's a trade for Quinnen Williams, but go out and get another guy or two like that, or something to solidify this more than just relying on the draft, and then, a couple schmoes here and there. Yeah, you hit on Javonte Williams. Great call. You whiffed big time on Murray. Miles Sanders, is he even still part of the organization? Like, whatever happened with him?
Yeah.
What else did they really do?
Yeah.
So, if you don't sign Pickens, it does leave a lot more money out there to do something like that. And I think they might do that if they do. That's the only thing, because, look, you can't watch the team this year and be like, I don't want to see George Pickens back with it. How could you possibly? Yeah. That was so thrilling to watch, and especially with the year that Dak just had.
Yeah.
With these guys. Sensational. Absolutely sensational. I'd love to see it back. But for them to get better, knowing how the organization handles this stuff, I don't know if it's the right move.
So what you're saying pretty much is that you think if they end up doing the decision and paying George Pickens big money, that's going to tell them that they can settle and not make other moves.
It'll hinder what they do elsewise, because
they got priority number 1 done. Yeah. No, I completely agree with that, and that's the way Jerry operates. Now, we can say that we want them to be aggressive, but the fact of the matter is they're still going to have to go make the moves. And so it starts in free agency. We know that they're going to draft well. I feel like Will McClay and Jerry, that front office, they hit on their draft picks. Yeah, they don't hit on everyone, right? Like Mozzie Smith was a miss. Taco Charlton was a big miss. Like they have misses, but you also have some big hits too. So I think it's just be like Howie Roseman. I mean, I hate to say it. I hate talking about the Eagles, but yeah, be like them. There's a reason that they've been to that many NFC championships in this century, and we haven't. So
sad it is.
Yeah.
So sad it is. All right, we'll get back more into the Cowboys in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's look ahead to this weekend's lead up to the NFL playoffs. Who's playing for what coming up this weekend? We'll do that as we return with the Fan Phenom Eric Casarez. Will Chambers here for Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Disagree with the boys? Who hasn't? Let them know by using our Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Sean Shreve here for Trajan Wealth. Start the new year off right with a game-changing financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth today to figure out how to make your New Year's resolutions stick. Make sure you have a game plan for your retirement. Find out how easy easy it can be by calling Trajan Wealth today for your free consultation. That's Trajan, Trajan, wealth.com. I've talked about them for a while now. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first.
still coming down in Pasadena. We'll have more on some college sports coming up here at 8:40 with the Fan Phenom Eric Casarez. I'm Will Chambers. Got Jet Nelson back in the Pimp Cup on the ones and twos, and Chelsea coordinating your video on YouTube, Twitch, and 1053thefan.com. It's Sean and RJ here on your home of America's team. And Happy New Year, everybody. There was a question yesterday that came across in the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text wondering how many octaves lower my voice was going to be this morning. I was a good boy last night, for the most part. You know, getting in here early. I know you guys. Damn, Jet, you had to be here, what, at 3?
I was here about 2:30. Yep. I was taking
Did you
care
go
of
to
those.
sleep?
Yeah, I got to get 4 hours or so.
Yeah.
Got to bed about 9.
You had a nice little nap.
Yeah, a little nap. Yep.
Yeah.
But I got my news reports done this morning, and a good 2 glasses of coffee. Got me through it.
Send him some love here.
Yeah, we appreciate
877-881-1053 for Ted being here all evening long. Did you watch any of the balls drop last night? And I know you didn't. You said you got 4 hours of sleep.
I did not. No.
No.
I was out. Yeah.
Right.
First time in my whole, I don't want to say my whole life, but first time in a while that I missed the ball drop.
Like I was saying earlier, it just felt like such a buzzkill, like right when Ohio State Miami ended.
Yep.
Because you're like, we all just kind of looked around like,
do I turn it to ABC now?
It's 10. That's what we did. It's like it's 10 o'clock. I guess we'll throw Seacrest on or whatever. I mean, we were listening to it. We have music going, and I didn't hear the performance. I was just looking at it, but I couldn't take my eyes off of it because Diana Ross is 82 years old. 80 freaking 2 years old, out there doing it. I'm like. And nobody could believe it. Everybody at the party was just like, she's probably in her 70s. I go, absolutely not. She's got to be in her 80s.
I think we just saw Cher, too. Wasn't she on SNL a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Cher killed it. Like
she did.
Like, is she
She's
in the
not
80s,
that, no, she's not that old. She's younger than Diana Ross, but damn. I'm like, hey, how many 80-year-olds do you all know? They're not moving around that great. Not most of them. God bless you if you are. Especially if you're up with us here early on a New Year's Day. We got games on Saturday, Eric, in the NFL. I'm thankful for one thing when it comes to the NFL this weekend, that it's Week 18 and we don't have a bunch of games that don't mean anything. Because this was honestly when the schedule got extended and they went to 17 games, I'm like, man, we are going to have like so many years where the last 2 weeks, and really more so the last week, just so many games that don't mean anything. Let's say like draft position. We do this weekend, and it starts on Saturday at 3:30 on ABC and ESPN, where you got Panthers Bucks, and then later on that night you got Seahawks 49ers. Still games, that matter. The 1 seeds are obviously up in the air, much more so in the NFC, but the, Broncos still in a battle with the Patriots for the 1 seed. Bears and the Eagles still fighting out for the 2 seed. So we still have some jockeying for, position here. What are you looking forward to? What do you want to see this week? What has your eye?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely most excited for that 49ers Seahawks game, and it's because I feel like I've been sleeping on this 49ers team a little bit too much. Brock Purdy in the last 2 weeks
has been fabulous.
Phenomenal.
I mean, really good.
10 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. I mean, and he's had his fair share of struggles. And I can't help but think, Will, that earlier in the season, we were talking about the possibility of Mac Jones taking his job.
Yeah.
Which I never went down the road to saying that it was a definitive thing, but I considered.
Well, because you do have a lot of people out there that are, I guess if I could say, Brock Purdy deniers. I'm not saying that I'm like 1,000% sold on Purdy. Like, look, if it were my team, like for anybody out there, would you be like, oh yeah, I'd love to have Brock Purdy as quarterback of the Cowboys? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that.
Yeah.
He's kind of that type of guy. So I get it. And then you're in Kyle Shanahan's offense, And Mac Jones, to your point, was playing pretty damn good. I mean, they've been without Purdy for damn near half the season.
Situationally, situation matters. And so, obviously, with Purdy being with Shanahan and that front office, that helps his case. If you put him over here in Dallas, it's not the same effect.
Yeah.
Or if you throw Mac Jones.
Totally.
Like Malik Willis is playing phenomenal right now.
Yeah.
He's playing really good, great backup, probably going to get an opportunity somewhere else. But the thing is, if he gets an opportunity, gets paid big money to a team like the Jets, that's not the same as playing under Matt LaFleur.
No question. And this goes to, I think, the bigger point on, really, to me, coaches and how much coaching matters in the NFL. Because we all feel good about the fact that, all right, Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the NFL, right? The best quarterback. I mean, Josh Allen is playing better, certainly had a better year and all that. But we all look at Mahomes as being the best. Is Mahomes as good as he is if he doesn't go to Kansas City and has Andy Reid?
That's a great question. And somebody brought up that point to me a couple years ago. I think it was last year. My buddy on my podcast, he asked me, if you switched Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes, if you gave Joe Burrow, Zach Taylor, and Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, or no, Joe Burrow, Andy Reid, and Patrick Mahomes, Zach Taylor, how much different is that? Like, would Joe Burrow be able to do the same thing or even better than Mahomes does with Andy Reid?
Eric, I said this for like 20 years growing up. If you had Dan Marino on the San Francisco 49ers, they don't lose a game for a decade.
Yeah.
It would have been ridiculous. Taking nothing away from Joe Montana, who I believe is I think Joe's sensational. But Dan Marino, when you watch the NFL at that point, there was it was almost like the Peyton Manning, Tom Brady kind of thing, where Tom wasn't doing anything really spectacular, but he played winning football. Like, he put the ball exactly where it needed to be. He got it every play that he needed to. He didn't take sacks. It didn't take negative plays. He just did all the right things. But then you watch the Colts, and it's Peyton shooting out this and that and going all over, moving guys, shifting guys, getting the right play, throwing for 50 touchdowns. It was Peyton Manning was better statistically, Tom Brady winning all the Super Bowls. That's the way it kind of was in the 80s and into the 90s, where you're like, when you watch the Dolphins, but when you watch Marino play, Marino's the best quarterback. Yeah, Elway in there too, but Marino was the best quarterback. Montana's winning all the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
So, I think that, Mahomes would be great. How many Super Bowls would he have if he wasn't at Kansas City? I don't know. But having him with Andy Reid means all the difference in the world. The reason why I predict before this season started that Detroit would miss the playoffs and that the Bears would win the division was for one reason and one reason only.
Ben Johnson.
Coaching.
Yep.
That was it. That is the biggest thing to me. And so, San Francisco, and this is where it gets tough if you have a defensive head coach or the CEO head coach, that you run the risk of getting, the great coordinator and then they leave, instead of having the great coordinator being your head coach on the offensive end. I think the world of Robert Saleh. I was pounding the table. I was beside myself on the blame and how he was getting crushed when he was head coach of the Jets. And I'm like, what are we doing here, people? This is insane. He doesn't want Nathaniel Hackett. He wanted to fire him. And that's the reason why this offense looked like garbage and the defense looked good. And then sure enough, what do? They fire Saleh, and then that thing falls apart faster. It was like a melting dessert right in front of your eyes. It was terrible. And he has been sensational this year with that defense, considering all that they had lost. It's crazy. But I think coaching matters so much.
Yeah, it does. And going back to that point where you're talking about Robert Saleh and, the blame that he got last year, that was a whole catastrophe in New York with the Jets. And they were scapegoating him, but they, Joe Douglas and Woody Johnson, how about the way that they were handling things too? So, yeah, coaching absolutely matters. And And the thing with Saleh is that I love about him is, I wanted the Cowboys to get him, not Eberflus. I wanted the Cowboys.
This is why I asked Jerry the other day that exact question. It's a very difficult thing when you're looking at, and hindsight is always 20/20. But to me, how do you let Robert Saleh out of the building and then go with Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah,
and Jerry himself said, he's like, we almost didn't let him leave the building. But that's on them for getting Eberflus because, why?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's a very safe hire. And honestly, with Robert Saleh, it almost feels like it's now a too good to be true situation because Robert Saleh has stated multiple times that he wants to coach again in this league, but he's not in any rush to. So he's not going to leave San Francisco until a right opportunity presents itself. So I think he's learned a lot from that Jets situation. So whenever he gets that next coaching job, he's going to be sure of it.
I agree. Now that was one, and coming up at 9 o'clock today, I'm going to ask Eric and Jet here, pick your DC, pick your new defensive coordinator. And to that point, I would not choose Robert Saleh. And there is a specific reason as to why that is. But we'll get into that coming up at 9 o'clock. I want to head back into the college world. Anybody hear what Steve Sarkisian had to say yesterday after they beat Michigan in the bowl game? Pretty good stuff. And the most worthless institution in the entire world just proved itself once again. That's next here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, Happy New Year, everyone. It is myself, Alec Medford, and Fred Davis from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. talking all things college football playoffs. Join the fun 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Get you healthy, keep you healthy, boys and girls. We're going to start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real
YouTube, Twitch, or on 1053thefan.com. Appreciate you being in with us, and Happy New Year's, everybody. Welcome to 2026. I called the NCAA the Kremlin forever. I think that's giving them too much credit. I really do. And we're going to talk about that here coming up in just a few minutes. Miami, boy, what a win last night in the Goodyear Cotton Bowl, 24-14. We will have a new national champion. Can I hear some Jimmy Johnson here? He didn't go there, did he? Did he do it yet? Oh, boy. I can't believe he would do this to everybody. I don't know. But we have a new
How about them Hurricanes?
Oh, no.
Oh.
How funny is it watching Michael Irvin on the sidelines? I looked at one point where he's doing, that stretch, one knee out there, and he's like completely stretched out. The lunge, yeah. Like, look at him, like he is something else.
Or the BTA. Or the B2A or whatever.
Oh, yeah. It loves calling it. Love it. Tell you what, it was just one of those games. Coming into it, I thought, all right, can Ohio State handle the pressure of that Miami defense? After what we saw with them versus Indiana in the Big Ten title game, I was like, all right, is that just the fact that you came off of the Michigan win for the first time in a while? You weren't really playing for much. It's a Big Ten title game, but, I said this to start out the show. I hate it when people are like, well, if you need this to be motivated, motivation comes in different levels, all right? Yeah, they were motivated to win the Big Ten title game. Were they as motivated as Indiana? No. And you saw it, and you kind of understand why. I didn't know if it was simply that or if it really was an issue. They were without Van Sickle, their starting guard, and, man, Miami brought the lumber to the Ohio State Buckeyes, and they will move on to face the winner of Georgia and Ole Miss, who will battle tonight in the college football playoff quarterfinals. The other game of note yesterday was Michigan and Texas. Eric, I don't know, how do you feel about bowl games? You watch this crap?
Yeah, no, I'd say as I've gotten older, I've watched them least. I don't watch them as much. Yeah, I watch them less. I should say.
I was more into this one because of the fact that you had their players are playing.
Yeah.
You had Bryce Underwood and you had Arch Manning. Okay, you got me. I'm going to watch the game. Terrific back and forth battle between the two. And Arch Manning was terrific. 21-34, 221 through the air, 2 touchdowns, 155 on the ground, 2 more touchdowns, and they beat Michigan 41-27. If you're a Texas fan, you're like, okay, this is the Arch, maybe this is the turning of the corner, hopefully, for him going into next year where he will be the quarterback that a lot of people expected him to be this year. And we noted earlier that it was pretty funny seeing, and ESPN picked it up there, did the caption of, reading his lips on the sidelines, talking to like one of his teammates, like, I'm just not going to give a bleep anymore. Like, there you go.
If that's what it takes, do it.
There you go. Head coach Steve Sarkisian. I don't know. Which one do you guys go with? Sarkisian or Sarkisian?
I'd keep it at Sark.
Sark?
Just
keep it easy.
Very easy. Yeah.
Interesting comments from him afterwards on what his team did this year.
Sark, we say what we always say at the end of the season. We appreciate the access to you, to the program. We appreciate the cooperation, everybody. We always enjoy working with you and with the staff. And it's even more enjoyable when it ends on a day like it did today, and we appreciate the time again.
I'll say this as well. We appreciate you. And like I told the team today after the game, it's a privilege and an honor to put on this helmet and to wear this jersey for our players. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be the head football coach at the University of Texas. We don't take that lightly. And if we're going to play a game, we're going to play it Longhorn football style. And we were able to do that tonight. We appreciate all the fans that made it to Orlando to support us. We appreciate our fans for the support they gave us all season long through some tough times. But, man, it sure felt good kicking OU's ass in Dallas. It felt good kicking A&M's ass in DKR. And it sure felt good tonight kicking Michigan's ass. So appreciate Longhorn Nation, man. Hook 'em horse, baby.
That's a kick-ass conversation. We appreciate that, Sark. Thank you.
All right, y'all. See it.
All right.
Hey, that's at least a better soundbite than when Sam Ehlinger, they're throwing a little throwback for you right here.
Yeah.
Sam Ehlinger, was the Alamo Bowl in 2017 or something like that?
Back.
Oh, we're back. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a lot
You're
better
right.
than that one.
Fair. Eric, that's fair. But my God, sometimes these coaches, I'm like, you couldn't help yourself, could you? You just couldn't, It's just one more pot shot to be like, of what we did this year. And the whole thing leading up to it, I'm like, great, And normally I just dismiss it as like good coach talk. It's, your own radio network, post game, good. But come on. All this does is sets up for some clown like me to go, bro, you lost to Florida. Florida went 4-8 this year. You went to overtime with Kentucky, arguably the worst team in the SEC. And if they weren't, your next opponent was, and you beat them by a touchdown in Mississippi State. Miss me with it. Just no. Nope. I get, people talking about the argument on having Ohio State on the schedule hurt them. And if you put somebody else, on the schedule and Texas ends up, 11-2 and they get in the playoff. Maybe not. Because we watched that team all year struggle. And they had some good wins. Vandy's a good football team, and they beat them soundly. Outside of that, what is, up until A&M, and at that point, you were definitely on the outside looking in. A&M meant everything to you, everything. There was all the things were on the line, and there was nothing on the line for A&M. And yeah, you beat them by 10. It's just kind of like, miss me with that.
Yeah, they won the A&M game pretty much the same way they won the Michigan game last night, just running the football and doing the RPOs with Arch Manning, broke off some big runs, and he put the dagger in A&M late in that game, which it still hurts as a Aggie,
no
as
doubt.
an Aggie fan.
So I'm like, okay, sorry. Shout out to the boss, the Hockey Hawk Spittle. Sent that over this morning. Hearing that, it just, that's perfect for guys like me, for guys like us, to talk about. By the way, I mentioned this earlier, too, and I wanted to get this on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. The 817 Cher brought up Cher, like 81. Cher's close, 79. Also, my grandmother from the 940 is 99, still self-sufficient, takes her trash out, walks, gardens, still hand-making homemade tortillas. She's a dog. Yeah.
Dog indeed.
No doubt. This is... Look, I don't expect now that we are on the 1st of January or you're in late December and you got college football playoff going on, the end of the NFL regular season, that college basketball is going to be anything really newsworthy. Until this story came across. Has anybody heard or did this go under your radar on Baylor on Christmas Eve? Announcing it had signed 21-year-old 7-foot center James Najee. Be like, who gives a crap?
I saw it and I was like, yeah, whatever. I didn't need to click on it. I thought until it really blew up.
Right. To be perfectly honest, and look, I'm Mr. College Basketball, right? Myself and Hagee, like we're the guys that we watch regular season games. We're into it. I didn't even know it. One of the guys from KRLD came in while we were at a break last when I was on with CA, and he handed me the news story. And we were busy with all the other stuff, and I'm reading. I'm like, is this for freaking real? So I wanted to bring it to attention today. Well, if you don't know who this cat is, he was selected 31st in the 2023 NBA draft by the Detroit Pistons. He was later traded to Charlotte and then to New York Knicks. And he's going to be playing for Baylor this year. You may be out there asking, how in God's name is that possible? Well, it's because the NCAA is the most worthless institution in the history of the earth. or if you've got a more worthless entity out there, please text it in 877-881-1053. Remember like 15, 20 years ago when everybody used to clown on the United Nations? You guys are really young. You may not.
Yeah, I was about to say, the UN, it's been a while.
It used to be, the UN was a total punching bag. Anytime like, UN, like, they're not going to do anything. And look, I'm not saying it was, right or wrong, but it was. The NCAA is like the personification of that, like times 1,000. It is so ridiculous. Now, the reason why he can be eligible is because the NCAA has felt that since he played pro ball in Europe and didn't actually play college basketball, he wasn't one that like entered his name into the draft and then could like take it back. So they're saying, oh no, because we don't have international rules for that with those players, that he can do this, that Baylor could do this. And by the way, I am not criticizing Baylor at all in any of this. I mean, if you could do it, you could do it. And look, I'll be totally transparent. There have been pro guys. There's a guy in Kentucky right now that played pro ball over in Europe. I don't like it. I don't like that they can play in college basketball. I hate it. So this isn't on Baylor. This isn't on teams that do it. It's the fact that you can do it is absolutely insanely ridiculous. And here is my old head coach and now the current head man at Arkansas, John Calipari.
This is an easy rule. We can do this, NCAA. Don't tell me about lawsuits. If you join a program at midseason, you cannot play that season. If you're in school and have to get yourself eligible, that's okay. You can play the second term without playing the first. What? So now, let me ask you this. What does that do for the kids in the program that you're bringing kids in at midseason when it was their opportunity? I mean, I just don't get any of this. And again, Tommy, Mark Few, myself, we got my son, their sons are in this. I just want to help it before I'm out for my kid. I'm very selfish. But it's for that. But this stuff here, I just gave you what we could do. I'm going to give you one other. The collectives on our campuses, whether you're doing it through your media people, whatever, cannot be involved in recruiting in any way or transfers. But if a kid's on your campus for a year, give them what you want to stay. So we'll get more kids staying. How about this? It'll be great for them academically. They'll probably make more money, but they'll be academic. We're not going to have kids leaving after transferring 4 times. What's the percentage of kids that make the NBA? Unless you play for me. What would be the percentage? Like it's like 1% or less?
I mean, he's absolutely right. He's so right here. This, to me, is not hard. Why do we make things hard when they're not? I don't, for the life of me, I'm just like, look, when we talk about this amateurism versus professional, I get it. It's murky. I don't have the problem with the paying of the players and all that kind of stuff. I feel like, yeah, look, when it's name, image, and likeness in the whole sense with the Ed O'Bannon thing, yeah, look, they should be compensated if their likeness is being used in a video game, if they're selling jerseys and stuff like that. But because the NCAA fought this for so long, they fought this so hard that the United States Supreme Court had to shut them down and saying this is Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Justice. Nowhere else in America can businesses get away with agreeing not to pay their workers a fair market rate on the theory that their product is defined by not paying their workers a fair market rate. That's how ridiculous it is. And now you have, if you go into the draft, if you get drafted, if you are a professional, you shouldn't be able to play college again. It is that simple. By the way, the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, there is 5 different people that texted in the U.S. government on the worst entity in the world. That made me laugh while I was listening to Calipari. Somebody else texted in FIFA. Is this not nuts to me? Or is this not nuts to you like it is to me?
I mean, yeah, but it's like, NIL's changed so much in college sports. Like, I can't believe that it's gotten to this magnitude. Like, you would think that by now we would have this all figured out, but it just keeps getting worse.
I I just very simply want it to be like this. When you enter into the NBA draft, you have the opportunity to pull yourself out, and then you're eligible. But if you get drafted, if you are in the NBA, you can no longer be in college. Now we're going to have different colleges that are recruiting NBA players that haven't played any minutes. Oh, my God. I can't even believe it. All right, let's get into stuff that matters. How about that, huh? Pick your defensive coordinator. Who do you want next here on The Fan?
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Six Ole Miss coaches for their game against Georgia in the college football playoff are also coaches at LSU. That's called a distraction. Georgia will roll over the Rebels because half the staff is not focused on this game. Book it. I'm Drake Toll.
The best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
What is new?
He's coordinating your video on YouTube, Twitch, and 1053thefan.com. Who is the best in the NFL? We'll debate that coming up at 9:20. Taking over for us today in the KNC Masterpiece will be Alec, Medford, and Fred Davis. So we'll talk with them later on this hour. But here on your home of America's team, it's time to look ahead to the Cowboys next season and what likely will be a change at the head of the defense. And we don't have anything definitive yet. It all but looks, at least to me, correct me if you look at it differently, Eric, that we'll be looking at a new defensive coordinator next year.
We better. I mean, that's the only thing I could say. We better be looking at a new defensive coordinator. You know, Eberflus, I said when I came on here the first time and I did my Fan Phenom tryout and I talked to Fred and Blake about this, I said that because they asked me about Eberflus, and this was the week after we had got embarrassed by the Bears in Chicago, because it was like week 3, right? And they asked me, you know, how much of the blame is on Eberflus, and I defended him. I'll admit it. I said that I thought he was working the best with the personnel that he had. I felt like, because at that point you didn't have Quinnen Williams. You know, Kenny Clark was still new to the system. You didn't have Logan Wilson, which I say Logan Wilson, but even though they hadn't been playing him that much, you didn't have Overshown.
They didn't play him at all in the last game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was pretty much no snaps at all. Overshown, like you said, that's a different burst of speed on the field. That adds impact there. You didn't have Revel back there yet. He was still coming back from his injury. Kalen Carson didn't come back yet. Trayvon Diggs at that point, or I think DeBron Bland at that point wasn't back yet either. So the defense looked a lot different at that point. And so to me, I defended him. But as the season got on, you know, like you got to make adjustments. And we saw Mike Zimmer last year at the beginning of the season really bad. Towards the end of the season, we got something, at least something to where you could tip your cap and be like, all right, you worked with what you had. With Eberflus, I'm like, man, you got Quinnen Williams, you got Overshown back, you got Revel, and the defense, though the run defense softened up just a little bit, tightened up a little bit, it didn't get much better.
This is one of the biggest issues I have with the Cowboys. And it stems from, we talked about this, CAA and I did, at length, the morning after they hired Brian Schottenheimer as their head coach. And my issue wasn't necessarily, or specifically the hiring of Schottenheimer as a coach. It was the fact that they consistently look and get people that they are comfortable with. And that was why my whole point was Jerry is not comfortable being uncomfortable. Now, he contends that. I mean, he says, no, in fact, he talked about it in the press conference. And he's just like, if you think I'm not comfortable with being uncomfortable, like, you're dead wrong or whatever. Like, no, you making situations uncomfortable with ambiguity, as you talk about, that is your comfortability. That is what you're comfortable with. When it comes to hiring people that, like, are strong personalities, are people that you aren't already familiar with, you don't do it. Why in the world would you let Robert Saleh leave and hire Matt Eberflus? I mean, he's never been a great defensive coordinator. I mean, he had like a top 15 defense twice with the Colts. That's it. I mean, what are we doing here? I don't get it. And that's what makes me wonder, like, these names that get thrown out for the, the person that is likely to take over for Eberflus, like, well, who's it going to be? Now, going against what I just said, like, if they went after Al Harris, which from all that, we know from guys that are, plugged into the Cowboys, like Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt, that there is some contention between Al Harris and Brian Schottenheimer. So it probably isn't likely. But, like, Brian Flores? You think the Jones are going after Brian Flores? No, they're not. No, they're not. I would love to be wrong there. I would love it. And I don't know if Flores would leave for a lateral move. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, and Fred Davis with Brian, and Fred Davis brought this up earlier in the week, and I thought it was a great point on going after a guy that has been a head coach, but will be back as defensive coordinator because they're maybe not likely to get another head coaching look. Flores is going to get another look at some point. I don't know if it will be this offseason. If it's not, it'll probably be the next one. And I said last hour, I would not choose Robert Saleh, despite the fact that I think that he is the best defensive coordinator out there and would be like the best hire for 1 year, but it would only be a year because that guy's going to get a head coaching job. Somebody like, and this was what like Fred was talking about, like Steve Spagnuolo. I remember like for years, Dick LeBeau, an all-timer defensive coordinator. The Cincinnati Bengals snatched him to become their head coach. It was a terrible head coach. Went back to Pittsburgh and was still the same great defensive coordinator for like the following 15 years or something after that. If you could find somebody like that, like, I don't know if you could money whip Jim Schwartz. Again, these are things I don't believe the Cowboys do or will do, and I don't know why Jim Schwartz would want to leave Myles Garrett, but that would be somebody I would go get. I just don't see him doing it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and Brian Flores, like, so the text line 940 says Vikings can block a lateral move. Like, is there a situation to where if we paid him, he would be able to come over here? Is like how would that situation pan out if we were to try to get Brian Flores?
That I would hold on. Let me look into that.
Yeah.
Because I know there was some discussion. If anybody knows, that would be like because Fowler and Dan Graziano on ESPN were talking. They have a piece up where they're going back and forth and talking about coaching. I don't know about his contract when it comes to that, if that is legitimately the case. But it makes more sense they would be able to match it.
Yeah, because I mean, I'd imagine that. I mean, like you said, would he even want to leave Minnesota right now?
For a lateral move, I don't know. I mean, the only reason why you would do that is if, like he got a contract. Like, remember when Dan Quinn was, up for, I think the Broncos job and maybe another one or so. And, Jerry just opened up the wallet to keep him.
Yeah.
For another year. Maybe something like that. But.
Oh, perfect. They just said that Brian Flores isn't under contract for next year.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Look, and this goes kind of into the same discussion like we were having earlier to me when it comes to George Pickens. Because I go, well, all right. Yeah. I mean, as a fan, I like to see George Pickens back in a Cowboys uniform. But I know I've seen this movie before. They're going to sign him. And then because they signed him to money, they're going to go bargain basement shopping for all the other things that they need. And Stephen Jones is going to come on this radio station and talk about just that. You can't pay everybody when you got the contracts like this and this and that, because this team is the absolute worst team in the NFL when it comes to working the cap. Like, they're awful. They're so bad at it. They're terrible. The decisions that they make and how they do contracts, how they wait till the last minute, it's mind-blowing how good of business people you can be and how poorly you can run your franchise as far as like an entity, not in making money, but like on the football element, how you could do that business so poorly. It's mind-blowing to me.
I just don't want them to make an excuse that they don't have the money to spend to get a valuable free agent, because they do. Now, will they? That's a different conversation, but they have the money to do it. They freed up cap space on the Micah Parsons trade. They freed up cap space releasing Trayvon Diggs. They can free up even more cutting guys.
They can maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, still.
Kevin Hagelin did a fabulous job of this like a week or so ago of going through what the cap looks like in different ways that they can do all that. They should be able to do it.
Yeah, and a good point. The 940 number just brought up the last 3 seasons in Dak starts. Offense is good enough without GP. How do you feel about that? Because, I mean, a lot of people feel like, you sign George Pickens, then that diminishes the other chances of building around the defense, which is the main problem. Like, if we don't have George Pickens in 2026, like, is the offense, like, do you see the offense still having that same explosiveness?
No. It won't. But, I mean, will they still be good to that point? Yeah. And now it starts out the text being like tag and trade. That won't happen.
Yeah.
If you tag him, no one's going to trade for him. Because nobody's going to give up, the first round pick and all that to do it. It just doesn't happen. I don't know the last time some team, I mean, I could be wrong on this. I'd have to look it up. The last time a team traded for a franchise tag player, I can't think of one off the top of my head in a long time. But, yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is you can get wide receivers in the draft, and you can get them in the middle rounds, too, that are good. Are they going to be as good as Pickens? No, Pickens is phenomenal. I mean, he is awesome. And I'd love to see him back. And if you told me, this is what Brian and I talked about yesterday, that, okay, you're going to sign him to this deal, but then you're also going to go out and make some moves for the things that you really need, like linebacker, safety, cornerback, edge rusher. If you go out and get, one or two of those guys that isn't, Keith Murray, great.
Yeah, I can't see Keith Murray on the field anymore. I mean, it's
for real, dude.
It's just seeing missed assignments and I just don't understand how you could be so lost out there. I don't want to see him on the field anymore.
I don't think you will. I don't think so. Doesn't look really, really good. What does look really good? I want to know Eric's best team in the NFL.
Ooh.
I'm going to give you mine. We'll do it next year on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
RJ Choppy here with the greatest of Underdog. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas this season. Make team picks and player picks. Download the app, sign up, and you get $75 in bonus entries to make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-quick payouts, you get your profits fast. So download the app today, promo code TOLO, and get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto powered by Underdog. Predict trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For information, visit
week per source, a blood clot was detected in his lung. Got caught early before anything bad could happen and will be fine, but not playing this week. So that's kind of scary, but good that they found it early.
Yeah.
So that he'll be okay.
No, absolutely. And good that they found it early, but you know what's not good? Not that he obviously has that, but that doesn't help the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' chances of making the playoffs because for those that don't know, the Buccaneers and the Panthers game was supposed to be for the NFC South title. But since the Buccaneers have been losing all their games, and they just lost against Miami, even though Carolina lost their game to Seattle this past week, Tampa Bay doesn't control their own destiny anymore. Now, that game is not for the NFC South. Not only do they have to beat the Carolina Panthers,
it's interesting.
They need the Saints to win against the Falcons.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's that doesn't really help their chances there.
No. And, boy, quiet as it's kept, Tyler Shook has actually looked pretty good.
He has.
I mean, who was... I want to say it was Lou Riddick. I could be wrong. I think Lou Riddick was the big Tyler Shook guy, like coming into the draft. And I was just kind of like, man, I don't, I mean, we all know I hate Louisville, but I'm like, I don't know if it was anything that special. I mean, he was just kind of like wowing people at the senior day or the Senior Bowl. He's looked pretty damn good.
I mean, it goes back
Looks like they might be all right.
It goes back to the conversation we were talking about with these, giving up on these quarterbacks too early. Some of these guys are super young. Tyler Shook was a guy that played a long time in college. He was an older guy coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
And I said this.
Yeah, he's like damn near 30.
Yeah, and going into the draft, I knew he wasn't going to be as high of a prospect as, somebody like Cam Ward or anything like that. I never expected him to be on that level. But I did think, watching a little bit of film, that he had the best tape out of the guys. And that's because he's older.
Okay. Hey, there's something to be said about that. Guys that have a lot of snaps in college. I mean, look at what Bo Nix has become.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. There's just, I think there's something to that. I really do. I never understood, these guys. I'm like, what are we watching here? The Bears taking Mitchell Trubisky, Zach Wilson, the
Trey Lance.
Well, Trey Lance, yeah. I was about to say Trent Richardson. Not who's my guy, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. I know some Tollers right now are laughing like Will and Anthony Richardson. I was like, what are we doing here, guys? That guy, at no point, and I don't think at no point in his entire life has he looked like a quarterback, ever, ever, never. Great athlete, not a quarterback. This is something I love talking about with people just when we're all like talking sports and talking NFL, because this has been the craziest season. And this is going to be so much fun in the playoffs, except if one scenario happens. Not going to go into it, but I think we all can guess what that is. However, I don't know if I can definitively say right now, I'm like, these two teams are going to the Super Bowl. Can you?
No, not at all. And the AFC, I mean, you could tell me that.
I mean, I'm going to make a prediction here, but I can't. I'll qualify it myself.
Oh yeah, no, fair enough.
Go.
And I will say the AFC, it's so unpredictable to the point to where I think it makes it that much more interesting to watch. Now, people are going to complain and say that, it's not going to be the same because Patrick Mahomes and maybe Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, these guys aren't going to be in the playoffs.
And Josh Allen, the Bills are so flawed. Yeah,
exactly. But that's what makes it so much interesting because you have no idea who could win it. The Broncos, right? Could they win it with their defense? But again, Bo Nix, he doesn't have the experience. The Patriots, been a really great story this year with Mike Vrabel, turning their team around. They might be a year or two away. The Bills, they're flawed consistently. And then the Chargers, Herbert hasn't won a playoff game yet. Trevor Lawrence, he's been there before, but again, are you going to pick Trevor Lawrence to go to the Super Bowl? There's so many questions that need to be answered.
The statement you just made with the Patriots, they're a year or two away probably. Isn't that everybody? I mean, doesn't it?
In the AFC, probably.
Well, the only two guys that we could look at. It's Matt Stafford, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, Matt Stafford, and that's it. Everybody else would be like, no, it's too early. Bo Nix, Drake May, maybe Jordan Love, right? Because they went to the title game last year. So I'll put him in there.
Well, technically, Brock
Purdy,
Purdy,
yeah. There was the other one. That was the two. Yeah, so Purdy's been to a Super Bowl.
Well, Jalen Hurts, too.
Yeah.
I mean,
but we have, that's right, the Eagles are actually still in it.
Yeah.
So, but I guess really what my line of thought was that the top teams, like in these conferences, it feels like, especially in the AFC, you're like, okay, it's Denver and New England. We can't even believe, like, do we trust either one of those teams? Because we haven't seen it from them at all yet. Like, they're going to win in the playoffs. So, like, what does it mean with them? Like, who is it? I'll make the prediction right now that I asked Brian Broaddus yesterday, I do believe that the Rams still are the best team, probably top to bottom in the NFL. So I'm going to go Rams-Broncos. But this is what I love with it, because, we talk about all of the time, when we're watching, games over at our spot over at Derby with, like, the Bears. I'm like, yeah, why not? Every single team, I'm holding on, I brought it up earlier, the piece from Aaron Schatz of ESPN.com, the NFL playoff fatal flaws, the weaknesses. You can poke a hole in every single team in the playoffs. Every single one. You could give any kind of argument as to why they will not make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and here's my thing. I don't know if this seems like a hot take, but with the Patriots, right? Like, they have benefited from a very easy schedule. They have a very easy schedule. I think I saw a thing where it was like the Giants have more wins against over 500 teams than the Patriots do. And like all their and that's crazy. And the Giants have won 3 games. So I think the Patriots have won 2 games against winning teams. But that doesn't take the fact. Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but I'm saying, like, they have benefited from an easy schedule.
I think it's a great point because those are the type of teams that you see get knocked out of the playoffs early that are high seeds.
But that's not the reason I'm picking against them. I just think that those 3 wildcard teams are so dangerous in the AFC that I wouldn't want to play any of them. I definitely don't want to play Houston. That with that defense, I'm not playing them, and I don't want to play. Well, I guess of right now, I mean, Jacksonville's not going to be a
I'll play Houston.
You'll play Houston?
Yeah, I'll play Houston. That offense is rough.
Yeah, but
it is rough.
But here, let me ask you this real quick. If New England plays either Buffalo, LA, or Houston, either of those wildcard teams, are you confident that the Patriots win either of those games against any of those 3 teams?
I think they beat Houston. I am just the defense is awesome. It is really, really good. If I'm going to pick a team because of their defense, I'm picking Denver, though. Houston's defense may be better. Yeah, they're more balanced.
They're more balanced.
They have their offensive line is so atrocious. It's really bad. It would have to be a Cincinnati Bengals type run for them to go to the Super Bowl like Burrow did with that team, with that bad offensive line. But even then, they had a pretty good defense.
Yeah, their defense was actually pretty solid that year.
Yeah, so and this is obviously a much better defense, but C.J. Stroud ain't Joe Burrow. But I can't see it. I can't see it at all. I still want to say I'm not going to rule out the Buffalo thing. The sneakiest team to me in the entire bracket is going to be Jacksonville. We've all kind of been waiting for Jacksonville to get to that next, for Trevor Lawrence to be the star that we all thought he would be.
Yep.
Because, for a lot of years, they were drafting really good defensive players. They've been pretty good on defense. Now, finally, Trevor Lawrence, the last, month plus, has been pretty damn awesome. Now, the run game has become, has slowed down a little bit. But, they got Jacoby Myers at the trade deadline. I think they could be the sneakiest team going into it. So I'm going to say right now, for me, it's going to be Denver and the Rams. But it would not surprise me if Jacksonville ends up going to Santa Clara.
Yeah, I got to double down on my Super Bowl pick from the very beginning of the season, and I got to stick with it.
Okay.
I got to stick with it, and I'm not changing my mind. I still think it's going to be Bills and Rams. I still believe that wholeheartedly. And it's just, I think it's because of I have so much respect for Josh Allen in these spots.
You know what? That might have been what I had too. I know I had the Rams. I can't remember who I had in the AFC.
I cooked with the Rams because I knew that everybody was saying Philly because defending Super Bowl champs. Fair enough. People were talking about Green Bay because they got Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
But from the very beginning, I was Rams are the best team in the NFC. Going into the season.
Yeah, especially with how it ended for them last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was like, I thought the Rams were going to pull that out against Philly
in the snow.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. I don't know if the better team won necessarily. Sometimes just games go that way. But I knew I was I was definitive on the Rams. I can't remember who I thought in the AFC. I know I had the Chiefs missing the playoffs though. I did have that.
See, I wouldn't have the confidence to say that, which is actually like the people that did.
Bobby Belt and I last year, like the whole year, were just like, God, this team is just not that good. It's so hard to bet against them. And then they just kept winning, and they win in the playoffs. You're like, damn, Mahomes is so freaking good. And then they got smoked.
Well, they were winning all their one-score games, and all the one-score games that they played this year, they were losing. So.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Tale of 2 years.
All right. Well, it's been a fun morning, my man. Let's cross it. We'll do so with Alec and Fred next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday, first show of the year. Stephen Jones at 4:30. What you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock? Join the nation 2 to 7 here on The Fan.
What is new at Wild Fork Foods? How about a prosciutto leg? Are you kidding me? Who else is offering that? You can sit there and slice your own salt
Looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Going to be a good time.
Absolutely. Pleasure.
How's your guys' morning? Happy New Year.
Oh, tired. Very tired. But we're going to have a good time today.
How's the gut? How's the stomach feeling today?
Oh, I'm fine. Like, physically, I'm feeling fine. I'm just more tired than anything because I stayed up longer than I intended.
Yeah.
So it's not even like it's not even the hangover. It's more like I just didn't sleep enough. I'm big on sleep. Like, for a 24-year-old, I need my 8 hours, if not more. Like, I'm a stickler when it comes to that. So, yeah, running off of like 5.5, 6, no.
Well, we can get into another men's health discussion like we did yesterday since Alec brought to sleep.
How do you feel about prostate exams? I mean, you've got a while, but
yeah. I can go for 10 minutes on the sleep thing. Wait until you get in your. I'm like, I got a whole mess of sleep stuff that's going on right now. I don't even know where to begin on that. How about you?
You got something to keep you up at night or what?
My brain. I mean, yes, I do. My brain probably more than anything else. How'd you take in the game last night? Ohio State, Miami.
Here at the studio.
Yeah. That's right, of course.
Yeah,
Fan After Dark.
We were here at the studio, and then shout out to Tim Collins for letting us knock off an hour earlier. Blake Elliott, being you younger generation, you guys like to go out and celebrate New Year's Eve, so we cut out an hour early. Shout out to Khaki Kevin for doing what you guys do behind the glass, so we're able to do that last night.
Hey, not everybody got to celebrate last night.
What's that? Why, you didn't either?
Right. No, I was out before midnight last night.
Yeah. Giddy for today's show?
Jet was in here at 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, look.
That is correct.
Well,
why?
By the way, just, shameless plug here for Fan After Dark. Haiku Writer of the Year, Jet Nelson.
Okay. All right.
In fact, Jet Nelson, the inaugural Haiku trophy right there.
Wow,
so
is that right?
You weren't here yesterday for it.
That is true.
It was a unanimous decision. Jet Nelson, his haikus, second to none. So
can we get a little taste?
Off the dome.
They want to
put them on the spot. Why don't you?
New Year's show. Let's go.
I mean, I need some flavor here.
Just for people that are listening on the audio mediums, I want you to know that there was not a real trophy.
No,
it is a box of hot chocolate with a Tolo sticker across the middle of it.
I would not decline that.
That's exactly right. Do we know whose hot chocolate this is, by the way? Because it says bariatric pal, so I'm guessing this has got some sort of like gut implications to it or something like that.
Naturally, that would lead us to Broadus.
Yes.
I'd throw in for a choppy if Bassick was still here. That might have been the lead.
Fair.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a good call.
Yeah, easily. What'd you guys think of the game?
I mean, what we were to watch of it, I saw somebody this morning tweet out maybe Ohio State was a little more fraudulent than we thought.
Ooh. I'm going to disagree.
They said, here was the point. The three legit teams they played, Texas, Indiana, Ohio State, or Michigan. You put up 14-10, 24 points. Everybody else you beat the you-know-what out of. Just something to look at.
I more than anything else, and this is what Eric and we really led the show with in talking about, and this is not to excuse, because Miami is really, really good.
Yeah.
And that defensive line especially, but on both sides of the ball, they played the style of football that they want to play, the team that they want to be. You saw it last night, and they were the better team. But my God, these layoffs have got to stop. It has to.
I don't disagree with you one bit there.
Look, you had all that time off, and Miami was ready to go.
Exactly.
You get the 3-and-out right away. Ohio State does defensively. But then, didn't it feel like even though Miami just, exacted that, it was way different? You're like, holy crap. Ohio State, it took so long for them to get anything really going on offense. And to me, I can't help but look at it and go man, these layoffs are they're too much.
Don't let and I know our degenerate Jake's listening. I know Brendan Baxter's listening. I am. I picked Oregon to win. I got a bad feeling. I don't think, for one, I think the layoff factors into it. Texas Tech's never been there before. And they haven't seen anybody like Dante Moore.
We have no idea how that game's going to go. That's why we said that's probably the least predictable one.
To me, that's the one. I go, now look, I think I'm the only person on planet Earth that thinks Ole Miss is going to be Georgia.
You and some Martian probably. Yeah, that's exactly
I think that's probably
exactly it.
And I've heard the opinion. I think Indiana is going to blow out Alabama. So I know I'm not alone on that. I do not have a gauge on Texas Tech, Oregon.
But you like Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay, I do too. But you're the one freak show that thinks Ole Miss is going to beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Interesting. You know what? But let me tell you something. For you guys that haven't had a chance, and Eric, you haven't had a chance to, and Alec Medford knows, Sweet Willie C will come up with some crazy bleep off the dome.
That's right.
That you look at and say to yourself, what the are you talking about? In both directions. Now, he had, you literally had Cincinnati Bengals going undefeated last year.
That is a little bit of hyperbole.
Which I love saying. He had him going like 15-2.
I think I did have him losing like twice.
Something crazy.
It was like a 2-loss team.
But you were ahead of the San Francisco 49er demise before anybody else was. You hit 4 or 5 of your hits. I mean, it's not quite like Kevin saying that the Jets would win the AFC East this year, but still.
The quote-unquote, now I could say last show, I did have Kansas City missing the playoffs. I had Detroit missing the playoffs. I had Chicago winning the division, and Khaki Kev threw in there, you're going to go Caleb 4,000? I'm like, why not?
270.
270 to go.
270 to go.
So we'll see on that. Look, when I've watched Georgia play all this year, I think they're a good team.
Yeah.
But I think everybody looking at them, and I was hearing all week, like, man, look, Georgia's going to upset Ohio State. Georgia's going to upset Ohio State. And I go, I think you look at Georgia like 3 years ago, Georgia. It's not the same.
Not the same.
Their offense is pretty shaky.
Yeah.
Ole Miss had a 2-touchdown lead in the fourth quarter earlier this year against them. They went on a 17-0 run. Ole Miss they just dropped the bag.
Yeah.
And all of their games were pretty much close. They didn't really, I didn't think, look all that good in the SEC title game. I thought Alabama just looked really, hot garbage.
Bad. Yeah. No,
Fred, I got a question for you.
Got an answer.
So we were talking about this earlier, too. Do you think, like, if I were to tell you going into this weekend that Miami was going to beat Ohio State and Ole Miss was going to beat Georgia, right? Or, like, one of those things was going to happen, would you be more shocked that Miami beat Ohio State or that Ole Miss
beating Georgia? Ole Miss beating Georgia. Yeah, 100%. Because we heard all week that Miami was bigger in the trenches than, and like you said, I mean, Miami's got a good football team.
Yeah.
Like, let's not pretend.
Well, and the last time we saw Ohio State, Indiana was paying rent in the offensive backfield for Ohio State.
Look, Carson Beck was a projected number 1 pick 2 years ago. Right?
He's everybody's favorite punching bag.
He really is. Does the kid look a little strange? Yes, he does. Okay. Would I want him dating my daughter? Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah, he's massive. But he also looks like an animated sloth.
Yeah. That is,
drives a Lambo.
Yeah.
You know?
I know. He's got that over me.
He's got that over all of us.
I love my Blazer, but...
Look. He drives a Lambo. So, and didn't he date one of the Cavendish twins?
That's what
too?
I was just about to ask.
He's living the Vita, and he's at the U.
Yeah,
I mean, is this kid not cleaning up right now?
Well, I think that's why everybody hates him, because last year he had a rough year, and he was projected to be the number 1 pick and all that, and he didn't look very good.
No.
Now, I thought that everybody was a little bit too harsh on him because Georgia led the nation in drops. But I was like, I still think he's a pretty good quarterback.
He's still not a bad quarterback, exactly.
The last month, he's been awfully good. And I thought the numbers were not big last night for him. I thought he was absolutely sensational. I thought he was terrific.
He didn't lose you the game.
Oh, yeah, he definitely did not.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, look, he wasn't throwing pick six. I mean, that pick six early on in the game.
Keontae Smith, I think that was more of a real, it's not a good play by Sayan, but
great play by him, right? Jumping the route, Sayan doesn't look, he's so locked in, he's making that throw regardless. So, I mean, that's obviously something they would love to have back. Shout out to our boy Chiafalo.
I mean,
who was feeling nicey last night.
I texted him earlier because I couldn't get logged in earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way he's away. I mean, look, he's got, like $8,000, so I thought maybe. So I texted him, and sure enough, he's awake and help me get logged in.
Probably one of his kids texting you back. I mean, hell, they probably got his login. He probably texted them for the login.
Seriously, though, I mean, how awesome. I'm with my brother-in-law, who's a huge Ohio State, so I feel bad for him. My sister, they're Ohio State fans, but I was thinking, I'm like, Chiafalo, his family, they're loving it. Night.
Yeah, they are.
Night.
What a way to ring in the year.
No doubt. What do you guys have coming up?
We got Mickey Spagnola at 11 o'clock as usual, AM on the FM 1120. We're going to have Brian Broaddus at 12:20 of the G-Bag Nation Fair or Foul at 1 o'clock. And, of course, all the college football content because we're going to be live and local during the Texas Tech-Oregon game. So,
hell yeah, you are.
We're going to cover that thing from head to toe.
Sweet. All right. Well, hey, Eric, I will see you soon. That's the Fan Phenom, Eric Casarez. We'll see you soon. Go home with the KNC Masterpiece next year on the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The best story in the NFL this year. It has nothing to do with anyone winning games. It has to do with Phillip Rivers. Courage, overcoming fear, and also regret. My favorite.
Do it.
If you're at home, you've got about an hour till kickoff. Texas Tech and Oregon. What I want you to do is get that pregame show on, just for some light, some moving pictures in the background, but hit the mute button, turn that radio up. Hang out with us here today. We're going to give you the best coverage that we absolutely can here today. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved in all of the conversations today. You're going to use that at noon today as well. Going to do some Tolos on the telephone. If you got anything you need to voice, we've got plenty of stuff to talk about and stuff that is making people angry this week. Trayvon Diggs going to Green Bay. We're going to get into that coming up here in about 17 minutes now.
Okay.
It annoys me just because, the two knuckleheads are back together and they're already tweeting about it and stuff, and I'm so over it. You couldn't script this any crazier, but we'll get into that here in just a little bit. But first, I got to give you your flowers. Yeah. Night radio, right back into the midday. You're a machine, man.
Man, look, it's you guys know I love doing me a little radio. I mean, and hell, me and Jet, we turned around and did a 11 to 6 last week for Christmas Day, and I know our boy Blake did it on Veterans Day. So, hey, there's people out there doing real labor, and so having done a little roofing in my time, people being on roofs. First of all, being on roofs are just that's its own thing anyway. So, yeah, man. If there's a microphone and radio to be done, let's do it.
Let's do it indeed. And let us know what you got going on today. Let us know how you celebrated, hopefully responsibly, last night. 877-881-1053. And if you are hungover, if the stomach is a little bit, queasy today, you can just kick back, relax, and hang out with us here today. The dulcet tones of Fred Davis will soothe any aches and pains, as we all know. And you and I haven't gotten to work in this capacity together in a while. Last time we hosted together was at Taco Bueno. We had Jerry Jones on, and it's been a while since we've worked together, when the last thing I really remember about that show was you pressing Jerry about Mozzie Smith.
That's correct. Well, and you had a great look. And so think about it. And talk about how time flies. I asked him about Mozzie Smith. You asked him about Trayvon Diggs, even back then, because Trayvon Diggs wasn't playing then either, right? And so, the more things change, the more they stay the same. So, but if we really want to go in the way back machine, KNC masterpiece notwithstanding, the last few times you and I have done shows together, would have been a full almost 18 months ago. Jeez. You and I were on remote with Blake Elliott at Globe Life Field.
Yep, I remember this.
The redheaded baddie was coined. Oh. And then if we really want to go into the Wayback Machine, as I alluded to last night with Khaki Kevin Walker, my very first show here at the Fan, June 29th of 2024, it was me, you, and Khaki Kevin Walker on a Saturday afternoon from 1 to 5.
That's right.
So,
man, how time flies.
And now look at us now, 2026.
Yeah, look at us. Who would have thought? Who would have thought
people would have started their 2026 off with a little Alec Medford and Fred Davis, and of course Trevor back on the 1, 2s, and 3s. But here we are, and I'm excited about it. There's a lot, as you alluded to. Here's my question for you: do we get a heat check from Degenerate Jake?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He asked me probably 3 times yesterday because he was producing the show. Yeah, he said he's going to come up here because he's hosting G-Bag today. So,
that's
I
thought hello, that's right. He is going to okay, you're right.
He told me, he was like, I'm going to be here before kickoff. He was like, I don't want to miss a second of the game. So he was like, can I please hop on during halftime? And I was like, be our guest.
Look, I want to hear how he feels right now.
Oh yeah,
because here's my thing. Now, who do you have? Do you have Oregon or Tech winning?
I have Tech.
So you do have Tech. Trevor, who you going with?
So my heart says that Tech should win.
Yeah,
I think their defense is great, but the way that all these teams, because even last year when you had that bye week, something's wrong. That's too much time off. So I think Oregon will actually win the game.
Look, I'm riding Oregon.
I see it and I understand.
It hurts to say that.
But it was actually Jake who talked me into believing in Tech for one reason, not because of his fandom and his affiliation going to the school. He convinced me that they're going to run the ball really well. Okay. The more I thought about it, I think that they're going to have a great rushing day on offense. Tech is going to. So I think that's going to be what helps them there. But defensively for Tech, I'm really worried about how they're going to cover that Oregon tight end and how they're going to stop him. But, yeah, I'm really excited for that game because as I was prepping for the show, I was listening to the morning show today and just hearing the same thought that I've felt really all week. A lot of these games just don't make sense, and they're so hard to predict and pinpoint. And even going back to last night, and that's where we'll start today's show off, is here in Arlington, Texas. Man, Miami outclassing.
Yeah, they did.
Ohio State in this game and setting the tone very early. We were talking about in the cross, the pick six that really set the tone there off the hand of Julian Sayin. But, man, I thought that game was going to be closer than people expected, but I still had Ohio State winning.
Yeah.
I did not think that Ohio State was going to look that discombobulated offensively, and I knew that it was going to be bad news when they were going to start asking Julian Sayin to look downfield. But you look at first and second down efficiency going into this game for Ohio State, they were the best in the country. But all the throws behind the sticks.
Right.
Just catch and run, let your playmakers do the job. It seemed like it was kind of working for a second, and then Miami said, oh yeah, we have one of the best, if not the best defensive lines in football, so we're just going to throw everything off schedule. Outclassed is definitely the word that I would use because they're defined by physicality, baby. They are defined by their physicality.
And by the way, I mean, it's not like, and again, we were on air last night, so we were able to catch fits and starts of the game. But, you know, Carson Beck, it's not like he lit the world on fire. He was 19 to 26 for 138 yards, but, you know, they forced 2 turnovers. They picked off Julian Sayin twice, what him being the aforementioned pick 6. And then Carnell Tate, a guy that a lot of people have as a top 10 pick going into this next year's draft, only 3 catches for 37 yards. And, of course, they were just able to, as you alluded to, Alec, just more physicality. Mark Fletcher Jr., 19 carries, 90 yards, so he's able to grind out yards. And, you know, that was one thing that you knew going into this game that if they could control the line of scrimmage and just out physical Ohio State, which is certainly saying something, muck it up, kind of the way kind of the way Indiana did, 3 weeks ago. Boom, you had yourself a chance. And hey, look, Mario Cristobal and that Miami team, like, let's not pretend this is James Madison or somebody we're talking about.
Sure.
I mean, you got athletes all over the field. And one thing about Mario Cristobal, again, a guy that is of that Alabama Nick Saban coaching tree, he's an offensive line guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he does the trenches, and you saw it last night. So we got to give a shout out to our boy Timon Carthage, longtime Tolo, dabbles as a fatty from time to time, but he said to Blake and I a couple weeks ago, and we laughed him off the phone, he said whoever wins that Miami-Texas A&M game would be the national champion. We laughed at him. We thought he was crazy. Okay, boom. Now all of a sudden you've got Miami beating Ohio State. They play what? The Georgia Ole Miss winner, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
So, hey, do we think that Georgia or Ole Miss is head and shoulders better than Miami right now? I don't.
Ooh. And after last night, I got to say the same.
Exactly. And Carson Beck's an SEC guy. I mean, it's not like Carson Beck is not going to be overwhelmed by anything he sees. Hell, he's going to know half the Georgia team.
Sure.
And he's played Ole Miss before. So that's the one thing that you do like about this Miami team suddenly. For a team that wasn't supposed to be in there.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, they might be a lightweight favorite to win it all now.
And I like the call at the end of the game by the analyst, whoever was on the call. He was like, thank God the committee got it right, because there was so many conversations about if Miami would even make it.
Right.
And I'll admit it, we talked about it with Carson Beck, but I think just Miami as a program this season, and really the past couple of years, has been my favorite punching bag.
Absolutely, they have.
They've been a laughingstock to me just because they're unserious contenders. But like you said, that's just full of SEC guys, and Mario Cristobal
is, dude.
That intensity that he has, and in the post-game on the field interview where they're like, the U is back, and he was like, the U is getting better, and walks away. He won't even say, no, I'm not going to lean into your bulletin board material. I'm just going to say that my team is getting better. We are progressing.
Yeah.
And look, going back to Carson Beck, he is the epitome of the quarterback that if he doesn't screw up the game plan, he will not lose you the game.
That's it.
You ask him to do the simplest of things, and he will do them more times than not.
So you call him a game manager?
Pretty much.
Fair.
Which he doesn't need to be anything more than that.
No.
And I think with Georgia, they asked him to be more than that at times. When Georgia, what are they known for? This hard-nosed running game and this physicality as well. But sometimes they would put him in positions, and they did have star playmakers on the outsides in his time there, where it was like, go be a hero. You don't need him to be a hero. And you saw that yesterday. Shamar Brown coming off the bench late in the game, the offensive line taking over for Miami. That's the kind of brand of football that you want to see when Carson Beck is your quarterback, and it will win you plenty of games.
Well, and of course, let's not forget, too, that last year of his at Georgia, you lost 2 NFL talents. I mean, you lost maybe the best tight end in football in Brock Bowers, who again, has become the best tight end in the NFL. Yeah. And you lost Ladd McConkey, who, even though he had an up and down year 2, is a pretty damn good wide receiver. So, we saw it with Arch Manning this year. Yes, do good teams reload? Absolutely. But even in college football, especially at the highest levels of competition, it does take a little while for you to replace people. You saw the talent that Texas lost from a year ago. That factored into the slow start. And again, just kind of bringing it full circle back to Carson Beck. So, my question for you is, does it change? And again, I saw that tweet. I mentioned it in the crosstalk where, and I can't think of his name, but whoever tweeted out, Ohio State, offensively, only 14 against Texas, only 10 against Indiana, only 14 last night against Miami. Does that make you think of Ohio State any differently when you consider, all right, so against the 3 really good teams they played, they struggled offensively, and then they, beat the brakes off everybody else?
A little bit. And
O'Brien Hartline, too, which I think we might be burying the lead a little bit with that.
Yeah, and the 940 calling that as well, saying as soon as Hartline left Ohio State, I knew they weren't going to win with Ryan Day calling plays.
Okay.
And that, I wasn't going to say that much that they weren't going to win. I knew it was going to look different, and there were going to be those close games that they were only going to put up 14, 17 points and have to eke out with a field goal. Yeah. Sure, but I've always kind of raised an eyebrow at Ryan Day. I always have. And thinking about the fact, I woke up this morning, I saw a tweet again. I can't name who. I think it was an Ohio State fan page that was like, Ryan Day wasted a junior Caleb Downs, Arvell Reese, Carnell Tate, all for a kicker. And I do think that's a tiny bit knee-jerk, but when you think about it, that defense, nasty. That offense, the best in college football.
Yeah.
You couldn't do anything with it. And again, Julian's saying he has a blueprint, and they went off script from that. Part of it is not their fault because Miami's defensive line said, hey, how about we go sack your quarterback a bazillion times and apply pressure early on? And they did that very, very well because they're just that damn good. But when you stray away from what you're good at and you start pressing a little bit, that's where Julian Sayin shows that he's human. And I know it didn't count in the end, it didn't really matter, but the pick that ended the game was just the epitome of the Ohio State experience for me. Is the second that you make them uncomfortable, and in those games that you mentioned, like the Texas game, and against good and better teams, that's where they start to fall apart. So I've just looked at Ryan Day with the side eye ever since those games that you mentioned. I'm right there with you 100%. But you mentioned it in the next round. Miami gets the winner of Georgia Ole Miss and a date in the semifinals at the Fiesta Bowl. That's Miami's biggest test in at least, 20 years? And they look like they're ready to fight pretty much anybody.
Absolutely. 5 sacks, 7 TFLs last night for that Miami defense you mentioned. So you're absolutely right. Look, they got after it. We knew that defensive line, and by the way, you had Ohio State starting having a kid at right guard, his first ever career start. Redshirt freshman, redshirt sophomore, somewhere in there. So just there were a lot of things that lined up. Again, and you said it a bunch of times. I'm with you on this. If Indiana struggles today, if Texas Tech struggles today, and if Georgia struggles today, the college, I think you will see something have to change with college football playoffs because you shouldn't be penalized for having a bye.
Yeah.
But, and look, it's one thing in the NFL where you get a week off. A week off makes all the sense in the world. You can get a lot better and your team can get a lot healthier with the week off.
Yeah.
With a month off, that's just rush setting it. That's just not fundamentally with football. I just don't see how that's a good idea to have your best teams taking a month off between the end of the year and the start. So,
and look, the thing that people kind of, and I think the committee, I think the NCAA glosses over when it comes to these layoffs is these kids are kids.
Mm-hmm.
They are not pros yet. They do not know, like, they get treated and paid like pros now, and some of them are. You know, some of these juniors, they're draft eligible. Like Caleb Downs, I think he's as professional as it gets in college football. But you mentioned, like, the red shirt, late assignment starting, stuff like that. These guys don't know what it is and what it's like to carry themselves and to keep themselves conditioned for that long away from the facility. And practice doesn't always make perfect because practice is so protected now. So you can only do so much running around a set of 3 cones. You know, like, you have to keep yourself conditioned. And it's the holiday season.
Yeah.
Teenagers are going to go out and have fun and stuff. They're not going to be the most cleaned up, buttoned up professionals. So we need to keep these layoffs at a very, very minimum because I want to see good competition. And you see, like you said, the rust, it starts to set in not only physically but mentally. It's almost like they forget how to play for a while because they haven't played in a while, and they're getting punished for being good.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's exactly what's happening.
Essentially, they're getting punished for being good, and I want to see them get this thing right. I think they took a step forward with the expanded playoffs, but they don't quite have it right. And trust me, we're going to talk plenty of college football here today. We're going to talk about the Texas Longhorns looking great yesterday as well. Maybe some Steve Sarkisian conversation in there as well. We've got a long way to go here today. Thanks for hanging out with us here on your holiday. But coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Trayvon Diggs to Green Bay, plus who do you fear on the Giants, and where do the Cowboys have an advantage, if you even care at this point? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio
Medford and Fred Davis with you. You just heard from Trevor Beck on the 1s, 2s, and 3s, as the fatties would say. 877-881-1053. We got a question for you here in this segment. Who do you fear on the Giants, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? If you're even still invested at this point, 877-881-1053. We will get to that here in a few minutes, but first we do need to dive in a little bit on the Trayvon Diggs situation, as he does have a new home in a way that I did not expect. And I do want to remind you guys as well, tomorrow, going to be a loaded day. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Friday Football Feast, the final one of this season. Yes, the final Friday Football Feast goes down tomorrow at Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins in Arlington, over by the stadium. There's going to be fan flasks being given away, and the coolest giveaway for my money, the coolest giveaway that we have done at this tour this year, 2 sets of Tolo whiskey glasses.
Okay.
Whiskey glasses and a decanter with Tolo etched in the glass. Super, super cool. You can sign up to enter for that giveaway in person. Plus, Jerry Jones at 10:30. And, you know, I love my pro wrestling. Ring of Honor Forever champion Athena will be showing up in person during the Expressway tomorrow. So you're going to want to see that, as AEW is doing another residency per se at the Arlington Esports Arena. Great food, great content as well. Tomorrow is my day off, but
you going?
I think I'm showing up.
You got to. I mean, it's the final one.
Exactly. It's the final one, so I got to say hello to the Tolos. Plus, it's like 12 minutes from my house, so I feel like there's no good excuse to not show up, so I will be there as well. Come hang out with Kevin Corey and myself tomorrow, Friday Football Feast, Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins, in Arlington. But let's get to the task at hand. Trayvon Diggs has a new home. I didn't think he was going to get claimed off of waivers, but here we are. The NFL is a strange lady, as Brian Broaddus, who's going to join us at 12:20, would say. The Packers have claimed Trayvon Diggs off of waivers. This went down just a little bit after we got off the air yesterday. In the afternoon, the playoff-bound Packers added some much-needed help in the secondary. Again, we'll see how much help he ends up being and how healthy he is, but they do claim the former Cowboy off of waivers, obviously. That reunites him with his best buddy, Micah Parsons, who is injured with the torn ACL, just got it reconstructed, and he is on the mend. All best to him. But this comes after a string of events. We've covered this head to toe. I broke the news here on 105.3 The Fan. And I do just want to give everybody, including you and Blake, everybody here, absolutely killed it with the coverage. Head to
you guys
toe.
did a great job, you and Hagee.
Yeah, we were just running the phones. We got Nick Harris in the middle of his move because, of course, when he moves houses, big Cowboys
like always
news.
Something goes on. Because was he moving when Dak got signed?
He was moving when Micah got traded.
Oh, that's what. Okay, so I mean, what is he, a dope dealer? I mean, what's he moving again? What's he moving again for? I mean, hell, it's not even a full football season.
Yeah, I think he was like halfway moving, and he was going to complete it either during the bye week or later in the season or something.
I see you, Nick Harris.
Yeah, so
I see you, Nick Harris.
He was trying to get it finished up, and of course, whenever he was like, "Oh, the coast is clear," they make another big move. So
don't sleep on Nick Harris.
And we carried the Shoddy presser yesterday, and Shoddy was very adamant. He said it numerous times. Multiple factors went into this. It was not just because
Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. Because, look, been covering this team professionally for almost 6 years now. So I have gotten the full Trayvon Diggs experience. Yeah. And I knew very well, and I talked about it whenever the waiving happened, that as soon as Al Harris left the building, I thought his time was borrowed. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, Al Harris is just very, very good at coaching defensive backs.
Yeah.
And whenever you talk about a guy who has had multiple serious injuries and is known for really one specific skill in his coverage, which is ball hawking, I feel like whenever the guy that kind of taught you everything you know leaves, obviously things aren't going to be the same. But not buying into the defense, not buying into the scheme, and then some of the stuff that irritated the staff.
Yeah.
And I know there's theories and there's rumors about, maybe the TV story wasn't exactly what happened. I know there's people with the organization that don't believe that. I know that I might have my questions about that. I also have my questions about how bought in he was just to be with the Dallas Cowboys this season when Matt Eberflus was brought in. We had Jane Slater on after the news came together, and she said, paraphrasing here, that I had heard something along the lines of, a lot of the defensive players weren't even asked about Matt Eberflus whenever the move was made. Whereas with Shoddy, everybody was kind of pulled, like, hey, are you comfortable with this? Do you think he's the guy? The offensive players were very much in the loop. The defensive players were just kind of like, Matt Eberflus is your new defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And clearly Trayvon Diggs did not like that. And he kept on telling the media that whenever he was asked after his return, it was cover two, blame the cover two. And well, hey, the Packers play a lot of cover two. So you got to get comfortable with it either way, buddy, if you're going to be playing for a playoff team. But yeah, there's just a lot of things, and I believe Brian Schottenheimer 100%. It was not the fact that he skipped the team playing. That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That was the final.
Yes, there was a lot that went on there, and they both just needed to move on. You guys know that very well because we have covered this for days now, but I do just want to kind of get your gauge and the listeners' gauge on that fit, because I joked about it, but it's serious. The Packers run some of the most cover two and just zone coverage in general in the league, and they have not been great at it at times this year, so they do need some help there. The Packers lost a pair of cornerbacks to injuries, and Saturday's loss to the Ravens. Nate Hobbs suffered a knee injury, and then Kamal Haddon had a season-ending ankle injury, I believe, and he's already on IR. So they needed help. I thought they were going to wait for him to go through waivers so they didn't have to pick up the rest of the contract. Since they did claim him, they inherit the remainder of that 5-year, $97 million contract. But because the deal has no more guaranteed money, the Packers could cut him.
Yeah.
After this playoff run without any consequences. It only costs them 1 week of pay, which is $472,000 plus another $58,000-ish if he's active for the regular season finale game, a active roster bonus, and then the playoff share after that. So it doesn't cost them much. It's just interesting because you could have gotten him for the veteran minimum after he clears waivers. I guess my theory is they got the sense that somebody else was going to be very aggressive in trying to pick him up in free agency. My guess, talked about Al Harris. Who does he coach for now? The Chicago Bears. And they are playoff bound. So I thought, and I said it minutes after the news broke, I was like, he's going to Chicago.
Yeah.
Clears waivers. He goes to Chicago, gets reunited with his one sponsor that he had left in the building, and it's going to be just beautiful for him. But nonetheless, he's a Packer now. How do you feel about the fit?
I mean, look, when it comes to Trayvon Diggs and what we've seen out of him this year, again, as you alluded to, we knew this was not a question of if, but when. Do you see guys that suddenly get a little bit rejuvenated when they go to a new place, and he's going to a place that, again, with the Green Bay Packers, they're going to go, they're going to be in the playoffs? I don't mind the fit. Trayvon Diggs, I think for him, you might get the best version of Trayvon Diggs if they go ahead and activate him on Sunday. I don't think it's a question of whether or not can he play cover two. Okay, no one's saying that he's going to be the best at it, but I think he could. Trayvon Diggs can play cover two. I think it came down to this relationship soured, and Bobby Belt talked about it on the morning show this week, that, was it the contract that changed him, or was it the injuries that changed him? And Bobby alluded to the fact that he thought that it had more to do with the injury, being kind of isolated from the team, which, again, anybody that's covered sports, that when, and athletes will tell you this, what's one of the hardest parts about being injured is twofold: the physical side of it and the mental side of it, that because the guys don't want you, not that they don't want you around, but there's nothing you can do. Right? You're in the training room. You're on the side, on the bike, what have you, rehabbing. Like, you're just not part of the football or whatever team it is. So,
sure.
This thing with Trayvon Diggs, as Shoddy alluded to, it's layered. There's layers to this, as the kids say. So, when I mean, don't we kind of feel like this when Trayvon Diggs decided that I don't need $500,000 to train with the team?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to pocket watch, and I don't know what he's saved and what he's done with his money, but if you can blow and say F you to 500 GER for just not working out, as Broadus has said time and time again, that's the easiest money you're going to make. That is a throw-in incentive that says, hey, God forbid if you get hurt, but if you do, we just want you to show up and work out at our place, and we're going to give you $500,000 to do it. And Trayvon Diggs said, you know what? I despise and loathe you guys so much that I would rather burn $500,000 and work out in my place than work out with y'all. So we knew this thing was coming. We knew it was only a matter of time. Blake and I got into the conversation yesterday. Obviously this now sets the culture. But, look, Micah, right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever, you did what you had to do with him. Now you got Trayvon Diggs. My other question would be now is, we know George Pickens can be a little mercurial, all right?
Yeah.
Does he fit the culture that you're trying to maintain and create going into 2026?
Sure.
I think yes at the end of the day, but I think it does factor into, look, things change for Trayvon. We know what he's capable of. I just worry that with George Pickens, after the couple games that we saw, rumblings that there was missed meetings, and I'm not trying to hijack the conversation here, but it just, now that he's kind of the next item up for bid, so to speak, when it comes to, okay, who's kind of the next big-name personality on this football team? And it's going to be George Pickens. I just hope we're not having a George Pickens, Trayvon Diggs type discussion in a year or two.
I hope not. And in my perfect reality, Fred, for Pickens, and we can lean into that because I think it's a good point. In my perfect reality, they give him the Dez treatment, where it's like, we will baby you. I will send some support staff member to pick you up and bring you to practice if I have to, because you are that good and you are that instrumental to this offense that Brian Schottenheimer is running, one of the best in the NFL. We need you here. We will make sure you are here. Everything else, because look, you said rumblings. I'm sure there is stuff that we will never know about that has already happened behind the scenes, whether it's big or not.
Yeah.
Maybe something that just irritated somebody on a given day.
But it adds up.
Yeah, it does add up, and that's what happened with Trayvon Diggs. That's what Shotty said all day yesterday, and he even joked. He's like, I'm not the Grinch that stole Christmas.
No, and he loves his family.
Yes. And he was like, look, he was like, I'm a family guy. I get it. But there was multiple things that led to this. And so I agree with you. I hope that a long-term extension is in play for Pickens.
Now, what's your, okay, real quick, so how long, pause, how long you willing to go?
Oh. Thank you for prefacing. Honestly, I know his agent's going to try to get him back on the market pretty quickly. I could see them wanting a 3-year deal that has a good amount of guaranteed money and gets him back at a pretty young age to the open market to reset.
I'm okay with that. Give me a 3. I'll tell you what, give me a 2-year with a team option or a player option for a third.
Sure. And honestly, I know they're going to want a ton of guaranteed money. So that leads me to believe 3 years could be in play. I think Jerry and Steven are going to want 4, but it's David Mulligetta you're talking about. So they already had a bit of a spat with him, but I know, and Jerry has told us specifically, he was like, that the Micah stuff is not going to play into it. He was like, we're still good.
Clear about that.
We're still good, but David Mulligetta is very, very good at what he does, and he stands his ground. So I'm intrigued to see where it goes.
It's going to be interesting.
I'm very intrigued to see where it goes. But I'm intrigued to see where this conversation coming up goes as well, because we're going to do some baseball nuggets on the other side. The Rangers lose another key piece and then a number that could define their season next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday, first show of the year. Steven
more information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3, The Fan. Going to do some baseball nuggets here in just a moment and talk about those Texas Rangers and how they are still being cheap. 877-881-1053 to get involved in any and all of our conversations here today. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola, our Dallas Cowboys insider, coming up here in just about 15 minutes or so. But let's say we fire up some of those baseball nuggets here on 105.3 The Fan, because we did get some news yesterday that the Giants will be adding right-handed pitcher Tyler Mahle on a one-year deal. The club has not officially announced it yet, but multiple sources have confirmed to MLB.com that this will be happening. The 2025 season for Mahle, as Ranger fans know, continued a string of injury-plagued campaigns. He's made just 24 starts over the past 3 years, a large chunk of which was spent recovering from Tommy John surgery. Right shoulder fatigue was the culprit in 2025, landed him on the IL for more than 3 months. That said, the 31-year-old was highly affected around that IL stint, very effective, even with a strikeout rate of just 19.1% below his pre-surgery figure, which was around 25%. He finished the year with a 2.18 ERA over 86 2/3 innings for the Rangers, ranking 4th behind Nathan Eovaldi, Trevor Rogers, and Paul Skeens among pitchers who made at least 15 starts. So that's been the story of his career, and especially his time with the Rangers, is if and when he plays, very, very solid veteran player for you. But they did not give Mahle the qualifying offer after last season, so there is no draft pick compensation attached to him or penalty for signing him. So no harm, no foul for the Giants taking a swing at seeing if this guy can stay healthy for a little bit. But again, story of the offseason, the Rangers not being competitive in any of these free agent losses, and you haven't even heard they tried. They made an offer, they tried, but he just wanted to change the scenery. No, they're not. They are cash strapped right now, and it's extremely irritating as a fan, because you know how bad Chris Young wants to win and wants to add to this team, but ownership is not willing to pony up the money because they want to reset that luxury tax threshold and not build towards another big penalty. So it's going to be the story of the offseason. You're going to continue seeing names just disappear.
I went on a pseudo rant last Thursday on Christmas Day, just kind of randomly. It wasn't planned, but our boy Jet Nelson was wearing an ugly Christmas sweater of the Texas Rangers World Series championship from a couple years ago, and so we were just making a comment about how of the 7 people that were on that shirt, only 4 people were still on the team. And here's what I don't understand, and again, I'll go ahead and reset the rant for you two, since you guys are kind of the 2 of the resident Ranger nerds here at the station, which, I geeked out more of a Ranger baseball last year than I have probably in quite some time over just a baseball season as a whole. But it was $380,000 is the reason why you fell back into that tax penalty for the 3rd year in a row. Yeah. And as a result, anything you spend over it, and again, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, but you're going to be taxed at 50% as opposed to 20% had you not gone over this number, this $241 million threshold by $380,000. That said, how, Chris Young, and your math department, because is there any sport that is more numbers oriented than baseball?
No.
Is there a sport in the world that is more numbers oriented than baseball? No. How, on God's green earth, with all the bean counters we got over there at Globe Life Field, we couldn't cut an extra 380 GER off the roster? $241 million, but somehow, some way, we lost track of $380,000, and as a result of that, now you're in the luxury tax for a 3rd year in a row. You're being taxed at 50% as opposed to starting that over and working off of that. I just don't understand. I'm not as big on Chris Young as everybody else is. I'm not. And the Jock Peterson signing was dumb. The fact that you had no bona fide closer last year going into the start of the season, and you went with a relative unknown, a guy who had never been a closer before or had shown no sustained success, and we can complain, well, Fred, it was the offense. Yes, the offense was not great, but your bullpen was a huge culprit in why you lost a lot of games in June and July and not having a bona fide closer. And again, do we know what would have happened had this team made the playoffs? But I promise you right now, had you had a legitimate closer, a Kirby Yates or somebody of that ilk, maybe, just maybe, you sneak into the playoffs. No one's saying that you make some, 2023-like run. But for a guy that won a World Series on a team that had a 7-8-9 setup, the way that World Series team did, the Royals back in 2015, and that you decided you were going to roll the dice, leaves me, I guess I just don't have the warmest of fuzzies heading into 2026.
And I can't blame you. I don't think anybody can. I like the fire and energy behind it because it's a more energetic approach of what I'm feeling. Yeah. I've said that this is going to be the most interesting, mediocre baseball team to watch next year.
Boy, you ain't lying.
They're going to be the most interesting,
they really
boring
are.
Team. It's a double negative. It's so weird, but they're going to be interesting because they're going to have a new manager. They're going to have some young talent. They're going to have Corey Seager still exists.
He does. Even though I've been campaigning to move him.
Exactly. He is still present day on this team. He's going to be exciting to watch. Rather, Kumar Rocker. I hope he takes 3 steps forward. Jack Leiter. I hope he takes 2.5 steps forward. There's going to be a lot of interesting things to watch as they try to go 500 somehow.
Now, do you buy, and I don't know how popular sentiment this is at large, but I don't subscribe to the idea that Bochy couldn't get these guys to lock in. All right. I've heard some people say, we're glad he's gone. He was just too old. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's a reason why Marcus Simeon's gone, all right? And again, I'm not saying he's the end-all, be-all of it, but I just feel like there were some things that we've seen behind the scenes and why certain guys are gone and why certain guys are still here. Do you think that with Skip Schumacher here now, that the connection to this team, him being a younger guy, obviously him being a little, not near as removed from baseball, at least from a playing standpoint, like Bochy was, and again, hey, he took a very average Marlins team to the playoffs just a few years ago, and I think we could at least suggest that this team is just as talented as that team was. Yeah. Different division, of course, but do you buy the idea that, okay, this team we might see a rebound, though, just because of the manager and the connection to the team?
I'd say yes, because, like you said, the work that he did in Miami was unexpected.
Yeah.
Nobody could have ever predicted that because that is one of the worst run organizations in really professional sports.
Absolutely.
Because they do not care to be relevant. He forced them to be relevant and they didn't know how to react. You know why they didn't know how to react? Because they immediately told him that following offseason, hey, we don't plan on spending any money, making any big moves. If you want to leave, we will let you leave. And he said, let me leave.
All right. See ya.
That's incredible. When a team says, we were not prepared to be relevant, you can go.
Yeah.
That is bad. So I think that he has this fire to be relevant. He has this desire to spend money, to get talent, and to win. And I do think the benefit of having Chris Young around is at the trade deadline when he knows, okay, there's going to be prorated salaries and stuff that instead of bigger inflated numbers, I can try to give him some pieces if it looks like it's working, if it looks like it. This year, maybe not any marquee moves, but maybe he does make a couple that say, hey, we could try to make a wild card push. I think they're going to struggle to go 500. I really do.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to look good doing it in a weird way.
I mean, look, do I trust him? And I guess this is what frustrates me when it comes to Chris Young. I have the utmost faith in him when it comes to pitching. All right. I mean, picking Patrick Corbin up off the couch with a week or two before and what he gave you all season long. And again, he did make some shrewd moves along the bullpen, right? I mean, make no mistake. Chris Young is good at going out and getting talent. That's why I was so flummoxed as to, if you're so damn good at this, which you are, at least from a pitching standpoint, I just couldn't wrap my brain around why you didn't go out. And again, you could say money, whatever it was, I don't know. Joke was on us when the season was all over last year. But to your point, you're banking on, again, guys bouncing back from having 2 very moribund hitting seasons, and maybe Alex Cintron, who knows this division, knows this team, hell, knows your rival down the road 4 hours. So with this new look group, now, real quick, are you worried about the pitching? No Mike Maddox this year, but it's from a guy that's already part of that staff, so, time will tell. But, you lose a Mike Maddox. We talk about OCs and DCs. He's no Matt Eberflus, but
sure. Obviously I'm going to be a little bit worried, and more so because the personnel is gone. Yeah. You're losing some of your key bullpen pieces that surprised you last year, even though it wasn't
Robert
perfect.
Garcia's still here, though.
Oh, yeah, the resident Robert Garcia fan.
Garcia's still here, though. That's my boy.
And Trevor is actively puking. Yep, I can hear that. And
Bobby
I feel
G never did nothing to you. Just blew a couple leads, that's all.
Yeah, pitching. Just a couple.
Probably blew something else, too.
Oh, don't you talk about Bobby G like that. Don't you talk about Bobby G like that.
All right.
Bobby, if you listen, 877-881-1053.
Yeah, please call in, I guess. And then real quick, an interesting number I saw, David Schoenfield on ESPN put out 15 for all 15 American League teams, a number that's going to define their season. For the Rangers, it's the number 83. Why is it the number 83? A weird thing happened in Globe Life Field in 2025. Nobody could hit. The StatCast Park Factor ranked Globe Life Field tied with Seattle's T-Mobile as the worst run-scoring park in the majors with a park factor of 83. What does that mean? That means about 17% fewer runs were scored there. So Globe Life Field is just weird. So
I love the ballpark, though.
Yeah, I love it. It's beautiful. I'm a big fan of it. But that also means home games are going to decide the season for the Rangers next year, because an offense that struggled last year, part of it is because of their ballpark. Just a weird, dorky thing that I like.
Real quick,
that StatCast has.
I know we're up against it, but I love to be a rabble rouser. From the 940, Seager doesn't give a damn about anyone but himself. He's a superstar, though. Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
I'd say he is his... I wouldn't even say he's his biggest fan, but
I'm shipping this dude out for the next thing smoking.
Yeah, like I've said I think this team needs somebody to be able to galvanize them and bring them together, and I don't think Corey Seager.
I like Corey. Is Corey Seager a great player? Yes. Is he a great leader for what you're getting? No.
It's valid.
Yeah,
we might reopen that conversation later. Honestly, I'm gonna table that for now because
put a pin in it.
We are a few minutes away from kickoff, Texas Tech and Oregon. We're going to be covering that head to toe. But coming up next, we're going to chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, Medford, and Fred Davis with you today until 2 o'clock. We will hand things off to the G-Bag Nation right then. We're getting ready to take in some Texas Tech and Oregon action here in the studio. We will keep you covered head to toe on that matchup. I'm sure Degenerate Jake is going to come running in at some point to talk all things Texas Tech with us as well. We're about to chat with Mickey Spagnola here in just a second, but we do have some breaking news in the world of baseball. Right after Baseball Nuggets, they couldn't have put this out maybe 5 minutes earlier. Jeff Passan, ESPN, tweeting that star Japanese right-hander Tatsuya Amai and the Houston Astros are in agreement on a free agent contract. So a team that I did not think was in on him at all ends up getting one of the star Japanese prospects in this free agent cycle.
Hey, don't look now. I mean, we knew that at some point the Astros dynasty and run was going to come to an end, but Dana Brown and Jim Crane said not so fast, my friend.
I hate it. I hate everything about it, but what I don't hate is chatting with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Mick. How's it going?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
Doing wonderful. And did you get to take in the college football playoff game last night and all of that insanity?
I was there with my Miami alum sister who came into town for the game.
Awesome. What did you think about the big upset?
Well, I guess it was an upset because of the rankings.
Sure.
But Miami ripped them a new one. They were more physical. They were faster, and that defense, I think everybody undersold what that defense had done all season long. And they pounded Ohio State. The score is not deceiving.
What do you make of Carson Beck?
You know what? What's that saying? There's a saying out there about, is it like the little girl when she's really, really good, she's good, and when she's not, she's really, really bad? And I thought he had a really good night. I thought he didn't take unnecessary chances. They didn't ask him to throw a lot of deep stuff, but he was pretty accurate on the short stuff, and he didn't force anything. I thought he was a very good game manager in that game. Now, going forward, I'm not sure what he is if he gets into the NFL.
Right.
But for college football that night, I thought he was awfully efficient.
Mickey, going back to the Cowboys real quick, something off the field that I do want to talk to you about. Kenny Clark awarded the Dak Prescott Good Guy Award by the local media, which I just think that is the most amazing award name ever. The Good Guy Award is my favorite thing now. But can you talk about just how great and how much of a breath of fresh air Kenny Clark has been? A guy that got traded here last second, and he has seemed like just an absolute joy to be around.
Yeah, and I think he's a joy for the guys to have him in the locker room. A real stand-up guy. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He'll tell you exactly what he thinks. And one of the reasons why he got that award is because he was always available. He wasn't one of these guys where, okay, I did my one interview this week, don't bother me. You could go up to him at any time and talk to him. You can go up to him and just shoot the bull with him. It didn't have to be an interview. It could be off the record, just chit-chatting. And he was very pleasant all the time, and I can see why the guys that voted on that ended up giving him the award. And I don't know if anybody used the footage of Dak after he found out about that he got the award. He couldn't have been happier, and he went over there and gave him a big old hug. So, yeah, he was, I think, a great addition not only in the locker room, not only with the younger guys, but on the field too.
Mickey, I'll second that. At being in the locker room all year long post game, and you know this as well as anybody, sometimes you never know what you're going to get, especially after tough losses. But Kenny Clark was definitely one of those guys that, like you said, win, lose, or draw, and we did have draws, would be there to talk. That said, looking ahead to Sunday's game, I mean, look, this is one of those where you just want to get away or you just want to get out of there with no injuries. Over under 1.5 on how many drives we see out of Dak Prescott before they hand things over to our boy Joe Milton.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, because I think the way they worded it, they left open the option because they keep saying, well, he's going to start. They didn't say he's going to play the whole game, right? Yeah. And I think it'll depend maybe on how the game is going. Like if they're having problems protecting him, then he's out of there. I think if they get off to a nice start, maybe get a couple touchdown lead, I think for sure Joe Milton gets the second half. And a lot of that's going to depend on how they practice, right? Because you don't want Dak taking all the snaps the way he normally does in practice and then say, okay, Big Joe, go out there and, let's see what you got. He's got to be prepared for this. And so, we'll see. I think it'll depend on the complexion of the game and how it's going.
Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Back to the defense. I want to get your gauge on your interest level in bringing back Jadeveon Clowney, but also I think an underrated part, as we were just talking about with Kenny Clark. I think he's been great just to be around. It seems like he's been a great voice for some of the younger players, but even his post-game quotes and stuff, he's a very stand-up guy. He talked about staying motivated in the last few games, and he was like, look, they pay me to play a game. Like, why would I not show up motivated? What have you thought about his impact this season?
Yeah, I think it's been not just an impact on the field, but in the locker room. And to kind of use an old tired cliche, he's a pro's pro, right? Sure. He understands the game. He understands his responsibility. I mean, he's just been a good guy in that. He's under contract, right? I mean, I know the next year on his contract's pretty high, but I think he's here. I see no reason why he shouldn't be here. And as for Clowney, I think the Cowboys are curious enough to see if he can continue to do what he's been doing this last part of the season. If indeed he wants to be on a team in the offseason, and if he wants to be on a team to go to training camp. And if he had all that preparation, I think we've seen more and more from him the more he's practiced and the more he's played. He was pretty confident when he got here, and I think it was the middle of September, and he didn't play until that last game in September, that, yeah, I've done this before without any practice and training camp, and I just go out and play. Well, he did that in Seattle, but he was about 6 years younger, right? 7 years younger. And I think he probably, overestimated what he was capable of pulling off. But once he's got his sea legs under him, I think he's been pretty effective. And the fact that not only pressure on a quarterback, but he's willing to play the run. Yeah. And that's something that I think people, misinterpret at the defensive end spot. It's like it's all about the sacks. No, you got to play the run. And I guarantee you the reason DeMarcus Lawrence is a Pro Bowler this year, again, is because last year he was the Cowboys' best run defender. And I think that when they look at it, they probably would think, yeah, we probably should have spent that money to keep him.
Look, no question about that, and I'm with you 110%. And Jadeveon has been kind of a breath of fresh air talking to, because again, he said all the right things, and like you said, he knows he's been around. He's a mercenary at this stage of his career, right? Like, he knows what he's there to do. Come in, do the job that he's asked to do, and boom, take care of business. That being said, let me ask you this, and I want to choose my words carefully here, Mickey. Now that Trayvon Diggs is gone, and of course, obviously Micah gets shipped out earlier the year, you could argue that the two most mercurial characters of this football team, as far as culture is concerned, have now moved on. Dare I say low-hanging fruit. But that said, now that probably your next biggest character in the locker room is going to be George Pickens, and from all intents and purposes, look, he's had a great year. He's behaved. My question for you is, knowing what you're trying to do culture-wise, and we've had a few, rumblings when it comes to George Pickens getting benched for the first series against the Vegas Raiders. Will that factor into what kind of contract he's offered going into next year, and do the Cowboys feel that George Pickens fits the culture they're trying to set over there at the Star?
Yeah, I think that they want him back. I think that a lot of it will have to do with the money against the salary cap. I guess it's somewhat unfortunate he has the same agent as Micah Parsons did or does. So I don't know if that complicates things. But from everything I've heard from everyone, they want him back. Now, you've got to be able to judge a man's character after he gets paid, right? Because he's going to get a good chunk of guaranteed money. And think about when, and I know there were injuries that got in the way, but when Trayvon Diggs got his money, he was never the same guy. Not in the locker room, and for the past, and I understand the injuries, but the last couple of years, he wasn't a team member. He was himself. He and Micah Parsons were independent contractors, and I think that irritated a lot of people, and I think that Brian Schottenheimer had been there long enough to understand what those guys were doing in the locker room and not doing with the team, but he didn't have a voice, right? He was a consultant. He was a figurehead offensive coordinator. But I think once he got a voice, I think he used it. And regardless of whatever reason you want on why they released Trayvon Diggs when they did, it was inevitable that it was going to happen because I think he had worn out his welcome, and it was going to happen probably by the end of the season. And so for Pickens, he hasn't been a problem. Right. He hasn't been a me wide receiver that we've seen before. I think he's been a good team player on the field. Does he do some goofy things sometimes? Yeah. Sure. But again, you're going to have to judge his character. Is he going to change once he gets the guaranteed money? And either he gets it here, or I guarantee you he gets it somewhere else.
Mickey, always appreciate the time, and I hope you're going to have a prediction ready for this barn burner when we talk to you tomorrow.
Do I have to?
You know how Kevin works. You have to.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just remind him that his Aggies got beat by a pretty good team, right?
Damn. Yes, as you should. Appreciate the time, Mick. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Mick.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com, and we've got action here. Texas Tech and Oregon. Oregon takes a 3-0 lead early on. They were driving, humming on offense, and then a big third down sack by the Tech defense pushes them back. Field goal is good by the Ducks. They take a 3-0 lead on their first possession of the game. We'll keep you up to date on that game throughout the duration of the show, but coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day, plus, surprise, Floyd Mayweather still bad at managing money. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
During this holiday season, we want to say thank you to all of y'all for participating in our Friday football feast. Those thank yous also have to go to Taco Bueno, to Freebirds, to Uncle Julio's. You guys have been rocking and rolling with us, enjoying delicious food, hopefully
research to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, Medford, and Fred Davis with you here today, rocking with you until 2 p.m. And we've got college football playoff action on as we speak, baby. Oregon and Texas Tech going at it. We will keep you up to date throughout the game here today as Oregon leads 3-0. So stick around. Just put the game on the TV and put it on mute and turn us up, because we will do all the commentary that you need here today. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, because it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, as I just mentioned, to answer today's question of the day. Plus, this is going to shock everybody. Floyd Mayweather, still not good at managing money. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. But it's New Year's. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you celebrated responsibly last night. If you do so, hope you are having a good day today and enjoying yourself. Hopefully a day off for you.
It's a beautiful day, too.
It really is. It's going to creep up to what? In the
68
70s?
degrees,
68?
high 60s, low 70s, depending on where you're at in the barometric pressure.
Yeah, and I woke up this morning, it was freezing, but I saw it was going to be close to 70, so I was like, I feel wrong putting a hoodie on. So
Absolutely.
we went jeans and a t-shirt today, boys.
Well.
That's what we're rocking with today, and I'm going to enjoy trying to be a little bit productive after the show today, and getting out and active and doing some shopping and whatnot, so it's going to be a good day for all of that. Let us know what you got going on today on the holiday. 877-881-1053.
You're not parking yourself in front of a television and just going to veg out on college football, playoff football?
I always feel wrong doing that on a weekday. It just feels wrong. I could be productive. I could be doing something kind of thing. I'm gonna keep tabs for sure, because even though I'm off tomorrow, I'm gonna be at Taco Bueno in Arlington, 1419 North Collins in Arlington for the final Friday football feast. So I gotta be ready for whatever may be thrown my direction. So I will stay locked in. But today is New Year's, as we know. Looking at the National Day calendar is kind of pointless on a big day like today, if we're being honest. But if you are a fiend for this stuff like me, it's Celebration of Life Week. It is Diet Resolution Week, National Time Consciousness Week, which I feel like we can all be better at, and it is Silent Record Week, which, okay.
What the hell does that mean?
You know what? You got me intrigued now.
Silent Record Week. What the hell is that?
I said an out loud what?
Yeah. Silent Record Week is celebrated from January 1st to 7th annually. It invites all Americans to enjoy silent records or some just plain old peace and quiet.
So you mean to tell me there's records that you can play that don't play any music? Yeah. I mean, couldn't I just not play anything at all?
Just a vinyl going, just
going in a circle.
Yeah. Why not?
That's wild.
I mean, if you're big into meditation or something, I feel like that could be useful, but at the same time, kind of pointless.
I want to meet somebody who's celebrating silent record. In fact, if you've got a silent record, call into the show during Tolo's on the telephone at noon.
Yes,
and what does that consist and entail of?
It might be a quiet.
I'm all for manifestation. I'm all for meditation.
That would be
I got to step my game up in 2026 when it comes to that. But silent records, that's a new one to me. That's a new one to me.
That would be the funniest bit if somebody says, calls Trevor and says, yes, I am a silent record activist and professional, and then the second they get put on the line, they just don't say anything.
I mean, maybe we should start a silent radio show.
Ooh.
Something to think about.
Wonder how the boss would feel about that.
877.
It is Copyright Law Day as well. Commitment Day. And World Series of Beer Pong is going on as well. So celebrate responsibly.
What's your beer pong game like?
It's very streaky.
Okay.
I'm absolutely dialed at times, and then I'm absolutely miserable at times. I had the most emasculating and embarrassing game on Halloween night.
Yeah. This past Halloween,
because it was one of those where I think I shot second. We were doing 2-man. It was 2v2. So I shot second, and I made my cup. My partner missed his. So we knocked one cup out. The other two proceeded to eliminate every single cup their first turn. And we lost after one turn.
I mean, a heater's a heater.
A heater. So, you can't do anything about that. You can't even be mad, right?
No.
Because they were just absolutely dialed in. So, yeah, I don't even want to relive that anymore. But for the new year, I'm not going to ask you about resolutions because we're going to do DFW Sports New Year's resolutions in the Expressway. But I'm going to kind of tweak it a little bit. What is something on your bucket list for 2026? 877-881-1053. Something specific you want to do, an activity you want to do, something you want to acquire. Not a goal per se, but maybe somewhere you want to go. What is on your bucket list for 2026? Because I'll start here.
It's a great question.
I need to get out of the state for a vacation. I've been talking about this a lot, but Trevor, you'll appreciate this. I think I have a goal in mind for where I want to go and why. I think I want to go to San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Nice.
And the reason I say that is because it has been rumored and not yet confirmed that WWE will be running Backlash in San Juan, Puerto Rico again, which last time they did it there, the most electric crowd I have ever seen. They are so into it, so loud. And they had Bad Bunny wrestling there, and they sang every word of Chambea, and it was awesome.
About to say, you might get a Bad Bunny sighting.
Yeah.
That happens too as well.
Absolutely. So I'm thinking about making that trip. So I think that's on my bucket list. San Juan, Puerto Rico for a weekend to go take in some wrestling and just explore because I've never been there.
I've never been to Puerto Rico either, so that's what that just would be dope in general.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would be. Man, bucket list items, just sports or life or what?
Yeah, just something you want to do.
God, what a great question. Look, I want to go to Dubai. I really, really do. Ooh. I've been saying that for a while, and Blake tried to roast me for saying that, but I want to go to Dubai, and I mean, let's put that on the bucket list for 2026, and then I would like to somehow, some way, work a World Cup game this year.
Ooh.
I don't know how that's going to happen.
Stop stealing my thing here, man.
All right. I am not. I don't think, and anybody that's all the Tolos and Fatties that are listening right now. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to get me confused for being a, the Landon Donovan of the station by any means.
Can you name one national soccer team?
One, I mean, yeah, Colombia, Brazil, Germany.
All right.
See, you know what? I said I will not be rage baited in 2026. That was my resolution last night on the show.
You did a great job right there.
I would not be rage because, I mean, look, Alec, you've worked with Blake Elliott.
Yeah.
All right. I get rage baited every show.
He's a stirrer.
And it's not. And here's the problem. But here's what's happened. Blake has now inspired all of you.
Yeah,
producers to now rage bait me.
I'm disappointed in myself.
I'm getting rage baited every night. I mean, Dylan, for God's sakes, is now rage baiting me.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Dylon, the nicest kid you've ever met in your life, is now rage baiting Fred Davis on a regular basis. So I said, you know what? I'm not taking the rage bait in 2026. So that being said, yes, I want to go to Dubai. I want to work a World Cup game, and then last but certainly not least, and of course I need some help with this. I want to cover my Jayhawks in the Final Four.
Ooh.
So there you go. There's your Fred Davis 3 bucket list items in 2026.
I like all of those.
So my big one is I absolutely want to work a World Cup game, but I'll up it up. I'll go up one more, or 9 more since the AT&T is going to have 9 games, which is awesome. I want to do all 9 games. I think it'd be great. I'm trying to work and I got to get my brown nose going on Tim. Whoa. I got to do my best. Listen, I'm not proud of it, but right now I'm just proud of it.
He left shame behind in 2025.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm here for it.
You know, you got to decide what's important and what's not going into the new year, and he decided shame is not necessary, and I respect it. If you just lean into it.
That's it. And he's going to smell better doing it. He's got not one, but 2 new things of cologne in 2026.
I'm not a cologne guy.
He's not a cologne guy.
I'm not a cologne guy.
He's not a cologne guy.
It's
but
not my realm.
Blake and I being the awesome guys that we are, have taken it upon ourselves. Blake gave him some cologne for Christmas. I stumbled across a bottle that I didn't even realize I had of Dupe Louis Vuitton, which smells pretty damn good. Thank you very much. Because your boy, look, one thing you know about your boy Freddie D, he gonna smell good. And we got our boy Trevor hooked up. And look, I said this before. Our goal is to get relations for Trevor Beck in 2026.
Relations, huh?
Say relationship. How about that?
What kind of relations here?
Hey, look, you guys are smart people. You fill in the blanks.
Man, I was trying to get
fill in the void.
No rage bait.
I was trying to get Fan After Dark Fred out there. Trying to get you to slip up a little bit. I listen. I hear the things that go on, and sometimes I am totally baffled. In the best ways possible. Oh, yeah, I do.
Fun.
And back to the rage baiting thing, because I'm not a part of it. Because I worked with Blake on weekends forever, so I know what it feels like. So I'm just glad that I get to be observing this, and you feel my pain that I felt for months and months and months. So thank you for dealing with it pretty much 5 days a week now, because I will not. I choose not to. I choose peace in life, Fred, and Blake does not bring me that. 877-881-1053. Your bucket list items for 2026 from the 321. Fred, you're going to get arrested in Dubai. That wouldn't shock me. Let's see, from the 214 to travel to Colombia for specific kind of woman. From the 940, moving to Denver in May. Wow. Well, congratulations. I hope that's a good move that you're excited about, and I hope that you download the Odyssey app and check us out still. From the 469, Nashville for a guy's trip. That sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of messy nights coming your way, and I'm happy for you. Let's see, from the 903, skydive over the Fiji Island in Vegas. Ooh. That sounds fun. From the 214, I want to climb Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa. That's big and bold. I like that. From the 979, get my CDL and skydive license. That would be cool. From the 407, lower bowl seats for a Stars game. I like the sports and simplicity of that. We'll talk about the Stars later because they pissed me off yesterday. Just get the job done, man. I thought the New Year's Eve game was supposed to be fun. It's a good tradition. But you ruined my night, and I had to turn the game off early because you were just irritating me. I went back to college football. This is interesting. From the 903, I am 46 and I've never been drunk. Want to give it a try.
46 and never been drunk. I mean, I don't know that you're missing out on anything.
Yeah, I really don't think you are. Like, not to deter you. If you want to try it, try it. There's a first time for everything. I respect it. But I really don't think you're going to be as excited about it, especially the next morning. You're going to be like, that was pointless.
Or maybe just get a little tipsy, just have a few drinks, be with friends. But I mean, now when you say you're 46 and you've never been drunk, I guess my question is, have you drank though? Because there's a difference in, hey, I'm 46, I've never had a drink, versus I'm 46 and I've never gotten drunk.
Yeah, because you could have a few beers and be fine.
100%. So we need a little clarity on exactly what do you mean by that. And of course, I'll be the big 4-5 this year, and I'm going on 10 years of no boozing. So
I'm proud of you for it.
Well,
I will be the big 2-5 this year, just to date you a little bit. Yeah.
Trust me, I get. I mean, you're old by Fan After Dark producer standings. My God, I mean, look, the fact that you're older than my daughter, considering that most of the producers at the station in the nighttime realm are younger than my daughter, who will be 23 later on this month. So,
congrats!
Yeah, tell me about it.
And big congratulations, not not to Floyd Mayweather because he is in jeopardy of losing his Las Vegas strip club over $52,000 in unpaid property taxes. And this is the man that loves to flex his money, his cars and everything. And there's even a video as recently as December 17th of him counting money in front of Jay-Z at what looks like an NBA game. So yeah, somebody that loves to count his money. According to Business Insider, Mayweather is at risk of losing the building that houses his famous Las Vegas strip club because he has over $50,000 in unpaid property taxes. Over the last 18 months, it seems, he has not been paying the taxes on his building. He's been accused in lawsuits of failing to pay for millions of dollars in luxury items as well over the past couple of years, including watches, high-end jewelry, and allegations that he has disputed since, but he bought that building for $3.6 million in 2024, and it looks like some of his stuff is going to be going to auction soon because he's not paying his bills. So, shocker.
He's a mess. Almost as much of a mess as this Texas Tech offense so far through the first quarter. There's a minute and 35 left to go. Is this the second 3-and-out? You've got a total of -2 yards, 0 for 2 on third down for your Texas Tech Red Raiders. They have a whopping 1 minute and 18 seconds of possession time. So, look, I'm no Brian Broaddus when it comes to knowing football. But, boys, I'm going to go out on a limb and say right now this is not the start you wanted if you're Texas Tech.
No, not at all. And considering their last drive was, negative 10 yards? Not great.
That means they went backwards.
Great. Yeah, and I think in football you want to go forwards across the field.
You want to matriculate it downfield.
To the other end zone, not yours.
Not yours, no.
So I understand why Degenerate Jake has not come in the studio.
I was going to say, Degenerate Jake, if you're listening, 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's also the hotline as well. So just, give us your thoughts on this early start for your Texas Tech Red Raiders.
What happened to I'm going to be there at 11 a.m.? Well, oh, well.
Crying Oregon Duck tears right now is what's happening right now. Oregon Duck tears.
Well, coming up next, we're going to dip into some gridiron gravy. We're going to get you the latest updates, injuries, and whatnot across the NFL and keep you up to date on this Texas Tech-Oregon matchup next year on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday first show of the year. Stephen Jones at 4:30. What you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock. Join the nation 2 to 7 here on The Fan.
When my buddy Kevin needed a new car, I told him to go over to see my friend GM Justin Rudd at Platinum Chevrolet, and he would get him the best deal possible. And guess what happened? He absolutely did. Right now at Platinum Chevrolet, 2026 Traverse in stock, up to $4,000 off MSRP. The 2026 Trax here, ready to go. The 2025 Tahoe, $7,000 off MSRP. And here's what I love the most. For the last 36 years, Platinum Chevrolet has been showing customers across DFW how to drive the difference. And with just 4 easy steps, you can customize your buying experience.
podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and Fred Davis with you today. We will give way to the G-Bag Nation, which is a unique combination today at 2 o'clock. It'll be Kevin Walker, Jacob Regh, and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Well, you'll get at least 2 of them.
Yes. I don't know about Jacob.
I'm just saying, because I've never heard Jacob. Can we do a welfare check?
Yeah.
Make sure he's okay?
Let's see. I actually did get a text from him a second ago that says en route. So he is supposedly on his way, maybe driving recklessly because
there's no traffic on the road today.
Exactly. So yeah, he might be speeding a little bit. He's definitely going to be more offensive than his football team on the road today because through one quarter they had -2 yards of offense.
That's not good.
Texas Tech not having a great day at the yard so far, but a long way to go here still. So we will keep you up to date in this one. And
real quick, let me interrupt you just for a second.
Sure.
Can you find if there's anything on Twitter about? Apparently, there's nobody at the Rose Bowl. So allegedly, there's torrential downpours hitting Southern California, and as a result, right now, this game there are no fans. Like now, I'm guessing there's some there, but like from somebody just texted in, and I've seen just a little bit on Twitter that people are not there. And so, are we going to? I mean, what are we going to do?
It does start at 3, though, right? Like, I think the Rose Bowl is at 3 o'clock. So again, you're a couple hours.
Do we think the weather will clear up by then?
Oh, I don't know.
8-7. Where's Dan Brunoff when you need him? Okay, where's Dan Brunoff?
Shoot him an email real quick.
Yeah, I think I've got his number. Dan, give us a Southern California update.
I did see about like 40-ish minutes ago, they did take the tarp off the field because it stopped raining a little bit. Right. So, yeah, I think it's going to go on as planned. It's just going to be gross. And Chiafalo was getting us ready for that yesterday. He was like, dude, that game is going to be nasty, gross. Yeah. If you are thinking about putting any money on that game, don't, because it's not going to look any way that you think.
Or take the under.
Smash the unders.
Hammer the under.
Yeah, before Vegas gets out in front of it. But let's say we go around the entire NFL and world of college football and dip into some gridiron gravy. And Gridiron Gravy is powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Shout out to Men's Tea Clinic. Guys, of course, it's going to be hard to talk a lot of NFL today because of all the college football madness going on. Again, if you're just joining us or you're out and about today and you're tuning in on the Real Radio, 3-0, Oregon leading Texas Tech right now going into the second quarter. But around the NFL, some scary news for the New Orleans Saints this morning. Chris Olave is going to be out for their season finale due to a blood clot in one of his lungs. He was listed on the injury report with an illness after missing yesterday's practice. He has no history with blood clots and is expected to recover within the next month. He'll be able to participate in the Saints offseason program when it begins in April, sources tell ESPN. So he has posted a picture of himself in the hospital this morning saying, "Thank you, God, for everything. Right where I need to be. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, and I'm grateful to experience it. Chin up, chest out, and keep it pushing. I don't want your sympathy. Just talk to God for me. Bounce back on the way." So, scary situation there for the 25-year-old. He's going to finish his 4th season with the Saints with a career best 1,163 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns. It's amazing what happens whenever they get Derek Carr out of there. Chris Olave stays relatively healthy and has a career year. And it brings up another conversation about the Saints that I didn't think I was going to be having this year, and I got to eat total crow on. Has Tyler Shuck overtaken Cam Ward for all rookie team quarterback?
Ooh, I mean, Cam Ward, if you were going to give him a slight edge, it's because he did start, all 17 games for Tennessee, and that team is atrocious. Like, he's got no help. I mean, maybe a little bit on the running game side, Burks and Pollard, but as far as the rest of his, Calvin Ridley, he's been a mess all year long. The DK kid, I mean, he's had fits and starts. But Tyler Shuck, I mean, yeah, he's damn near Trevor's age as a rookie quarterback. But once they threw him in the starting lineup, once we got rid of Temu, Patrick Mahomes, and put our boy Tyler Shuck in, and I'm going to go back to something I've said that I don't understand. And let me just divert this for a hot second. Maybe we need to put a little bit of respect on Kellen Moore's name.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look, 2 years in a row. Hey, Jalen Hurts looks like ass. Okay, wins the Super Bowl last year with him. With Kellen Moore as your OC. Yeah. All right. What he's been able to do with Tyler Shuck. I had Chris Olave on my fantasy team, so that's why I've been a little bit more locked into New Orleans Saints this year than I normally would. Plus, let's not bury the lead. Devin Neal stepped in for a injured Alvin Kamara. Do you guys know where Devin Neal went to school? It's irrelevant. Point is, like where your head's at there, Trevor, the creator. So no, shout out and didn't flinch. Tyler Shuck might be, to your point, Alec Medford, the offensive rookie of the year.
Whew.
Might be.
Man, there's been some bad rookie performances this year, too.
Yeah.
Like I saw a note on Tyrone Tracy for the Giants. I think he's going to be the only rookie at that position to break 800 scrimmage yards. And Ashton Genty exists. It's like,
I feel bad for Ashton Genty, though. I do. The Raiders are. If you didn't have the Jet, I mean, have we ever had a team worse than the Raiders that didn't get more love for being as terrible as they were? Say what you want about the NFL, and we love watching it.
The 24 draft class, excuse me, because he was drafted last year. So, 2024 draft class only has one player who put up 800 scrimmage yards this season. It's Tyrone Tracy of the Giants. And the Giants have been abysmal. But, just talking about the rookie performances this season, outside of like Teteroa McMillan, Harvey out of Denver.
For half the year.
Yeah, Ibuka for like a blink of an eye. There haven't been many great rookie performances this season. Some of them
Jaden Blue. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Can you give offensive lineman rookie of the year consideration? Shout out Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker has been really good for them. Like Will Campbell with the Patriots.
Yes.
I know he got dinged up a little bit.
He's missed the last few games, but
he's been dinged up. But when he was playing, he was fantastic.
He's playing really well.
Some of the defensive linemen, like Abdul Carter, is starting to come along. Yeah. He's getting a lot of pressure very quickly.
Yeah.
Kind of going back to our conversation earlier about who do you fear on the Giants. He's come along. He's showing up to meetings on time and stuff now. So he's been fantastic. But outside of that, it's not the marquee skill position players that you would expect that have been doing any of the damage around the league. But
Texas Tech just had its first huge play of the day. Williams busts a 50-yard run, so they are finally inside Oregon territory. Texas Tech, 12 minutes left to go in the second quarter.
There you go. And one more thing around the NFL real quick. We talked at length about Trayvon Diggs getting claimed by the Green Bay Packers, in case you have been living under a rock.
Right.
That did happen, but something that I just think is hilarious. Aaron Rodgers said he's going to ponder his, quote, options for retirement. Dude, you signed a one-year deal for a reason. You're old. We know what you're doing. You are retiring.
It's time for him
Your
to.
season is about to end.
I like it. Look, I'm an Aaron Rodgers guy. I love the fact that he's kind of an a-hole. I love the fact that he will just have the most unhinged press conferences. I'm here for it. But as being the Aaron Rodgers fan that I am, just call it a day, bro. Call it a day. I mean, you've been a lot more respectable than I think people expected him to be this year. If they win on Sunday and you get the Pittsburgh Steelers into the playoffs, now I don't think you're going to win any thing come playoff time, but if you can do it, what better way to go out for a career? And it's a lot better than the way you looked with the New York Jets. Go beat the Ravens on Sunday, get your ass kicked in the first round of the playoffs, and right off into the sunset.
And one more thing before break on this Texas Tech-Oregon game. Favorite stat so far has changed already. It was the negative 2 yards of offense in the first quarter. Texas Tech, their first 9 plays, 3 yards of offense. Their last rush, 50 yards. Yeah, so maybe they're starting to kind of sort of figure things out as it's 4th down now, but you know,
they can't throw the ball. That's the problem right now.
They can't throw the ball, but it takes a village, doesn't it? It takes a village, especially against
really
Oregon,
does.
where they've got
Seriously.
athletes all over the field. That's some gridiron gravy coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to continue talking about this game between Texas Tech and Oregon, but we will open up the phones as well. Tolo's on the telephone. A Fan After Dark special, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Your chance to call in and talk about anything on your sports brain next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the K.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. His name is Fred Davis. And we got Trevor Beck on the 1s and 2s and 3s right here on 105.3 The Fan. 2 hours down, 2 to go until we give way to the G-Bag Nation here today. We are keeping you up to date on all things college football, Texas Tech and Oregon. Going down right now as we speak, and it is it's a tough watch. It's a pretty tough watch.
Every time we look up, Oregon's got the damn football.
Yeah, they're going to win the time of possession battle for sure. And again, Texas Tech not finding much going on offense, and Oregon pulling out some trickery and whatnot, trying to find more points. Right now, it is still 3-0 in this game as we are creeping towards the 8-minute mark in the second quarter. So we'll keep you up to date on that one, but it feels like there's not going to be much to update you on because it's a whole lot of back and forth of mid so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Texas Tech's going to have to do something offensively. I mean, I'm not breaking any major news here, but the one thing you just worry about with Oregon and this just lopsided time of possession is this Texas Tech defense is going to get worn out. The one thing we were worried about coming into this game, and I mean, boom, here comes Texas Tech's defense. As soon as I say that, is again, they haven't played a quarterback or an offense or a defense quite like Oregon's all year long, and it shows so far. So I have all the faith. The defense has come to play. We knew they would, but Baron Morton in that offense is going to need to do a double pass. Do something. Let's see some trickeration.
See what kind of
maybe.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Well, Oregon already did.
That's what just happened with Oregon. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to do something.
I mean, hey, it's a copycat sport, isn't it?
It is.
You know,
It
you
is.
see one thing work for somebody else. Why not steal it in the same game? Hey.
Yeah.
Unscouted looks. How about that? Yeah, halftime adjustments need to be made for Texas Tech because defensively they're looking pretty fine.
They've looked great.
But outside of that, they could not buy a couple of yards on offense outside of that 50-yard rush.
Or your defense is going to have to create a turnover and a pick six, scoop and score, something like that. So
early in the drive, too, to get good field position because the offense is not going to move the ball.
No. Degenerate Jake, where you at, bud?
I know. I thought you were en route.
Man.
Make it make sense, Jacob.
He has been the silence is deafening.
It's very deafening. And, it's deafening watching this game because if we had the sound on, my ears would be bleeding. There's not much going on here. So we'll keep you up to date on this game as it keeps going. But do want to talk about a couple things here. And if you want to get involved in the conversation, 877-881-1053 phone lines are open for this segment as well if you want to get involved. But a couple things here.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys and Stars. Start with Cowboys. Matt Eberflus, your defensive coordinator, is addressing the media as we speak.
Sweet Willie C.
And something interesting that he said, Clarence Hill, friend of the program, tweeting, Cowboys defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus admitted things changed for the defense when they lost an all-pro pass rusher who can win quick, but you can't look back. So, after, on these airwaves, finger-pointing at the scheme and asking them to do different things and blah, blah, blah. And it's about the coaching. And Matt Eberflus is like, hey, it'd be a lot easier to coach this team if I had an elite pass rusher that was getting home on every other play. But you traded him.
I mean, and look, we get what Eberflus is doing, right? I mean, he knows he's getting fired. Now, unlike Trayvon Diggs, he may get left behind in New York. They may not ask him to fly back with the team. So I don't know if he's got family in and around the New Jersey, New York area, but unlike Trayvon Diggs, if I was the Dallas Cowboys, I'd go ahead and leave him there and give him the heads up ahead of time. Ebes, tell you what, I wouldn't even call him Flus. Ebes, tell you what, here's what I want you to do. After that pathetic showing from this season. Go ahead, let him check an extra bag. You know what? And go ahead, let him check 2. As a matter of fact, that's one less thing we got to pay for, and you can go ahead and stay in New York, New Jersey. But I get it. Our boy Eves is taking all the shots as he walks out of the house. Kind of knocking off the vase and that sort of thing. Like, oh well, I didn't know I wasn't going to have Micah Parsons. Yeah, that made sense 17 weeks ago, Eves. You had 17 weeks and an entire training camp to figure this thing out, and you didn't. Now, is some of your personnel not great? It is, but I have a hard time believing that this defense is as bad as it was all year long. And I'll go back to something I said weeks and weeks and weeks ago. The fact that the division that you knew better than anybody, the NFC North, cooked you 3 different times. And I said this before, I would have fired Eberflus after J.J. McCarthy grittied into the end zone. That's a fireable offense in my mind. I don't care who you are. The fact that this defense made J.J. McCarthy look like vintage Brett Favre is all I need to see out of Eberflus. I don't care if you traded DeMarcus Lawrence, Overshown, and Micah Parsons before the season started. That was inexcusable. We can't get Eberflus out of here fast enough. And let's get ready for DC number 4 in 4 years.
That's such a nasty statement, too. I hate that for the players. I really, really do. And he was asked about his job security, and he said, quote, "My mindset has always been the same, 1 week at a time, 1 game at a time, and your focus is on coaching the players." And then something that people are going to love to hear, again, from our friend Clarence Hill. Matt Eberflus said he loves linebacker Kenneth Murray in terms of his leadership, and he has won the team a few ball games.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2026, I want you to find somebody that loves and believes in you the same way Matt Eberflus believes in Kenneth Murray. Okay?
Bingo!
If you take nothing away from today's show and you don't know what your bucket list item and or resolution is for 2026, love somebody the way Eberflus unapologetically and unconditionally loves Kenneth Murray.
That's right. We're in a timeout in the Oregon-Texas Tech game as the Texas Tech defense stands up real tall. 3rd and goal at the 2. Stuffed for no gain.
There he is.
And a big 4th down decision incoming for Oregon. We will let you know what happens there after they return to play. 4 minutes and change left in the first half of action in the Capital One Orange Bowl. We'll keep you up to date on that one. Also, in your world of sports, the Dallas Stars did everything they could to try to ruin your New Year's Eve. They went flat last night, losing 4-1 to a streaking Sabres team, which, don't get me wrong, that's a good team that came into Dallas, and they are red hot right now. But this was just not great. 15 seconds into the game, Maverick Bork makes you think that you're going to dominate this game because electricity on the holiday, it's a tradition here in Dallas. The Double AC and the Dallas Stars on New Year's Eve, they go together more perfectly than a piece of toast and a toaster.
Wow.
It is amazing until this happens. But what happened is, I was listening to Glenn Golitzin, your head coach, talking after the game, and he said they ran into a good team and they weren't quite ready to play, which is concerning and disappointing because he said the playing field for us right now is pretty level, meaning we had a couple of good practices. We've got good energy. We've been at home. We haven't been traveling. Our energy levels should be high, but that's the disappointing, concerning part. The energy not being there for the Dallas Stars when they have everything in front of them. As he mentioned, not traveling a lot leading into this game as well. The Stars just weren't good enough, and the Sabres goalie was stopping just about everything. And he could have stopped a sewing needle that got shot towards him. He was electric last night. The Stars just coming out flat. It's uncharacteristic so far for the Glenn Golitzin second go-around Stars is they might have some slower starts, like first period starts, but they really find their rhythm and timing as the game develops. It's the opposite this go-around. 15 seconds into the game. you think that you've got everything out in front of you now. You've got a 1-0 lead before you can even blink. I literally went to go grab a beer, and I turn around, and I see the goal graphic up on the screen. And I'm like, what in the world just happened? And then I take a bathroom break or something. I leave the room. I come back, and it's 3-1. I'm like, what in the world is going on with this team right now? They just don't have their energy. It's weird.
Yeah, for what I was watching last night, I'm sorry to step on your toes here, Fred, but that was what the frustration was, because we haven't had these talks since early in the season when we had a 3-game stretch like this. We've lost 3 games in a row since we had that stretch before, and that's kind of the odd, frustrating thing is, like, we haven't played a lot of games recently. We've had a lot of breaks. We want to talk about breaks in college football. I mean, I think we played 3 games in 11 days, which is quite a bit of a break for hockey. And so I think that's part of the frustration is that, hey, you guys have got break. You can get healthy. You can do all these things. Well, maybe not playing hockey is kind of a bad thing when you're this far deep in this. Was it the 40th game last night?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of one of those things. You played a streaking team. Who was it? The Sabres. Sorry, I was about to say the Islanders. But the Sabres are a streaking team. They got their 10th win last night. So you just kind of, I think you got not flat. Like, that's kind of what it was. And Gully talked about it in the postgame. So it's really frustrating.
Yeah, the crowd was booing the power play last night, Fred. They were booing the power play. Dallas, 4 for 23 in its past 8 games. Far below that, like, 30+% range that they had been clicking at for most of the season. The power play has been their bread and butter. It's felt almost automatic at times. And last night, gross to the point where the crowd was booing again. 4 for 23 in the past 8 games on the power play.
Look, I'm no Barry Melrose, all right? Let's call that what it is. You've lost 3 straight. 2 of those were in overtime and a shootout. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. 25-7-7. We're going to be all right. There's your unofficial Fred Davis Stars breakdown of the day. By the way, what a first down for Texas Tech just a second ago as it's now 2nd and 10. I didn't realize they had stopped him on 4th and goal.
Oh, yeah, we were too busy talking hockey, man. And that's the thing about this studio setup where I chose to sit today. The TV is behind me.
Yes.
So I'm going off the Gamecast, which...
Going off vibes.
Yeah, I'm spam refreshing because I don't want to do the whole twist the mic around and break my neck trying to keep an eye on the game. But I also do kind of have a reflection from the window in front of me.
You do.
It's just super blurry.
You had me looking behind me because I can't see the I felt like an idiot right there. Boy, oh boy.
I wish you were on cam for that.
You know, and just quick aside, boys, I did see Degenerate Jake outside there, but I noticed that he hasn't poked his head in to say hello or comment on what's going on here.
I think somebody's scared.
I think they did just pick up a first down, though. They did. Baron Morton looks like he might start to be getting into a little bit of a groove as they go ahead and pick up the tempo a little bit. And then there's a fumble. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Fumble by Texas Tech. Oregon recovers. They've got it, the Texas Tech inside, the 25, 30-yard line. 2 turnovers already for the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Yeah.
Again, not a recipe for success, boys. Crappy offense and turning the ball over. Boom. That's my John Madden for you.
Boom. I appreciate that. And, yeah, you got about, 2.5 minutes left until halftime here as well.
29-yard line.
And that's after your defense gave you an incredible goal line stand.
Yes.
Like, you got to capitalize on those opportunities because Oregon eventually, they're going to figure it out on offense and they're going to score more than 3 points.
A psychopath.
He is.
I like him too. I love him.
Lanning.
I love everything he's about.
He's a crazy person.
I would run through a brick wall for him, and I have no affiliation to Oregon.
No.
That school, that state, nothing. He just gets these guys ready to go, and I would be scared of him as a player because he seems cracked out all the time.
He does, but you know what? I mean, look, he gets the most out of his players. So, by the way, I did see something too this morning that Drew Mestemaker is inching towards a deal with Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was me being ball-sacked or not, but
no, that's real.
That's real.
Yep.
Okay, because they're trying to get the running back there too, right? Caleb Hawkins or Hawkins, whatever his name is.
Yeah. I think they're trying to as well. They're ponying up the money to try to keep some continuity within the offense. They're bringing in the head coach, and I mean again, it's the world we live in now with NIL.
I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I don't like it.
Yeah, and then for Texas Tech, it sounds like from what I've heard, they're in a bidding war for the Cincinnati quarterback as well with LSU. And yeah, Lane Kiffin stepping in the midnight hour and offering about $2 million more. So
I mean, man, it's you've got a North Texas team that's had 75% of its roster pillaged and or in the transfer portal, and then you've got Iowa State. They lose Matt Campbell, and I see a report the other day that they've got like 18 players on scholarship on the roster right now. So and that's a Big 12 school, right? I mean, North Texas Group of 5, I get all that, but something. This method is not sustainable for college football and really college sports as a whole, but that's another conversation for another time.
Well, that other time is not next because we have a very special guest joining us. Coming up on the other side as we enter the commercial-free Expressway, 35 minutes uninterrupted. We will kick it off with Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation, and after we chat with him, we are going to do some DFW sports resolutions, 877-881-1053, some New Year's resolutions for DFW sports teams. What do you want to see your favorite DFW teams improve on or do in 2026? We'll do that next year on The Fan.
During this holiday season, we want to
Locations now, or visit wildforkfoods.com for next day delivery options. Blast frozen freshness wins every time.
It is time for the Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, Medford, and Fred Davis here. We are the KNC Masterpiece today, and we are helping you stay afloat through all of this gross Texas Tech offense. 6-0. Oregon leading inside of a minute until halftime for Texas Tech as they are on offense trying to figure something out before the half, and I don't think they will. But we will keep you up to date on that game throughout the remainder of the show. Before we go to the D&M Leasing Hotline, do want to remind you as well, tomorrow, the final Friday football feast, Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins in Arlington over by the stadium. We're going to have Tolo flasks to give away. We're going to have 2 sets of Tolo etched whiskey glass sets. Those are going to be available to sign up and win. Ring of Honor Forever Champion Athena will be there in person around this time tomorrow. Great food, great content. Jerry Jones at 10:30. Masterpiece of the Week at 1:30. Dude, it's a great Friday. You got to show up in Arlington, 1419 North Collins Street. But we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and we welcome in from the G-Bag Nation. He is a Super Bowl winning scout as well. His name is Brian Broaddus. Brian, how's it going? Happy New Year.
Damn, Medford, with all the stuff you're giving away, we could have had an ice machine.
Man,
seriously.
You're telling me.
Glasses, flasks, what the hell are we doing? I mean, this is crazy.
We're living it up. We're living it up.
Good for you guys. Happy New Year to you both, man. Happy New Year.
So how are you taking it in? How are you celebrating? You enjoying this Texas Tech-Oregon game so far in a defensive masterclass?
I've got it on in the background. I'm actually watching a guy named Max Clare, a tight end from Ohio State, dueling against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. So, yeah, I'm just kind of got it on in the background there. I'm a little disappointed. I'd like to see Tech kind of find some things, as you mentioned here. You know, Oregon, not the most easiest team to have to deal with. That's a pretty complete team. And first off, too, I want to say this. Congratulations to Fred Davis. He called the Miami game last night, by the way.
Appreciate that, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, he said that. He said Miami. That's a team. That's a team. You stood on the table and said it. So congratulations. So, yeah, but hopefully Tech will figure something out here in the second half.
You know, we talked about this throughout the course of the week about this Texas Tech football team was that, yes, while we love the Big 12, there was no great team, and there was certainly no great offensive team outside of maybe Arizona State, and wink, wink, nod, nod. That's the one team that beat Texas Tech this year. When you look at Dante Moore, how does he project at the next level? And, you know, if he decides to go pro, as my co-host is wanting to think that he will do, where do you see Dante Moore, and kind of who's your comparison for him NFL-wise?
Well, you know, you watch, like, I have not personally, like, my quarterbacks are the last groups that I do, but I've seen him enough to kind of understand the type of player. And the one thing that I've learned about guys that show up at Oregon and play quarterback is they're very well coached. So, you know, you could tell by the fact that his ability, the movement skills, the accuracy with the ball, you know, the way that he's able to kind of navigate the pocket and things, I could see where people could absolutely fall in love with this guy. This is a very difficult position to have to evaluate, but you go to Oregon, you know, I remember Bo Nix just being awful at Auburn. And
yeah, he
shows up at Oregon, and all of a sudden they find coaching, they get the best out of his ability and all that. And then Sean Payton basically laughs in my face and tells me I'm wrong about the guy, you know, and I'm like, okay, fine. But, you know, he's proven me wrong for sure. But the thing with Moore, I'm really interested to see if some teams have him higher than they have Mendoza. Yeah, I mean, now Mendoza, you know, we'll see that later on today, but I would be interested to see if some teams really, really like him, just because I think, you know, you talk about the athletic ability and things like that you could deal with this guy, and you know, the fact that he has played in some big games, I think tells a lot about it too.
I feel like there's probably 4 or 5 guys on this Texas Tech defense that I would say put on the Dallas Cowboys right now, right here today. Yeah. Send them out there against the Giants even and see what they've got. But obviously Rodriguez, the linebacker, had a lot of conversation going in to the playoffs and the Heisman conversation and whatnot. Don't know how much you've gotten to watch of him, but when it comes to our linebacker room for the Cowboys and just watching him and seeing how effortless his progressions are and how quick he is and how decisive, how much work do you think the linebacker room really needs, and what do you think this draft offers?
Well, if you look really kind of overall, though, that's the thing. Like this morning, my goal was there's the one thing that's kind of been pretty prevalent as I'm working through the first, say, top 100. It just seems like to me a lot of wide receivers, a lot of edge rushers. There's been, I've looked at 5 different, one technique defensive tackles, 1-3 technique. That'd be Peter Woods, at Clemson. We've talked about last night, on our show, we were talking about with Reese and Styles, and you'll get to see C.J. Allen from Georgia. Rodriguez you're mentioned. If you're watching, Hill is a kid from Texas that you're absolutely going to have to watch. So, the thing about it is I just feel like that to me, defensively, there's some pretty solid players that, and I mean solid, I hate to always use the word great, but man, when you start to talk about cornerback position, you talk about the safeties. There's a kid at Oregon, the safety, 31, Thienerman. The way that he plays has been, I was watching him earlier in the week. There's some safeties out there, there's corners out there, there's linebackers. I mean, guys that can honestly come in and help this Dallas Cowboys defense right now in the way that depending on, like I said, with what they do, at the defensive coordinator position, I anticipate they will make a change there. But at least there's some positions, of some high-level guys that Dallas, with their 2 first-round picks, if they do enough in free agency to kind of give them some flexibility, I kind of feel like this defense can be helped with what I've seen so far.
Brian Broad, a Super Bowl winning scout, G-Bag Nation, Cowboys pre-post, halftime. He'll be doing his swan song this Sunday with Chiafalo. Is Chiafalo there all day, or are they doing their normal Chiafalo starts and Wolchuk takes you all home?
No, we're back to the normal rotation. Okay. The great thing that I have is I have a Christian teammate and a Jewish teammate.
Yeah.
So they figure out, they figured out how to split the holiday.
Absolutely.
Like one has to do Hanukkah, then the other one steps in. But we should be back to normal rotation for this final one.
Throw a Scientologist in there and all hell breaks loose. All right.
You never know.
Speaking of defensive coordinators, Eberflus, I think we all proverbially the writing on the wall when he said today, as our boy Alec so eloquently pointed out during his availability today, didn't know that he was going to be without a pass rusher that gets through his beats his one-on-one so easily, and didn't know he's going to have to deal with that this year as part of his defense. That's all well and good had that happened a couple weeks ago, but of course that was 6 months ago. Is Eberflus doing the what? I see the writings on the wall. I'm going to go ahead and start defending myself against all this nonsense?
Well, yeah, and he that's naturally what we're going to. This is professional sports or collegiate sports, whatever, might be the only job where every day you see your name on TV or in the newspaper, the kind of job you do. And so I anticipated this, that, when people have come out and been very, very critical. Management has even come out and been somewhat critical of, what their expectations were. But management were part of the reason why Matt Eberflus is here.
Right.
So with, all that being said, listen, Matt Eberflus, and we stood there and watched. I know I watched 12 practices this summer in Oxnard, and not one of those practices did he have Micah Parsons practice.
Right.
Not one. So, but I will tell you where we all got fooled. Where we got fooled was, and this might have been something that we should have seen at training camp, was that we did see Donovan Ezeracco and Fowler and Williams and those guys, we saw guys winning on the edge where we should have turned our focus is that maybe these offensive tackles aren't very good. You know, that's kind of where we should, you know, I think there was a false sense of security from the defensive coaches in the front office that, whoa, wait a minute, we have some legitimate pass rushers here with those guys that I named. You know, Donovan Ezeracco's been good, but not to the good. Like I've said this, I've gone on record and said this. He beat better offensive tackles in the ACC last year than he played against this year.
Jeez.
He has. He honestly has. I mean, Dallas every week has dealt with a compromised offensive line, and here we are, no pass rush. You know, they have not taken advantage of any of that. And so I think that we all got fooled in Oxnard looking at this team and saying, wow, they've got legitimate pass rushers, when in actuality, what we should have said is, wow, their offensive tackles are not doing a very good job right now.
And Broadus, I'm telling, and I'm glad you said that because, I think, and it just goes to show kind of like just the psychology of fans and even media, right? When we've got our own kind of beliefs, because I remember saying during training camp too, when you guys were down there and just doing the show, it was like, you know, because it seemed like every day we saw a different highlight of George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb busting up the defense, right? Like just hammering the secondary. And I remember asking Blake one time, and hell, I didn't even think, I said to you guys in crosstalk one time, I said, look, this is all well and good that CD and George are doing all this, but what does that say about our secondary? Because if they're doing it day in, day out, that doesn't bode well. And guess what? You know, to your point, you had problems at times with your tackles, and it's been a you-know-what cluster watching the secondary all season.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's the real danger that you walk into when you're evaluating teams. Now, there's a lot of teams that will go and play, you know, practice against other teams. You know, the Cowboys will go work against the Rams.
Yeah.
Hell, I think there needs to be more of that, to be honest with you, because you saw the Rams get after your ass.
Right.
You know, and the Rams are one of the better teams in the National Football League. I think they're the best team in the NFC myself. But you see the Rams and what they were able to do, and you're thinking like, well, damn, this group is not very good, you know. But when you're seeing you work against your ones, you know, you're kind of, maybe you get that false sense of, oh, things are going to be okay. And this is the balance that coaches really, really run, is that, are we this bad or are we this good? That's the thing that, you know, and I just feel like that, you know, going into training camp next year, I'm going to be very, very mindful of like, well, okay, then do we have a problem at this position? Because, you know, the clearly they're just getting dominated here, you know? So yeah, we got into a false sense, but I can understand Eberflus. He knows the end is near. If it's on the same trajectory as what Mike Nolan was, they're going to play this game on the 4th. Probably 3 days later, Matt Eberflus is going to be gone, and then the Cowboys are probably going to have to start another search for a defensive coordinator, and hopefully it's an extensive one and not just one come in, have a steak, shake a hand, and have a slumber party, and we have a defensive coordinator. My hope is that they really, really go through the names here and try and figure this out.
Broadus, I want to flip to the other side of the ball and have you look into your crystal ball a little bit because you were talking about the offensive line and the tackles being a bit of an issue, a big bit of an issue this season. If you looked into your crystal ball right now and you're standing there on the sideline at training camp, what do you think that starting offensive line looks like? How different do you think it looks going into next year?
Well, that's a great question, and I've tried to give that some thought. And I'm a fan of a Nate Thomas. I really am. I understand what potentially could happen at right tackle. I want to believe in Tyler Guyton. I really do. But Tyler Guyton never shows up and plays.
Nope.
You know, the one thing that you could say about Terrence Steele is he shows up and plays every week.
He sure does.
He might not play very great all the time. And
he's there.
I asked Chief this question the other day. I'm like, hey, why do we get so mad at Terrence Steele? You know? And we get mad at Terrence Steele because he's an $18 million a year tackle. That's why we get mad at him, you know. I mean, in actuality, if he was a guy that was just kind of, he's very Doug Free-like in the way he's played. We got mad at Doug Free too.
Yep.
But see, I think, Alec, what I would say is that I want to believe that the thing with Guyton, I don't think moving Smith to tackle was a permanent thing. I think this is more about they just didn't trust Adeniji. They really didn't trust Thomas, and they wanted to see, they felt like that their best 5 were putting him out at left tackle and then putting TJ Bass in there at guard. But if you had to hold my feet to the fire, I think it's going to be Guyton. I think it's going to be Smith. I think it's going to be Beebe. I think it's going to be Booker. And now where's the right tackle situation? Is that Nate Thomas, or do they find a way to, do they do enough in free agency to give them flexibility in the draft with those 2 picks to maybe draft an offensive tackle? If they don't do anything in free agency, if they don't try and fill some holes, and I'm not talking about bottom fish, I'm talking about legitimately go spend some money. If they don't do that, then there's no way they're going to draft an offensive tackle. But if they do some things in free agency, maybe it gives them some flexibility. But I'm about trying Nate Thomas still. If you want to bring in some competition, stuff like that. But I think we've probably seen the end of Terrence Steele there at right tackle.
Juwan Taylor should be available this offseason, so in case anybody's wondering, for right tackle.
There you go.
Can't say it. I've got a George Pickens question for you, but it's going to go too long, so I'm going to. Are you doing your? Of course you are. You're doing your show tomorrow, right?
I am doing my show tomorrow. Right, me and Chief are back at it.
All right. I'm going to be in that final hour because I have a question and it's going to take more than just a little bit of time we got left here. So I'm going to ask you tomorrow about George Pickens and the culture in the wake of Trayvon Diggs getting the boot.
Okay, sounds
tease.
Bueno.
We call that a tease.
Oh, a long tease. Look at that.
That's a long tease.
That's a real long tease. Yeah, Fred. Yeah. You know how Fred does it. He only goes big.
I'm all about the long teases.
Oh yeah, he's all about the length.
With you, Medford, if you weren't running the show, this thing would probably carry on another 4 or 5 minutes.
It absolutely would have. Broadus knows. knows.
And you know, Broadus, I work with Kevin Hageland, who is the chronic math and time guy. So I'm just.
You're as we end this little segment we have. When I love to do stuff where we're right up against it, where Heggie is trying to kill the show and get to the next one.
Yeah,
I love making comments and adding stuff to it to make it maybe have to go over a little bit.
Yeah,
because I know that drives him absolutely insane.
What you can do, Broadus, and one of my favorites is get you out of here with this 30 seconds or less, and then I'll spend 30 seconds just asking the question. So just something, just something to put in your hip pocket moving forward.
No question. Yeah, hey man, it's the holidays, man. Let's enjoy everybody out there. Happy holidays, everybody. Happy New Year, and enjoy it. Let's make it all. We'll try to be on time in 2026. No guarantees.
Yeah,
right?
we'll try. Maybe if we stand on a clock, we'll be on time. Appreciate it.
If we had an ice machine, we'd sure be on time. Trust me about
yes, that. my cup of water here is a bit lukewarm, so we're gonna have to fix that. Appreciate it, B. Thanks for the time.
You guys take care. Have a great one.
There he goes, Brian Broadus on the D&M Leasing Hotline, a Super Bowl winning NFL scout and our favorite teammate here at 105.3 The Fan. We're going to switch things up a little bit.
One of my favorites.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Everybody is my favorite here because
my boy.
We're going to switch things around. We're going to do DFW Sports New Year's resolutions at 1:20.
Do it.
Okay?
Let's do it.
Because one Jacob Ray is sitting in the studio right now with the microphone 15 feet away from him. And I want to pick on him a little bit and just, honestly, I want to get his take on some stuff because he's decked out in the Texas Tech gear.
Yeah, he is.
And he's got earbuds in, so he looks like he's ready to speak.
Oh, he's ready to go.
And honestly, the game, like CA was telling us during the break, if you're within 20 points in college football, you've got a fighting chance. So, how are you feeling so far? 6-0. It's still very close, but it seems so far away at the same time.
I mean, it's really hard. Do I pop it up?
Nope.
Wrong mic.
Wrong mic.
Hey, now there we are. Yeah, it's kind of we're in a weird spot, right? Because you came into this game not really knowing. Because I'll be honest, Tech hasn't played anybody outside of BYU for like notable competition. So on the bright side, your defense is as good as I thought it was, and you can play with anybody on the defensive side of the ball. Unfortunately, I was concerned that Baron Morton would be the reason you lost this game as opposed to the reason you win this game, and so far that's come true. And I don't want to be a homer. I don't want to be a complainer, but at what point is the sample size big enough for these teams with a bye? Where we're getting rid of this. I mean, a month off football is just not it.
Yeah, we just talked about it. We talked about it in Cross. We talked about it in the Open. Like, the conversation's only going to get louder as these games get uglier.
Yeah.
And, heck, you can even throw weather in as a concern with the Rose Bowl, too. So you can start making arguments that...
Although it does look nice now.
Yeah, it looks like it's clearing up a little bit, but then, you're still going to see people slipping and sliding on top of the fact that, hey, this season drags on way too long. So I do agree, and I just want better football. If you're going to expand the playoff like this, you have to accommodate for the fact that more time means more time for people to get hurt, more time for people to sit around on their ass and just rust up. It's bad. It's bad football. And we know that both of these teams are better than a 6-0 halftime score.
Oh, absolutely.
They are way better.
Absolutely. And the whole positive point going into this game, the reason Tech got a bye was because they were supposed to get Skylar Gill-Howard back, their outstanding defensive tackle. Mm-hmm. He was supposed to be back. And you wanted Baron Morton to get healthy. Well, Skylar Gill-Howard's not back, and Baron Morton looks like a freshman.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the only two positives you had coming into this game.
Why is your boy not back yet? What happened to him?
I don't know. They said he was going to be back. They said he was going to be back for this game, and then about a week ago they announced that he might be back for the semifinal. I was like, okay, I guess there was a setback or something. It's a lower leg injury, so those can be kind of touch and go, but...
By the way, just an update here, halftime stat. Baron Morton, and maybe even playing as a freshman might be a bit of a overstatement there. Baron Morton, 6 of 12, 37 yards. That's 3.1 yards per pass attempt. 0 tutties and 1 interception.
And the one drive you had you had a little bit of a nice drive going for a second there where you converted a 3rd and 7 and a 3rd and 9 back-to-back. 1st and 10, your running back has a chance to bounce one outside, coughs up the football, and Oregon's got the ball in field goal range just like that. I told CA when he sat down, I was like, the whole issue with this game is the game is being played between the Oregon 45 and the Tech 5.
Yeah.
Oregon has not, or like they said it right before halftime. Tech's average starting field position was the 16-yard line. Oregon's was the 47. You cannot give a team like Oregon with as aggressive of a head coach as Dan Lanning is, like they're already in 4-down territory for him. And that fake punt, I was driving up here when that happened. That was the most obvious fake punt I've seen in my life. I was in my truck screaming, watch the fake punt.
Yeah.
And there you go.
6-0. Now, tell you this. From Jake Regh, it's still a one-score game.
It is.
Like that's
doesn't feel like it.
No, it doesn't feel like it at all. It almost feels like if Oregon scores another touchdown, makes it 2 scores, this game's going to be out of reach. 88 total yards, 2 turnovers, only 3 first downs, 2 of 6 on 3rd down. Now, in fairness to you guys, you've held them to 2 of 11 on 3rd down, but the problem is they're 3 of 5 on 4th down. 22 minutes of possession time for Oregon, just under 8 for Texas Tech. Something's got to give. You know your offense better than I do. How well do you feel about this team as far as making adjustments? Because this is the most important halftime adjustment you guys have made all season.
It'll be interesting to see what they start doing with these wide receivers, because the fact that Oregon's getting so much pressure, and they talked about it in relation to Tech's defense, is it's such an asset to be able to get pressure with 4 guys. Ooh. It is such a big deal in college, and Texas Tech has more sacks on 4-man pressures than anyone in the country. Right now, Oregon's eating that offensive line alive with 4 men. And you can drop.
Go ahead and mark that.
Okay. You could drop both of your safeties deep. Tech can't throw anything long. And Baron Morton is leading these corners directly where he's throwing the football with his eyes. That interception, he was staring down that wide receiver for like 2 seconds. He had one right before half on the 2nd down play where he's staring at Terrence Carter, who's running a short little curl route about 7 yards, and he's staring at him from the snap, almost throws a pick 6. So I don't know what has to give. I don't know if you need to get the run game going somehow, but this offensive line's getting exposed, and apparently your quarterback's still not healthy enough to be remotely mobile because he can't get out of that pocket to save his life.
Well,
no penalties.
That's true.
Hey, now let's go.
Clean game.
Yeah.
Except it's
also
not clean.
Texas Tech hasn't fumbled 3 or 4 snaps like Oregon has, which has been a blessing.
Yeah. There's been so many odd things that you couldn't have told me, and I would have believed going into this game already. Again, the score, like you said, the mishandlings on Oregon's offense, and the way that the Tech offense has fizzled out, I would have expected maybe like a 2-score lead at this point. But on the other side of the coin, it has to feel rewarding seeing the Tech defense going out there and doing what they're doing against some better competition because, like you were saying earlier, with the Big 12, you really don't know anything defensively. You don't know. But now you're going against one of the better offenses, one of the more athletic offenses in all of college football, especially in the playoff left remaining. And you're seeing some great defense here. And I think that if they have anything to hold their head high about is that 4th down goal line stand. That just shows to me everything that I already kind of believed about their defense, and then everything you sold me about their defense yesterday on the show is absolutely true.
Yeah, and first of all, props to Oregon. Their tight end is a freak. Sadiq is a freak. That kid is a stud.
Props to Third Eye Blind, by the way.
Yes. No kidding.
Halftime show. I mean, is this the most depressing crowd, by the way?
Well, it's 80-20 Tech is what I'm hearing. So
well, no, but look, there's a lot of empty seats is what I'm getting at.
There is.
I mean, this first of all, can we at least get a couple drunkards out there on the field to at least pretend like they're enjoying this halftime show?
The only 2 full sections are the bands.
I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And you have a lot of empty seats. My man's trying to do Semi-Charmed Life, and people aren't even excited about it. My God, much like the Tech offense, just a lot of blahness in the stands. Something's got to give. Anyway, I digress.
Luckily, since that crowd is very heavy Texas Tech, I think if you find a way to put together a drive and get a touchdown here, and you can get Oregon to start at like the 20, and you can get a stop.
Well, you guys get the ball to start the second half, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have been like really nice if you could have at least got a field goal on that last drive.
Do you guys think you have because look, nothing jumpstarts a stagnant offense like some trickeration and/or a double pass. Do we think that there's maybe some trickeration in the Joey McGuire playbook?
I mean, I will say, we just gave our offensive coordinator a 3-year extension. So, it's not like he's playing for his job or anything. So go let it air.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I'm thinking one of the wide receivers or the running backs had to have been a quarterback in high school.
I think Coy Aiken was. Cowboy Coy. I think he was.
It's time to see Cowboy Clay rip one.
Yep.
Let's do it.
I completely agree. Or, just anything. And it's not even like the frustrating part, because they ran a screen on that last drive.
Yeah.
And Reggie Virgil had 3 offensive linemen blocking. He could have taken that up the sideline for 20, 25 yards.
Yeah.
Cuts it in. He gets 6. And I'm just like, dude.
What are we doing? Is the moment too big?
Ooh. Are they
the
frauds?
Too big?
Are they frauds?
Ooh.
Breaking news? Are they frauds?
Is the moment too big?
Well,
guns up?
Last one
Not
for
from
you.
what I've seen.
Before Cross, how fried is the parlay that we made yesterday?
It's actually not. I texted Kevin Hageland after Jeremiah Smith had that 50-yard catch, and I was like, there you go, there's one for you.
I know. I saw that happen, and I literally pounded the table.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted that one so bad.
Which the funniest part about that was Kevin Hageland said on air, he's like, I think Jeremiah Smith will have one big catch, but I think he'll be bottled up the rest of the game. What did he go for, 160 or something and a touchdown?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went crazy. I think he took Dante Moore, too, over the passing and rushing yards. He's at like 190 right now, so that'll hit.
Jeez. Well, hey, maybe you need to fill in for me more. Maybe. Sounds like Corey or Kevin needs to take more time off. So you can slide in and make these parlays with us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Best of luck to you. We will talk to you in like 45
by the time
minutes.
Crosstalk comes around?
Yes, I think so.
I hope so.
I think Tech's going to have a lead by the time Crosstalk comes around.
Did you hear that?
Put it on the wall. It takes just for it to come back down in like 10 minutes.
The chutzpah of this guy, huh? All right.
I like
Let's
it.
go.
You can hear more of that at 1:40 when we crosstalk with today's iteration of the G-Bag Nation. It'll be that man, Jacob Regh, Kevin Walker, and Chris Arnold joining us in just about 45 minutes. But coming up next, Fred Davis is here. So that means it's time for Fair or Foul next on The Fan.
Baseball is back, and so is Texas Rangers Fan Fest on Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. It took almost 24 years, but Miami got revenge over Ohio State last night in the Cotton Bowl, and the Canes move on in the college football playoffs. We knew it would be defense winning the day, but most thought it would be the first-round loaded Buckeyes. They lost 2 straight to end the season and are denied back-to-back titles. I'm John Lund.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win, or if your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions are powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and might not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on the CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouTexas.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with over 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouTexas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
The Reserve at the Highland on Mockingbird Lane, where a modern Texas steakhouse meets refined American cuisine. From all-natural Texas-raised cuts to inventive starters and handcrafted cocktails in an elegant dining room or on a fireside patio, every meal at the Reserve feels like an occasion. The Reserve at the Highland is open for dinner 7 days a week, and with half-off wine Mondays, steak night Tuesdays, and spritz Thursdays, there's always something to celebrate. Go to thereserveatthehighland.com for more details. That's thereserveatthehighland.com.
If you're an HVAC service tech, then listen up. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, and we're offering huge sign-on bonuses for service techs. To see how large of a sign-on bonus you qualify for, call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
'Tis the season, and Quick Trip is turning your phone into the gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving. With QT's Holidays. From now till the end of the season, when you open the QT app, you'll automatically get one free gift per day. We're talking classic QT treats like coffee, pizza, or donuts, ready to make your taste buds sing carols of joy. Plus exclusive deals from your favorite brands. With a new surprise waiting for you every day, your phone will be stuffed with more treats than your stocking. QT's Holidays. Open the QT app for your daily gift.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy New Year's, everybody. Appreciate you hanging out with us here today on your holiday. My name is Alec Medford. I'm here every day, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., just in a different chair. His name is Fred Davis. You can hear him most nights, 7 to 11 weekdays right here on The Fan on weekends, sometimes middays, sometimes mornings, sometimes afternoons, sometimes on the mythical high school football show.
That's correct.
All kinds of stuff. He literally does everything around here. And then Trevor Beck on the 1s, 2s, and 3s. But right now, I hand it off to Fred Davis for some fair or foul.
You know what time it is, Alec Medford? You know what time that music means? It is time for a little fair or foul. Get your glow sticks out, boys and girls. It is 2026. Pump your fists. Even if you're a Texas Tech fan, yes, that's right. That music means only one thing. Even in 2026, it's time for a little fair or foul. And look, ladies and gentlemen, many folks have said OnlyFans is going to be the ruin of women everywhere. Why? Because they make so much money off of it, and as a result, well, guess what? Some of us, just regular Joes, you know, we're up against it in more ways than one, because these young ladies have OnlyFans and they're getting thousands of dollars, in some cases millions, right? Or at least that's what we've been led to believe, Alec Medford and Trevor Beck. But what if I told you, boys, going into 2026, that maybe this OnlyFans craze isn't what everybody claims it to be? A woman very near and dear to my heart, a U.S. Navy veteran. We never served together, and I've never seen this woman before in my life. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Oh.
A U.S. Navy veteran turned porn star. And again, this is not me, ladies and gentlemen. Might be Lucius. I don't know. Find out tomorrow. Has revealed that she went broke after going into porn, and she's warning that OnlyFans isn't the golden goose everyone thinks it is. Addison James, 46 years young, so she's older than me. Served in Afghanistan before leaving the military in 2003. I left the military in 2003.
Oh.
Wink, wink. Has lifted the lid on the struggles that she's had finding work 3 years after going into the skin biz full-time. Quote, there are 1% of people who are only on OnlyFans who shoot porn that actually make a lot of money, and the common misconception is if they see us on camera, they think, oh, I thought they made $10,000 a scene, said James. She told the UK newspaper The Sun that she has been homeless for the past 4 months because she hasn't made enough money from her career change. Now, she did serve as an aircraft's logistics specialist for the last 3 years of her naval experience. She was stationed at Diego Garcia, a joint U.S.-UK military base in the Indian Ocean. Now, when she left the Navy, okay, now look, I remember there's a class, and I want to say it's called TAPS, where where they help you transition from the military world to the civilian world. I don't remember them talking anything about the porn business, but again, this was 22 years ago when I got out. Much different world back then.
Sure.
Now, Addison says, quote, I became a swinger 15 years ago, so I was pretty open sexually. Her talking, not me. Then 3 years ago, I was approached by a company about doing porn. She said she hesitated a little bit because she wasn't sure if she was ready to be on the internet and what that might do to her current career of being an esthetician.
Oh, how nice.
I didn't know porn and esthetician. I can see a movie plot starting already.
Yeah, me too.
Now, that said, despite making up to $1,200 per scene, she revealed that the work has since dried up. The springtime, things were busy. She was shooting 5 to 7 scenes a month. But then the summer hit, and she went from 5 to 7 scenes to 0 scenes over 2 months. So luckily, she was able to stay with some friends. She's now living at Sherry's Ranch, a legal brothel just outside Las Vegas, where she's now looking for permanent work. Fair foul, U.S. Navy veteran who turned to porn revealed the dark side of OnlyFans and said that it's not what you think it would be.
It's fair.
Right?
Yeah, because I know that this is adult content, but it's the same line of thinking for any kind of content that you can make on your own.
That's it.
Is you have to identify a target audience.
Which he has.
And you have to exhaust every option that you physically have, and sometimes with assets that you don't currently have, to get that message across and to promote that product. You can't just make an account somewhere on any social media and just start posting and say, I'm going to get rich. You have to put in the work and say, hey, word of mouth. Like, I do this, I do that. I plan, that's something for 2026 for me, is to get, really in on TikTok.
Yeah.
Because I should be, I'm 24. I turned 25 in June. I should be abusing the power that is the reach that TikTok has.
Absolutely.
So to promote the stuff I do here, too, it helps everybody. So I can't just start posting videos and not tell anybody.
Are you a
about
Gemini?
it. Cancer.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I just saw one of my cross my IG algorithm. It's Gemini season this year.
Oh, well.
Gemini season. So.
Good for them, I guess.
But I think Cancers, I think y'all supposed to pop off too this year. So.
Oh, please, because
just remember that.
Yeah,
remember
because
that.
Go crabs.
Oh yeah, yeah, go crabs.
Just don't get them. Just don't get them.
Just eat them. Yeah, whenever it comes to any kind of social content like that, you have to know that there is a lot of work, that it's not an overnight success story for everybody.
So no OnlyFans for you this year?
No,
okay.
And hopefully never, because. But
touchdown Oregon, fair or foul, touchdown Oregon. This game's over for Texas Tech.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yikes.
They are cooked because they cannot buy a first down. Texas Tech cannot. It's gross. And if Oregon's offense is going to continue to just find rhythm and find their footing like this, the score is going to get run up.
Yeah, no, this is bad news. This is bad news.
This is very bad news.
Fair or foul. One of my former shipmates turned to porn, and now she's homeless.
I think it's foul. That.
Yeah. Would you buy her bathwater?
No, absolutely not.
I know that. I know that
you know my opinion on this kind of stuff.
I know you traffic in used bathwater from
a lot of girls has left OnlyFans recently, but this is after they've made their millions. Again, there's a lot of girls that have done that, and again, go get your bag however you want to get it. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I'm not like, that's not my realm. I hate it. I hate that there's this level of me that, man, girls are attractive because it's not, you know what I mean?
You hate that there's attractive women out there?
No, it's not. God dang it.
Fair or
it's
foul?
Not what I'm saying.
Hating beautiful women?
It's very foul.
Totally
I just
foul.
don't like I don't like beautiful women
foul.
taking advantage of guys like me.
Whoa.
Well, don't get taken advantage of.
Well, that's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing. It's hard to not get taken advantage of like that. And so, but what's going to happen? Genuinely, what's going to happen for her?
Yeah.
She's going to pop off now because of this article. She's going to make millions.
Do we think?
I guarantee.
Do
you.
we think?
Huh? What did people do?
I'm looking at her right now.
I saw this article.
Right
She's attractive.
No, I'm looking at her on. The article.
She's an attractive older would. That's again, like there's a realm for her.
Older?
She's 46. Calm
on down there, Chief.
I didn't say a nursing home age. I just said older.
You did say older. She's cute. She's cute. But I don't. Well, we'll see. You know what? We'll keep an eye on it.
I think it is.
What is going on?
It's all foul. That's what I don't like. I don't like that she's complaining like, oh man, I quit this. How many officers have we seen? Like police officers have we seen because they were attractive? They quit and they got into OnlyFans.
That one got fired. The one from
Colorado. That's what I'm saying. Is like there's a lot of this stuff that happens, but again, then you go and you make a lot of money.
She's just a content creator. I mean, what's the big deal?
Why did
she's just creating?
Always sound like
she's
Jerry
just
Springer
creating content.
What's the deal? Like you always
What's
sound
the deal with a nude content creator?
Seinfeld, not Springer. What am I saying?
Either way,
but
I might throw a chair before it's all said and done.
It's just foul to me that now she's probably going to pop off because of it. And
we will. You know what? Let's reach out to her. Let's see if we can get her on the show.
Oh God.
I'm dead serious, too.
Oh, that's a night radio special, too.
We're going to get our girl, Jordan Addison. What's her name? Jordan Addison?
Who?
I think that's her name, isn't it?
Oh.
I don't know. That's
a Vikings wide receiver.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, wait a second.
She is not the Vikings. Oh, Addison James.
They're all the same. I mean, it's literally Addison. That's a stripper name if I've ever heard one. So,
strangely enough, I did meet the general manager of Bucks Cabaret at the gym yesterday.
When's the remote happening?
At the gym. No, that's what I told him. I told him. I said, man, we got to put something together.
We have Bucks Cabaret just played an ad earlier. So I mean, it's there. It's possible.
All right, so what's our girl's name? Addison. I said Jordan Addison. They say
True
one.
Sports. If we got to get him on, Lola, that'd be great. Get him on. Ask him about it.
I think, hand to God, who do you think more people would be more excited about? Jordan Addison or Addison James?
That's absolutely fair.
Addison James.
Absolutely. I mean, let's be real, okay? So Addison James, we are going to effort to get her on the show. See if she's got any hot sports takes and find out if there's been any progress made in her living situation.
When was this article? I know it was fairly recent because I saw it
2 days ago.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
I guarantee you within the next week or two, she's a top probably 0.01%.
All right. Fair enough.
I would bet money. That's I'll get on Kalshi and I'm going to make that prop bet right there.
I love it.
We'll get it done because I guarantee you this article is going to make it.
Working hard for that deal. I see you. I respect it. I respect it. Yeah, it's sad, but at the same time, you got to know what you're getting yourself into whenever you're doing this kind of. It's just like regular acting. You ditch your whole life and you go move to Hollywood thinking that you're just going to be the next A-list star. It doesn't work like that. You got to know the right people. You got to find the right audience. And you got to take their money as quick as you can.
No, you absolutely do.
Grasp at every dollar you can.
Oh, yeah. You got to penny pinch because, man, you got to start running some promos or something. Some buy one get one free or something. You got to be like the local Target.
Well, and look, not to get too carried away with this, but I mean, look, I would imagine that industry, it's kind of oversaturated, much like very similar to what our business is.
Sure,
I mean, the two things that guys like, sports and women that do that sort of thing. So that said, you better stand out, and you got to be considerate. Look, you got to post every day.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying anything that you guys don't know, but again, Addison James, we'll keep you posted on what her story is.
Well, I think that's why. And again, this is they go into the Twitch stream. You got to get in where you can. And,
you think? Look, if
fit in where you can get in.
Will you suggest the bathtub thing to her if we get her on the show?
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you can get on Twitch and do those kind, there's tons of chicks that are on Twitch.
What if this launches your,
if you want me to manage Addison James, career. I get to manage
what if all of a sudden, because I'm only going to do it, I'm going to make sure that if we get Addison on the show, it's going to be when you're producing.
Yikes. My grandma would not be happy.
What if this spawned a new career for you? OnlyFans consultant, Trevor Beck. Just something.
Be her manager.
I wouldn't be proud of it. I'll say that. But I'd make some. I'll be one of those girls that finds Jesus and then we turn it around, which good for them. I genuinely am glad for them. I really am. But that's a wild thing to just be. I mean, you make a lot of money and then, all right, well, I'm going to stop making money and doing what I want to do now. Like, that just feels bad.
All I'm going to say is this, and I will turn this craziness back over to Alec Medford. I said before the show started, I said this last night, that we had a goal in 2026 for Trevor Beck to, improve his luck with the ladies.
Oh.
Do we think it's a coincidence that we've got a girl in Addison James who clearly is in distress right now, needs some sort of direction in her life? We're going to get her on the show. Could pass cross. That's all I'm saying. Back to you in the studio.
There's a precedent for that on night radio, too, because the nosebleed seats used to have Lisa Ann on every week to talk fantasy football, of all things.
Oh,
she was good at it, too.
She was good, yeah.
I hosted a event with Lisa Ann back in Houston at a strip club.
Huh.
So, shout out to Lisa Ann. She's quite the character.
Yeah, I've often said that.
Yeah. in more ways than one.
Oh. That's fair or foul?
That's fair or foul.
I guess. Right here.
Get your glow sticks out now. You can put them away.
The Fan. Put them away if you're not paying up for whatever her name is
Addison.
in her account. Yeah.
Addison.
Coming up next, I don't know how I'm supposed to pivot from this, but 877-881-1053. Need you to text in and get involved here. DFW Sports New Year's resolutions. Some New Year's resolutions, some improvements, some changes that you want to see for your favorite sports teams. Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our
On the things you need, visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, it is the KNC Masterpiece. We will crosstalk with today's iteration of the G-Bag Nation here in about 18 minutes or so. Keeping you up to date on Oregon and Texas Tech as this is ongoing. Wow. 6.5 minutes or so left in the third quarter, and a fourth down play absolutely obliterated by the Oregon defense. Texas Tech cannot buy.
They can't.
A fresh set of downs whatsoever. This game has been gross. I was led astray by Jacob Regh. That's a bar. I'm writing that one down. But maybe I need to get in on haikus at this point.
And just these guys, and number 8, I mean, if I'm a Texas Tech fan, what kind of block is that? I mean, just the physicality, and Jacob Regh talked about this when we had him on just a little bit ago. I mean, Oregon is just out physicaling, if that's even a word. I don't even know what the hell I'm trying to say here, but it's just out physically, out toughing right now the offensive line. I mean, much like we saw last night where Miami beat up Ohio State in the trenches. That's exactly what's happening right now. Like, that's a 4th and 1. Like, you have to get that first down if you're Texas Tech. If you're number 8, you cannot let that dude beat you. You have to beat that guy because you spring him for a first down at the very least. So I'm not even a Texas Tech fan, and I'm pissed off after watching that.
Oh, yeah, I am too. And
Addison James would never.
She converts every fourth
She'd
and
have stopped
short.
that block.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She converts every fourth and short.
Every fourth and short.
Oh, yeah. Trevor, we're going to make it happen for you, man. We're going to make it happen for you.
For it.
What we're going to make happen right now, though, is some DFW Sports New Year's resolutions. I usually host around this holiday every single year, and I like to do this every single year because it evolves and changes really outside the Cowboys. Everybody wants a new GM. I get it. But it's always fun to experiment and see what you guys come up with, the one thing you would like to see change or improve or built upon in 2026 for your favorite sports teams here in DFW. And we can really just go around the horn here. You can pick whatever team you want to start with. For me, I'm going to start with the Texas Rangers.
Okay, because I want to go Texas Rangers too.
Okay, and I'm intrigued to see where you go because my New Year's resolution for them is to bring up some young talent that can consistently play and help you win baseball games, because you've seen it happen before in recent years where, like the 23 season, Josh Young did a lot of good things for you. Josh Smith, when he got traded to Texas, he was really, really good in a, utility secondary player position, and then you see him kind of play more of an everyday role last year, and he absolutely fell off a cliff.
For 2 years in a row.
Yeah, to end the season. So I would like to see somebody, I'm not clamoring for Sebastian Walcott yet or anything, but I want to see like an Ezekiel Duran come up and get some playing time and some valuable playing time, because he's got a cannon of an arm. He's a power hitter, but he struggles at the plate. He like mentally, he can get in his own head a little bit when it comes to the hitting. Whenever he gets in a slump, I feel like his time back in the minors last year might have been a good springboard point. Kamar Rocker, I want to see him take 3-4 steps forward, because I know he is immensely talented. His stuff is incredible. The velocity is there. He's staying healthy as well, coming off of Tommy John just a couple years ago. I see a world where he is a dominant starting pitcher in Major League Baseball, but again, it's a mental thing. It's a development thing. And if you're the Texas Rangers, you don't exactly have the greatest track record when it comes to people around baseball saying that's a team that develops pitching. I want you to show us that is different. I want you to show me that some of the organizational changes over the past, 3-4 years have meant something. Maybe some of the new staff that's coming in this season with Skip Schumacher, maybe Chris Young just kind of demanding more out of the developmental coaches and stuff and saying, hey, I need some of these guys to be ready right here, right now. So on the pitching side, especially because your bullpen is going to be patchwork this season, I think a New Year's resolution is younger talent stepping in and filling voids. You don't have to be an absolute all-star to start your career, but I need you to come in at random points whenever we're beat up, whenever things aren't going well, and say, hey, just give us a little bit of calm that you can eat some innings at the very least. Or if it's a defensive, like a position player, defensively, you can play with a sound glove. You can get me a base hit here and there. You can drive in a run with a double, in the 8th inning. I need some talent to develop in front of my face.
I'll tell you what, go ahead and mark that if you don't mind as well. I'm with you. Look, I'm going the Rangers route as well. Now, I have been very critical of Chris Young. That said, I'm also might have the most faith in some regards when it comes to Chris Young to pull a rabbit out of his hat.
Sure.
When it comes to getting creative at the deadline. And do we think that he learns, do we think that he's willing to adapt on the fly when it comes to making changes, making adjustments, finding guys that are going to work? Do we think he's going to go into this year without an established closer? I don't know. Now, do I think Luis Curvelo could be that guy at closer? I really, really do. I thought, I asked Bochy about it last year, and he said that was something that they would consider. You're going to get Mark Church back. Where's he at health-wise? All right, and I'm with you 1,000%. I think Kumar Rocker, who, hasn't thrown a lot of professional innings, okay? So you saw a very up-and-down version of him last year, but again, I think it was uber important for him to spend time in AAA. I thought it was important for him to have some success at the big league level. I think it was also important for him to get rocked at the big league level as well. But Robert Garcia, that's my guy. Good setup, dude. Okay, he can still pitch. Let's not pretend like he can't pitch, and he's a lefty. Let's put him in that 8th inning, 7th or 8th inning spot. Let Curvelo be your closer. I want to see a big year out of Kumar Rocker, and then let's get a bona fide leadoff guy. And my vote, Alejandro Osuna. That's my vote to be your leadoff guy. Can we get a healthy Evan Carter, and can we have Wyatt Langford be the guy that we all think he can be? And just maybe, Jake Berger, who will not have to deal with the situation he had to deal with his kid last year. I am a firm believer, and to all my parents out there, you know exactly what I mean by this. Anytime your little ones are struggling, you're struggling. And so my man had this go down with the daughter had the heart thing going in right before the season started. He didn't get a chance to really lock in until later on in the year. You've got a full off season where his daughter's in better health. He's in good shape. Now he can just go out, mash, do what he's got to do. Osuna, Berger, Garcia, Curvelo. Let's make a memory in 2026.
Let's do that. And Texas Tech is trying to make some. Ben Roberts, the linebacker, interception for Texas Tech. Dante Moore with his first turnover of the game right near midfield. So Texas Tech finally gets a little injection of life thanks to Ben Roberts, who has been having a fantastic game. 12 tackles already, a tackle for a loss, and an interception.
Well done.
So he is playing. The Tech defense is playing amazing. They really
have.
And
that offense got to help them out, man.
A wasted opportunity after wasted opportunity after wasted opportunity by the Tech defense, thanks to their offense that has been absolute miserable. So we will see if they can do anything with that. And hey, if you don't believe me, believe the numbers. ESPN's FPI, whatever, that projects the win percentage. Oregon still, even after the interception, 88.4% chance to win this game, just the way the game has been going for Tech. So let's see if they can turn this around and do something positive with it. But, yeah, I'm right there with you. I need to see something from some of these guys. You mentioned guys like Mark Church and some of the names that aren't as flashy and aren't as sexy to Ranger fans, but you've seen that happen for years now, even in the World Series run in 23, where it's the guy that you didn't expect. Because remember when Cody Bradford came up and it was like, oh, cool story, and kid that pitched at Baylor, local guy, cool feel-good story, really nice guy, really great clubhouse guy, and then he goes out there and he's actually a really solid solid starter for you. Then he gets hurt, which is unfortunate. But it's stories like that make great baseball teams. It's the name that you don't expect. It's when Kamar Rocker has a rough outing, but then a guy that comes up for a spot start gives you 5 innings where he doesn't give up a run. And it's like, okay, cool. I can survive until next week now.
Yeah.
I want to see some of that stuff because we talked about, Hagee and I did, I think it was yesterday when we were doing our sports sadness of 2025 segment. And I was like, I painted the picture for him. It was a game in May against the New York Yankees.
Okay.
Jacob deGrom started. He went, I want to say 6, maybe 7 innings. He had 9 strikeouts in that game. And I was like, the sadness for me as a Rangers fan all last season was tuning in and hearing the RSN postgame show. Jared Sandler takes over, and he says, got a gem of a start from Jacob deGrom, 9 strikeouts across 7 innings. And the Rangers will lose 4-3.
That's it.
You know, like
and even 3 runs might be generous after last year.
Exactly. And there were some of those games, 2-1. You know,
there were a
3-1,
lot.
3-2.
There were a lot.
It was so irritating. So as a Ranger fan, I want to see some of those names that I wouldn't really expect come up here. And you don't have to absolutely mash. Just be that role player that helps you survive until the next series, that helps you get back for another homestand. That's my resolution. Just a couple of surprising names.
What did you call this upcoming season? Interestingly mediocre?
Yes.
Okay. I do think this team can now. You mentioned already the Astros went out and got the Japanese pitcher. You got Seattle, which obviously is going to be poised to make another run.
Sure.
Again, you got the Athletics that are going to be again probably better than they were a couple of years ago. I do think though, if this team can hit, and that's a big if. We don't know. Again, Cintron, Skip Schumacher. I think you get somewhere between 85. I mean, I think this could be an 85 to 88 win team. I don't think that's a crazy stretch, and you could be fighting for a wild card spot at the end of the year. I do think one thing, to your point, Skip Schumacher will keep this team competitive in 2026, and maybe we go home angry. Maybe it's. I hope in a perfect world, at the trade deadline, we're saying to ourselves, we didn't expect this team to be this good, or we didn't expect this team to be this competitive. Do you make a move at the deadline to put them over that hump once again?
And I completely agree with both of you guys. I want the Rangers to do so well. I really do. I think Jacob Latz could be your guy that kind of surprises you. He came up last year and had some spot starts that were phenomenal. I think he could be that 4 or 5 guy where I want Cody Bradford to come up and be that mainstream, like 4 or 5 guy again, like we might even have to go to a 6-man rotation. I feel like that's something.
No, you're going to have to. You're going to have to go to use a 6-man rotation because DeGrom's what, 37 this year.
Evaldi's
35, 36. Yeah. I mean, so your 2 hosses that put in career performances last year are now another year older. So, and again, if what they're telling us is true, that, hey, we want to compete for a playoff spot, you're going to need those 2 guys down the stretch. So I'm with you 110% on the way. Go ahead and have a 6-man rotation. Do some of that where you got that, where you start, what do they call it when you put a closer in at the beginning of the game?
Bullpen games.
Something like
openers.
That. Openers, exactly.
Yeah.
Where you have a guy pitch to it, kind of like what Latz did. Like you said, pitch 4 or 5 innings. And Latz did pretty well at the end of the year. So, again, if there's one thing I do trust when it comes to our boy Chris Young, I do minus the closing spot. I do trust him to find the right bodies.
Can I give you a name here? Because again, I preached him last year and he did awful. He had a sub-6 ERA.
Yeah,
Emiliano Teodo.
Oh yeah,
that is a kid. He throws 100-mile-an-hour sinker. Like, this kid has the stuff.
Electric.
He just needs to find it. Like, he needs to find the control. He needs to find the ability, like the consistency. Because then I love Cuvello. I think he's great. I would love to see him if you need to try somebody. Because again, he has that.
He's got good
when
stuff.
He strikes somebody out and he gets excited.
Yes.
My goodness, we get excited when something good happens on our baseball team.
Seriously.
Where last year, somebody hits a home run and guys are just chewing baseball.
I like Cuvello. I do.
So I'm definitely about it, but I would love to see Teodo come up. That would be phenomenal. But again, I just want to see what Schumacher kind of kicks these guys in the ass and just
is the Girthquake going to be a part of this team in 2026?
No, there's no way. Yeah, Rowdy's already. I think he's already.
He gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think the show that's going to be on after us, just not the current makeup, might have ran him out of town. Because the Girthquake wasn't a big fan of the Girthquake.
I mean, maybe you don't start off the interview with Girthquake, but I thought they did fine the rest of the way.
I thought that was a great nickname. I genuinely did. I mean, it wasn't a Fred nickname, but it was a good nickname.
I thought it was great. I laughed.
I bet you did.
I chuckled.
Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, let's crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation today. It is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, Kevin Walker, and Jacob Regh next on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Brian
season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
One final time here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Want to give our great thanks to Mickey Spagnola, as always, Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation for joining us here today, and Trevor Beck for his great work in my spot on the board today. And thanks to Fred for hanging out with me for a few hours here and having some fun on New Year's Day. It's nice to get to work with you again.
Always.
Hopefully this becomes a regular thing again soon. But now, always regular at this time. Brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Today's iteration is a wild one. You got the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
You got Kevin Walker. And you got Jacob Regh, who has an anxious, half-hearted, disappointed smile on his face as he is decked out head to toe in Texas Tech gear. And he just looks defeated.
I think we're past anxious. I think it's just kind of like, it is what it is. You know, I mean,
you're at the acceptance phase.
The only thing that really sucks is like it wasn't really even a good game. You know, it was kind of just boring.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if it was 35-32 or something you lost. Like that's one thing, but
13-0.
13-0 is just boring.
And you've got the high octane offense of the United States, and it won't score
and the
a
high
point.
octane defense of the United States, but
Defense is holding Oregon at 13.
It
the
has.
defense is showing
they're
up.
playing good.
Oh, defense played great, and of course they just threw the stat up there, which of course everybody's going to be talking about. Teams in this new 12-team format, year two. Teams with a bye are now 0-5. Fixing.
It'll be 0 to be 6. Yeah.
To be 0-6.
Don't let Georgia lose. It'll be 0-7. It's a month
your
off,
boy
man.
Sweet Willie. Hey, your boy Sweet Willie is a one-man band when it comes to that. And as I said during Crosstalk, if there is one man. That is a one-man band when it comes to sports takes, minus Jets going to the playoffs. It's Sweet Willie C, because he will hit some out of the park.
Will Chambers knows his college football.
Yeah, he does.
And basketball. But by the way, again, if Georgia loses 0-7, they're going to revamp that thing. And the number one thing they need to do.
Don't let Bama beat Indy.
Yeah.
I picked Bama on the show yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't know why you did.
Hey.
What do you mean? Look,
you and Blake. You and Blake.
So check this out.
Man.
Hopefully that game gets played, by the way.
The other thing they're going to change. Yeah, by the way, the weather forecast out in California, it's going to be raining all the way to halftime.
Yeah, it's
But they're
gross.
gonna play. If anybody watched the Buffalo game last weekend, it's going to be the same situation.
Yeah,
Buffalo, but it's 64 degrees out in California. It was like 30 degrees out in Buffalo, 33 degrees. Yeah. But what I was going to say, the other thing they got to change, they're going to have to get this portal. The championship game before the portal. How can you have the national championship game 2 weeks after the portal? It makes no sense.
No, something's got to give.
Something's got to give, indeed. I saw them literally squeegeeing the field at the Rose Bowl earlier. It was gross.
They even
looking.
did the parade.
Yeah, and props to Chiafalo. I had no idea the weather was going to be that bad. He told us yesterday. He was like, smash the under on everything because it's going to be a disgusting matchup at the Rose Bowl. But
Big third down here, boys. Big third down. Third
I need this one here.
You do need it, and I do need to know what's coming up on the show today, fellas.
I'm glad you asked. We will be having Jake Ferguson on later in the program, so we'll be interviewing him. Jacob's got some really fun questions.
Yeah, he does. I'm excited for it.
So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We will be talking about the college football playoff landscape. Dan Lanning, the head coach of the Oregon Ducks, that is manhandling the Texas Tech Red Raiders as we speak. He said some pretty promising things about the college football playoff, how he feels about it. So we'll talk about that a little bit. C-Note, G-Bag staple, Diggs release, Green Bay. And I tell you what, I don't know if y'all seen Micah Parsons, quite busy on Twitter today.
That's what
He's had some
972
time.
just said. Micah Parsons is going off on Twitter at the Cowboys right now.
We got a theory. We got a theory. It's the meds. You know, he's had his medication. He's got surgery. He's nothing to do but do his meds.
Or just the fact that he's all talk and always has been. I mean,
is anybody actually scared of Diggs going to the Packers?
No. And the reason being, one, that's their headache now. If you didn't hear Mickey's rant about that situation yesterday, it's all over the fan social media accounts. Please listen. It's a good minute and 50 seconds of him talking about the headache. Oh my gosh. What it was I asked Mickey, because in CA, you know this well, you're in the locker room and you're around this team a lot.
Were you there?
Were you there? And you were. When Al Harris was here as the DB's coach. You probably know as well as I do that he let some of his guys get away with some stuff, and he vouched for Trayvon Diggs a lot. And for good reason. He was playing very, very well.
All pro.
So Naturally, he got away with some stuff that ruffled some people's feathers. He leaves, goes to Chicago. He's coaching there and doing a great job over there now. Nashawn Wright is a relevant player in the NFL going into 2026. And
I don't know about after that last game, man. He gave up 6 or 7 targets for 117 yards, man. It was bad.
He's like the Sam Darnold of corners. He's still a pumpkin. He's just playing above his skill level right now. But the point being, when you lose your advocate in the room, people don't really put up with your BS anymore. And Mickey laid in saying, and he told a story about sometime last year, John Fossil, the former special teams coordinator, saw Trayvon and Micah kind of farting around at practice when they were supposed to be stretching with the team. And he called them out. He said, "Are y'all part of this team or not? Like, what are you doing?" And it was the special teams coordinator that had to lay into them and say, act like part of the team. And Mickey was like, as far as I'm concerned, Green Bay has a headache that they can deal with. And that's where I am on that. He's not the player that he used to be. I personally don't think he's fully healthy. Still, that's just my opinion. And I think he takes a lot of baggage with him to Green Bay. And they did it because they're pairing him up with his best friend again. And that's why his best friend is back to Twitter fingers today, just because he's got his buddy back in town, and maybe the meds too. I like that theory as well. But yeah, I'm not scared of it whatsoever, because I don't even think he's, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to play a little bit because they don't have a lot of depth at corner right now.
Yeah, I like this choice to kick it. I think if they went, make it
this is it.
2 touchdown, 2-point conversion game.
It is now.
Okay. Oh yeah, you do have to get 2 conversions.
16-0. Oregon is leading. Yeah,
it's not.
Like CA was saying earlier, if you're within 20 points in college football, weirder things have happened.
Exactly.
But
you run out of time.
The way that Tech is playing and the little
interception in the end zone.
It's 4 turnovers now.
Suck the life out of it.
Just don't want you to get.
Are we getting to CA Stories Confidential, by the way, today?
Why? You want to tune in?
I mean, look. If we don't, I may revolt. I may revolt.
We might have to squeeze one in. I got a
you know, I'm gonna tweet negative things at you guys. Okay,
No.
I'm gonna hate tweets until I get CA Story
negative things
from my burner. Fred's Rage Bait. Fred'sRageBait.com.
It's a floating segment.
I thought you were trying to avoid rage baiting in 2026.
I'm gonna rage bait it through a burner account, so that way you guys won't know it's me.
Are you gonna try and avoid getting rage baited too in 2026? I think that's your bigger issue.
I don't think. I mean, I can't control that. You guys know as well as anybody. I mean, Blake's not going to back down. I've got Dylan rage baiting me now.
Oh wow!
All right. I mean, Dylan. I mean, there's my two. There's a cheat. Look at him. Look at him smiling. Both of them. Though outside of Blake, those two are the main offenders now of rage baiting Fred. So 2026. I said it last night on the show. I am not going to take the rage bait in 2026.
So you're going to Dubai.
At some point, I'm getting my CA on. I'm getting on a jet plane, and bada bing, bada boom. So there you have it. But look, if you guys don't do a CA Story Confidential, that's okay too. But I would love to hear one. That's just me.
I would as well.
You never know.
That's just me.
And tune in and find out.
And you guys will learn something. That's what the thing about CA Story Confidentials is you always learn something about sports or pop culture of the time, anytime the three-time Hall of Famer starts waxing poetic about a sports story.
Not telling me anything I don't know.
I want to stick with college football before we get out of here. Last night's game.
What was that?
How do we feel about last night's game? The big upset. Ohio State goes down. National champion out of here. Ryan Day. Any questions about him? What are we feeling after that game? Because I thought Miami would make it close. I didn't think they would win.
I'm going to say this. I was wildly entertained by Michael Irvin's about to
Seriously.
Dude, every time they would cut the camera to him,
mad.
I wanted to see
that.
Yes. Must watch every time they cut the camera to him, and he's doing a full lunge onto the field, or he's on all fours like Eric Chiafalo. Like, it is incredible. Must watch TV. But back to the game.
I think Miami's defense is absurd, and I will say I thought that Notre Dame should have got in over Miami, and I'll own that. And I was wrong because Miami has played their ass off. They've done incredible. I don't know how much I believe in Carson Beck at all, but that defense has been pretty promising.
I like the fact that I can push the narrative now about the teams with a bye, and my team wasn't the only one to lose with a bye. So that kind of bails me out there. But yeah, I mean, that Miami defense is nasty. Ruben Bain was having his way with the offensive line of Ohio State, and I don't know. I think Julian Sand was a little underwhelming. I mean, he played good with Jeremiah Smith, but everything else just kind of really wasn't it. So. We'll see how Miami does if they play Georgia next week. If Georgia wins.
Does Baron Morton not understand
football? No.
The whole concept of throw it past the sticks?
No.
Yeah.
My God.
It's pretty simple. That's
I
how
mean,
you
Joey
play football.
Maguire just looks sick right
What's
now.
worse, the Georgia beatdown on TCU or this? I mean, at least TCU got in the end zone.
I want y'all
right?
to score. Y'all got to score.
I would say this because you have squandered a all-time defensive effort.
Yeah.
I mean, and I say all-time, but I mean,
Wow.
yikes.
Yeah, this game is over. Appreciate
I think it's more painful.
Appreciate everybody
TCU's a blowout.
sticking
You
through these updates.
it's a blowout. You just kind of shake it off.
That TCU game was over after the first quarter.
Yeah, you shake it off.
You don't have to remind me.
You're playing the emotions right here.
The game was over before kickoff.
You don't have to remind me. Fellas, have a fine show today.
Happy New Year, boys.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
Love the jersey.
Happy New Year afternoon.
There they go, the G-Bag Nation. Roll home with them here today. Happy New Year's to each and every one of you. Appreciate you hanging out with us here today. Remember, tomorrow, the final Friday football feast, Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins in Arlington. Fan flasks, 2 Tolo whiskey glass sets will be given away. Jerry Jones, 10:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. This is not your normal iteration, though. My name is Kevin Walker. That, you know who that is. That's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, alongside me. And just to make it better, we got Jacob Regh, who might be a little upset. But
no, we're good.
We're hanging in there, right?
Good. Yeah, we're good.
He's reconciled his emotion. He's good.
So you don't mind if we play this audio then, do you?
No, go for it. Hit it. Oh, that was the audio?
Yeah.
Kevin, I'm not going to lie. I had higher expectations for you. I had higher expectations.
Your takeaway for the Tolos.
You know, it's...
Red Raider fans, text in. How are we feeling? I mean, it's not over, but...
It is.
I don't know if sad is the right word.
4 minutes left.
I think it's more embarrassment is probably the right word, or just kind of like... I don't know. It's like more like a disappointment, you know? Like, I didn't get my hopes up too. I wasn't one of those people who said we were going to win the national championship or anything, but it's just kind of like, yeah, this sucks, you know? Dante Moore's a real deal, though.
Yeah.
It would have been tough. I think if everything went the way it was supposed to go and the two home teams won, Tech would have had to beat probably the top 2 picks in the NFL draft next year to get the national championship. So it wasn't realistic that we were going to get there anyways, but just kind of a bummer that it was a very measly showing to end the season.
You say measly. It was a defensive struggle.
Yeah.
I will say this. The Tech defense showed up. The offense, not so much. But here's what. We were talking about this in the crosstalk. To compare it to TCU's showing against Georgia a few years ago in the championship game, in the Rose Bowl, it's a little bit different. TCU got blown out. Nobody thought they'd get blown out. They're just hoping they wouldn't get blown out. They're like, come on. They show up. Nobody expected them to beat Georgia. It's like they were like, wow, we can't believe we made it this far.
Yeah.
This team, they hadn't even won a college football playoff game. TCU at least had beaten Michigan just to get to the national championship. And again, it was a blowout, so it took the life out of you early. The game was over by halftime against Georgia. TCU. This game this afternoon, 3-0.
And if I remember,
then 6-0, then 13-0. And I mean, it was death by needles.
877-881-1053. Y'all are already blowing up the text line. Disappointed in the offense for sure from the 817. Defense looks good. Another one from the 817. Sickening from the 214.
That's a good word.
Yeah.
And Tech defense had two opponents today. 214.
Yep.
Themselves
in their offense, or Oregon and their own offense.
Now, can I ask you a question? Because and you do have boots on the ground connection at this game right now.
I do.
You said it's 80-20. Does it
80-20 Tech fans to Oregon fans?
Right.
Yeah.
Does it make any difference if this game is played in Lubbock? And we will be talking about that later.
That's a good question, because obviously I think it does, because then it's going to be 100% Tech fans, and you're playing at home and there's no travel. But
I think
it's the bye.
It's the bye. All of the teams that had a bye have lost in this college football playoff with expanded teams, 12 teams. We're talking about a month off. This is not the NFL where, you get 1 week off to heal up and you're not in the wild card. You're just being in the division. That's a good break. No, this is college football where these guys some of them haven't played since end of November.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And last year, you kind of had the excuse of, okay, all the conference winners got bye games. So it was like, okay, yeah, Arizona State lost to Texas. Okay, nobody's really batting an eye at that. You know, Penn State loses to, or Penn State beats
SMU,
Boise State.
Oh, Boise State.
Boise State with their bye. So it's like nobody's really batting an eye too much, but
these are big teams that are losing
big
with
teams
bye.
now. Now you got Ohio State losing in their bye. Now
Which college football playoff is not going to like that.
At all.
Well, if you don't know what we're talking about, Oregon is up on the Texas Tech Red Raiders 16-0 with about 3:30 left to play in the fourth quarter. No, we're not here to give you play-by-play, but we'll let you know how the game goes on. Another game that happened last night. So y'all thought I was going to take it to Miami. My Texas Longhorns got the dub. Arch Manning looks pretty good.
Did Arch Manning take a picture with Prince Chedward after the game? Do you know?
I do not know. He did say, "Hey, loved being here. Don't want to be here next year, though."
Yeah.
Which, that's obvious. That's what you expect to hear from your star quarterback.
Didn't he get like 150 yards?
Oh, he was insane.
Rushing, and
he was going crazy.
I mean, he was doing everything.
He hit 21.7 miles per hour on that 60-yard touchdown run. By the way,
he was gapping dudes.
He was hauling.
What do you make of the Texas fans saying that? At least Texas had a positive ending to their season, insinuating that a Texas win in the Cheez-It Bowl is better than A&M and Oklahoma losing in the playoff. What do you make of that?
Look, here's the deal. Texas A&M, and OU, they're always going to be beefing
Rivals.
Just like this. Yeah. I expect if it was the other team doing it would go either way.
Yeah, they'd say the same thing. The thing Texas can say is, under Sark, they have now had 3 years of 10 victories. All right, 3 years of 10 victories each. And they never had that. I think the stat was from 2010 to 2022. They had all had one.
Oh, yeah, we've had some rough seasons.
And like I said, don't get me wrong, they were the preseason number 1, so they did not live up to expectations. But I thought that was outrageous expectations since most of the team left to the NFL anyway.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, now we will talk about the game that everybody wants to talk about. Miami handling business and defeating Ohio State. Our very own G-Bag's own Eric Chiafalo was there at the game last night. What was y'all's takeaway from that Miami performance? It was that defense for me is what held the show.
I got another guy that has an opinion.
Okay,
go ahead.
They snap it with one.
That's not it. No. Dylan had a Gatorade to fight. There was another person who had a thought about the Miami Hurricanes. If he's got it, just look at us. If you don't worry.
How about them Hurricanes?
Jimmy Johnson.
How about them Hurricanes?
If we could get that along with the BTA celebration from Michael Irvin, there may be no limit for this Hurricanes team.
They're going all the way if those two show up at each game.
And then, by the way, Ray Lewis on a little simulcast, too, on the sideline, hanging out with Michael Irvin.
Yep.
That game was insane, though.
What a combo. Ray Lewis and Michael Irvin on your sideline. That's so sick.
If you want some legends on the sideline, Miami Hurricanes, they got legends.
They do.
Yeah, they do that. They do have the U.
But, yeah, they handled up. They surprised the hell out of – Ohio State never saw what was coming. It was from start to finish, belt to ass.
Which is kind of what you've seen. That's what you saw in this game. It's
Notre Dame better shut up.
If I think the key to winning these games right now that we've seen so far this year is if you win the toss, you take the ball and you go punch them in the mouth. The better team in the mouth who hasn't played in 30 days.
Correct.
And they don't have. They're not as quick to bounce back as they would be if it was just a regular game.
Yeah, they have no momentum. They're confused. Again, these are not professional athletes. These are college guys, and we're talking about a month for some of them, at least 2 or 3 weeks.
And we will be talking about that later. That was a good segue by y'all, almost like y'all were there when we set up the show sheet. We will be doing a college football darty at 3 o'clock. We'll be talking about the college football playoff landscape and how Dan Lanning felt about it, because he had some pretty inspiring words, and I think we're all going to agree with what he had to say. But we'll talk about that. We'll break down that win over Michigan, and we'll clown Diego Pavia in that Vandy loss because they deserve it. We will hit the C note there in that 320 spot. We'll do a sports mashup. And then top 3, middle 3, bottom 3 of the NFL as we look ahead to the final week of the regular season.
Which, by the way, I am pumped for. We've got so many great NFL matchups this week. Starting on Saturday night, you got 2 games where the winner wins the division and the loser is out of the playoffs.
It's great.
I love it.
I mean, you can't ask for anything better.
I'm so excited.
And then we will be having Jake Ferguson on. And so we're really pumped about that. Cowboys tie it in. Jake Ferguson, he's going to join us. Jacob's got some really fun questions to ask. Now, before we started our show today, we're looking on Twitter, looking on our social media, setting up the show, and who else but Micah Parsons popping up on the Twitter lines, making his comments and his emotions felt about how the Cowboys treated him and how the Cowboys treated Trayvon, his best friend, his buddy.
I'm telling you right now, my theory is he had the surgery. He's on the meds.
He's on the meds.
He doesn't say all that normally.
No.
He might think it. He might do it for his podcast, but he don't put that on Twitter. And I'm like, oh, boy, Mike ain't got enough to do.
Isn't it interesting how...
He ain't prepping for a game. He's hurt.
Isn't it interesting how the two of them are reunited now? And it kind of feels like Micah and Trayvon against Cowboys Nation right now, because it's like as soon as Trayvon left, now we're getting these stories where it's like it kind of sounds like the narrative is being pushed to look how Micah and Trayvon treated the Cowboys a little bit and not being a part of the team and how they had a negative impact on the locker room. Like, it's not, at first it was, how did the Cowboys treat Micah? And now I feel like it's quickly switched once our Cowboys insiders start coming on, like Mickey Spagnola yesterday.
Right.
And he starts talking about how, well, maybe it wasn't as good as you thought it was. Like, these guys were very far away from the team, like
they had their own clique.
Yeah, they weren't as tied into this franchise as a lot of other guys were, and I think that took a toll. And I think we'll see how this culture of the team is built going forward.
Yeah,
and maybe I gotta think there's a part of Shoddy that might be a little happy that Trayvon's gone.
Oh, I mean. He talked about it yesterday, saying, hey, I don't want to be the Grinch that stole Christmas. Because originally the report was, hey, they released Trayvon Diggs. Have you been sleeping under a rock? The Cowboys released Trayvon Diggs a couple of days ago, then Green Bay picked him up. The report was, hey, he got dropped. He wanted to stay in Washington after the game on Christmas. That was denied because the way he asked for it was improper to how Shoddy recommended them to be asked. Now, granted, he did say, hey, I denied other players too. This wasn't just a Trayvon Diggs situation. And let me also double down on that. This is not the only situation that led to us releasing him. And he was like, look, I'm not the Grinch to steal Christmas. Threw in there, hey, I love my family, blah, 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 whatever. Now, as far as the Micah Parsons deal.
Well, one more thing on that. Shoddy also clarified yesterday that this is, from every team that Shoddy's been a part of, this is a thing. You travel up to the game together, you travel back together. This isn't his decision. That's not like league-wide mandated. It's pretty well understand. You're a family. You travel together to the game and back to the game. So
now
this isn't new.
You could, from my understanding, and I guess, CA, if you have any more information on this, from my understanding, if you did want to stay, hey, maybe better heads up than 10 minutes after the game you just played.
That's the number one thing. Everybody's trying to, we shouldn't even relitigate this again, but they're trying to turn this incident into an issue. It was just the last straw.
Yeah.
Out of all the things. And for Trayvon's part of it, he's a quiet guy. And there's a thing that Shoddy was trying to get done. He said, we want to address this early. We're talking about in the offseason where everybody's on the same page. You got to be accountable. You saw this when you didn't see Jadon Blue play.
Right.
It's like, wait a minute, he wasn't practicing well enough, consistently enough to play. Well, this was going on for everybody. So the year before, or the years under Mike McCarthy, it wasn't handled that way. It was like Mickey was saying. Mickey was saying, wait, those guys will be over there messing around instead of practicing.
Yeah.
Well, Shoddy said, no, we're all in this together. We got to be accountable to each other, and we ain't playing it like that. And so in my mind, I got to blame Jerry, Steven, and the front office for this whole thing. And I'm blaming Micah right now for making it messy. Let me explain what I say it's Jerry and Steven and the whole thing. If they knew in the offseason, early on, that Micah was not a leader, they had hints. They were saying all along, well, we want to see some leadership.
Yeah.
They knew that he wasn't going to, quote unquote, be like everybody, in other words, lead the guys the right way by example and by his play on the field.
Right.
And if that was the case, they should have traded him before the draft.
Yep.
You see where I'm going with this?
Oh, of course.
It's their fault for not nipping it in the bud if they had a clue this ain't going to work.
Yeah.
And that's what they're obviously saying. And Micah basically is telling on himself with these tweets saying, yeah, but let me tell you what I did. It doesn't have to be messy. When Shoddy spoke to the media yesterday, that was saying he didn't do coach speak, but he gave you answers basically being a man about it and not making it messy.
He also brought up the fact that he mentioned in his presser he had a soft spot for Trayvon because he said they had to have some tough conversations.
Yeah,
he gave him multiple opportunities.
He did. Exactly. So again, obviously it wasn't working and they were headed for divorce. I don't think Trayvon trusted the Cowboys. Cowboys didn't trust Trayvon.
Right.
But just like I said, you leave your family business behind closed doors, which was what Shoddy was doing.
Yeah.
And here's Micah. And
stirring it all up.
Like I said, you're doing it to yourself.
So before I read, because I do have these Micah tweets pulled up, another thing I want to talk about is that it's not like this is just, hey, this is a past just this season, because that's not true. Schottenheimer has been on staff with the Cowboys for a while.
Yes, he has.
Probably the entire time that Trayvon Diggs has been there, if not just a little bit after. This is not just an issue that's been happening this season. This goes back probably a couple of years ago with all the issues that we've had with Trayvon Diggs. And if you want to throw Mike in that conversation with all the different things, then yeah, sure, you could go there as well. But Micah Parsons, He quote tweeted a Clarence Hill tweet, because Clarence Hill, Mike Eberflus, defensive coordinator of the Cowboys. I'm sure many people already are aware of that, and you're upset about it. He took the podium today. He said, Matt Eberflus admitted things changed for defense when they lost an all-pro pass rusher who can win quick, but you can't look back. Micah Parsons retweeting with multiple laughing emojis, and then put out a tweet about an hour ago. Y'all want me to feel bad? Jerry Jones slandered my name to Cowboys media and national media for months, so I do think I can react and comment if I want to. #respectfully. So Micah Parsons had some time.
One of the things about social media, and everybody should know this by now, words don't show emotions properly.
Yeah.
And people will interpret words however they want. So, again, if you don't have anything to say that's not going to muddy the waters, don't muddy the waters.
Yeah.
And that's just the bottom line. As far as how players are treated, Jimmy Johnson had a philosophy back when he was coaching the Cowboys, and, they had all kinds of guys on that squad back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
He treated them individually, how they played in the game, how they performed. I mean, he said, if you're an all-pro, I'll treat you well. If you're the back of the bench, I'll treat you another way.
Yeah.
But guess what? If you're all-pro, I'm talking about Trayvon, in 2021 and get 11 picks, you get treated some way. You get a little more elbow room. You're coming off an injury and not showing up, you fall off.
Yeah.
And some people can say, well, it's the money. I don't know if it's just the money. I just think he's a quiet guy, and then he just was like, well, I'm all-pro.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You haven't been all-pro in a while. So, again, it's just the way you carry yourself. It's called teamwork. They got one more game to play.
Yep.
I hope this doesn't – well, it shouldn't because it's New Year's Day. I hope it doesn't distract them going into this game because, not that they're trying to win to go somewhere, but, you got to have a nice culture.
All right, well, 877-881-1053. Y'all have been texting into the text line. We'll talk about that. But coming up, we're going to do our G-Bag of the Day. Yes, it is G-Bag, so we will be doing G-Bag of the Day. So we got our winner coming up, and then Wooly Bully's Top 10 we'll do, it's New Year's Day. So we have to do some resolution. So we'll do all that next on 105.3 The Fan.
833-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
23-0. It is final. No chance to come back now, Jacob Regh. Your instant reactions of the 2025 season of the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Oh, it was a great season. All around, it was a good season. You went 11 or you went 11-2 or 12-2. Sorry, you won the conference for the first time in your school's history.
Yeah.
Overall, it was a win. Disappointing performance today, but it is what it is. Oregon's a great football team with a lot of pedigree. Been there, done that, and you just got bested today.
Happy New Year's to the Tolos. My name's Kevin Walker. That's Jacob Regh here with the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Dylan Moore. He's keeping the Gators down there in the glass over there on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Let's see. We got, CA from the 410. Why would the Cowboys win this ball game after looking at Miami defense? And a detective is in the early. I don't know what we're talking about here. 410.
Somebody's still drinking champagne.
Oh, no. Seriously. Little bit of a hangover there for the 410.
Why would the Cowboys want to win this game? Well, here's the deal. It's not like you're going to lose the number 1 overall pick. You still got 2 first-round picks. Yep. Don't get me wrong. You have no idea what the draft is going to look like yet. You may have a clue, but you really don't know.
Right.
And there's a lot of people, because I always say this, team building is a sport. People invest a lot into, I want to look forward to watching tape. I want to look forward to getting these picks and having a mock draft. Well, you don't know who's going to be whom and how good they're going to be until the draft actually happens. You could say you want that first-round pick all the time and waste it on a Mozzie Smith, right?
Yeah.
So don't concern yourself too much as long as you got your first-round pick and it's not going to all of a sudden drop out of the top 15 or wherever it's supposed to land. The bottom line I'm saying on this is at some point you cannot have a situation where you create a team. I want to say a team that doesn't care about winning at all. They just want to get paid. Because guess what? The organization doesn't care about winning at all. They just want to, have players out there on the. People love to team build, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you cannot replace winning, especially unless it's down to the last game where you don't know if this is going to be the number 1 or number 2 pick. I wouldn't worry about it.
We got some football news for you guys.
Well, hit us.
Lamar Jackson is in.
Okay.
For their game against the Steelers.
You knew he would.
They need him.
The top comment on this post is finally some good news for the Steelers. Mind you, the Baltimore Ravens scored 42 points with Tyler Huntley and Derrick Henry in the backfield last week against the Packers in Lambeau.
Derrick Henry was back to being a superhero.
The Steelers have a crazy record. They beat teams with winning records and they lose to teams with bad records. So.
We've been doing this stuff for 19 years.
It's crazy.
I think they've lost like 6 games in a row to teams with like less than 3 wins.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, well, boys, it is G-Bag Nation here. So you know what that means. We got to toss it to the Pimp Cup because we got to play the winner of G-Bag of the Day.
Oh yeah, here we go. So G-Bag of the Day for New Year's Day. Well, I guess it's going to be New Year's Eve, the champ. We do it every day around this time, around 2:30 or so. We will have G-Bag of the Day today as well. That will be around 5:30 after the Jake Ferguson show.
So did Lucius leave you the keys to the car?
I sure hope so. I hope I know how to drive this thing.
There you go.
I'm not Lucius, but I can try. The winner is Alex Stein. He was talking about Ohio State football, and apparently he has a point because they just did not really show up yesterday. Here's him trolling the football team.
You guys aren't going to lose like you did to Indiana this time, are you? Don't lose again. Don't lose again.
Hey, come on, man.
Don't lose again. You remember when y'all lost to Indiana? Remember when y'all lost to Indiana? Hey, y'all don't need to lose. Y'all lost to 1 Cuban, Fernando Mendoza. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Y'all lost to 1 Cuban. Now you're going to play 20 Cubans. Y'all are going to lose. Are y'all gonna lose like y'all did against Indiana? Are y'all gonna lose like y'all did to Indiana? Y'all got a lot more Cubans than Mendoza. Y'all got a lot more Cubans to worry about than 1 Mendoza this time. Y'all gonna lose again, just like y'all lost to 1 Cuban.
I mean, he wasn't wrong.
Now y'all got 20 Cubans. Are you scared?
Are you okay?
Are you scared? Are you scared? Now you got 20 Cubans instead of 1. Are you nervous?
Okay?
No, I'm just saying, y'all gonna lose again. Y'all gonna lose? Remember Indiana? Y'all got beat by Indiana. Mendoza schooled your ass. Mendoza clowned y'all. Mendoza clowned y'all. Y'all got schooled by Indiana. Y'all got clowned by 1 Cuban. Now you're going to face 20 Cubans. Y'all are going to get beat worse.
He doesn't stop. Here he goes. He keeps going.
Yeah, they lost to Indiana. They're going to lose again. They're garbage. They're garbage. They're going to lose again. Y'all lost to Indiana. Y'all couldn't beat Mendoza. Why couldn't y'all beat Mendoza? Why couldn't y'all beat Mendoza? Y'all took the L. Y'all losers. Losers can't beat Mendoza. Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, how y'all doing?
These guys alone.
I'm allowed to stand right here. Yeah, they know who I am. I'm allowed. Hey, listen, they lost. Y'all lost to Indiana, and they're coming under here.
Hey, be respectful.
I don't have to be respectful. There's no law. I gotta respect.
You don't have to.
I went to LSU. I don't have to respect Ohio State.
I hear you.
Hey, y'all took the L. Y'all gonna take more L.
Oh, man. Well,
I mean, he was asking the real questions.
20 Cubans is nothing to scoff at.
He brought it up multiple times.
Who is this?
Alex Stein?
Alex Stein.
Who is that?
So,
Probably a Miami fan.
Just a fan. I just want to clarify he's not some commentator that got drunk, right?
No, apparently he's
Just
a guy
a
that likes to chirp at teams. He likes to kind of do these kinds of things where he chirps at teams when they get off of
Famous
buses.
fan.
He's a comedian.
Yeah, he's a comedian.
Mendoza.
Oh boy, that was gold. I mean, he just kept going. He was just committed to the bit. My favorite part of that was like, "Hey, how's it going? How's it going? What's up? What's up?" Just quick switch up. I mean, look, my favorite part about it, you're chirping the team, but you didn't curse.
Yeah,
you didn't curse. Keep it clean. Keep it somewhat professional. That I enjoy that very much. All right, without any further ado, it's time for Wooly Bully's Top 10. And no, I am not Zach Wolchuk, but I will do my best. I will do my best at a top 10. It is New Year's Day, boys. Happy New Year's to you, if I haven't said it already. Happy New Year's
afternoon
to the Tolos. Yes, happy New Year's. It is the afternoon. I've got the top 10 New Year's resolutions going into 2026. You might be able to assume some of them, but the difference here is that I've also got what people were wishing for on their New Year's going into 2025.
Is it cheating if I have the list pulled up? Should I close it out?
It's not cheating necessarily.
Okay. But for the sake of the segment, should I close it out?
Don't look.
Okay.
Yeah, don't look.
Don't look at your screen.
All right, surprise me.
All right. Starting with number 10 here, we've got to quit smoking. At number, it's at 20. So these are on percentage tiles. So 2026, 22% of people want to quit smoking. That is up 3% from 2025 at 19%. Let's see, number 9.
Wait. I thought fewer people were smoking anyway. I thought people were vaping.
It is, like I said, it is low on the list.
I think they switched to vaping.
Well, these Tutti Frutti vapes, they're taking over.
I know an elderly woman in her 70s, late 70s, and she switched from cigarettes to vaping.
I mean, I can't
and
say
her
it's
vapes
necessarily
are cigarette
better.
tobacco, whatever.
Really?
Yeah, got stopped at the airport.
All right, moving on to the next one, number 9. Let's 21% of people in 2026 want to spend less time on social media.
Yeah, detox.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah,
I don't. For me personally, I couldn't. I find
myself doom scrolling way too often throughout the day. It's especially at night when I'm laying in bed. That's when it gets the worst. And then you look up at the time and it's 2 a.m. It's like, oh man, I got to work in the morning.
Yeah,
and then you scroll for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, or maybe even an hour. I mean, it doesn't stop there.
The way they built those, seriously, the tech companies, it's dopamine.
Oh yeah,
the swipes are that way on purpose.
The way that they have mastered short film or short form entertainment is really
toxic,
really captivating. Yeah.
Okay, now this one's really interesting. This one, so 16% in 2025 jumps up to 22% going into 2026 to reduce stress on the job.
Yeah. A lot of people stressing out on their jobs, no matter what the job is.
Yeah.
Gig economy jobs, trying to make it all add up.
See, that's the thing. That should be plural. That should say stress on the jobs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because everybody's got multiple jobs in this. I know for sure.
Dylan, are you stressed out?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good.
You're handling the Gators. You're doing good. You're doing good. All right, now, above that, 24% of people going into 2026 want to improve their performance at their job. which I kind of feel like is kind of ironic. You want less stress, but you want to improve your performance.
Well, you know what? If you had less stress, you might have a better performance.
Or you could argue that if you perform better, your job becomes less stressful.
Exactly. So there's a solution in there.
Yeah. Those things are kind of hand in hand.
17% of people in 2025 wanted to do more for the environment. And that went up to 24% going into 2026. People are trying to help out this world that we live on. Trying to help out the earth.
See, I'm not too. I'm not
Don't want to help the earth.
You
huh?
know,
he doesn't like the earth.
I don't want to help the earth. Wow,
Jacob Ray,
I don't want to hurt the earth. I don't want to hurt the earth, but like I'm not gonna. I mean, if I'm working a shift from, if I'm out working 2 jobs and I'm away from the house from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., like I'm not gonna be like, yeah, let me go pick up some trash on the side of the highway on my free time. Now, if you're retired, I mean, more power to you.
I think they just kind of mean like they want to recycle.
Oh, I recycle.
Like things that were
big
be,
recycler, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of sounded like you were like explicitly hating the earth. I mean, was I the only one that was picking that up, CA?
Yeah. I'm glad you explained yourself a little better.
I mean, you sounded pretty terrible there.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I got to get an electric car because of the ozone. Like, got to do it right now. That's not me.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now we're in the top 5 of this thing, and this is where the percentages really take a jump. And I'm not gonna lie to you, this is kind of low on the list compared to what I was expecting. Number 5 here. I'll go around the room. If you had to guess what percentage of people wanted to lose weight going into 2025, what would you say that would be?
The percentage?
Percentage of people.
It used to be a lot. It used to be that was the bucket list go-to every New Year.
That's what I'm saying. There's like number 5.
We're talking Americans here?
These percentages go up as we get higher in the list, right? Like, we're not going down in percentage.
So this one did go up from 2025.
Okay.
How about 30%?
Like 40% or something.
Okay.
I was like 33, yeah.
Okay, closest goes to Dylan. 37% of people want to lose more weight going into 2026, up from 31%. Number 4, they want to spend more time with their family and friends. That jumped up from 33% to 42%.
I believe that.
People trying to get more friends.
They do, and they actually want to spend more time with their friends and family and whatnot, but at the same time, they won't put down the tablet and the social media. In other words, since the pandemic, fewer people actually get together and go out, whatever it is, going to eat, where they DoorDash or they dine in-house by themselves. It's like there's an isolation and loneliness issues going on as well. So that's something that they want to do, but will they do it?
That's one of mine, too, is like, and it's not as much of like getting off the tablets. It's more of like trying to find a better work-life balance. I'm still kind of searching for that. I'm only 22, so it's like, we're still kind of just dipping our toes in the whole work thing. But I mean, I got to find a better work-life balance. I feel like I don't see my lady as much as I'd like to, and it's a little bit of an issue for me, and that's going to be fixed next year.
Take her to the studio like Kevin does.
Yeah, that is true. I did bring her up here.
Put her on air.
3, 2, 1. Jacob hates the earth.
I don't hate the earth. I just don't want to help it.
Do you hate the moon?
That sounds terrible.
The stars, the sun?
I love the moon.
The 682. The 682. This one's not. This one's not on the top 10. They want to spend less time at the strip clubs.
Oh, hey now.
Going into 2026.
Can't say I've ever been to one.
Was that from Willie Bully before he got married?
Ooh, burner count. Burner count.
He used to have to host it. He used to host it.
Really?
Yeah, on the G-Bag. He used to host. It was a night at, I forget which of them, the club.
I think I've heard him.
And he did the spots for him and everything. Then he got married and had to give it up.
That'd be good for Fred.
Okay. Oh my God, that would be great for Fred. All right, top 3 now. This is where we're really in the 40s and 50s% now. Top 3. 46% of people want to eat healthier going into 2026. A 1% up from 45% going into 2025. So we're trying to eat healthier.
Are those same people willing to pay more money to eat healthier, though, is the thing. I feel like people always want to eat healthier, and I'm in the same boat. But it's like, are you willing to put in the time to cook good meals and pay the money for the no seed oils, for the avocado oil, the stuff that is actually
difference makers?
Exactly.
Isn't it something how the stuff bad for you is cheaper? Like if you go to a healthy store like Whole Foods, costs more in there.
Yeah,
you go to Walmart, it's cheap.
Yeah. All right.
Isn't that amazing what they do?
Save more money. Save more money going into 2026. No surprise here.
So you can eat healthier.
It's a pretty big jump. 46% going into 2025. 52% going into 2026. So people are trying to save more money. I don't think that's any surprise.
Yeah.
You don't ever hear somebody say, "Man, I want to have no money to my name." That's my goal going into 2026.
I got to loosen up. I got to spend more money next year. People don't really say. Actually, some people probably do say that, but I think it's not very many.
All right, and then number one, it takes the cake. Everybody could already probably assume it.
Can I guess?
Go ahead. Guess.
You work out more.
They always say
48%. They want to work out more. They want to exercise.
They're crowded nowadays. Just wait a month.
You know what, Dylan Moore? Segue, because I'm glad you brought that up. Boys, I just gave you the best top 10 going into 2026 New Year's resolutions, what people are trying to do, and I'm here to tell you it doesn't matter. Because 80 to 90% of people are going to fail within the first month. February 17th is actually the second Friday of February is actually known as Quitter's Day. So if you find a way to beat this 80 to 90% of people that fail their New Year's resolutions, then shout out to you because it sounds like no one's going to succeed.
The bottom line is you've got to be dedicated and have the discipline to continue. But what a lot of people try to do, especially when they're working out, they just want to work out hard and then it hurts and they got this pain and then I don't know if I can do that every day. You don't have to go through the pain to get better.
Yeah.
But you have to have the discipline to do the habits of doing it over and over and over again. And one other note, we got Tolos texting in.
Yeah, we do.
The name of the strip club that Wooly Bully was hosting the show, Baby Dolls. That's where he was doing his gig.
Yeah, he was doing some stuff.
Represent the nation.
Let's see, from the 945 deleted Instagram a few months back. Great decision. That was from Bailey the Bird. I've never owned TikTok personally, other than using it for my other channels that I'm on. So I don't have TikTok, and I'm so happy that I don't. 315 0 alcohol for me this year. And then I know we didn't get it texted in, but Fred said he doesn't want to get rage baited in 2026. And I think we all here collectively, and Dylan even can agree, that's just not going to happen.
I want to rage bait him more.
Well, I think Blake's going to try 3 times harder now. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about the Stars' loss last night. It was the first time in a long time. The Mavericks play tonight, and Anthony Davis is returning. And, I think Kevin Durant has some stuff to say about this MVP conversation. That and more next on G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and
Welcome back into the G-Bag Nation. My name's Kevin Walker. That's Jacob Regh, alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Dylan Moore inside the glass helping us out. Sorry about that, Dylan. That's
Producer
on me. That's
extraordinaire.
On me. That's on me. That's not on you. All right, we're going to talk about the Stars loss, and we're going to talk about the Mavericks game tonight, which, CA, you're going to.
Yes, got to MC the game tonight. 7:30. Sixers in town. Tyrese Maxey's back home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. He loves being here, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I'm so proud of him. I used to pick up basketball with his daddy, Tyrone Maxey.
Oh, wow.
Downtown YMCA, yep. So Tyrese is back in town. Sixers are trying to do what they're going to do. Mavericks will have Anthony Davis back in the lineup after he hasn't played since Christmas Day.
11 minutes on Christmas Day.
The guy you want to keep an eye on is Max Christie.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. He's like top 5 in the NBA in corner 3 shooting and three-pointers altogether. You already know about B. Will, who put on a show the other night. The Mavericks lead the league, by the way, in close games. They call them clutch games.
Yeah.
Within 5 points with 5 minutes left to play.
Right.
That means they're going to eventually turn this corner.
Yeah.
At some point in time, we just have to find out when.
All right, let's go to the text line because y'all been blowing it up even on a New Year's Day. Happy New Year's to everybody out there. Hope you're getting your college football fix. The Red Raider game's over. Now we're just waiting for the next college football game to take place. Let's see here from 214. So Texas Tech never saw a point. Please inform me, Ralph James Choppy, who hates the University of North Texas Mean Green, that we will never get shut out. One single game this year, but would not have embarrassed the state of Texas had the bureaucracy not have kept us out. Now, I'll say this. I went to UNT, graduated from UNT. We would have let up 48, if not more, against Oregon.
Are we seriously saying that Texas Tech embarrassed the state of Texas?
I am not saying that. Maybe the 214
That's from the 214.
Are we just gonna steamroll past the fact that Texas A&M put up a pathetic performance at home in the first round? Not saying that Miami's a good team, but let's call it
that Texas just was the preseason number 1 and
let's call a spade a spade. I mean, you had a team that came in that was ranked 21st and had never won the Big 12, put together possibly the best defense in Big 12 history, went 12-2, and then was a victim of the first round bye and didn't play football for a month. So let's cool it with the Texas Tech embarrassed the state of Texas. That did not happen.
If we're going to crown a team, hey, you embarrassed the state of Texas, Texas Tech is nowhere to be found.
No.
A team that wildly overperformed expectations cannot embarrass the state. No offense to you, but Texas is probably the headline for that. But also you could say this was probably one of the best years of college football for the state of Texas. You had Texas, A&M, Tech, SMU, TCU,
Baylor.
Even UNT was in a conversation.
UNT.
People were talking about us.
So they made the top 25.
Everybody's got our players.
Almost made the playoff. All I got to say, and this coach was so good, he got stolen away by Oklahoma State, took the quarterback with him. So there's no team that embarrassed the state of Texas in college football. Nobody
I really don't think so. Look, if you want to be the Longhorn hater, be like, yeah, you were ranked preseason number 1. They never should have been preseason number 1 in the first place. Top 5, yes, I do agree with that based on what you saw, but they just didn't perform like a number 1 team at any given point at all this year.
You could also argue that I don't think any team overcame the adversity that Texas overcame throughout the season. I mean, to go from preseason number 1 to unranked, to fight back the way Arch Manning fought back, and because, man, there was, me included, I did not believe in Arch Manning.
New York Post put out a whole thing like, hey, we've had some bad quarterback play, but Arch Manning is the absolute, and people were all over him.
Yeah.
And look, I never was in that train, even as a Texas fan. I was never like, oh, he's going to figure it out. I knew he would at some point, but he plays differently than the Mannings of the past have played. So it's just
469. Kyle says North Texas was the best in Texas in 2025.
If you want to put it in the conversation of who outperformed their expectations and their standards, I think you would look at UNT.
Historically, they did better than any team that school has ever put out.
Yeah.
And like I said, they were so good. The coach got stolen and took the quarterback with him. That's what you know. They poached the coach, and he's not even a Power 4 coach. Come on.
Hell, see, our kicker just went into the transfer portal. Our entire offense. Yep. Everybody on our offense from this past year is in the transfer portal, and they're going to go to legitimate places.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
bottom line is Texas Texas football was in good hands this year.
It was 100%.
The 3-2-1 is all over Jacob. So text it in. Jacob hates the earth. If you hear that out of context,
this guy's killing it.
I'm not even going to provide context because Jacob just hates the earth. Said when aliens invade, Jacob will be the first turncoat. Jacob is the kind of dude to throw car batteries into the ocean for fun.
Just for fun.
And Jacob is going to burn tires on people's lawns that talk crap about tech.
I'm going to burn tires on the lawn of people who say Tech was the embarrassment of the state of Texas. That's
I like this one from the
take.
940. The Dallas defense embarrassed all of Texas. Now that
Dallas
I
Cowboys
can get
defense, that's what he's talking about.
That I can get behind.
Isn't it crazy that in the state of Texas, you might have the best defense in the NFL and the worst defense in the NFL?
Oh, yeah.
Texans.
Yeah,
their defense
you got a
is
good
strong.
point. You got a really
Texas
good
and
point.
the Broncos, they're 1-2 right there.
Another one from the 469. This one talking about the Zach Wolchuk baby doll situation. Fred DJing at a strip club would be hilarious.
Oh, I'd go see that.
That would be great.
No, I wouldn't. Sorry, I wouldn't go there.
Oh,
I wouldn't go there. No,
would you?
If my girlfriend's listening, I wouldn't go there. No.
Okay, now she's not listening.
You said you'd go there if Fred was there.
I wouldn't go there. No. If they were giving away those Tolo whiskey glasses, by the way, KNC Masterpiece tomorrow. Giving away Tolo whiskey glasses.
Yeah, and a whole whiskey set.
Whiskey set. They got a bottle with Tolo engraved in it.
And we can't win them.
We can't win them.
I'm upset about it, but it is what it is.
We should make a group burner. We should find a person. It'd be like a burner person that we send in to represent the group to go try and win those. What do you think James Triley's doing tomorrow?
He might be pulling up, but I don't know. All right, I did want to talk about this. Brett Siegel, friend of the show, he has been on Fan After Dark a time or two. He put out a tweet.
What does he do?
So he's
always tell people what they do because sometimes they don't know.
Yeah, he's a reporter for the NBA for Clutch Sports. He does a really good job. He put out a tweet the other day, and it's been a topic of discussion in the NBA. The 65-game thresholds that you have to hit to be in the MVP conversation.
Not just that, all of the honors, even all NBA, all these different things. They want you to play 65 games at least out of these 82.
And he put out a tweet. He said, "We're facing a scenario where Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Victor Wembanyama, and Luka Doncic may all not be eligible for the awards of all NBA teams." And pretty much calling, hey, we need a minimum game restriction to be. We need to revise this whole 65 game plan.
You got to look it over better, man. And let me give you more context with this because he's exactly right. It's hard to say. They came up with this because when Popovich came up with load management, and all of a sudden here's Kawhi missing all these games, and all these different coaches started following what Pop did. They said, wait a minute, these guys aren't even playing enough games. So maybe the carrot at the end of the stick is to get your bonus money from your incentives from being the MVP or making all first-team NBA, second-team NBA, or making the All-Star game. You've got to be able to play 65 games. Well, guess what? Some of the biggest names in the game are all hurt this year. And it's not even January 2nd yet.
Yeah. I mean, Victor Wembanyama, he got hurt again last night, and we don't know how long he's going to be out.
He was wearing slippers at the end of the game.
It did not look good. And then I'm trying to pull up the response here because Kevin Durant, he'll get on Twitter, he'll get on the internet, and he'll make his comments known to others. He pretty much said, I can't find the tweet at the moment, but he pretty much was like, look, the media and the fans, they make these rules, they make these barriers that we have to get to for certain eligible rewards, different playoff formats, all these different things. He's like, look, the pros are the pros. They're just going to adapt to the game, and we're going to play the game however we want it. Because pretty much the question was asked, because then Brett Siegel was like, well, how would you want it to be?
He said, there's nothing we can do about it.
There's nothing we can do about it.
We just got to play what they put out.
It's up to y'all.
Yeah.
It's how do y'all want it, and then we're going to adapt. And I thought that was interesting from Kevin Durant, pretty much like, hey, if y'all are going to complain about it, we're not the ones to make this decision. This is y'all. This is the media. This is the fans. Whatever the fans want, if the fans vote on it enough, it's going to change.
Yeah, again, it's kind of like you want it to be watchable, right? But you also want guys to get these awards by at least playing and not. There's a big article in The Athletic that just came out today, and it goes into all these details, and I didn't get to the very end because I was looking at it before we did the show prep.
Yeah.
And it's really thought-provoking because it's trying to encourage guys to play all the time. But guess what? a lot of these guys who are playing all the time are suddenly getting very hurt.
Yeah.
Because there's so many games, and it's not even the back-to-backs, it's the games after every other night. And sometimes it's back-to-backs. It's like the weirdest schedule, and it's front-loaded. It's like so many games before even, Christmas that these guys play, and they haven't even ramped up. And the other thing that's changed about the game is the pace. It's more faster. It's more up-tempo. So those are the things that people have to deal with, and it makes you shrug.
All right, hour one of the G-Bag Nation in the books coming up. We got the college football darty. Dan Lanning had some interesting things to say. We'll react to that. C-Note, 320. And then we got everyone's favorite segment, and I'm so excited that I'm going to be in here with him to do it. See Stories Confidential at 3:40. Don't forget Jake Ferguson's show at 5 o'clock, and then we'll do NFL top 3, middle 3, bottom 3. 877-881-1053. Make sure you get involved with the program. All that and more next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. My name's Kevin Walker. That's Jacob Regh. And the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, in here. Dillamore, he's in the Producer's Cup. He's in the Pimp Cup. He's handling those Gators. He's doing a damn good job at it. Well, about to do the college football darty. Y'all are blowing up the text line, 877-881-1053. We just got done watching the Red Raiders take a spanking to the Oregon Ducks. BTA. That's coming from the Red Raider fan over there. BTA from the Red Raider fan.
Owning it. Jacob's owning it.
But it is the G-Bag Nation. It is a G-Bag Nation staple. Let's go ahead and do a little college football darty.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get Ray man, Cole.
23-0. Oregon Ducks. They handle the Texas Tech Red Raiders. They move on in the college football playoff. Was it just the Big 12, Jacob Regh? Was it just the Big 12?
I don't think it was just the Big 12. I don't think. Do you think if BYU was in there, you think they would have done a better job?
No.
Is there any team in the Big 12 that would have done a better job?
No.
I don't think a team with a bye could have done a better job.
I don't think so either.
It's all about the bye.
I think you ran, and a lot of people are texting in. We got a bunch of texts coming in right now talking about the fact that JMU put up 34 on Oregon. And you're right, JMU did put up 34 on Oregon. JMU didn't go a month without playing football, and I think that game, you faced a pissed off Oregon team today. Mm-hmm. They're like, well, damn it, we just gave up 34 points to JMU on our home turf.
Mm-hmm.
And you had that team come in pissed off today with a head coach in Dan Lanning, who he knows probably as well as any head coach in college football how to fire his guys up. So I think he just kind of ran into a wrecking ball today and didn't have your fastball. And Baron Morton certainly didn't do you any favors towards winning that game. The questions coming into this game was certainly centered around that offense as opposed to the defense. The defense balled out.
Defense did great.
Yeah, I think we had a texter text in earlier and said that the defense faced two opponents today. They faced the Oregon offense and the Tech offense, and I couldn't agree more.
Exactly. And now the Oregon Ducks will take on the winner of the Alabama-Indiana game. Do not let Alabama win that game, because if Alabama wins that game, guess what? It'll be the teams who had a bye will be 0-7.
Yeah.
0-7.
And
don't let Georgia lose to Ole Miss.
Oh, do not. If you let Ohio State and Georgia lose,
they have to revamp this thing, man.
They are going to revamp that thing. And I'm glad you brought that up. We got some audio here from Dan Lanning, the head coach of Oregon. He did some press before the game started alongside Joe McGuire. And it's a little bit of a longer cut, but I think all of it is very interesting. We can feed off of this. Dan Lanning had this to say about the college football playoff landscape.
There's clearly a better way, and I think it really starts with the season moving up and the playoffs not having. I mean, how many days, Coach, is it for you between us and your last game?
We played December 6th, and I'm 100% with him about moving the.
Yeah, ultimately, in my mind, the vision for this should be, every playoff game should be played every single weekend until you finish the season. Ideally, the season, even if it means we start week 0 or you eliminate a bye, the season ends January 1st. This should be the last game. It should be the championship game, and then the portal opens. And then coaches that have to move on to their next opportunities get the opportunity to move to their next opportunities. Certainly there's some conversation about when, high school signing day should be. I think that could go either way, because most of us now try to get guys in as mid-year players, and you want them to be able to join your program at semester, which is a challenge. But I think the first really clear indicator of a place that we can make this better is to wrap the season up. Our national championship game this year is January 19th. Right, and that's really hard to envision as a coach that's going out and trying to join a new program and start a staff. It's hard for players to understand what continuity looks like and where they're going to be at, and to manage that with visits, the portal, everything else that exists. I think the clear indicator and the clear way to do that is to bump the season up, right, and make sure these playoff games happen a lot faster. And I've got a ton of respect for the NFL, but we're a prep league for the NFL. We do a lot of favors for the NFL, right? We're the minor league in a lot of ways. But there's no money paid from the NFL to take care of college football. right? And in that sense, we've given up some of our days, right, to the NFL. We said, you guys get to have this day, you get to have this day, you get to have this day. Saturdays should be sacred for college football, right? And every Saturday through the month of December should belong to to college football, in my opinion.
Preach.
Do we
Preach.
disagree with anything that was just said?
Mic drop. He solved it. Start these games once the regular season's over. Start them up.
No one's asking for bye weeks.
Yeah. They're trying to do a TV schedule.
Yeah.
And work around the NFL.
I mean, you're making people, I guess the general public, not that they're going to forget about college football, because you're not going to forget about it, but it does take a little bit of a back burner that it's like, all right, well, the regular season's over. I'll sit and I'll wait again, and then we'll watch some NFL football, and then, oh, yeah, college football, New Year's Eve. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Like, you don't want that.
But more importantly, with this portal, you can't have the portal open a week or two before the championship game.
No. Nothing but distractions.
It makes no sense.
No sense at all.
Again, they can solve it all by just having these games start right after the regular season ends, right after the conference championship games.
And I think from a college football perspective, because we don't really see too many high-impact transfers on these playoff teams leaving. Like, they're pretty much guys that don't play. But I think from a fan's perspective, we see that a guy's transfer is like, I don't know who that is. He must not be important. Well, he's a guy could be a big piece in a locker room.
Yeah.
That guy could be a big way to fire up the team before a game. He could be the key personality in that locker room.
Exactly.
But since he doesn't play, he needs to leave. The Texas Tech had a linebacker that transferred like 3 days ago. Who knows if he was a key leader on that team? I don't know. He could have been a nobody, but he could have been a key voice in that locker room that wasn't there for today's game. So it's a big issue.
877-881-1053. Text in your comments. Text in your thoughts about the college football playoff.
The 903 says teams with the bye are 0-6 in college football history now. The bye F's you over.
I got one more for you. Did you see ESPN College Game Day put a stat up on the television? Teams with a bye, no team with a bye in the first round has scored more than 8 points in the first half of their game.
Wow.
See, he just told you the Texas Tech never played. I'm talking about Dan Lanning. He said, it was Joey McGuire said it. He piped up. He said, we hadn't played since December the 6th. It's not an excuse. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
It's called you don't have the consistency. You have zero momentum. You're not the same team that you were a month later, especially when you're talking about guys going to college at the same time. Christmas comes along. There's so many things that distract you from focusing on football because it's not your job, even though nowadays you're getting paid.
Somebody texted in earlier. I don't have the phone number pulled up right in front of me, but they pretty much were like, yeah, these guys, here it is, 817, they are still children with the weight of professional microscope over them. And I think that illuminates it perfectly. Like, yeah, these are college kids, but the views that go into these games and the microscope that we put them under, the pressure that we put them under. I mean, hell, look at a guy like Arch Manning for Texas. Been ridiculed all year long for things that aren't even his fault necessarily, as far as receivers dropping footballs. You can go all across the college football world and you can see those kinds of things. But these guys are putting under a microscope because the viewership for these games are insane.
And mind you as well, I mean, I don't know the school schedules for a lot of these other schools, and we can talk back and forth of whether these guys actually go to class or not, because I know that's probably a big talking point, but semester ends on the 11th at Texas Tech.
Right.
So not only are you not playing football, you're practicing and that's it.
Yeah.
You're not, it's not
but
like
you can't practice too hard.
Exactly. And it's not like you're practicing, going to class, coming back for a 2-a-day. Like you're practicing and doing nothing else. I'm granted, I'm sure they have schedules to keep these guys dialed in, but it's a different environment. And when you're sitting there and you look up at the calendar and it's like, yeah, we got a really hard lift today, but game's 27 days away.
Yeah.
We got time. It's just not the right mindset for these teams.
I'm curious what y'all think about this one from the 303. The last 3 weeks of the NFL season is mostly garbage time anyways. I've watched 0 NFL in all the college football playoff and major bowl games.
I would agree the last 2 weeks have left a little bit to be desired. I'm still fired up for this week. This week's exciting for me.
Yeah.
Because the NFL's got so much parity these days, you would think that the matchups will be great or the matchups will not be great. You just don't know. Like some of the ones that they had scheduled for Christmas, before the season started, they looked like, oh, these are going to be some great matchups. Denver versus Kansas City, the Cowboys versus Washington. Oh, yeah, we're going to get all kinds of ratings. Well, guess what? Washington's quarterback's hurt. Kansas City lost their quarterback as well. The Cowboys' defense sucked. The Denver Broncos, all I can tell you, it did not add up the way they wanted to add up. Whereas college football, in December, if you're playing the college football playoff, all eyes are on it because the loser goes home.
Yeah, the loser does go home.
Quick little tidbit for you. First play of the game, Alabama and Indiana. You know what happens?
What?
Every single person on the Indiana offensive line gets beat, and Fernando Mendoza's sacked. First play of the game.
Well, they haven't played in about a month.
Haven't played.
Rusty. 408, the entire football calendar needs to be revised. All ball games should be in the beginning of the season, and transfer portal after all the games are completed should be open.
I don't mind that.
You know what? That might be something. In other words, you know how they always have this. They always have these out-of-conference games that teams play. Make that a bowl game.
Hold on. You're on to something now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when USC Notre Dame were to play each other. Mm-hmm. That's not a conference matchup.
Right.
Make it a bowl game and have it early in the season.
Yeah, because, as a Texas fan, I get upset when Sarkisian starts talking about, well, this is going to be the last year that we start playing teams out of our conference just, to prove, they played Ohio State earlier this year, and we definitely had some losses that we shouldn't have had, i.e. Florida, but you don't want to be penalized for going out of your conference to play legit competition versus an Alcorn State at the beginning of the year. And as a college football fan in general, I want to see other teams going out of their conference to play really good conference games to start the season. Maybe it's the first game. Maybe it's the second game of the season. You don't want to lose that.
Also, I understand it's a tradition, and I get that. But first of all, what are we doing with week 0? That we don't need week 0.
No.
Week 0 is irrelevant. Also, why are we taking a week off for Army-Navy?
Yeah.
That's another tradition thing, but this is the 21st century. I'm not saying get rid of that game, but as far as everybody doesn't play while they're playing, that doesn't make any sense.
That can be a primetime 7:20 NBC game.
Exactly.
That would be just fine, but there's no reason why we need to take other games off.
And I'm back to this bowl game out of the end of the year deal and making it more maybe in September or something, these different bowls. The reason I'm saying this is because once upon a time it was a reward for the team or the school and their fan base, and they go on this vacation or whatever.
Doesn't feel like a reward anymore.
It's not. It is not a reward. It hadn't been in the 21st century.
Right.
I'm not saying get rid of these bowl games because nobody goes to them anymore. Mm-hmm. You get your TV money. You see in the stands, there's 20 people in the stands.
Yeah.
But they made their bowl game. I would have the bowl game, like I said, or like the Tolo texted in, have it earlier in September or whatever. Mm-hmm. You got a nice little matchup. And again, everybody's not going to go to these bowl games anyway. So if they don't make it to the bowl game in September, they're not going to make the bowl game in December or January.
All right, and then we'll spend the last bit of this college football darty making fun of Diego Pavia and the Vanderbilt Commodores, who lost to the Iowa Hawkeyes 34-27.
You stop talking mean about Sean Shreve's favorite team, Vanderbilt.
Look,
that's my guy.
Nothing to get Sean, but Diego Pavia makes it really easy to hate Vanderbilt.
You can hate him. But leave the Commodores alone.
I mean, it's tough. It's a tough look.
Man.
And
he should have done all those antics after the Heisman ceremony. And went all virtual online,
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I'll give you
he told on himself.
I'll give you one other thing that bothered me with, and this is Vanderbilt as a whole, is them trying to organize a game that didn't mean anything so they could prove to the committee that they were doing, and they reached out to Miami. It's like, why the hell would Miami want to risk injury just to help your? Like, I don't know. It's a victim mentality. It's like they're on their hands and knees begging, and it's not a great look.
877-881-1053. Text in because coming up next, we got the C note. We'll talk about Trayvon Diggs got released. He's now off to the Green Bay Packers. Micah Parsons had a ton to say. We'll preview this game against the Giants on the G-Bag Nation.
Upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the G-Bag Nation, my name's Kevin Walker. That's Jacob Ray, alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Should be joined here shortly by Sean Sharif, who has been going at it with Terrence Parsons over the Michael Parsons having time on Twitter
Terrence
today.
Parsons?
Terrence Parsons.
Look out.
Oh, no.
Kinfolk.
So we should be having him on here shortly, but it is the C note. And if you haven't heard, Trayvon Diggs was released earlier this week by the Dallas Cowboys, picked up on waivers by the Green Bay Packers, who were the only team to put in a waiver wire
which means
request.
The Green Bay Packers will pick up the remainder of his contract.
Good for the
people
Cowboys.
who are wondering, okay, what does this mean? What does it mean? No, they picked up the contract. The Cowboys already had paid the guaranteed part of the money. The Cowboys don't owe Trayvon Diggs anything at this point. They were hoping somebody would pick him up. Because guess what? They will actually get, I think, just under $500,000 back under the cap. Just so you'll know where the Cowboys stand on this, and is it a good thing or a bad thing for them as their salary cap concerned, or the whole 9 yards. Bottom line is this: he's now a Green Bay Packer. I think a lot of people were surprised it was the Green Bay Packers as opposed to maybe the Chicago Bears or some other team, or maybe he just made it all the way through the waiver wire and then somebody just signed him off the street. If he had made it off for the waiver wire, then nobody would owe him any money on this contract. Right now, Green Bay owes him his contract, but again, the guaranteed portions are already paid for by the Cowboys, so therefore he could either have an extension from the Green Bay Packers, or they could just play it out as it is.
I had a strong feeling that the Green Bay Packers front office knew that if he cleared waivers, Al Harris was going to put in a really quick word, and he was going to be a Chicago Bear.
I think you're right, and his new agent, of course, David Mulligetta, who represented Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, very close friends. David Mulligetta was the one who was able to get Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. It wasn't the Green Bay Packers out of the blue contacting the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is this: yes, that's probably why Green Bay signed him. They needed some cornerback help, but they said, you know what? We don't want him to team up with Al Harris because those two are a good combination together. Al Harris is the new defensive coordinator for the Bears, formerly with the Dallas Cowboys. Last year, he was not only in charge of the secondary, he got the title of assistant head coach, because everybody thought he was going to Dan Quinn and Washington. And so Jerry and Steve said, no, we want you to stay.
Yeah, and actually, Al Harris is the defensive pass game coordinator for the Bears. But there's a strong likelihood that there's murmurings that if the Green Bay Packers fire their defensive coordinator, that Al Harris would be one of the top names on that list to slide in for that job. Exactly. So that could be a big thing for them, and there's
depth to this.
Yeah, and Green Bay's got a lot of young players that there's to work with over there. They've got Edgerrin Cooper, the outstanding linebacker out of A&M, and so many young secondary players.
Yeah. All I can say is there's levels to this. In other words, this wasn't just a knee-jerk decision by Green Bay. It was very thoughtful. Will it work out for them in the bigger picture? We don't really know. As
Probably
far as
not
Cowboys, this season, no. Mike is already injured.
Yeah.
You don't know how healthy Trayvon is, even though he says he's healthy. He hasn't looked like it when he's played out there.
All right, let's head out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Micah Parsons had time on Twitter, and our very own Sean Sharif was going at it with his brother, Terrence Parsons. Sean, your side of what's going on here with the Micah Parsons saga.
Man, I'm just, I'm trying to enjoy family day. I'm at Dave and Buster's. I'm looking down from the video games. They got, a good $5 drink special. I'm sitting there chilling, and all of a sudden my phone's blowing up with Micah, and he's going off on Jerry, and he's going off on people criticizing Trayvon Diggs, and I just had enough of it. I thought we had all moved past all this, and this is where I think Micah's a little bit fake in terms of I'm going to take the high road. And Jerry is a little bit fake too, in my opinion, by telling us there's no personal feelings, everything is fine. But I think the thing that Micah Parsons kind of got away with, we all have the sides that we choose to believe. I believe Jerry when he said that Micah Parsons initiated negotiations, and Micah tried to go into that room like he was an agent. He watched Jerry Maguire one too many times. This is my opinion. I don't think any of us truly know. Micah knows and Jerry knows, right? And I think Micah's brother obviously thinks that he knows, and maybe he does. But what I've chosen to believe, and this is not blindly supporting Jerry Jones GM moves. If you listen to our show, you know that we don't do that. I don't do that. I feel like Micah went in, negotiated, they agreed, Micah came out, changed the deal, went back in, Jerry agreed, then Micah reneged, said, oh my God, David Mulugheta may not be happy with this, and Jerry Jones went old school and said a deal is a deal. Now, whether you think that it is messed up and unethical the way that Jerry negotiated with Micah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not arguing that. All I'm saying is I don't think that Micah Parsons has ever admitted that he went in that room and tried to play agent like Jerry Maguire or
Richard Sherman, because Richard Sherman does his own deals.
Right, or Trayvon Diggs until he hired David Mulugheta, or Lamar Jackson. And I don't know. I'm just sick and tired of the Trayvon Micah duo. I'm not glad that we lost Micah Parsons as a player, but I'm totally fine in losing Micah Parsons, the leader. And as I said on my show a couple weeks ago, think of how close we were to turning over the Dallas Cowboys locker room to these two, right? We were trying to figure out, is it Tank or is it Micah? Is it Jordan Lewis? Not that Jordan Lewis was against these guys, but it's like the old guard, or should we believe the new guard? Guys who can actually win something. And we all know for a fact, I think by now, Trayvon Diggs is not the leader. And I don't think Micah Parsons is that guy either. And I just had enough while I was waiting for my margarita.
Well, while you were waiting, I want to know, because I haven't been on Twitter, and Jacob and Kevin were saying, "Oh wow, Sean done jumped in there." What were you saying? Can you kind of read some of your tweets and how his brother got defensive or whatever?
Well, I only tweeted two things. When Micah was like, so Micah reacted to Eberflus, right? Eberflus said basically, I guess, things changed when we lost our best pass rusher, and Micah was like laughing, with crying emojis, laughing emojis. So I guess Cowboy fans got ticked off and were chirping at Micah, and he's like, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, what, y'all want me to feel bad? Jerry Jones slandered my name for such and such. How long? So no, I don't feel bad about it. And I'm like, okay, but what about the other side where Jerry feels hurt and ticked off and that you betrayed him and broke the man-to-man word, the eye-to-eye deal that y'all had, and you never came out and admitted, again, my opinion, that you tried to negotiate and work your own deal. Whether you should have, and then you acted like you were trapped in some bank vault and couldn't get out, and you're crying to the rest of the world, oh my God, Jerry tricked me. Jerry, I just have a problem with Micah making it seem like Jerry Jones lured him into a room and started talking numbers and deals when I feel like Micah is the one who called. And again, I know Jerry's done this with players in the past, and it's an NFLPA thing. I just don't believe that Micah Parsons got tricked into that negotiation and that sit down, and he's played it off like he has, and I have a problem with that. And then my thing back with Terrence. And I actually respect the way Terrence, came back at me. We're not cursing at each other. We're not name calling. And, he basically said, yes, like anyone would do when their boss called him in, Micah went in to talk numbers. So I said, okay, so you're admitting that Micah did go in and talk numbers. What Micah should have done off the jump, and we'll see if George Pickens does the same thing, when Micah got the phone call that Jerry wanted to talk numbers, if that is what happened, Micah should have just referred him to Mulugheta or had David make that phone call to Jerry and Steven versus go in and talk. Because once he went in and talked, I think that set the stage for Jerry saying, okay, you have entered negotiations. Like, game on right now. And Terrence admitted that, and then I haven't gone back and forth since because I was driving home. Like a safe one drink driver.
I got you. Hey, Sean, my advice to George Pickens, if he does, because I think Jerry was saying the other day that he would talk to George, and he'd probably talk to Mulugheta too. My advice to George Pickens right now is, if you talk to him, fine, just don't shake his hand.
Yep.
Don't look me in the eye.
That's right. That's right. And I have many problems with Jerry Jones, like taking advantage of whatever Micah's age is. Like this, again, I don't agree with the way Jerry did it, but and I don't agree with what they got back, and I don't even think I agree with like trading Micah Parsons, but that's all separate. I'm just sick and tired of Micah representing it like he was totally victimized and that he was totally innocent in the whole thing. And then the other thing that I would tweet back to Micah, and I'll say this for Monday, this thin-skinned butt, this is the problem with Diggs and Micah, and maybe even these players today. Like a year or two ago, Trayvon Diggs was in my DMs after I tweeted the story that the Cowboys internally were having some problems with Micah Parsons. And Trayvon was so butthurt, and he said, you weird for that, and why are you trying to take food out of our mouths, and why are you trying to hurt our families? And it was a respectful conversation back and forth. And I'm like, bro, I'm just reporting what I know to be true. It ended up being true. But Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs aren't cut from that leadership cloth. They're just not. Micah's too thin-skinned, and Trayvon was up in Bobby's DMs last week. Or no, 3 days ago, he was up in Bobby's DMs, and that never went anywhere because Trayvon ended up getting cut. But Micah Parsons' biggest leadership issue, in my opinion, is he talks about it, right? Michael Jordan didn't have to tell you what a leader he was. And Magic Johnson didn't have to tell you what a leader he was. And I know that Micah idolizes those guys along with Kobe. Micah has got to tell you what true leaders don't have to tell you. And Micah Parsons is not a true, alpha dog leader, in my opinion. He's too thin-skinned, and I think today was an example and more proof of it.
Sean Sharif joining us on 105 through the Fan. Sean, George Pickens' contract is coming up, and I know there's a lot of talk about how when Micah was here and Diggs was here, it was there was a dynamic of two guys totally separated from the team and I guess, forming their own team in a sense. Is there any reason Cowboys fans should be concerned at all that could happen with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb?
I don't think so. I don't know the dynamics to that degree, but I don't think so. Look, everybody – Chris can tell you this, being around the Mavs. Mm-hmm. George Pickens kind of reminds me of Kyrie in that the media, right? This is before Kyrie got here.
Yeah, the Brooklyn media.
Irving, yeah, Kyrie Irving was the biggest cancer and the biggest problem in sports. But when Kyrie came here and I watched him before games, during games, after games, it seemed like every damn player loved this dude. And we're all sitting here like he's a psycho, anti-vax, political, Jewish stuff, religion. And I do think that Kyrie changed. I don't. Yeah, think
he did.
Kyrie
he even says that.
Yeah, I think Kyrie changed when he got here. But the point is, every player and every teammate seems to love that dude, and that's the way these guys talk about George. Like George, malcontent, attitude, is going to get an unsportsmanlike, is he going to show up late, is he going to skip meetings? Dak Prescott is in love with him. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb is in love with him. Brian Schottenheimer. I think if you rank the top three dudes on the Dallas Cowboys with who loves football, they would all say George Pickens. I'm not worried about those two forming a clique. I'm worried about what happens. In my dream scenario, it's not going to work because David Mulugheta don't play like that. I would franchise George and just see for another year. I'd like to see what he's like for another year behind the scenes. Well, maybe they already know. They're the ones who should be able to answer this. That's not going to work out well. You don't want $28 million on your cap that you cannot manipulate, you can't change. But I would like to have one more year of George in an ideal scenario to see how he acts. That's not going to happen.
I'm with you on that. And another note on George, there's some people in Pittsburgh that were saying, I think the problem with George was people were conflating him with Antonio Brown. We got another Antonio Brown. And that's not the case at all. Again, he probably grew up a little bit once he came down here as well.
And he also had bums thrown to him.
For real.
If you're a competitor and you got a bunch of scrubs, right? He was like DeAndre Hopkins his entire Houston career. You got scrub after scrub after scrub thrown to you. Yeah, you might get a little bit pissed off. Yeah, you might get ticked off. But Dak Prescott, this is where you need to have the relationship with your leaders. And you need to know, like, when I ask you, you're going to tell me the truth. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, whoever's on the other side need to go and sit down with Jerry and Stephen Jones and be like, look, this dude is someone you can trust. This is a guy who's not going to change after the money. You know, to me, you need to take a real poll of the locker room, and that's why I think he's going to get signed.
All right, well, Sean, we appreciate you for hopping on with us. Hopefully you don't have to get into any more Twitter beef, and you can enjoy the rest of this college football playoff slate.
Hey, depends how strong this next round is.
All right, Sean, thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year. Thanks,
yes,
boys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
Thanks,
to you,
buddy.
sir. Sean Charisse from the Sean and RJ Show. You can catch him in the mornings, 6 to 10 a.m. All right, coming up, we're going to do a CA Stories Confidential.
How about the greatest speech I've ever heard from Michael Irvin? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on
In a minute, we'll be jumping into a great edition of CA Stories Confidential as we are alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got Jacob Regh alongside me. My name's Kevin Walker. Dylan Moore is in the Pimp Cup holding down those Gators, doing a hell of a job, I might add. Just had Sean Sharif on the program to talk about the exchanges that he's having with Terrence Parsons, the brother of Micah Parsons, as Micah has had all the time in the world to be on Twitter with his Penn State Lions out of the playoff and them hopped up on the meds. We could assume
Mini Lions.
We're not making assumptions, but
so you want to talk about disappointments? Actually, Penn State, real quick. So,
I mean,
Penn State was a disgrace to the state of Pennsylvania.
You're not saying anything they don't know.
I know.
From the 469, wow, just straight to Twitter. So damn glad we got rid of Micah. All he does is talk. From another one, he just runs his mouth and doesn't show up when it matters. Another one from the 469, agreeing with Sean. He's not a leader anyway. Parsons acts like a teenager. Doesn't care if he isn't a leader, but at least be a grown-up. And then another one here. People are feeling a certain kind of way. There are some people who are like, look, he's not on the team anymore. Why are we talking about it? Look, it's a good point. We don't have to talk about it, but we do have to talk about is a CA Stories Confidential.
Since we're talking about the Cowboys, we might as well talk about one of the greatest leaders they've ever had. And I think a lot of people kind of take it for granted. I feel like, oh, yeah, everybody knows Michael Irvin was a great leader. At the time, during the Cowboys Super Bowl runs, there was a debate amongst the media, oh, is it Troy's team or is it Emmett's team? Or they were naming anybody but Michael Irvin.
Right.
But it's Michael Irvin. And, by the way, I want to say thank you. Let me share some of these stories from all these years and whatnot. And all the totals for letting me share some of these stories and entertaining stories. And it made me think about Michael Irvin before the show even started because last night, University of Miami was in AT&T Stadium, the house that Michael Irvin basically owns with the Joneses. Because if you go to a Cowboys game, you see Michael Irvin on the big screen firing the crowd up on a video.
About them Cowboys!
I mean, that's what he does, Dylan. He gets the crowd going because that's what he can do. He's an energy guy. And after the game at this Miami Hurricanes, they won that game, upset Ohio State. In that game, on the sidelines was Jimmy Johnson and Michael Irvin. Of course, Jimmy Johnson got the U to be the U back in the 1980s. They won the national championship against Oklahoma. I was at that game covering for K104 back in the day. That's where I first met in person Jimmy Johnson and Michael Irvin. Those two got a lot in common in a lot of different ways. But Jimmy Johnson, he was on the sidelines after that game last night. What did you say, Jimmy?
How about them Hurricanes?
That's right. And that phrase turned into the Cowboys when he joined the Cowboys.
It's interchangeable.
Michael Irvin got to the Cowboys 1 year earlier than Jimmy Johnson. And again, I've been knowing Michael forever. Michael's a good friend of mine. He's a dear, dear friend of mine. Michael, I gave him his first broadcasting job. When the plane landed, when he first landed as the Cowboys' first-round pick, media goes to the airport. It's not Jerry's plane anymore because Jerry wasn't even part of the team then. It was Tom Landry Textron. He comes into a regular flight on American. He steps off the plane, and he's doing the press conference, and he's so charismatic. I said, hey, Micah, how would you like to have your own radio show? So just like you have the Jake Ferguson show, which is going to come on in about an hour, just like you got all these different Cowboy shows here now, I had the one for Michael Irvin because he was so damn charismatic. Well, Michael Irvin on the sideline last night, what he's been doing with the Hurricanes for the last couple of weeks, because he's a Hurricane.
Oh, yeah.
He gave him the swag. He brought that belt to ass.
I told y'all not to come to this stadium. Do not tell y'all not to come to this stadium. Don't come back. No. Oh! That's it, baby. We put belt to ass.
Yeah, he put belt to ass. So what he does,
you can hear the pops.
Yes, he got a real belt. He's got this trash can. He's got the uniform. Last night's opponent was Ohio State. He had an Ohio State uniform, and he was whooping that uniform. And he's amazing. So I've heard him do lots of entertaining things, wild speeches. I mean, he's just a great guy, and he's a great charismatic leader.
Mm-hmm.
The most amazing speech I've ever heard. You know, all sports have these galvanizing speeches. Coach make a speech, and it's memorable, and everybody knows it. We're in London. The Cowboys are playing the Detroit Lions in a preseason. They call it an American Bowl game. It's a preseason game. It's in August. Troy wasn't there because I think he had back surgery. Emmett wasn't there because that was the year he was holding out. So Michael was playing. Everybody's playing. I think it wound up a 6-6 tie or something at Wembley Stadium. And we're catching a charter back to the United States late at night. That game is like I think it's in the morning in the United States, but over there, those days, it was in the afternoon, and so the game ended late at night. And the players already had some of their family, whatever, they already packed their bags and whatnot. So the guys didn't want to just sit in their hotel room, and they didn't want to just go hit the streets of London. So they were in the bar, in the hotel lobby bar. This is a really nice swank hotel in London. And I'm in there with them, and I'll never forget what was going on. All those guys, of course, they're flying back, so they're just drinking. They don't have to do nothing. Just get on the bus, and they get on the plane, and then they wake up in America, wake up in Dallas. Mm-hmm. They're just getting wasted, the whole team. And Michael Irvin is going from table to table with bottles of Dom Perignon, and he's telling each guys at the table, this is what you're going to do when the season starts. You're going to and you're going to sack that quarterback. And then you go to the next table. And this is what you're going to do when the season starts. You're going to and you're going to rush for all these yards. He was going from, I was like, this is nuts. And every time he went to a table, they go, Rah! And I'm like, this is crazy. It was so crazy because it was like 3 a.m. I mean, the bars don't shut in London. He's out there doing that fire him up speech late into the morning. And then, as the player, and there wasn't nothing but players in there. No other people were in there, just the players. And when he gets through doing all that, he just calmly walks out of the bar, I follow him out of the bar. I was like, that's just the most amazing. He walks into the streets of London and just disappears. And then he comes back. It's in the fog. And then he comes back. And I'm talking to the wide receivers coach, Coach Alex Gillum, before we get on the buses, because at that point it's like morning time to get on. I said, Ax, I've never seen nothing like it. Michael Irvin did all this stuff. He comes in, and Ax just starts grinning. He said, yep, he got him all fired up. I said, yeah, he got him all fired up. I never seen nothing like it. He said, yep, he was Dom Perignon, right? He goes, yep. He said, yep. And Jimmy paid for it. He said, yep, mission accomplished. Yep. And then we flew on back home, and they won the Super Bowl that year. So that's a Michael Irvin story. CA Stories Confidential.
All right, coming up, we're going to do the NFL top 3, middle 3, bottom 3. We got the teams going into the playoffs, that and more. Plus Jake Ferguson at 5 o'clock on the G-Bag Nation coming up next.
Home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got myself, Jacob Regh, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, and Kevin Walker. We got Dylan Moore in the Pimp Cup holding things down. And before we get into some NFL top three, middle three, bottom three, I just want to remind everybody we do have Jake Ferguson joining the show at around 5 p.m.
Hell yeah.
He'll be calling in, and we'll be asking him some fun questions, some hard hitters. It's going to be all over the place. Now, gentlemen, I think Kevin and I have done a top five, middle five, bottom five before.
We have.
But there's only 14 teams that can make the NFL playoffs. And that would be 15 if we did top five, middle five, bottom five. So we're going to do a top three, middle three, bottom three for the NFL playoffs. Now, the way this works, obviously, you name your three bottom teams in the playoffs, your three middle teams, your three top teams. Would anybody like to get us started, or do you want me to get it started?
You get started.
Yeah, go ahead and get started.
All right, I'm going to go with my first team in my bottom three. And it's a team that currently leads their division. And Kevin and I, we talked about this pre-show a little bit, about how it seems like all the teams in the NFC wildcard picture right now are fighting to play against this team in the first round. That's the Carolina Panthers as my current worst team in the playoff picture.
I will start off with this. I have one team out of the wild card picture in my, because Panthers don't have a chance in my opinion. Steelers don't have a chance in my opinion, and even the Buccaneers at this rate, in my opinion, do not have a chance. The only team that's going to make my top three, middle three, bottom three of the in the hunt or wild card picture is going to be the Ravens.
Okay.
But I've got the Packers at number
three. Ooh, I like that.
I got the Packers at number three in my bottom three. Are we doing 1, 2, and 3, or are we just doing our 3 first?
Do you want me to give my other two?
No, we can go 3, 2, and then 1. That's fine. That's fine. All
right, CA, who is your worst team in the playoff picture right now?
I'm going to go with the Pittsburgh Steelers, even though they're not in the picture yet. They've got a win over Baltimore, and Baltimore, what Lamar says is going to play, right? Lamar Jackson's going to play. I just don't see Aaron Rodgers taking them very far.
I don't either.
You know, they're just there. They're going to say, hey, we made it to the playoffs, and that'll be that.
And there's still some pretty considerable questions over there with T.J. Watt, too, with that punctured lung.
Punctured lung.
We don't know when he's going to be back. I think they're trying to get him back this week. He'd obviously be a huge add for them if he can get in for that game. And my number 2 for my bottom 3, I am also going to go with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think they're a notch ahead of the Panthers just because, man, no matter how ugly the game is, Mike Tomlin will find a way to keep you at least in a game. I don't think there's any way, if the Steelers get a home game, I don't think they get blown out, but I don't think they win a game.
My number 2 is going to be the Ravens.
Okay.
My number 2 and my bottom 3 is going to be the Ravens because I think out of all the teams in the hunt or in the wild card picture, I think they're the only team because we've seen what they can do when Derrick Henry is performing like the superhero that he can perform like, and Lamar Jackson's going to be back, so we know he's going to be healthy. I think even though they've been through their struggles this year, I think the Ravens are a damn good football team, and they're coming in at a rough spot, but I do think that they can make a little bit of noise.
My number 2 is Carolina. For the same reasons earlier.
You just can't trust him.
No, I can't trust him.
All right, my number 3, like Kevin Walker, is the Green Bay Packers. I think there's too many questions around that team right now, man, and it's tough because obviously we know what Jordan Love can do.
He's healthy.
When he's healthy, I'm of the frame of mind. I think he's been a top 5 quarterback this year when he's been healthy. The numbers don't lie. Their production doesn't lie. I mean, they were the Super Bowl favorites at one point this season, and now they're locked into the 7th seed. I just really don't trust Matt LaFleur in the playoffs. I think if Green Bay gets punched in the mouth early, I don't know if Matt LaFleur can coach them to a win. I think he needs to be drug along by the talent he has on his team, and if they got to go play in Chicago, Ben Johnson said he likes beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. He didn't say it had to be in the regular season. So they're my number 3 team and my bottom 3.
My number 3, or go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, because I read 3-2, and then I was going to do my 1, so that's on me if y'all started off with y'all's.
Are you going with your worst team now?
I started with my worst team was the Packers, then I went to my second worst team as the Ravens. My third worst team. Okay, my third worst team, I just labeled it differently. That's on me. Sorry. Hey, we're growing here. Third best of the worst for me is Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh, I almost put them too.
Dun, dun, dun.
They're really banged up, and that offensive line, you're missing some of the best in the league when healthy. And it sucks because when we started the year, they were on a hot streak, and I was like, man, this Chargers team, I didn't want to fall for too much of the hype, but I was like, man, this Charger team is really good. They have a solid defense. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh knows what he's doing on that side of the ball, but injuries take you far, far away from those abilities. I think the Chargers, I put them there.
My third worst team, the Eagles.
I love it.
I don't trust them. I don't think they have what it takes. I think they got their Super Bowl, and I'm not saying that they're satisfied, but they're imploding. We're just watching it every week. It's a slow implosion, but they're imploding. I don't see them getting out of the first game they play. I don't even think they'll win a playoff game.
All right. Who do
you think's the fatal flaw for that team? Is it Jalen Hurts or Nick Sirianni?
Sirianni. Come on. It's the coach. Yeah, I was even going to say it was A.J. Brown, really, but Sirianni's the one that's got to keep it all together.
I mean, A.J. Brown can have 2 tutties, 150 yards, and they could still lose by 10. I mean, we've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
So that Eagles team is rough. All right, Jacob, you're number 3, the worst of my
middle 3.
The worst of your middle.
Worst of my middle 3 is the Philadelphia Eagles. I said it on the KNC Masterpiece yesterday. I don't like the way that team's built. I think you built that team with a chip on their shoulder that was somewhat contained by the veterans that was on that team, like a Jason Kelsey, I'm blanking on the edge rusher's name. Yeah, they were held together by their veterans.
Chris Jones.
Yeah, exactly. And then now you have these guys who, like A.J. Brown, he's a diva, who have come in now, and it's like, I'm not getting the ball, and there's nobody to tell him to, like, hey, dude, shut up, we're winning games. Nobody's there to tell him that. And when you get desperate enough to put a bunny rabbit in your locker room,
wow,
you just don't stand a chance.
From the 469, what are you guys talking about? The Packers have Trayvon Diggs now. They're back on track for a Super Bowl run. The Packers fell off after the Micah Parsons injury, but are back for the long haul with Diggs on corner.
Sarcasm.
I can guarantee you that.
I could read that sarcasm even through the text line. I appreciate that.
There's
from the
LOLs and you know. If you know, you know.
All right, my worst of the middle 3 is also the Philadelphia Eagles. I echo the same sentiments that you do, and another thing I'll add on to that is they're going to call on Saquon Barkley to be something that Saquon Barkley has not been this year at all. He just hasn't. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been the guy that he was last year.
Yards.
No. And they've been needing that. That's what they've needed. They've needed Saquon Barkley to be a 2,000-yard rusher, and he hasn't been.
Because that team can't sustain a drive.
Mm-hmm. No.
They need him to break off a 30-yard run if they want any sort of success.
So there you go. Eagles 3 for me.
Houston Texans. Defense, great. Offense, I can't trust it to babysit my kids.
See, I was going to go with the same route, but in the interest of keeping things different, my second worst team of my middle 3.
By the way, 3, 2, 1. I'm surprised Jacob didn't put the Earth as his worst in the bottom 3. If you know, top of the show.
My second worst team is the Denver Broncos in my middle 3.
Denver Broncos.
We're seeing eye to eye a little bit here at the table.
You really don't believe in the Broncos.
I think they're a fraudulent team, and
just because you don't like the quarterback?
It's not that I don't like the quarterback. I don't like the offense. And okay. I think that, not that the defense has been figured out, but you're going to run into some elite quarterback play that offense or that defense isn't going to be able to fully contain. And I think that Sean Payton needs a quarterback that's going to come in and just run the offense. Like, he needs a quarterback who's just going to not throw the game away.
Right.
And lately, in some of these closer games, you've seen Bo Nix kind of move a little bit towards some of this hero ball in the waning moments of some of these close games. And that worries me in the playoffs, because if these hero plays start turning into giveaways, Giveaways don't play in the NFL playoffs. That'll lose you a game real fast. So they're my second worst team in my middle three.
Second worst team in my middle three is the Houston Texans.
Okay.
Like CA said, you said you wouldn't trust the offense to babysit your kids.
No.
It's a good point. But the defense has been exceptional under DeMeco Ryans, which you would expect. And I think they're winners of I think they're 7 straight now at this point, which is kind of a little scary. You almost want to lose the last game going into the end of the year a little bit, just so that way you're not on an absolute hot streak going into the playoffs, because that can be scary, right? Then now you're asking for a team to stack together almost 10 wins, right? So for me, the Texans are number 2, and I think they'll be really good in the future, but they're really banged up, and I think they're really missing Tank Dell in their wide receiver core, and that's taking nothing away from Nico Collins.
They also don't have a run game right now.
Give me the Cheeseheads. Green Bay Packers.
You got them a little bit higher. I could see it, though. I understand it.
I just think that they'll at least win a playoff game, I think. And that'll be it.
Right.
One and done.
And I do want to add, as we go through this playoff, with the last week of the regular season, these seedings can all be thrown around between the AFC and the NFC. We can assume the Broncos are going to take the number 1 seed. All they do have to do is win. But, I mean, a crazy scenario, if the Broncos and Patriots lose, then you're looking at a Jacksonville Jaguars number 1 seed. So I just want to throw out there that we can't predict what teams are going to play who. These seedings they're still up for grabs.
All right, let's move on. Or no, my best team of my middle 3, and I had to put my homer aside. I did.
Okay.
It's the Chicago Bears. I did not put them in my top 3.
Being realistic?
I'm being realistic.
Will Chambers would never do that.
No.
I know. Will and I are going to get into some fun Bears talk on Saturday from 9 to noon. I got the Chicago Bears, and it's not – you saw everything you wanted to see from this offense against the 49ers. And granted, the 49ers defense leaves a little bit to be desired. Ben Johnson said that this passing game would be humming going into the playoffs, and he was right. Caleb Williams had probably one of his best games as a pro on Sunday. But that defense, man, that defense is not good. They can't generate pressure. They can't even generate pressure with a blitz. It's a lot of the stuff you're seeing from the Dallas Cowboys from the defensive line. And I just don't – you can't – if you've spent all season unable to generate pass rush, what do you think is going to change in the playoffs? Nothing's going to change. And when you give some of these elite quarterbacks in the playoffs that much time and keep them clean, you're just going to get picked apart because the secondary's not good enough to keep up with that. So I got the Bears as my best team in my middle 3.
Getting some text here on 877-881-1053 on the Frankel & Frankel text line 972. Eagles are still the best roster/team in the NFC and probably
That's why they're
football.
Implode, yeah.
They may not be playing as well as Seattle, San Francisco, Chicago recently, but they always find a way to win. Sometimes it's the defense, other times it's special teams through the air on the ground. Merrill Reese told Brad Sham before the Eagles-Cowboys game, the locker room drama is non-existent. There is no issue. Their only weak spot is the OC, and they've been adjusting, which a lot of people have been coming after the OC of the
he's
Eagles.
no Kellen Moore.
I feel like that's a reason why they're not as good. I
totally agree. And I've always said it's about Kellen Moore, and I'm repeating myself from a couple of years ago when he was with the Cowboys, when everybody's all mad at Kellen Moore. I was like, Kellen Moore has got a brilliant mind. He just needs seasoning because he's not situationally aware. He will call plays from his brilliant mind that don't make sense at that particular time. And over time, when he went off to the Chargers first, and then he went to the Eagles, he's grown.
Yeah.
So he's got that seasoning I'm talking about. And now he's doing some things in New Orleans.
All right, my number 1 of the middle 3 for me is the Denver Broncos. Same things that have already been said about the Broncos, but you're not going to be able to play the Giants in the playoffs, and you're not going to be able to pull off crazy ass wins like you did in the regular season. You're just not going to be able to. You're going to have to be able to win games handedly. And though they've stacked together a 13-3 record, they have not been very promising wins. So Broncos are the best of my middle 3.
And my best of my middle 3, the cell phone Chargers. Oh, you thought they were L.A. Chargers? It's the cell phone Chargers. No, the L.A. Chargers.
Is that strictly because, it's got to be just because that offensive line's so bad and so beat up?
Yeah, it's just, they're not healthy. Yeah. And Herbert, I've always thought Herbert was great. I really did. And Dicker the kicker is my favorite kicker outside of Butter in the entire NFL.
And Drew Brees said it on the telecast whenever the Cowboys and Chargers played. He believes that Justin Herbert's the best thrower of the football when kept clean. I don't necessarily disagree. I really don't.
And he can run, too.
And he can run. He's got that huge frame.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Time to move on to the top 3, gentlemen.
Dun, dun, dun.
My worst team of my top 3 right now It's the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
This is a team that has a chance this week with all the injuries and who I believe they have the coach of the year in Kyle Shanahan because of the way he's navigated those injuries. You have a team here that has a chance, if they beat Seattle, to claim the number 1 seed in the NFC. Home field advantage not only through the NFC Championship game, but where's the Super Bowl being played, CA?
San Francisco. Well, that area, the Bay Area.
Yeah. Just like that, they've got home field through the Super Bowl, which is something I don't know if we've ever seen. So they're my number 3.
My number 3 is the Buffalo Bills. I'm going to continue to believe in Josh Allen. I'm going to continue to believe in the Buffalo Bills, despite their struggles, despite Keon Coleman not showing up for football games. I'm just going to continue to believe in the Buffalo Bills and what Josh Allen can do for this team, and they have to capitalize with Patrick Mahomes out of the playoffs.
The Bears.
Beautiful.
Dicka. No, I'm just kidding. He's been gone.
All right, I'm going to wrap up my top 2 because we're kind of up against it here. So my number 2 right now is the New England Patriots.
Okay.
My number 1, I don't care that they're the 6th seed. It's still the Los Angeles Rams. They got Matthew Stafford. I got the two guys that are up for NFL MVP as my number 2, my number 1, because why? Quarterback's the number 1 most important position in all of sports. And I think the Rams got the best one in football.
My number 2 is the San Francisco 49ers. And my number 1, I'm seeing eye to eye with you, Jacob Ray, is also going to be the Los Angeles Rams and Matt Stafford. I do have the Bears. If I could throw in an honorable mention at the 4 spot, that would be where the Bears go for me.
Outstanding.
My number 2 are the Patriots. And my number 1 is going to shock all of y'all. Tank Lawrence and the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, I don't hate it. Let's see if Sam Darnold
can he just keep it together?
Keep it together.
See,
We're not asking you to win a game.
I don't think he has to win it for them. I think the defense is that good.
Oh, yeah.
And the rest of the team is that good. All he has to do is just be a bus driver.
I love it. Outstanding work, gentlemen. All right, coming up next on the G-Bag Nation, we got NFL headlines next on The Fan.
When your friends
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This next segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Dylan. It is the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. Before we get into some NFL headlines, I want to ask you guys a question about the top 100 telecasts of 2025. I'm Jacob Regh. That's the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We got Kevin Walker in the building as well. Gentlemen.
Broadcast?
Top 100 telecasts. So top 100 things you can view on TV over the past year, including streaming.
Okay.
How many of the 100 do you think were sports?
I'm going to say... Now, this is in America or in the world?
I believe this is in America.
Okay, well, that's important to know. I'm going to say... I'm thinking if I want to go majority or less than majority. I'm going to say 35.
I'm going to say majority.
That is incredibly low, Kevin Walker.
I'm going to say majority because people don't watch television like they normally do. They just pick out what they want, and it's mostly sports, which is why those leagues are able to leverage all the big money.
I'll say 76.
Can I change my answer?
You can change your answer, yeah.
All right, 72.
Okay. See, did you make a guess yet?
I said majority, and I didn't say a number. Dylan said 76. I'm going to say 65.
Those are pretty high, but they're not even close. 96.
Wow.
Of the top 100 telecasts of 2025.
Can we just go ahead and dump me saying 35, please?
Were sports.
A little late for that.
Sorry.
Of those 96, 92 of them were football. Do you want to guess what the other 4 that were not football were? And then I'll have you guess the
individual broadcast games, right?
Yes.
I don't even know.
That's not football.
No.
The Grammys.
The Grammys is one of them.
Ooh.
Or no, cheating. It's not. The Oscars. The Oscars.
Well,
one of the award shows.
Half a point?
I'll give you half a point, yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Okay, award shows, that would check out.
That is the only award show, by the way.
I'm going to guess World Series.
2 of the World Series games are on here, yes.
Hmm.
Those are the only baseball games, by the way.
So there's only one more?
There's 2 more. 2 more sports ones.
NBA Finals.
No, but you're close. It is basketball related.
Final Four.
Final Four, yeah.
National championship game, yes. One more that I don't think either of you guys are going to get.
Formula One.
Nice try, no.
I thought. See, if it was a world, maybe.
Maybe.
I know it cannot possibly be some kind of WWE mix or martial arts.
It is a race of some sort.
A race?
I don't like where he's going with this.
Is it a track? No, it's not track.
It's not track, no.
It's a sport?
NASCAR?
It's a sport. No, that is a good guess. Dylan, you want to provide a guess?
I have no clue.
The Kentucky Derby!
Oh. If Will Chambers were in here, he would automatically know that.
Yep.
Shot, 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 shot. Everybody.
Damn.
Do you guys want to guess what the non-sports events were?
Not particularly, because I'm not going to be able to get them.
You said the Academy Awards.
Yeah, the Academy Awards are one of them.
It's got to be some event where everybody's stopping down to watch it, not like a TV series.
Yeah, right.
Is there any like politics in here?
There's 2 of them are political, yes.
Yeah, like a presidential debate.
How about the debate?
There wasn't a debate this year.
Not a debate.
I was going to say the Democratic Convention or Republican Convention.
I don't think it was either of those. I know one of them was the inauguration.
Oh, the inauguration.
Yeah, because there wasn't any debates last year.
And then the other
one.
The other one, I don't have the name of it, but I think it was like...
They're going after the dogs and the cats.
Something with the Supreme Court. And then the final one was
guys, not politics.
The Thanksgiving Day Parade. Was the final non-sports one.
Oh, okay.
That checks out.
So there's a fun little
the
tidbit for you.
Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Mm-hmm. Look out.
That checks out.
By the
way, 10-0 Indiana's up in this game.
Yes. So they have broken the single-digit scoring streak for teams of the bye. Look at that. The reason we bring this up is because we've got an interleague battle between the NFL and the NBA on who owns Christmas Day. And I think I can speak, I'm going to speak for myself here. I grew up, it was always open presents, and then you just watch NBA all day long because the matchups used to be good. We used to have fun uniform combos, stuff like that. You'd have LeBron and Kobe playing each other.
Sneakers were top of the game.
Sneakers were amazing at that time.
In fact, the NBA always looked at it like, well, the season doesn't start till Christmas Day.
Exactly, and you would get the Christmas Day matchups before you got anything else to start the season.
That's the schedule leak.
So the NFL and NBA viewership, I got the numbers for you, as the NFL tries to take over Christmas Day, and I will say, yes, CA.
I was going to say this. Realize this, in this particular year, talking about 2 weeks ago, a week ago, whenever Christmas was, the NFL had teams that were banged up, they're out of the races or whatever.
Yeah, three backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, the matchups weren't as juicy as you thought they were going to be when the season started. Meanwhile, the NBA had really nice matchups. So just know that the NFL last year dominated. They dominated so much they had Beyonce performing at halftime. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was last year. So the NFL was like, oh, we can just conquer the world. We'll just take over it again.
And they had to pull Snoop Dogg off his couch.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg was doing halftime this last Christmas.
So, unfortunately, to go apart from my childhood, the NBA was wildly dominated by the NFL in viewership. Let me give you the numbers for the NBA. So the Cavaliers and Knicks game that started the day off got 6.4 million views. Then the Spurs and Thunder Part 3, if you remember, those two teams played back-to-back nights, and the Spurs won both of them just to set up a final, I guess, trilogy, you could say. Even
one could say.
It's not really a rubber match because the Spurs won both of them. Well, the Spurs won all three. That game got 6.7 million views. Don't make a joke,
I'm not
Kevin.
going to do it. Not going to do it. Left it in 25.
The Mavericks and Warriors in San Francisco got 6.1 million views. The Rockets and Lakers got 5.4 million views. And the best performance on Christmas Day since Bernard King's 60-point performance.
Gotta be Knicks.
When Nikola Jokic went crazy on Christmas night. That game was the least viewed game, and you could say it was because of the nightcap, which it probably was. The Timberwolves and Nuggets only got 3.6 million viewers.
Because that game was at 9, right?
It was. It was the final game of the night. Does any of this... And that game, I believe, was an overtime game as well.
Yeah, I do believe so, yep.
That's jarring. That some high-level NBA matchups... they're not even a quarter of what we're getting in the NFL with backup quarterbacks.
Well, that's the whole deal about the NFL. People, you can just turn it on. People have it on in the background. It doesn't matter. It's the NFL. And that's why the NFL commands, like their streaming rights deal was $117 billion. The NBA's streaming rights was $76 billion. There's a difference. And the bottom line is the NFL is made for just casual watching. You can do work, look up, watch TV. Do other things, look up, watch TV. They'll play the replay if you missed it, and you'll see the slow motion.
Yep.
Most other sports aren't perfectly suited for consumption over broadcast.
I totally agree. And I think this is also part of the new wave of maybe we're getting Netflix involved. So here's the NFL numbers.
That's exactly why they're doing that.
Here's the NFL numbers. Cowboys Commanders, 19.9 million viewers. That more than triples any NBA game that happened on Christmas Day. The Lions and Vikings, they brought the cake home. 27.5 million viewers watched Max Brosmer throw for 47 yards in an NFL football game and win.
Crazy.
And then to close the night out, the Broncos and Chiefs played. Now, I do maybe have a little ill will towards Bo Nix because he did not hit my parlay that night. They had 21.1 million viewers to see Chris Oladokun take on the NFL's...
I don't think you said that right.
I probably didn't. But they took on the NFL's best defense, and that was aside from the Cowboys-Commanders game, that game was actually pretty good because you had a chance where the Chiefs had a chance to make a drive late in the game, but it just didn't all pan out.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something. The fans weren't watching it for those players. They were watching it because it was background noise. It was ambiance for the room or wherever they were, and it was the teams that they heard of. Oh, yeah, I've heard of the Cowboys. Oh, I've heard of the Broncos. They don't know all the players, not for that. Because if you knew the players, you weren't watching.
Touchdown to Indiana, by the way.
Touchdown to Indiana.
Starting to run away with this thing now.
17-0. All right, before we send it over to Kevin Walker, is it fair to announce that I think the NFL has taken over Christmas Day?
Well, have they? Because we'll bring him up again. Brett Siegel, he reports on the NBA for Clutch Sports. He does a fantastic job. He quote tweeted something by the NBA Communications Twitter profile. They said, He said, the NBA runs Christmas. And this is what he said. So he quote tweets this. It says, the NBA was the most viewed brand across social media on Christmas Day, generating 1.6 billion views.
Okay, wow. I love that quote because, believe it or not, Mark Cuban said that about 4 years ago when there was someone asking him about traditional Nielsen TV ratings.
Yeah.
And he was looking at him like, no. We measure more than just TV ratings, the traditional ratings.
Yeah.
We know our audiences consume it a variety of ways, including social media and especially in clips. When you look at like clips on or reels or whatever, short, in spurts. He said we can advertise off of that too. So when people say, "Oh, the Nielsen ratings are down, only 4 million people watch the finals," no, how are they consuming it elsewhere? And it's kind of like the NFL realizing, let's just put our stuff on Netflix. Let's put this stuff on anything that's Amazon Prime. Yeah. Let's put where people are. That's where you want to let them consume it.
Right.
Not just in grandma's household and she got a rabbit ears on her television.
Mm-hmm. By the way, that number for the NBA on social media, 1.6 billion, is up 23% compared to last year.
Exactly.
That's a significant jump.
It is. Exactly. It's like people not knowing what an app is. The people who do know that's where the people are. The advertisers know this. But guess what? Grandma and grandpa might not know how to work an app.
Right.
And if your grandma and grandpa, they don't have no ratings, that's not who's watching it.
And to your point, that's why if you go and look at these different profile accounts for, say, the Dallas Mavericks, the Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, all these different teams, if you go and look at it, they're going to post highlights throughout the night. They're going to put end of quarter, this is the score.
Always.
Another thing you'll notice, maybe it might be the next day, the next morning, say Steph Curry goes off 35 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists. Well, the Golden State Warriors are going to have a 3 to 4 minute highlight package of him doing just that.
And this is where baseball finally started getting into the game of the 21st century media consumption or information bubbles. They used to never promote their players online. They would never do anything. The last couple of years, they've done a better job. It's like when they got rid of the shift and brought in a clock and all those different things to try to capture it as opposed to, well, it's the grand old game and it's grandpa and grandma and the grandsons go watch the game. They said, we got to step it up because we're not competing on social media where the eyeballs are, where, anybody under the age of 30 is on a regular basis as opposed to a regular television set.
From the 469, NBA won't admit they don't care if you watch it live. They only care about social media. So my question to y'all,
they compare it all. They want it all.
They want it all, obviously, right? But my question to y'all is what? And I think you made a fantastic point about what Mark Cuban said. What matters more? Do you want to dominate the social media view side of this, or do you want to have the Nielsen ratings? Do you want to be the NFL where now we got 20 million people watching a game, even if we got backups going against each other?
I think the NFL knows what their target audience is, and they're trying to kind of adhere to everything. They're trying to adhere to kind of your older generation who's closer to the NFL, because I don't think the older generation watches as much NBA as NFL.
Yeah.
And I think the NBA is trying to adhere to the younger generation. And the bottom line of all this, and I don't think there's going to be too many people to disagree with this, is I think the NFL's got a better product than the NBA does.
It's easier to consume. As I was mentioning, you can do things while you're watching with one eye the NFL. You can look up, look down. You can cook dinner. You can have people over the house. Oh, a big play, back it up. Oh, they got the replay on the instant replay. They replay every single. The pace is completely different. But the point I'm trying to make on all of this is, I think all the different leagues are aware of where the advertising dollars are. You cannot just be buying newspaper ads anymore. Nobody gets the newspaper off the front porch anymore. If people are streaming, if people are on Twitch, if people are on YouTube, you've got to put the product where the people are. And that's what the NFL has done. That's what the NBA has done. And the NFL has got a greater product for America, but it's not the World Cup.
I said it. Last thing, another part of it, the NBA, to your point, is on everything. You got to have Peacock, you got to have ESPN, you got to have Amazon, you got to have Netflix, you got to have everything. You got to just keep it simple, people.
Thank you, Kevin. We are the G-Bag Nation just for the day. Coming up next, we got Khakis Kicks. Kevin, where are we going?
Well, we're going to do some headlines. I got a top 5 of 2025, and Paige Becker signed with who? All that and more.
Coming up on the next KNC
Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
It is the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jacob Regh alongside with khaki Kevin Walker and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Just some housekeeping things for everybody. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Jake Ferguson will join the show. 5:30 as per G-Bag standards. We will have G-Bag of the Day with clips brought to you by our producer Dylan Moore. And then CA will be leaving us after going into the expressway to go to a Mavs game, but he will be boots on the ground calling in, giving us an update from that game. And without
preview.
Yeah, and without further ado, it's time for some Khakis Kicks.
Never know what dome you're going to get from the Redneck Beastie Boy, Kevin Walker.
The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
Oh, boy, it feels so good to hear that intro again. Oh, I love it. All right, this is Khakis Kicks, 877-881-1053. Blow up that Frankel and Frankel text line. What sneakers are on your feet today? I don't care if they're flip-flops, work boots, you got your J's on, you got your Asics on, your New Balances on. I don't care if you're wearing Crocs, for crying out loud. Text in 877-881-1053. I want to know. I'll give you a shout. If I can't get you to here, I will respond to you. We'll start and go around the room. Dylan Moore, I'm starting with you. Caught you off guard. What are you wearing on your feet?
I looked it up. You know I'm not a shoe guy.
Yeah.
They're called Nike Revolution 8.
Love it. That's the newest edition of those Revolutions. Jacob Regh? You want to turn on your mic.
I am wearing my Hoka Cliftons in all white. This is my go-to shoe, the most comfortable shoe I've ever worn. You're watching the Dallas fan cam. You can see. Don't mind me. Do have a little bit of a little dirt on them. They need to be washed, but they've been around the block a little bit.
I just bought a pair of Hokas, by the way.
Yes,
I did buy a pair of Hokas. I joined.
Fred's gonna hate that.
CA? Oh yeah. We got the fresh, all-white, crispy Air Force Ones.
Just like that.
Love that.
Not creased?
Got a game. No crease.
Beautiful.
Look, take a look.
I like to crease my shoes.
Oh yeah.
All right. I think I'm at this camera. We'll point it either way.
You're
probably you're probably looking at these like, what the hell are you wearing, Kevin? All right. This is a New Balance.
You're wearing those new Cooper flags.
I am not.
I'm just kidding.
New Balance and the brand Stance, the socks brand. Yes, they did a collab a few years ago, probably almost 7 years ago. All-day pair, the all-night pair I do also own.
Question.
The McLaren.
And you can call me a non-ball knower for this because I do not...
Non-ball knower!
Okay, what's the deal with the double laces, Kevin?
They came with double laces, so I put them in there.
Red and white.
Simple as that. I just wanted to show off the pop of color even more. All right, we're going to do our top 10 sneakers of 2025. We say bye-bye 25. We say hello 2026. And with that... Nike sneakers app, which is where you go to take many, many L's whenever you try to get new shoes. They released their top 10 releases of 2025. So yes, these are all Nikes. That doesn't mean that I don't want to hear about your New Balances, your Asics, your Red Wings, whatever have you that you got on your feet. That I still want to hear about those. Starting with number 10, and I'm surprised by this, being that I am a Travis Scott fan. The Jumpman Jack Travis Scott Bright Cactus rings in at number 10 on sneakers app. That was shocking to me. Thought they would be a higher up there. Number 9, and I was lucky enough to hit on these. It's my first ever pair of Kobe's. The Protro Sail, otherwise known as the All-Star Game 2.0. It's an all-white. They replaced some of the snakeskin with the All-Stars on them. If you want to, boys, y'all can pull this up on the show sheet so you can get a quick little gander at these. Number 8, another pair of Kobe's because, Kobe 6, big shoe. This one belonged to the Dodgers with that beautiful red number 8 there on the side of the shoe, the all blue with the white hints. Gave them out to all the Dodgers, Vanessa Bryant. It was a really cool showing. Some players turned them into cleats. I think there was a really beautiful shoe. That ringed them at number 8. And it would take a little bit of a step back in time. The Foamposites made their return this year, and the Galaxy Foamposites were big, but they only made it to number 7. Number 6, Air Jordan 5 Black Metallic Reimagined. Some people really enjoyed this sneaker, being that it was a Jordan 5. I thought they did an incredible job with this shoe, with the reflective tongue. I thought the construction of this shoe was really, really good. I think number 6 is fitting for them. Number 5, anytime the Jordan 12s drop, it's a big year. But we got the flu games this year. That one rings in at number 5. Everybody, even if you don't know sneakers, you know what the flu game is all about.
I was at that game.
Oh, the game or the shoe?
Huh?
I know about the game, not the shoe.
Well, the shoe, you should look at it because it's a sexy sneaker. All right, number 4, we got another pair of Kobe's. This one, the Kobe 8 Pro Tro What Does? And you're probably saying, what the hell does that mean, Kevin? Well, it's a combination of a bunch of different colors, a bunch of different collaborations, all paired into one pair of sneakers, and they're just designed to look as crazy as possible. That one comes in at number 4. Number 3, the Air Jordan 4 Black Cat. Everyone wants the all-black pair of shoes. If you want the all-black Air Forces, well, the Black Cat's going to run you a pretty penny. I think they're reselling for about, $600 or so. So the Black Cat's come in at number 3. The number 2, and for this sneaker, a lot of people had this as their best sneaker of the year, the Air Jordan 4 Nigel Brick by Bricks. They were all red. It was a very pretty red with that cream hint on the sole. A lot of people really enjoyed that one. And then the number 1 shoe on the Nike sneakers top 10 releases of 2025, they had people lining up outside the doors for these things. Air Jordan 11 Gammas. Don't you even dare tell me that the Jordan 11 is dead, because the Gammas proved otherwise. That's the top 10 list, boys. What are y'all thoughts before we get into the headlines?
Well, I'm trying to look up these Gamma. Is the Gamma blue?
The Gamma is a all-black sneaker with
a blue underlining.
Yes, there you go.
Ooh, those things are hot.
All the Tolos are texting in. There's so many of them from all over the world.
And there's a lot of sneakerheads.
They're going crazy over this.
That's something I've learned, is there are sneakerheads all over the place. I'm not a big shoe guy, but whenever Khakis Kicks come on, everyone's texting in their shoes.
Especially talking about what they're wearing.
3-2-1, Jacob throws away his shoes after a year. I mean, the 3-2-1 is on a hot start. I just cannot believe it.
I had my first pair of Hokas for 3 years. Now, those things do have holes in them, but...
No. Busted out the BK Kings for the first time this year. Definitely not the last. Hashtag Khakis Kicks from the 214. Appreciate you, sir. Nike Air Max 90 Premium from the 940. Love it. Wear nothing but Adidas. Ultra Boost from the 469. I do love me some Ultra Boost. Crop Flip Flops from the 254. Off-White Air Prestos, the 10 from the 469. Oh, I want to be rolling in that dough. Jordan 3 Black Cements from the 601. I'm just going through here. Some On Cloud Roger Federers from the 630. Hey, I might have sold you those at Tyler's. Who knows? Let's see.
Freak 4s and Freak 5s.
Yeah, we got some Giannis shoes on today, and then 940, another one of the Air Max 90 Premiums. All right, let's get into some headlines, because I teased this earlier. Paige Bueckers, our Paige Bueckers of the Dallas Wings. She's Paige Buckets, right? Well, she got clearance on getting the Paige Buckets copyright, and you're probably thinking, well, what did she do with that, right? Did she sign with Nike? I could give y'all a billion guesses. We don't have enough time, Jacob Ray.
What's better, Paige Buckets or Me Bounds?
Paige Buckets.
I think Paige Buckets is just, it stood the test of time, personally, so I'm going to go Paige Buckets. But what would you say if I told you that Paige Bueckers, yes, Paige Bueckers, the basketball player for the Dallas Wings, signed with Lego?
Ooh. Lego? Ooh.
Yeah,
that's
Lego.
That's Derek Lively the third's, or this Derek Lively the second, his favorite stuff.
So just Fresh Kicks, which is one of the
Lego's coming out with a shoe
with many sneaker reporting sites I follow. Breaking Paige Bueckers has signed a deal with Lego. The news comes shortly after Nike filed a trademark for a bucket logo, suggesting she'll be on the brand's next signature athlete. So I got 3 pieces of news. So this means she signed with Nike, because Nike and Lego have had a partnership that made some stuff last year. She signed with Lego, so that means that they're going to be targeting probably the youth audience there, right? And then the third edition, we're getting a Paige Bueckers signature shoe, baby. We're getting a Paige Bueckers signature shoe.
Get ready.
So that's I think that's some fantastic news, personally. All right, well, that is all I got for Khakis Kicks. If you texted in after this, I will get to you. I promise. But coming up next, Jake Ferguson, the star tight end of the Dallas Cowboys, joins us on the G-Bag Nation.
Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. Myself, Kevin Walker. That's Jacob Ray. That's the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. In the Pimp Cup, we got Dylan Moore. Should be joined shortly here by Dallas Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson, who we've got plenty of questions lined up for. Indiana is taking care of Alabama right now, man. BTA. I tell you what, is it BTA? 17-0. I mean, I guess we'll just have to find out. Joining us now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jake Ferguson, the tight end of the Dallas Cowboys. Jake Ferguson, how was your New Year's Eve and how was your Christmas?
Eve, I was in bed by 10, and then Christmas was good as well. Just played a game, so not too bad.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we appreciate you for making time with us. I know we're not the regulars, but we are joined by our 3-time Hall of Famer here. So we just wanted to ask you. I know you've commented in the past, big Game of Thrones fan, and if you haven't had any time for the season to watch or keep up with anything Stranger Things related, but I did want to know if you had any interest on watching that show, because the big finale was last night and everything like that.
On Stranger Things?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I watched the first season, and then I got into a little bit of the second, and then I just kind of fell off. But I have seen videos and stuff and stuff like that, like on the internet and stuff like that. But no, never really bought into Stranger Things too much.
Jake, thanks for joining us here. I got a question. Going into the new year, obviously we talk so much about New Year's resolutions, and I know you're probably a busy man. Is there anything that's at the forefront of your mind, New Year's resolution-wise, going into the next year?
That's a great question. Off-season, non-football related, it would be I would really like to stop 3-putting, but
that's a good one.
Happen. So I'm gonna make a goal for it to be don't shoot over 100 for not only this year but for the rest of my life. So we'll see how that goes.
So trying to avoid 3-putting, is that more like, are you going to stop being as aggressive on the first putt? Are you going to aim towards 2 putts? Or are you still going to send it on the first one?
Yeah, as soon as I get the ball on the green, I go immediately for the hole. And I think
like that.
A great mind on the course once told me, Will Greer told me, when those long putts, you're just trying to get it close. You're just trying to put it close for that next putt. So I think that's key. And I think just will overall help the golf game in general.
So I think we all saw that video of Will Greer and the quarterbacks going on with Good and playing some golf against Brad and those guys. Do you have any interest in joining that YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they invited me that day. I think I was honestly proposing.
Oh,
I think I was proposing to my fiance, and I think Will had hit me up and was like, "Hey, we got good or whatever." And I just wasn't able to go, but I'm doing a couple golf outings this off season in the NFLPA, hopefully, and then Will actually has a charity golf event that I'm planning on doing as well. So,
Jake, it's your boy Chris. How you doing, man?
What's going on, Chris? How you doing? I didn't see you in the locker room today.
I know. I'm on the radio today, so that's why I was there. I was there yesterday.
Right, huh?
If I had known that you were definitely going to do the show today, I'd have mentioned something to you yesterday. I was in there, in and out yesterday a little bit, and it was New Year's Eve. And I was like, man, what's the most interesting thing that ever happened to you, like on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve? Did you play in a big college football game on one of those days or something personal that was really cool on New Year's Eve?
I've been playing on New Year's for a long time. Feels like it was yesterday. High school basketball, we went on a trip to Florida. Wisconsin high school basketball, we went on a trip to Florida to go play in a tournament. And we were all mad because we're high schoolers, 17, 18. And we got back on New Year's. And I just remember being mad that our coach wouldn't drop us off at our house so we could go out, and we had to take the bus all the way back to the school. But it was fun.
Jake Ferguson, Dallas Cowboys. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jake Ferguson, Dallas Cowboys tight end, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake, see how you mentioned it, this college football playoff. Are you following Miami?
I am following Miami for the girls. They're alum.
Mm-hmm.
However, I do want Indiana.
Okay,
I'm a Big Ten guy. I love their coach. I think he stands on business.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm rooting Big Ten on this one. I'm all Indiana.
Not bad at all. You know what we found out? We were just talking about this earlier. If Indiana wins, it's going to be the first team this year that has won after coming off of the bye. Because, in college football, if the way these playoffs are set, you don't play for like a month if you have a bye.
Yeah, rhythm. You got no rhythm.
Yeah.
Momentum.
Can you talk about that? Because, as a football player, how crazy it is to not play for a few weeks and then expect to beat the momentum.
Yeah. I can tell you right now that even having a mini bye, like having a long weekend, playing on Thursday and then playing on Sunday the next week, so you got that long weekend and then a full week. That first day back at practice after that 4 days off or whatever it is, you can almost feel it a little bit. Like, hey, I'm a little rustier. My routes are a little different, or I'm not seeing the ball as well, or the rotation or anything like that. I couldn't imagine taking a month off or even a couple weeks. Like,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, you're gonna have to have me tune up, and especially like your soft tissue muscles and all that stuff like that. Like, you need to be working it in that month leading up to the game, or else guys are going to get hurt. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, so it's New Year's Day. It's the 2026 years already started. The season's about over. One more game. Who could you say is the coolest new teammate that you've met this year on the squad? In other words, not somebody that's your boy that you've been knowing forever, or you guys got just this year, like, damn, I didn't know he was cool like that.
Yeah, I'd say, Big KC, Kenny Clark.
Yeah.
He's a great dude. We chop it up every once in a while. I actually, I'm a hoodie guy, so I wear a lot of hoodies. And he had said something to me about this certain brand I've recently been wearing, and so I ended up getting him a couple of them. But no, he's a great dude. We always chop it up in the locker room or training room or wherever we're at. So yeah, he's probably, I wouldn't pick favorites, but he's a great dude.
There you go.
So you're a big hoodie guy, Jake, and I know you got a little swag to you. Are you big on the sneaker game?
No, I'll buy some sneakers, but like nothing crazy. Anything over like $500 is a little crazy for me.
Yeah.
I am starting to get. I want to start to get into watches more.
Okay.
But yeah, I think sneaker. I was always the kid stepping in mud, ruining the shoes the first day. So, and then I have a hard time buying shoes and not wearing them. So.
Yeah, that's fair. And then I wanted to ask, because I remember a couple of weeks when you came on, it was after practice when you played that AI song for Linda Wells. I wanted to ask, did you have any more AI songs in the chamber? And maybe we could play one here on 105.3 The Fan.
They probably aren't radio friendly. But yeah, I had a couple. I had one. I think I already had the one about Dak and Will. About being quarterbacks. And then I have one about Brevin Spanford that's pretty funny, talking about his golf game.
String tight.
Yeah, I think that's about it, yeah.
Jake, you mentioned being really big into watches and stuff like that. And around this time of the year, we see a lot of this stuff, especially on Hard Knocks, of these position rooms doing like gift exchanges. Did that happen here?
Yeah, so that happens. I think Dak got us. Man, he got us bottles of wine with, I think, his own wine. I don't even know. But it's got my name on it and my number on it, which is pretty cool. And then he got some Meta glasses for us that record.
Oh, okay.
But no, me being the vet now in the tight end room, I need to be a little bit better with some tight end exchanges and stuff like that. So that's my New Year's resolution.
What do you
think? Football.
What do you think your go-to gift would be? Like, what would be the key gift you think the tight end room would enjoy the most?
I bought them my rookie year. I bought them all Jordans. That was my second year. I bought everybody Jordans. Last year, I can't remember what I got everybody. I wasn't that big. It's you got to understand. Usually, the guys who have bread are getting crazy stuff. Yeah. So now that I signed a second contract, it's going to probably, be I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
They wanted me to buy Lunda Wells a motorcycle.
Oh man,
like $60,000.
Right.
Wow.
You said you got a wedding
to pay for.
Yeah.
I got a wedding to pay for. And then, on top of that, his wife came up to me and was like, "Hey, you got to convince Luna to buy his daughter a car." And I'm like, "Okay, so I'm going to buy you this bike, and your wife's going to be mad at me."
Exactly. Luna's a great guy. Hey, by the way, your fiance is a basketball player. How good is your game? Have you ever played one-on-one with her out there just to shoot around a horse or anything?
Oh, yeah. We've played one-on-one probably around I'd say less than 10, but close to 10. And I have not won yet.
Damn. She's good.
Yeah, but easy, Chris. You got to understand. She has completely forbid me from posting up.
I was about to say. So you can just back her on down.
Yeah, come on.
Right.
That's my paint. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So Jake, speaking of that, I've been wanting to ask this question for a little bit. I'm a twin. I got a twin sister, and we are obviously not identical. I'm curious if early in your relationship, did you ever have any issue with mixing up the twins?
No, I've never. I think they look a little different, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
There was one time where we were just hanging out. I can't even remember. And I think, I'd just seen Hannah. And so I was saying something to Haley and I go, "Hannah," and I caught myself. And I will hear that till the day I die from her. And then also, hold on, my guy who's fixing my fridge is here. And then also, when I'm on the phone, the thing is, I can't tell their voices apart. So.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine. That could be tricky. Hey, speaking of twins, real quick, and Jacob said he's got a twin sister. What's your sister's name?
Alexis.
Okay. Jake, did you know that the Dallas Mavericks have 4 guys on the team who are twins right now? 4.
That's crazy.
Can you guess which ones are twins? And I'll tell you guys if you know.
Man, Chris, you want to know something bad?
What's that?
I probably couldn't name 5 guys on the Mavs.
Because you've been practicing and playing all season long instead of being at the games like you used to. I understand.
I know.
So let me go ahead and I'll ask Jacob then.
Caleb Martin's one of them.
Caleb Martin's got a twin brother named Cody. Cooper Flagg's got a twin brother named Ace. And Ace and their older brother came to the game a couple of weeks ago. That's 2. Any more? I'll give you a clue. These next 2 have twin sisters.
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
There's no way.
Not Lively.
Nope. Dante Exum.
Cunningham.
No. And Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis has a twin sister.
Wow, is she as tall as him?
No, not quite. But it was an amazing thing because guess what? There's guys on the team that did not realize this year that they were that. They didn't know that AD had a twin.
Right.
Some of those guys didn't even know Cooper had a twin.
Wow.
Which when you're grinding, sometimes you just don't know.
They're just too locked in.
Hey, Jake, I just want to ask. So year one, I know we got one game left, but pretty much all done. But Dak, CD, yourself, and hopefully we get a return of GP3. How excited are you for the year 2 evolution of Shoddy's offensive scheme?
Yeah, I think it's a ton of excitement. I try to stay where my feet are, so it's kind of hard for me to look into the future like that. But yeah, no, it's exciting, and I've said this from the jump. This offense is dangerous, and we have so many weapons that it's hard to stop us. And I think if the league allows us to have this offense again, it'll be fun. So yeah, I'm excited about that.
And then for yourself personally, I know you like to say, just stay where you are right now, but with pretty much this year already pretty much done, a little bit of a bounce back year from last year. How would you say from a personal standpoint you would grade yourself on this past season and just kind of, like I said, like that bounce back from last year?
Yeah. I'd say around the middle of the pack. There's a ton I want to get better at, and there's a ton I want to do. I think besides, I would say there's probably less than 10 players that I really, I really wish I could get back. 2 of them being those fumbles, maybe one being like a false start, and then those 2 drops early in the year. But I feel like I've caught every ball coming my way this year, and I've been doing my job. But at the same time, there's room to improve, and that's in the sense of like I don't want to just win. I want to dominate. Like I don't want to just catch the ball. I want to catch the ball and run 20. But yeah, I think there's a lot I want to do this off season to get ready for that, and then that's also getting back with the same offense with Shoddy and stuff like that, and saying, hey, let's try to eliminate maybe some of these chip routes and check downs and get vertical or something. But that's where the off season comes in, and that's where the conversations start to be had and stuff like that. So.
Speaking of catching every ball that comes your way, you got 81 receptions on the season, and we did a little research, and you got an incentive for 85 catches, but that starts next year, correct?
Yes, it starts next year, and we would have to make the playoffs.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that part. Is incentives kind of something that's widely discussed in the locker room, or how do you guys go about that?
No, I think it's probably more discussed like if you're close to it.
Okay.
Like let's say I needed 90 catches or whatever, and I was at 80, and we had 2 games left. Then maybe conversations start happening. But no, I mean, it doesn't get too crazy like that.
Would you feel obligated to buy Dak Prescott a gift if, say you needed like 11 catches in one game, he got you 12? Would you share some of that bread, or was that all yours?
Yeah, I'd probably take him out to dinner or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Give him a new club or something like that.
Yeah. Hey, before we let you get out of here, and I got a Mavericks game tonight myself. What are you doing in the off season? What are the plans? Just gonna relax a little bit, get out of town. I know you got to prepare for a wedding at some point in time, but what's the off season gonna look like for you?
Yeah, so usually, so we'll be done in January. So I'll probably take around a month.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably take 2 weeks of just doing nothing.
Yeah.
Like not lifting, running, or nothing. And then start to just kind of get into it, just lifting maybe. And then come end of February, around like the 20th, I'll head out to Nashville and spend basically up until OTAs out in Nashville, where I train for pre-prep and stuff like that with some other tight ends around the league.
Very good.
All right, Jake, and the last one, it is New Year's Day. We start 2026, but I have to ask, it can be sports, it can be non-sports related. When you look back on the entirety of 2025, what immediately comes to mind for you?
I'm an engaged man, probably that.
Yeah,
probably proposing.
Well, I would say that's probably the smart answer of the bunch.
Yeah.
All right, well, Jake, we appreciate you for hopping on with us, and we hope you have a great last week of the season.
Yeah, we'll see you before you know it, man.
You guys.
You know it.
Yep.
All right, Jake Ferguson, he joined us here on G-Bag Nation. Coming up next, we got we're going to toss it to the Pimp Cup. We got Dylan Moore with this edition of G-Bag of G-Bag of the day, and then a little jaking off.
And after that, I think I might give you a call from the American Airlines Center.
Oh,
you got the Mavericks and the Sixers later tonight.
All right, all that and more next on the G-Bag Nation.
Texas knows.
3333. The consultation is always free.
Back here on the G-Bag Nation, the three-time Hall of Famer has departed.
Two-man army.
He is on his way to the AAC, where he will call back in, and we will chat with him before the Dallas Mavericks and play the Philadelphia 76ers, and Anthony Davis makes his return. 30 to 34 minutes is expected for Anthony Davis. If you just missed it, Jake Ferguson, the Cowboys tight end, just joined us and talked with myself, Jacob Regh, and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Gave us some amazing insight on his New Year's Eve plans, and you know what? I believe in Jake Ferguson. He can get better at his golf game.
Oh, I do too, 100%. If you want it that bad, and golf is a tough thing to overall improve at because you have to look at the sample size. It's not something that's like you're going to see improvement from day to day. You're going to have bad days on the course. It's just going to happen, and it's trying to stay with it, I guess. And trust me, I've got a slice bigger than anybody I've ever seen with my driver. And have I worked to fix it? No. Am I going to work to fix it? Probably. Or am I going to spend $400 on a new driver? That's probably what's going to happen first.
That's probably what's going to happen.
I need to get some lessons, and he's surrounded by a bunch of golfers. That's kind of the NFL thing.
I want to see him in a good video.
Oh, I do too.
Oh, that'd be great.
I do too.
That would be great.
Yeah, they do great work over there.
And I do want to give a massive thanks to Jake Ferguson. That was his last player interview of the season. If you've been following G-Bag Nation, which why would you not? Turn it on, leave it on, duh. He's been absolutely exceptional all year long. He gives the nice, funny answers. He'll keep it real with you at the same time. And I thought he did an incredible job this year, being very personal. And my favorite part, didn't curse, so I didn't have to bleep anything, and I love that. All right, coming up here in just a bit, we're going to toss it over to the Pimp Cup, and Dylan Moore's going to have your G-Bag of the day. But an update in the college football playoff game as Indiana's getting
BTA.
No, Indiana's not getting BTA. Indiana is giving BTA.
It is 24-0 in Pasadena. The rain seems to have subsided for the most part. From what I've seen, the couple times I've looked up at the hold on, Dylan's pointing to the TV.
And he made the field goal.
Alabama's on the board, but it looks like the weather is pretty good over there. And from what I've seen, the field conditions haven't affected anything. I haven't seen anybody blatantly slip or anything.
No,
so that's good. One big thing to note here:
24-0 or 24-3 now, by the way, for the Hoosiers.
Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson has been benched due to injury. He was seen crying on the sideline. Austin Mack is in at quarterback, and I'm on Twitter right now looking through, and I'm currently staring at a tweet from Top Tier Arkansas that's titled Ty Simpson right now, and it is a photoshopped picture of Will Ferrell in an Alabama jersey. So that leads me to believe that this was most likely a performance thing. And say what you want about the Texas Tech game, it was 6-0 at halftime. I don't think any drastic changes were to be needed at quarterback, but man, you're down.
You didn't have any drastic changes left at quarterback.
Yeah,
either,
well, your backup quarterback tore his ACL. Any hoodles. Indiana was up 24-0. You kind of got to make a decision at that point on what you want to do at the quarterback position, and it appears Kalen Bohr went a different way with Austin Mack.
Well, this is the G-Bag Nation, and we are in the expressway, so we got you here. We're going to keep it here. No breaks. Free, baby. Commercial free, baby, until 6 o'clock. But we got a notification from Adam Schefter, and I'll read this off to you, Jacob, because this is interesting. I don't know who would have predicted this morning.
I would have.
Really? Okay. The Miami Dolphins have brought on Hall of Fame quarterback and ESPN analyst Troy Aikman as a consultant to advise the organization on its general manager search process per sources. It's not a permanent role, but he will be an advisor throughout the process for the Dolphins' next GM.
Do you think that the Twitter folks, the Twitter NFL fans, are going to have as much of a field day with this as they had with Brady calling games and being in the booth?
Well, it's not like
as a partial owner.
It's not like, actually, you know what? I love this because the Miami Dolphins are not in the playoffs.
I do too.
You don't have to worry about, the conflict is the word I was looking for. You don't have to worry about the conflict because Dolphins aren't in the playoffs. It's not a permanent role. He can go in there. He can help them find a general manager. Maybe he sticks with Quinn Ewers. I don't know what the plan is there. And then, hey, you can just go back to what you're doing.
You can never go wrong with bringing somebody in the building that knows football and knows the league. You can't go wrong. So, I mean...
And especially because he also mentioned that the Dolphins wanted an outside perspective that they respected at the same time, and they have a good relationship with Troy Aikman, and so they go ahead, bring him in, and now I'm interested to see how this goes because you keep... You keep Mike McDaniel, and people have felt differently about that. Some people have called for him to be fired, but the truth of the matter is, since Tyreek Hill went down, they've rattled off wins. They're not, like I said, not going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
They benched Tua. We're riding with the Finn Ewers at the moment. But the general manager is what they need at the moment, and that's what they're going to attack in the offseason. So I thought that was interesting. Just take a little note about that for Troy Aikman, who will be joining the Miami Dolphins for a short while. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5:30. You know what the hell that means. We're going to the Pimp Cup, where Dylan Moore is your G-Bag of the day.
Here we go. New year, same segment. G-Bag of the day.
New year, new us?
Every weekday around this time at 5:30. So yesterday, it was a 3-man vote. Only 3 guys got to vote for the G-Bag of the Day champ.
By the way, if I did have a vote, it was going to be for Broadus in the crash out over the ice maker.
Broadus did lose to this contestant by the score of 2-1.
Hey, so, okay, this is an interesting situation here, guys, because usually if there's a tie for G-Bag of the Day champ, I'm pretty sure Gavin Dawson starts to poll on Twitter. Who wants to be the resident?
We'll just go around the room.
Starter?
We'll go around the building and we'll find different people and play the audio. No, we can follow our socials. If we get there, we get there.
Fair enough.
We'll figure it out.
Anyway,
here's the champ. I believe just one day. Going for 2.
All right.
Alex Stein trolling the Ohio State football team. Apparently he was right because they got crushed yesterday.
You guys aren't going to lose like you did to Indiana this time, are you? Don't lose again. Don't lose again.
Hey, come on, man.
Don't lose again. You remember when y'all lost to Indiana? Remember when y'all lost to Indiana? Hey, y'all don't need to lose. Y'all lost to 1 Cuban, Fernando Mendoza. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Y'all lost to 1 Cuban. Now you're going to play 20 Cubans. Y'all are going to lose. Are y'all gonna lose like y'all did against Indiana? Are y'all gonna lose like y'all did to Indiana? Y'all got a lot more Cubans than Mendoza. Y'all got a lot more Cubans to worry about than 1 Mendoza this time. Y'all gonna lose again, just like y'all lost to 1 Cuban.
I tell you what, he got a good point, but Fernando Mendoza is out here performing against Alabama. He's looking like a number 1 pick overall.
Yeah, he is 12 of 14, 123, 3 tutties. Heisman Mendoza in the flesh in Pasadena. He doesn't care what the weather is.
Got more Cubans.
Ball out.
Got more Cubans.
Slinging it, another first down, Indiana. And they are just going all the way past midfield. Alabama.
Hey, we don't do play-by-play here. We don't do play-by-play here. Hey, we don't do play-by-play here.
That's going to be an elite quarterback matchup, Dylan Moore, between Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza.
I am pumped.
Do you think when people look in the box score of Oregon, do you think they think Dylan Moore's the quarterback of Oregon? Because they probably just see D. Moore.
You think Dylan Moore?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think that they think that Dylan Moore...
Or my DeCorian Moore, the wide receiver.
Oh, yeah. Who says he's not both?
Good
I mean, he's a baseball player, he's a wide receiver, he's a quarterback, he's everything. He's a producer extraordinaire.
Wow.
Anyway, sticking to the world of football, here's one of your competitors. It's Reese Davis this morning on a College Game Day, I believe. He was trying to make an acronym. It didn't quite work out how he thought.
Mendoza, we've talked about how intelligent he is. When he arrived at Indiana, he quickly picked up every nuance of the Hoosier offense. His new quarterback coach, Chandler Whitmer, uses a system that he picked up in the NFL for every single play. You got to know your protection, you got to know your intent, you got to know your mechanics, and you got to know your problems. It's an easy acronym to remember, just P-I-M. Problems. Oh. Acronyms can be dangerous. We learn the rules every now and then. There you go. But just in case there are any naysayers about either Fernando Mendoza or Ty Simpson, they should know this. Quarterbacking ain't easy, but they both can do it. Alabama believes they can do it after resurrecting themselves against Oklahoma.
Kevin, what do we do to the naysayers?
We let a naysayer know.
Wank.
Yeah, happens again. Happened again this morning.
I think around this time last year, too.
PIM problems, baby. PIM problems.
But look, Reese Davis is not one of those guys that you can be like, oh, you're smarter than Reese Davis is intelligent.
Nobody's
so it's kind of surprising to hear him mess that up. But
did he not at all? Did he not spell out the acronym before?
The chuckle he had in the middle of his, I definitely screwed this up, but we're gonna roll with it anyway.
That's an awesome clip.
Okay, so it is New Year's Eve, lots of fun stuff. Here's Anderson Cooper from CNN's broadcast of the New Year's Eve countdown. He starts reciting the lyrics to a Taylor Swift song.
Ooh.
Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He hypnotized me and opened my eyes. Oh.
This is live, by the way.
Keep going. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened
this is the Kelsey
my
song.
thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know.
What are we doing?
This is a Travis Kelsey song.
Well,
this is awful.
Okay.
Well,
I get it.
There it is.
What the hell are we doing? This is why people don't watch the ball drop anymore.
Redwood Tree. That sounds like a certain Travis Kelsey song. I think that was actually the one about him.
That is the Taylor Swift song called Wood.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the
That's
one.
Travis Kelsey.
Yeah. Wow.
So that was CNN's broadcast of the
Hey, that's
New
why
Year's
people don't watch the ball drop. I mean, 877-881-1053, Frankel text line. Texan, did you actually watch the ball drop last night? Because I don't think anyone does anymore.
I watched the 800-pound pair drop in Georgia. That's what I did.
That.
Shout out to Chiafalo. What was top 10 yesterday was the top 10 things that drop on New Year's Eve. And the
no, it's not what you think. Dirty-minded. I know someone was out there thinking it.
Thinking what?
You know.
I don't know. Say it.
Carry on.
What else we got, Dylan?
Okay, we got one more here. This is Blake Elliott on Fan After Dark, so you know it's going to be fun. They started talking about prostate exams.
Oh, no.
And Blake apparently wants the finger thing.
I actually, you know what? In all seriousness, I'm all seriousness here. I did for all my 40 and above men. I just had my prostate. I just had my the blood prostate check done.
They don't do the finger thing anymore.
No, they didn't.
Why not?
They didn't.
Why
not?
Well, you seem a little too disappointed about that. You seem a little too disappointed. Go ahead and pull that, please. Go ahead and mark that, pull it, whatever you need to do.
I'm just saying.
There's your. You know, it's.
Why not?
I'll tell you what. It seemed like Brodus was a shoo-in for G-Bag of the day.
Can I defend myself?
That might be it right there.
Can I defend myself? Can I defend myself before you pull it out of context?
Because why not? Was it enough?
I haven't given no context yet.
Oh, go please.
I'm just saying. I see all these TV shows of prostate exams, and I hear about it.
What are we watching?
And you know what entails, and then I feel like it's just kind of a rite of passage of becoming a man. And so the fact that everyone else can be able to go through that, and then I'm going to be like, no, I took the easy way out. I just feel like that's
rite of passage.
Taking the easy way out. No. Everybody, mainly everybody here, got the finger, and then So you talk about my generation being soft. I just did the blood work. Didn't even just did the blood work. I actually just did it through AI.
Everyone got the finger.
That was terrible.
My.
I don't know what my favorite drop is. Everyone got the finger or...
But why not?
Why not? That was great. Also, Trevor's laugh killed it for me. That was great. That was fantastic.
I mean, and he also talked about watching prostate exams. Like he's thinking,
what was he talking about, by the way?
I mean, I came across on TikTok the other day. I saw somebody getting a
Be careful.
Like a colonoscopy.
Okay.
I mean, I'll tell you what, that tube with the camera was pretty far up there, and I saw the back side of it, and yeah. So the fact that Blake Elliott watches these pretty consistently, because he wouldn't have brought that up if it was a one-time thing.
The rite of passage for a man, apparently.
God.
That's crazy. By the way, Indiana, 31-3.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. I got a little 10-second clip here. It's
okay.
Fred Davis.
Double fatty.
He has it was earlier today. Apparently he's living some past life.
I became a swinger 15 years ago, so I was pretty open sexually. Then 3 years ago, I was approached by a company about doing porn.
So,
wow.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of life Fred Davis has been living or what we don't know about him.
Fred Davis works a lot, and I think sometimes shows just start meshing together, and he lets things slip in the chamber that he's not supposed to let slip.
I mean, or do we think, does Fred Davis talk before he speaks, or think before he talks?
Sometimes. Can we hear that one more time, please?
Yeah, please.
I became a swinger 15 years ago. So I was pretty open sexually. Then 3 years ago, I was approached by a company about doing porn.
So from my math, Fred was about 30 years old.
Yeah.
When he got into adult film entertainment.
Oh, fresh out of the Navy, too.
Wow.
Oh, man.
The timeline fits.
Unfortunately, it does. Is that all we got, Dylan?
That's what we got.
That's all we got.
Man,
I mean, hell of a job by Dylan. Hell of a
Those
job.
are some good pulls there.
We got the champ, Alex Stein. We have Reese Davis and his PIMP acronym.
PIM problems.
We have Anderson Cooper reciting the lyrics of Wood.
Redwood Tree.
On New Year's Eve. We have Blake wanting a finger up his you-know-what because it's a rite of passage. And we have Fred in his past life.
I'll start with you, Jacob Ray.
I mean, it's got to be Blake, right? It just
okay.
I mean, dude, he doubled down like 3. Can we hear that one more time? I mean, he doubled down 3 times.
Yeah, I got you.
I actually, you know what? In all seriousness, no, and I'm all seriousness here. I did for all my 40 and above men. I just had my prostate. I just had my the blood prostate check done.
They don't do the finger thing anymore.
No, they didn't.
Why not?
They didn't. Wow, you seem a little too disappointed about that.
All right. Oh, man. We'll leave it at that.
Why not? All right.
That's
so
my vote.
So
Yeah,
you're going for Blake. I'm going with Fred, personally. I think what Fred said was hilarious. And I know, look, was he reading a text? Was he not reading a text?
I don't think it was a text. I think it was a fair foul based on the music. But
I don't know.
Still.
I don't know. Either way, I love it, and I will use it out of context. So my vote goes to Fred. Dylan Moore, it's up to you.
This is my favorite one I grabbed. I'm going to go with Blake.
Okay.
Yes,
Blake
yes.
Elliott is your G-Bag of the Day winner. He won a numerous amount of times in 2025. He starts out 2026. One-day champ Blake Elliott. He's questioning why we don't do it the old way anymore. But something I'm very excited for, and I know you've done a ton of work on it.
We're doing it the old way.
Without any further ado, it's time to jaking her off.
Yeah, new guy Jake, that's original.
Our buddy Jake, or is it Jacob? Who knows?
Jacob Ray, a.k.a. new guy Jake. He's jaking your calls right now.
Thank you, Kevin Walker, and thank you, Dylan Moore, for playing that intro that I spent so much time putting together, and I've teased this for a couple weeks now. It is Week 18, and, you know, a lot of people don't play in Week 18 because, well, there's not a lot on the line.
Tanner McKee's playing for the Eagles,
Yeah,
by the
he
way.
is. Yeah, he is. And, you know, we just have a lot of resting starters, and it's hard to gamble on people when you don't know how long they're going to play. But you know what it is, Kevin? It's incentive week. It's Week 18. Yeah. It's the most exciting week of the year if you're me, because I like to put money on an incentives parlay every year.
He's a gambling man.
I'm just a gambling man. So what I've got here is a Week 18 NFL incentives watch list. And if you listened yesterday, we did build a parlay. It's looking pretty good, actually, right now.
Okay.
We're doing good.
Now, statistics on parlays for you, Jacob Ray.
Like me personally, or so far building?
You know, that you've put together on jaking off.
So we haven't hit one yet, but you know, I think we've been going a little too. I think we've been getting a little greedy. You know, we've been doing 6-leggers. We might need to cut them down. You know, but I'll tell you a little bit of my criteria for those doubters out there. In the a little over a year time I've been gambling, I've won 137 entries and a little under $2,000.
Okay.
So there's a little criteria for you, some credibility, and what have you. Before we get into my annual incentives parlay, I'm going to run through the Week 18.
First annual.
Annual. What do you mean first annual?
First annual. You've never done it before.
I did last year.
Last year's my first time.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, last year was my first time.
Second annual.
I did hit. It was a 3-leg though, and it was it didn't have crazy like odds. It
Doesn't matter. Sometimes you just need to see one go through the net.
It's exactly what it is. And I saw one go through the net today when I put $20 on the Oregon Ducks to beat the Texas Tech Red Raiders. And you know what? As much as it hurt, I'm pretty happy to have those extra $22. No, you can't lose. You can't lose. And maybe I should have bet a little bit more to make it feel better. Maybe I should put 100 on it. Who knows? Make a little $100. All right, let's get it started with the Arizona Cardinals with 6.5. Whoa, hey now. With 6.5 sacks, Cardinals defensive end Calais Campbell has already vested $500,000. One more sack next week doubles it to $1 million. If you want to put your money on that one. Now the Ravens. Ravens defensive lineman Draymond Jones has already vested $750,000 of sack incentives. 2 more in Week 18. escalates to $1 million. Do you think, if you get 2 sacks in a division clinching game to get you in the playoffs, that should be worth more than $250K, no?
These incentives are crazy, man. You can get 2 sacks in a division clinching game. It's worth more than
right?
For sure, yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, we got a whole host of Buffalo Bills incentives. Let's get it started. Khalil Shakir is one
Keon
receiving.
Coleman to start over under 1.
I think Keon Coleman is 15 games started away from hitting his incentive. So, you never know. Have crazier things happen? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Buffalo Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is one receiving touchdown away from $150K. He can also add $150K on top of that with 8 catches. Bills tight end Dawson Knox, and this is probably the most surefire bet we have on here, 7 receiving yards away from $100,000. So this is going to be a situation where they put him in the game. Hey, go run an in route right at the sticks, buddy. Let's get you your money, get you out of the game, right? He's also a touchdown away from an extra $100,000, 6 catches away from another $100,000. So
could be a big day for Dawson Knox.
It could be. I don't see him getting to the 6 catches. I think he's out of the game by then. They're playing the Jets, so the Jets, Jets. Bills outside linebacker Joey Bosa is 1 sack away from $250,000. Defensive line Daquan Jones has already vested $250K with 3 sacks this season. One more will make it $500,000. He gets 2 sacks, Kevin Walker. He makes $750,000.
And who's this
on
more time?
Sunday? Daquan Jones.
Okay, gotcha.
Bills linebacker Matt Milano has already made $500,000 with 3.5 sacks. 1.5 more doubles that to $1 million. Bills running back Ty Johnson, who, by the way, back up, but he did get a lot of run over.
He does.
Over James Cook last week. I think he's the premier receiving back in that offense
for sure.
He's 57 receiving yards away from $125,000 bonus. That's a lot for a running back.
Wow. 50, you said 57?
57. That's a lot.
I don't know. I don't think that'll get done.
You're probably going to need like a 30-yard wheel route to get close to that one. Michael Jackson, cornerback of the Carolina Panthers, he's already secured $500K with 4 interceptions. He can double it to $1 million if the Carolina Panthers clinch a playoff berth. So that's probably some Jake Ferguson type thing. Yeah. I bet his incentive was 4 interceptions, and if they make the playoffs, it doubles. So keep an eye out for that. This one, sneak peek, is on the parlay. Rico Dowdle is 7 scrimmage yards away from $1 million. He's 1 touchdown.
For $1 million? Oh, yeah.
$1 million. He'll
touchdown. Get that first drive. He'll get that first drive.
And they're playing the Buccaneers, so he's going to be playing the whole game.
Yeah.
1 touchdown away from an extra $250K. Hitting these metrics means a total of $3 million earned by him in incentives this season.
I would slam that on the parlay for
crazy numbers. Cincinnati Bengals outside linebacker Joseph Asai needs 1 sack for $250K. Lions defensive tackle Roy Lopez is 1 sack away from $250K. Sorry, buddy. Probably not going to get that. Green Bay Packers cornerback Keyshawn Nixon needs 1 interception to secure a $50,000 bonus. Houston Texans running back, and this would be pretty cool. I would root for this. It's not on the parlay, but I would totally root for this. Nick Chubb, 94 rushing yards away from $250K. I'd like to see that.
They're playing
the Indianapolis, or they're hosting Colts.
And they're not playing for much.
They're not. Well, that's not true. If Jacksonville somehow spits the bit against...
I could see him pulling the starters after first half.
Well, it's a good thing that Nick Chubb's not a starter.
I do agree, though. It would be cool. I just don't think it'll happen.
I'd love to see some vintage Nick Chubb to chase a bag. Jacksonville Jaguars, they host the Tennessee Titans. Defensive end Eric Armstead. Wow, where did I get Nick from? Eric Armstead can secure a $1 million bonus with a sack and a half in Week 18. And defensive lineman Austin Johnson needs 1 sack to secure $250,000. Move on to Fred Davis, Kansas City Chiefs. They're playing at the Las Vegas Raiders. Wide receiver Marquise Brown has already secured $500,000 with 5 touchdowns. If you're not great at math, that's $100,000 a touchdown. 1 more means an extra $250K. Running back Kareem Hunt, and I tried to find this one, but it wasn't on Prize Picks, and I was mad. So I will keep an eye out for this one if it gets posted over the next couple days. 31 scrimmage yards away from $125K. 31 is doable.
Scrimmage yards, especially.
Scrimmage yards.
Yeah, because he can catch the ball. I like that one, scrimmage yards.
It's absolutely doable. Defensive end, George Karlaftis, he needs 2 sacks to secure $250K. That's going to be tough. Considering...
And I hate to interrupt you, but
No, go for it.
Of all of the incentives that you're reading off, the catches, the receiving yards, the total yards, I think of all the incentives to hit, I think the sacks are the hardest.
I think so too. That feels kind of like luck to me, and the interceptions.
Luck is definitely part of it, but you may not get part of the sack, but someone else might.
And a lot of it's like right place, right time,
Yeah, for sure.
The quarterback could slip and you touch him and bang, million right there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That'd be pretty cool. This guy can make a boatload of money. Wide receiver Keenan Allen for the Los Angeles Chargers. They're playing at the Broncos, who've got a lot to play for here.
Yeah.
He's already made $2.25 million in incentives this season. He's 6 catches away from $750K, which I will also be keeping an eye on if this one gets posted to Prize Picks. It's not yet.
That sounds pretty good.
9 receiving yards away from $250K and 2 touchdowns away from $250K. So I'll tell you what, man. Keenan Allen, 6 catch, 15 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's bringing home $1.25 million.
I don't think he'll get the 2 tutties, but I think he could get the other 2 for sure.
Probably not. Los Angeles Rams, and this one's kind of interesting. Quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo will secure $20,588, super specific, with 25% of the snaps Sunday. That becomes $120,588 if he takes 50% of the snaps. So, hey, if Sean McVay decides to pull, Matthew Stafford after...
Which he could.
He absolutely could.
Matthew Stafford, older quarterback, he could.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can see it.
Miami Dolphins outside linebacker Bradley Chubb has met thresholds for $5.125 million in incentives and can push that over $6 million. With ample playing time Sunday, he needs his Dolphins defense to limit the Patriots' scoring and sneak into the top 20 of points allowed. They're currently 21st. And they are pacing the Patriots. So... probably wouldn't hold my breath on that one. Minnesota Vikings, they host the Green Bay Packers. Defensive lineman Jonathan Allen needs a sack and a half to secure a $750K bonus. New England Patriots, and I know this is a soft spot for people because he's probably not playing. Wide receiver Stefon Diggs has already vested $1 million based on receptions. He needs 8 more catches, adds $500K, and 30 receiving yards away adds another $500K. That's some good money to probably spend on some child funds that it seems like he has trouble festering up for whatever reason.
Not me.
Tight end Hunter Henry has already secured $500K with 55 catches this season. He's 5 receptions away from another $250K. Outside linebacker, Clavon Chason needs half a sack Sunday to secure $500,000. The 26-year-old has already vested $1.5 million extra this season. Half a sack. That's...
doable.
Absolutely. The New Orleans Saints defensive lineman Nathan Shepard, he's half a sack away from $250K. Jets kicker Nick Folk has already secured $375K worth of incentive. He needs 2 field goals made in Sunday against the Buffalo Bills for $500K. Totally doable, right? Absolutely. Don't know who that guy is. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name. The kick returner for the New York Jets, he's returned 1 kickoff for a touchdown for the season. Doing so again this weekend will secure a $500K bonus. Saquon Barkley is 87 scrimmage yards away from $250K. Jawan Jennings, he needs 35 offensive snaps for $2.4 million. Kendrick Bourne needs 49 receiving yards to secure $250K. And Mac Jones will receive $100K each time he plays in 25% of the snaps. Now, I know we're up against it.
Give us this parlay, though. Give us this parlay. That's what I'm
Sunday.
waiting for.
And obviously, I'm still on the lookout for the Kareem Hunt line and the Keenan Allen receptions. But right now, we got Rico Dowdle over 59.5 rushing and receiving yards. Sam Darnold over 224.5 passing yards. Tony Pollard over 67.5 rushing yards. And, hold on. Hey, now.
Uh-oh.
And Marquise Brown to get a touchdown. And that multiplier is 10x. You can turn $10 into 100, 100 into 1,000, 1,000 into 10,000. You get the idea.
All right.
Let's shake it off for you.
All right, that was a good edition of Jaking Off. Now we're going to enter the last hour of the program. We're going to do a show reset. Chris Arnold should be calling in as he gets his way settled into the AAC. We might get a little time for best bookmarks, and then we'll close out the show. All that and more on the G-Bag Nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Even if he's not in studio, he is still on the air. The three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold joins us from the American Airlines Center. My name's Kevin Walker. That's Jacob Ray. In the Pimp Cup is Dylan Moore. CA, give us a layout of the land. How is it as we walk into the new year, 2026? Anthony Davis expected to play 30 to 34 minutes. It is the G-Bag Nation, and we are joined on the D&M Leasing Hotline by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. CA, how's it going?
Got you down. Made it, no traffic, no problems.
Beautiful.
You would think it's not even a Thursday, a regular Thursday in Dallas-Fort Worth. American Airlines Center, fans are getting in. The doors open at 5:30. Going to have a nice holiday crowd, a New Year's night game for the Dallas Mavericks. Mavericks are back off the road. Anthony Davis will play. The Mavericks had the opportunity to try to move up in the standings just a little bit, but no, they didn't. They lost to Portland. That was a game they could have won. They lost to, believe it or not, Golden State on Christmas. That was a game they could have won. They lost to Sacramento. That was another game they could have won. I'm bringing this up because, ironically, if you haven't been keeping up, the Dallas Mavericks lead the NBA in clutch games. That is games of being within 5 points in 5 minutes or less. Guess what? That's a hard watch to watch because you're like, oh, man, we're so close. But it's going to turn.
Yeah.
In other words, this team does not suck. They're not getting blown out every night, and they do play well when Anthony Davis is on the court, and he's expected to be on the court again tonight.
CA, thanks for joining us. Long time no talk. We got a text in earlier from Atolo asking, bringing up the rookie matchup between two guys who are probably in the top 3 of Rookie of the Year voting at the moment in VJ Edgecombe and Cooper Flagg. What do you anticipate that matchup looking like tonight?
Oh, I think it's going to be nice, and I think that Cooper Flagg, here's one thing that nobody's really talking about. His last game, he had like 5 turnovers, which is unusual, but he kind of jammed his pinky. They were working on his pinky in the beginning. This is his Portland game a couple of nights ago. I think he's going to be all right. He's been dealing with a thumb injury all season long. That hasn't affected his shot. I think it's going to be a nice little battle of the rookies. Cooper's back at home. I don't know if his brothers are here this time around. They could be because they were here the last home game. We're talking about his twin brother, Ace, and his older brother, Hunter. They were sitting on the front row. I'm just going to see how well he plays, and I'm thinking Edgecombe, again, this guy does all sorts of things for the Sixers. And it's also a homecoming for Tyrese Maxey, who went to South Garland High School. And, of course, he went over to the 76ers, made the All-Star team. He's looking like a superstar right now. And once upon a time, I was like, man, I wish the Mavericks would have drafted him.
So the Mavericks have lost their last 3 games, just like we mentioned, but what we didn't talk about was those last 3 games all on the road. The Mavericks are 9-9 when they play at home. Do you kind of get the sense, CA, that they kind of feed off of this home energy now that we don't have anymore? Fire Nico Chance and anything to bring down the team. It kind of seems like this team does play better when they're at home.
Yes, this has been going on ever since, probably in the middle of November, but it's like this atmosphere. Everybody's all excited. They want to watch Cooper Flagg play. They want to see how the other guys fit in, but they're also getting exciting moments from the other rookie, Ryan Nembhard. Nembhard is the real deal, as you can see, but he's kind of like leveling off a little bit. You know how other teams start creating tape on you because they see the tape and they say, okay, we can start taking some things away from him. Well, they still got Brandon Williams, and if you watch the game against Portland, I want to say it was on NBC Peacock, and the commentators, they were saying, he's playing like Kyrie. He's like a little Kyrie, and it's true. In fact, Brandon Williams told me last season, Kyrie's kind of like his big brother, his mentor, and so Kyrie actually goes on FaceTime with him on the regular, and sometimes if Kyrie was not around, let's say when he was in the hospital with that knee injury, when he had that surgery, he was on FaceTime and addressing the team through B. Will's phone. So that's how tight they are. Of course, nobody can beat Kyrie, but B. Will knows how to go downhill, as they say, make it to the bucket, and then he's got these soft little shots off the glass, which were, like I said, had the TV broadcaster saying, he looks like a Kyrie starter kid. So, yeah, B. Will, Ryan Nembhard. The other thing about Anthony Davis, we're talking about he's back. he's not going to be playing power forward hardly at all this year. Number one reason is because Daniel Gafford needs to get out there at the same time as he doesn't need to be out there at the same time as Anthony Davis. At the same time, you got Derek Lively II. He's out for the rest of the year. So that two-headed monster down low at the center spot, that doesn't exist. It's not going to be Gafford and AD out there at the same time. Most of the time, Anthony Davis is going to be paying in the paint because he's just too good. He's just too good to be out there power forward.
And Jason Kidd, head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, kind of told the media this week that they expect 30 to 34 minutes of Anthony Davis. As far as a production standpoint, we've heard it from Cooper Flagg. We've heard it from others on the team. This team does play better with Anthony Davis on the court. What would a win against the 76ers do for this Mavericks team, who is in a 3-game losing skid? But the last time they were at home, defeated the Denver Nuggets. So what would a win against the 76ers do for a Mavericks team like this?
Oh, it means a lot because these guys play to win. It's not like, they're not trying hard. This is one thing I always want to say. You want to have a competitive team under all circumstances. You don't want a team to show up and get blown out every night if the talent's not there. This team is very talented, and Cooper Flagg is getting his touches. He's learning. For anybody who's got a misconception that blow up this team and just build around Cooper Flagg, and Cooper Flagg is being his growth is being impeded because of the veterans on the roster. That's not true at all. They are his biggest fans. They absolutely love Cooper Flagg. He's getting the touches. They're encouraging him to do the little things that only veterans would know. You follow where I'm going with that? There's let's say if he were playing for Utah or something. There's no second-year player that can tell him how to maneuver well through the league or how to handle yourself around referees or the little things that an OG in the locker room can do. He's got 3 Hall of Famers to be in the locker room. So Cooper Flagg is having his growth not impeded. It's going to be growing naturally. It's kind of like when Kawhi Leonard showed up in San Antonio as their first-round pick, and he already was on a roster that had Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker. Well, guess what? I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen to the Mavericks, but those veterans absorbed Kawhi Leonard, and they wound up going to the NBA championship and the finals, and Kawhi Leonard was the MVP of the finals. So don't ever confuse the thought that, Cooper's not going to get to grow because of the veterans blocking him. They're not blocking him. They're encouraging him, and they're showing him the lay of the land. What you want to see is what this team's going to look like with Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flagg all together. That we haven't seen yet.
Love it. CA, boots on the ground at the AAC. 76ers center Joel Embiid. Here's his last 5 games scoring: 39, 22, 27, 31, and 34. What can Anthony Davis being back do for this Mavericks defense to kind of neutralize him to an extent, while at the same time not letting Tyrese Maxey go for 50 tonight?
That's the one thing that they've been able to hang their hat on. The defense has been pretty solid. And the offense, it's kind of like the opposite of what the Dallas Cowboys season has been all year. The offense was great. The defense wasn't any good. The offense was struggling for the Mavericks most of the year, and the defense was just stellar. In fact, they have a top 10 defense. So you're going to see them play well against Philadelphia, and the defense is going to, with Anthony Davis out there, is going to keep those guys from driving, especially Tyrese Maxey. Maxey's, like I said, he's an all-star caliber player, so he's going to get what he wants. But you want to slow them all down. When they beat the Denver Nuggets, and they owned the Nuggets this year, they've beaten them twice already, up there and down here, it was the defense that was helping them stay in the game, and then they did what they needed to do. I expect Cooper Flagg to get over 20 points again. Last game against Portland, and I told you about his pinky finger, that was the first time, and I think that whole road trip and the game before, that he hadn't scored at least 20 points. So Cooper Flagg is putting up Rookie of the Year numbers right now. Anthony Davis anchors that defense where it makes it hard for these other teams to drive the paint. And one thing about defense, and I think if you keep up with the NBA today and you hear the different reports on the other teams that are struggling, they're complaining about the lack of defense on those teams. That's not an issue with the Dallas Mavericks.
To your credit, the Mavericks are 6th in defense in the NBA, so they're doing a really good job at that for the scoring defensive side of things. But I do want to ask, we'll talk about Cooper Flagg for a little bit longer. He is now leading the Rookie of the Year conversation after the improvements that he has made. See, you've been around this team for a long time, and you've been covering the Mavericks for a long time. What you've seen from Cooper Flagg, where does it rank against other rookies, and maybe even outside of the Mavericks that you've followed or you've seen at some point play? Where does Cooper Flagg rank in the rookies you've seen play?
He's way, way, way up there, and that's because he plays offense, defense, block shots. He grabs rebounds. He can bring the ball up the court, and he's got a very high basketball IQ. It's not like he's got the IQ, but he doesn't have the athleticism. He's got the athleticism, and he's got the IQ, and he's got large hands. This is what a lot of people, they don't really think about, because he's got a 19-year-old body, so he's kind of slender, but he's got these large hands where he can dunk and hold. He can palm the ball while he's driving to the basket. He shoots a lot of left-handed stuff, so it's like he is so versatile. And then he'll block shots out of nowhere. It's like, wait a minute, where'd he come from on that? And, again, he's got handles. He can do a lot of different things. I will say this. There's different players that had greater strengths, like Mark Aguirre, Luka Doncic. They were offensive, brilliantly offensive. It's like, whoa, where'd that shot come from? He made that shot. Oh, that's amazing. Even Dirk, all the years that he played for the Dallas Mavericks, like 21 years with Dallas Mavericks, it was insane how well he played. But as a rookie, he didn't really do very much. In fact, he and Steve Nash didn't do very much at all when they first got here. And people were like, it's Michael Finley, and who's this? They were thinking that Dirk was not any good at all, that he was going to be like Chris Anstey or Uwe Blab or another European that didn't do very much. Well, guess what? Cooper Flagg is playing better than all of those guys as a rookie. It's just unbelievable, all the little different things he does. He fills the stat sheet. He stuffs the box score. It really does. And it's hard to believe, because here's the thing. He's not a showman. See, that's a lot of things. We're used to seeing a lot of showmanship. But he will dunk on your pumpkin head. It's like, where'd that come from? But he's not, every shot's going to be, this is an amazing shot. No, he does all these little things, and it all adds up. It's not boring at all, but my goodness, when it's all said and done, he's done all the little things the right way. And he's very, very smart.
Chris Arnold joining us right here on 105.3 The Van. CA, I think it's kind of a well-known around the league, and you mentioned how good of a two-way player Cooper Flagg is, possibly facing one of the best two-way players of this generation in Paul George over with the 76ers. What do you think that Cooper Flagg can learn going against Paul George tonight to emulate in his own game and become just a better two-way player in his own right?
I think how to pick and choose when to get the ball and when to take over, or when to distribute the ball and when to take over a game. That's probably the most he could probably learn from Paul George. PG is a very underrated player. I think because he's been hurt so long the last few years, people just kind of take for granted how great his career was. But trust me on this. Everything he's learning from Kyrie Irving, because Kyrie's at all the practices, everything he's learning from Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson, and by the way, Klay Thompson has also been encouraging him to take over games. Again, in some locker rooms, you got veteran players who, that they're not trying to win anything and they want theirs. They got to get their points. They're trying to get a new contract or whatever the deal is. That's not what's going on in this Mavericks locker room. They absolutely love Cooper Flagg, and they want him to be great. They know what he can do and what he's capable of, and they also challenge him in practice, and he accepts the challenge, and that's another thing that they absolutely marvel about. It's like, wait a minute, Cooper Flagg's a dog. Wait a minute, we can't punk him. So just imagine the way he fits in and the knowledge he's getting. And against, like I said, against the 76ers or Paul George or even Tyrese Maxey. Cooper Flagg and Tyrese Maxey are in a New Balance commercial. Have you seen that commercial? Oh, yeah. They're in a commercial together. They're throwing the ball. It's different. It's like, 6 different athletes in different sports, and Tyrese Maxey and Cooper Flagg are just 2 of them.
So, see, I got to ask, you go up to the AAC all the time. I expect the food courts, and I'm sure you get your nice selection of press box food. What is your what does a plate of food look like for CA? Or do you dive into the food there whenever you get to the AAC?
This is so wild. They've got great food Steph Curry put the AAC on the map on popcorn.
Yeah.
For some reason, he said they got the best popcorn out of all the arenas he's ever been to. And but I'm not a popcorn guy. I like it, but I don't got to get it all the time. What I have when I come to the Mavericks games, it's the same formula. They always kid me about it in the press dining room. I always have some blueberries, some strawberries, and a chocolate brownie. That's it. And every now and then I might eat something else, but they got a really nice menu. It's not, don't get me wrong, it's not the Cowboys, but the Cowboys got this over-the-top menu. But it's a nice menu. And when they move to their new arena, that's one of the things they're going to even upgrade even more. And they also have different, concession areas that they've upgraded, different barbecue places in the American Airlines Center. Stars fans know the same thing. You come over here and you can find all kinds of stuff.
Okay, and then I know we're about an hour and a half away from tip-off, but how's the arena filling out right now?
We're going to do the pregame show at 6:45. It's filling out just nicely. Like I said, it's a New Year's night game, so there's going to be a lot of families here because, it's kind of like on a weekend where you can bring the kids. You know what I mean? Because they don't have to go to school the next day. So it's going to be a lot of families in here, a lot of Mavericks fans as well. You're going to have some Philadelphia fans who hate the Cowboys and hate the Mavericks and hate the Stars. They always get that rivalry going on. So it's going to be a lot of representation there as well. But, fans are going to be going crazy over Cooper Flag. I don't know if you ever heard about this, but on the national anthem, did you hear about what the Maverick fans do for Cooper Flags?
I actually haven't heard what the Mavericks fans do.
Whoever's singing the national anthem, they're singing the national anthem, whether it's a choir, an individual, whoever's singing it, and the crowd's singing along with it or whatever. And I swear to God, when they say that our flag was still there, it's like they just emphasize flag, and he just grins.
So the Stars got their Stars chant, and then now we have our Flags chant for Cooper Flag. Well, CA, I appreciate it. You were on with us earlier on in the show. You stuck around, and we appreciate for that. And then you got safely to the AAC, and you were kind enough to join us once more. You just wanted to talk to the young guys just one more time, and I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, we do. You're my guys. Don't ever forget that. All three of you.
All right, CA. Well, you have a good time tonight, and go Mavericks.
Got you down.
Thanks, CA.
All right, thank you, CA. All right, we're going to keep it. We're going to go to the best bookmarks, where I'm going to read off my best bookmarks on Twitter and Instagram, and then Jacob will do the same, and then we'll get y'all out of here. All that more next on the G-Bag Nation.
The more time you
21 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
And it's back to the G-Bag Nation. This upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the G-Bag Nation. Thank you very much, Dylan Moore. Fantastic job on the reads today, Jacob. From producers and here, we can properly rate and judge you. I think you've done an incredible job.
You told me fantastic job on the reads?
Dylan.
Oh, well, you said Jacob.
No, I said Dylan.
Dylan, I lose my mind. He definitely said Jacob.
You said Jacob?
Yes. Well, you know what? It's dump that, restart it, and I said Dylan. All right, Dylan, you've done an incredible job today, huh?
Can we go to break real quick and come back?
No, we're not going to do that.
Quick 30.
All right, this is the best bookmarks. If you don't know what that is, then I understand. We've only done it a handful of times, but pretty much best bookmarks. I'm going to go through my Twitter/X, and then I'm going to go through my Instagram, and I'm going to find the bookmarks that I've done. Sports related, not sports related throughout the week. Sometimes they're videos, and I'll just break them down. Either way, don't worry, Dylan. You don't have to play any audio. Jacob, you're going to do the same thing. And Dylan, I guess if you bookmarked anything, you can feel free to chime in here. I'm going to start off with Ari Mirov, who posted this yesterday. Jacob, I don't know if you saw this. Sean Payton, he was talking about, well, you know, yesterday was New Year's Eve, as today is New Year's. He said, quote, "I didn't know it was New Year's Eve, the most overrated holiday, honestly. Like, seriously, I didn't know it was New Year's Eve." How? I mean, I get it. If you want to be like, oh, I didn't know it was this day or that day or whatever, like, you know that it's New Year's Eve, though, right?
You have to. I mean, unless you don't have a count. I mean, if you have no concept of time.
Go Sunday through all the way through to Monday, and then that's just how you live your life. I mean, I don't understand.
How long do we think Sean Payton would have gone through the week and not known that it was New Year's?
I think it's BS. I think he knew it was New Year's. I think he's just like, you know how Sean Payton is. He's just like, oh, it's not a big deal. Now, and then he followed up by saying, says players on good teams don't need any message ahead of tonight. Quote, "Today's generation doesn't drink as much."
I wouldn't disagree. I would not agree with that.
I don't agree with that either. Yeah. How in touch is Sean Payton with his team? That's my first bookmark.
I mean, not as in touch as the 3-2-1. Jacob's favorite bookmarks are about the glaciers melting. It's a
3-2-1. You've
good pull by you. I mean, he's been keeping the heat all day long.
From the 8-1-2 IU, Indiana, put that BTA on Alabama. Hoosier Tolo. I didn't even know Hoosier Tolo existed. So if you're just now texting in because the Indiana won, I appreciate it. 2, text in more.
Yep, shout out.
So that way we can, give you credit where credit is due. Indiana did put BTA, and what you commented earlier makes you feel better as a Raider fan because now you no longer have the worst loss of the day.
No longer the worst loss of the day. And keeping with the Indiana theme, we got a tweet bookmark from Coach Jason Brown from 3 hours ago. Indiana look like they don't even belong. These, not that word, dudes don't play. Nobody. Ohio State is trash. Indiana lose 4 games in SEC.
Good
Coach Jason Brown, we might need to put some work in with the with Grammarly or something. But yeah, that's a. I mean, I'm sure Freezing Cold Takes has that one highlighted.
Oh, it's done. There's no doubt it's done. Let's see here. We also got. Let's see if we got the audio. Actually, I might make.
You know what audio we do have? Who's the best post game interview in college football?
Fernando Mendoza.
Roll it, Dylan.
To make more history this season, why? What is so special about you in this group?
Well, first of all, my team and I want to give all the glory to God. What a historic venue, the Rose Bowl, one of the best venues in all of sports. It's just a great conglomerate of individuals coming together and really forming complementary football. Coach Sig has hit on us no complacency, and especially when you have a bye, it's tough to get in the rhythm of football. But once we got our feet on the ground, we knew that we're going to stick together and come out with this W.
It took you a second. The opening series, you get sacked twice. You have to punt. I just saw Alabama defensive linemen coming over and hyping you up about how good you were today. How did you figure it out quickly?
Yeah, first of all, Alabama's super classy program, one of the most prestigious programs in the SEC. Shout out to them. They did a fantastic job. However, it's us coming together, and, like I said, the month off, it's kind of like, hey, we got to get our feet wet. Once we get our feet wet, once we get the ball rolling, we're able to hit it in stride and able to put plays together, put first downs together, and then put points on the board. I'm so honored and blessed to be a part of this team, this sports staff, and this coaching staff, and I can't thank God enough for this.
Just quickly, what are your early thoughts on a rematch with Oregon, a team you've already beaten this season?
That's like the first time I actually heard that Oregon won and just got locked into the game. However, Oregon, fantastic Big Ten opponent. We went over there, and it's really hard to beat a team twice. Oregon, Dante Moore, Dan Lanning, their defensive coordinator, Lou Poi, new head coach Akami. Those guys are legit, and so I think it's going to be a great matchup. Can't wait to play some good football against that. I think it's going to be a great matchup. All respect to them. I mean, I got to get the game plan. You got to get to watching film now. They're tough.
Speaking of a team that did not get their feet wet in time, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, man, it was a pathetic showing today. My second bookmarked tweet is from Barstool Texas Tech, and it says Texas Tech playoff run, and it's a video of Aaron Rodgers running out of the tunnel in the Jets.
Well, I wouldn't feel that bad about it because Awful Announcing had this tweet. It was a video of Urban Meyer, all-time good guy, Urban Meyer, who joined.
All-time good guy.
Who was this he joined? I cannot even tell. Oh, Colin Cowherd. Pretty much saying, hey, quote-unquote, not quote-unquote, this was the quote, I just don't see Miami scoring. I've told people if Ohio State scores 2 touchdowns, they win that game, and I still believe that. That was as of 20 hours ago, and newsflash, Miami won 24-14. So Ohio State, 2 touchdowns, done. Miami scoring, also done. So there you go. What does Urban Meyer know? And then if you missed it, Micah Parsons has been all over Twitter. He kind of took a little bit of a break. Maybe he took a little bit of a nap, but he took to Twitter to make his comments and his emotions known about how he felt about getting out of Dallas and now Trayvon in Green Bay. And Sean Sharif from the Sean and RJ show joined us earlier in the program to talk about it because he got into a bit of a back and forth with Terrence Parsons, Micah's brother. Mm-hmm. So, and then because Indiana just won, I wanted to read this. This is from Spotrac. In advancing to the college football playoff semifinal, Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti secures a $700,000 bonus. You were talking about incentives earlier. He's added $1.875 million total based on Big Ten / college football playoff incentives. He's also triggered a good faith market review clause that requires IU to renegotiate his annual compensation up to no less than the third highest among active head coaches. So, hell of a turnaround for Indiana. He literally just said in the postgame, it'll make a hell of a movie one day. Curt Cignetti continues to get paid, and from what I've seen about Curt Cignetti, he'll probably spread that with his staff too, because he's been known to do that. So just incredible things all around for the Indiana Hoosiers. It's hard not to root for them, and they just put BTA to Alabama.
So as the market rises for these head coaches, he makes more money.
Correct.
That's awesome. Yeah, that needs to be.
There's a couple of good faith clauses and different contracts. I know that Saban was part of it. I know that Kirby is part of it. So the better coaches of the year. I don't know if Sarkisian's part of it and Lanning, and like you start going through the list of the better coaches in college football. But this is really cool for Curt Cignetti because, man, I tell you what, he deserves it. He deserves it. Him and his staff definitely deserve it.
I got one more good bookmark for you here before we'll just start going through my feed and picking out the stuff that I like. This one's from TMZ, and let me know if this makes the GOAT any goatier? Is that a good word?
I guess.
Exclusive. Tom Brady may have rung in the new year with new catch. The GOAT was seen getting real cozy with influencer Alex Earl. Thoughts?
I don't really know who that is.
You know who Alex Earl is?
No, I don't think so.
She dated Braxton Berrios. She was on Dancing with the Stars. Very, very well-known female in the influencer community.
She's only 25.
She is very young.
Yeah, but haven't we learned that about Brady at this point?
I think we have. He was around Sydney Sweeney too, wasn't he, for like a month?
Yeah. All right, so we got some texted 877-881-1053. Y'all have done a pretty good job today, even with it being a New Year's Day and handling us, the new guys filling in for the G-Bag boys. 903 stats show this generation absolutely drinks less. So that's interesting because I definitely didn't think so. 945 slamming my card on the table to buy Mendoza stock for real. Bailey the Bird.
You and me both.
469 Urban Meyer, good guy, insane take. Obviously, I was kidding, but either way.
That's okay. Sarcasm's hard for some people.
Anyway. Let's see. What else do we have here? Look, man, I'm not even gonna lie to you. A lot of my feed is just absolutely filled with Stranger Things related content because I watched the finale last night, stared at my TV for about 45 minutes after it was over, just because 9 years of my life, boom, done, just like that. So that was kind of what is consistent over my feed right now.
I haven't watched it yet.
Dylan Moore, do you have anything that you want to bring up here in the best bookmarks?
No, I bookmarked a lot of that G-bag stuff, some funny stuff on New Year's Eve.
Okay, fair enough.
I will say New Year's Eve, probably the most overrated holiday. Wow. Honestly.
You know, I don't entirely disagree. Yeah, I really don't. I
but
mean,
you knew when New Year's Eve was.
I did.
Okay.
I did
So
know.
that makes you better.
What did we all do for New Year's Eve? What'd you do, Kevin?
I was producing Fan After Dark. I'm glad you asked.
Did they go all the way to 11?
They went all the way to 10.
Okay, that's what they did last year, right?
Yeah, they went all the way to 10. Your boy stayed and babysitted the board, and then went home and met my girlfriend at the apartment, and then we, like I said, we watched that Stranger Things finale, and I stared at my TV for about 45 minutes and went to bed. So there you go. You want to turn your mic on there?
It's on now. I went with my girlfriend to the PGA Resort in Little Elm, Texas.
Okay.
And we kind of walked around for a little bit to try and find a little food joint, and they ended up all being closed. We got there kind of late. And then there was outside of the hotel that is connected to the resort, they had like these fire pits, and we sat down. It was 3 of us, and then this nice 2 families came over and sat next to us, and we got talking to them for about 2 hours, just having a couple drinks, just hanging out, meeting new people, and it was a good time. We were there till I think about 1:20 at night, and yeah, it was a top 5 New Year's Eve for me probably.
Bailey the Bird just texted in from the 945. I'm not entirely sure if I can read any of that, but I hear you, Bailey the Bird, and I don't necessarily disagree with you either.
I don't disagree
817, I did the same thing, staring at my TV for about an hour. After it ended, I might have shed a little tear too, but don't be ashamed, LMFAO. I didn't cry. That was the only thing I didn't do because a lot of people were like, yeah, you're going to cry. I didn't cry. That's just me personally. But either way, I know that a lot of people did. My girlfriend definitely cried. I did not, though.
I don't really cry at TV. I don't cry at TV usually.
Oh, 817. I cannot believe we got a whole series of 5 seasons in the Stranger Things before we got GTA 6. Tell me that ain't crazy.
It's not crazy.
No, you don't.
It's not crazy that you said that. It is ridiculous that it hasn't come out yet.
It's insane.
How many more times is the date going to get pushed, do you think?
What's the date now?
I think it's been pushed like 3 times.
Is it even this year?
3 times?
It says November 19th of this year.
Really? It's going to be 2027 by the time
what's
it comes
the betting
out.
line of if it's actually going to be released then?
I'm going to say March of 27. I think it'll be out before baseball season 2027.
I think that they will release it this year.
Okay, you have a lot of faith in Rockstar.
I mean, they've pushed it back enough. I mean, damn, just give the people...
Yeah, but then they're going to be like, oh, we've pushed it back so much. Why not one more time?
Okay, 945, probably responding from the Trayvon Diggs comments earlier. Am I crazy for thinking people are ridiculous for taking Trayvon Diggs' side? He's soft.
He's soft. We can leave it at that.
Soft. Yeah, he's soft.
No, you're not crazy at all. I think if you followed the storylines and some of the things that have been coming out of the Star about him, it was a lot of things I think that were tolerated when the play was good, and when the play deteriorated and he deteriorated as a athlete. Not saying he's not going to be good on the Packers. They could totally unlock something in him, but Dallas was no longer the place for him to be, and I think the players in that locker room would probably say the team's better off with him on another team. And like Shotty said yesterday, him and Trayvon had a lot of difficult discussions, and he said it was a mixture of him going to Trayvon about issues, Trayvon coming to him about issues, and it just kind of seems like no matter what happened, those 2 sides were going to be like oil and water, and I think a divorce was imminent. Now, you could argue whether or not the divorce came later than it should have. If you think he should have been cut before the season, if you think
they gave them plenty of opportunities to right the ship.
They did. A lot of people are saying he should have been gone when Micah was gone. I don't completely disagree with that. I think he just wanted to ride it out for one more year, and it just didn't work out. So, yeah, I mean, obviously pick whatever side you want to be on. But I think if you're a supporter of the Cowboys, I think you would understand why this is kind of beneficial for both parties.
2 and 4, can y'all play the Sean clip talking and Micah's brother? If you want to hit that Odyssey rewind, you definitely can. That was earlier on in the program. All right, we're going to put a bow on this bad boy. We'll play some audio that we haven't played yet, and then we'll get out of here next on the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Friday morning
Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. It's the final segment before we send you home so that way you can enjoy the rest of your New Year's Day extravaganza. Myself, alongside Jacob Ray. My name's Kevin Walker. That's Dylan Moore inside the Pimp Cup. We had Chris Arnold with us earlier in the show and then called into the show. And then also Sean Sharif from Sean and RJ, otherwise known as the RJ and Choppy Show, joined us earlier on because Micah Parsons took to Twitter, and we needed to talk to him about all the things surrounding that. It's been a fun show today. We had We had Jake Ferguson on earlier on in the program, who was fantastic.
Do we think his full name's Jacob? Look that up.
I think he's Jake Ferguson. Yeah, and then y'all have done an incredible job on the text line, 877-881-1053, the Frankel text line. Y'all have done an absolutely incredible job, telling us we need to pat ourselves on our back, that we've done an incredible job. Is it actually Jacob Ferguson?
Nope, and it's not Jake either.
What is it?
Jonathan Quinn Ferguson.
We should have addressed him as such. That was a missed opportunity by us.
According
we'll do better.
to Wikipedia. Hopefully I didn't just get ball sacked, but...
Is it the right Jake Ferguson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, tight end from. It's got a picture of him in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Jonathan Quinn Ferguson. Jonathan Quinn, Jake Ferguson. So the Jake's in parentheses, kind of like Drake May, essentially.
Okay.
Wow.
Boy,
did we not do research.
Well, you know what? It only took 5 hours, but we learned something.
We did learn something.
And then look, ladies and gentlemen, if we can just have you learn something every time you listen to us, that's all that we can. That's really all we can ask for. We can make someone's day. You can learn something. That is all that we can ask for. Jacob Ray, your Texas Tech Red Raiders lost to the Oregon Ducks. Indiana Hoosiers took care of business and beat up on them Alabama on the Alabama team, and 38-3. So they did get a couple points on the board. So I guess whatever you want to. You got a was it a tweet that you read or a text that you read about what game might be coming up for Texas Tech?
Oh yeah, there was a tweet I saw on the old Twitterverse, Xverse, some people like to call it, and they proposed that Texas Tech and Alabama play in the effing Suck Bowl presented by No Offense.
Wow.
So
does that hurt just
the
a little bit?
bleeping Suck Bowl between Alabama and Texas Tech presented by No Offense. Combined 3 points between the two teams in 120 minutes of game time. What was that little maneuver you just did there?
Fred does it all the time. Drops his mic. It happens.
Now, the loser going to get more than 3 points in the Ole Miss and.
Would you rather Georgia score 3 points and give up 38?
You almost got me 940, but that's not his middle name. It's Lee.
Is it really?
Yeah, somebody's tried to ball sack us.
Drake Lee May?
Yeah, somebody tried to ball sack us. 940 said, speaking of Drake May, his middle name is Jesus.
His middle name's Drake May.
It's not. It's Drake May. Lee May.
Oh, okay.
You heard it here first. All right, so we do have some audio that we want to get to, and because you went through the loss with your Texas Tech Red Raiders, I pulled this clip because I know that you love this man dearly. And he's not family to you, but I know you do consider him kin. We did have a little bit of audio from Ben Johnson. Go ahead and play that for us, Dylan Moore.
In May, you said you wanted to try and change the narrative around the quarterback here in Chicago. Is there any incentive to get Caleb that 4,000-yard passing mark that hasn't happened here?
If it were to happen, that'd be great. But he would agree with me when I say our number one objective is to win this ball game, and so whatever that takes, that's our goal, and we'll see where it's at the end of the year. But that's tertiary goal, if you will.
Seems like Caleb's like. Do you appreciate what that might symbolize, though? I mean, maybe not on the face of it, but just what it might be.
I think it's an arbitrary number, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would that mean? You tell me.
The only franchise to never have a 4,000-yard passer.
Okay. There are probably some that don't have a 5,000-yard passer either, right? So I mean, it's just a number. So
you're new, but that's kind of a big deal here.
Yeah. Apparently it is.
A lot, but
apparently it is.
It is absolutely a big deal there. I would love to be a franchise that hasn't had technically we haven't had a 5,000-yard passer. So, yeah, I think it's time that Caleb Williams hits that mark this weekend against Ben Johnson's former team. Needs 270 through the air.
That's doable.
To reach that mark. Absolutely. With how banged up the Lions defense is, no Brian Branch, no Kirby Joseph. I mean, they've got guys about as talented as you and I out there playing cornerback.
Do you want to hear who has had a 5,000-yard passer, by the way? Because when I hear that's what the question spurred in my head is, who has?
I'd love to.
How many teams?
Let's see here. When don't make me do math.
Oh, too many.
Okay, yeah, just too many. It's more than a few. So there's that. All right, Miami Dolphins did it first. Most of us would know that. Dan Marino, the Saints, Patriots, Steelers, Buccaneers, Chiefs, Lions, Broncos, Packers, and Chargers have all had 5,000-yard passers.
Yeah, that checks out. I think the Chargers was Herbert.
Yeah,
I'm a little surprised Dak hasn't passed for 5,000 in a season. With how good this Cowboys offense has been in some of his seasons,
I am too. I mean, there was so many times watching Cowboys games.
By the way, Drew Brees passed for 5,000 yards 5 times.
Man, 5 times?
5 times. 2008, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2016.
How many times did Brady do it? Do you know?
Once, 2011.
Really? Well, no, twice because he was the Buccaneers too.
Says Jameis Winston owns it for the Bucs.
Brady never threw for 5K on the Buccaneers?
I will double check that, but based on what I'm reading, no. But I'll double check it because, AI and things.
I'll look it up right now. I got Pro Football Reference. Because if I'm wrong...
What are you going to do if you're wrong? That's what I want to hear.
Okay, yeah. 2021, Tampa Bay threw for 5,316 yards.
Okay, all right. Well, either way, I think it was maybe what I'm reading is the teams, the players that did it first for that team.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't really know.
Or Jameis might have thrown for more yards. Maybe it was the leader. Who knows?
Either way. All right, so there you go. You've learned 2 things today. You learned that Jake is not his real name, and you learned that your Dallas Cowboys have not had a 5,000-yard passer.
Do you think they called him Jay Quinn? And it was like
no
Jay
chance.
Quinn, Jake Ferguson, do you think?
No, I don't think that's how that came about. Jacob's middle name is Earth Sucks from the 3-2-1.
Hey, now. That's a good one.
I don't know if that's the drop the mic moment we're looking for, 3-2-1. You got a few minutes.
I need one good one before we get out of here.
You've got a few minutes to top the charts. You've had some good ones, but I'm not loving that one.
Fun little tidbit, Jameis Winston, when he passed for 5,109 yards,